Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 801 to Chapter 817. Blue Sky and the others had all advanced. This was something Suyu hadn't expected. It wasn't just one or two. Those that had advanced today, those that he had predicted would advance in the near future, had all advanced. Not only that, but Suyu's world was also rapidly improving as he absorbed a large number of ancient beast corpses and the Tao of an Empyrean. His world was expanding. In the endless void, his world continued to expand from the size of a small city. It had already expanded to the size of a prefecture city in Xianxia province. Of course, compared to the skies of the infinite worlds and the dead spirits, it was still too small. Even compared to the land of the Tao origin, it was far inferior. But everything was developing in a good direction. As for the others, some had gained something, while others hadn't. Comprehending the Tao sometimes depended on talent and destiny. Even if Suyu had opened up to everyone, they might not have gained anything. Suyu was getting stronger and stronger as he looked at the crowd. This was a good thing, but reaching the Empyrean level was a limit for many people. For example, March and the others would find it difficult to improve any further. As for becoming a top Empyrean, it wasn't about comprehension. Comprehension was about the same, but the strength of one's great Tao. For example, March's great Tao might be that strong. His current limit was his current one. Apart from becoming a master of the laws, March couldn't improve any further. Similarly, Giant Axe and the others were the same. As the great Zhou monarch had said, not every Tao could make one a heavenly king, and not every Tao could make one a top Empyrean. Yu Zhan and the others had walked their own unique Taos. Their Taos weren't weak to begin with, so they could become top existences. The other Empyreans might not have any hope. Suyu looked at them. Perhaps March and the others could only wait until they were unsealed to see if they could become masters of the laws. If they couldn't, then they had already reached their limit in this lifetime. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Suyu. Suyu's prestige was growing. Being stared at by him was very stressful. After a moment, Suyu looked over at the Heaven Overseer, a smile on his face. Now that things have come to this point, everyone's strength has been revealed. Other than by Zhan's son, who is still an unknown factor, everything else can be confirmed. Before the return of the eras, the situation of the myriad worlds is already completely clear. The only thing that's not clear is the few wandering experts. Martial Emperor, Dead Spirit Emperor, Chaotic Dragon, Eight-Winged Tiger. However, even if the Death Spirit Sovereign broke the seal, it would be very difficult for him to come out of the dead soul's domain without being resurrected. Even if he did come out, he wouldn't be able to do much. Therefore, there are only 3 of them who are truly free. The King of Great Zhou and Wan Tianxing stood on the left and right like one person. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou said solemnly, "Then your Majesty means that you want to bring the 3 wandering experts under your command?" As for the Death Spirit Sovereign, perhaps he could also be subdued. After subduing him, he didn't need to do anything but help Suyu stabilize the dead soul's domain. He would be Suyu's path of retreat. Whoever attacked the dead soul's domain would be attacked by this sovereign. He was also a good candidate to stay behind. However, the few wandering experts weren't easy to subdue. Suyu smiled and said, "The Chaotic Dragon and Eight-Winged Tiger can be put aside for now. Those 2 are now staring at Yu Qing's chaotic will and even the Dragon King. Therefore, their goal is still the same." As for the Martial Emperor, Suyu fell into deep thought. Wan Tianxing continued, "The Martial Emperor is a proud and arrogant person, or should I say, he has great ambition but little talent. Good Lord, he was looked down upon just like that." "That's right, it wasn't the first time he looked down upon the Martial Emperor," Wan Tianxing said with a smile. "The Martial Emperor is actually the type that is easily satisfied. He is content with a small fortune. He opened the gate of heaven and is actually extremely talented. However, he is somewhat similar to the North King." "Your Majesty, do you remember what the North King said before he died?" "The North King only wants to be an overlord. On one hand, he isn't willing to submit to others. On the other hand, he doesn't have the strength to be independent. Yet, he still wants to have the final say in his own territory." When he said this, Suyu was stunned. It really was a bit similar. Wan Tianxing continued to analyze. The Martial Emperor opened the gate of heaven, But he always stuck to his great Tao and was unwilling to expand. His thinking was biased towards old-fashioned and conservative. On one hand, he knew that King Wen and the human sovereign were powerful. However, on the other hand, his pride was playing tricks on him. He wanted to be independent and didn't want to join them. In the end, he was defeated and sealed by the martial emperor. I don't think it was a matter of killing innocent people. At that time, the human race needed to kill a human expert to intimidate everyone. The human race couldn't even be unified internally, so how could they want to unify the heavens? Therefore, the martial emperor who opened the gate of heaven became an existence that was killed to warn the others. Wan Tianxing continued, according to your majesty, King Wen knew but tacitly agreed. However, the martial emperor first said that he wanted to deal with him. The martial emperor might not have the brains to do so. Therefore, I guess that it might have been the human sovereign's idea. He analyzed, the human sovereign needed to deal with the martial emperor, but the martial emperor might not have committed a grave mistake. Therefore, he didn't kill him. He only announced that he had killed the martial emperor, but in reality, he had sealed him. Was the martial emperor wrong? Not necessarily, just like the northern king of the dead soul's domain. Was he wrong? He actually just didn't want the human race to rule over him again. He only wanted to defend his own territory. However, in this era of great competition, if you didn't have the strength to dominate a region and were unwilling to submit to the strong, then you were wrong. Therefore, the northern king died in the end, at the hands of the dragon blood marquis. He almost never fought with Suyu. The northern king's death was only a microcosm of this era. And the martial emperor was only a microcosm of that era. Suyu nodded. What you said makes sense. Actually, I can understand all of this. The only thing I can't understand is that the martial emperor sealed the martial empress. It was somewhat humiliating. Was there a need for the martial emperor to do that? To the martial emperor, it was fine to seal him or build a starry palace. The key was that the posture was too humiliating. To an expert, such humiliation could be said to mean that they wouldn't rest until one party was dead. Regarding this point, the crowd didn't quite understand. Wan Tianxing looked at the king of the Great Zhou. The king of the Great Zhou shook his head. I followed the human sovereign towards the end. Actually, the matter of the martial emperor is quite early, so I really don't know. Haha, forget it. Wan Tianxing didn't continue talking about him. He continued, Your Majesty, according to my analysis, the martial emperor is the kind of person who cares about his face and is a coward. He was given face and a way out. Actually, it's not impossible to take him down. If you insist on using force, it's not very likely to subdue him. Wan Tianxing smiled. Otherwise, the human sovereign and King Wen back then were stronger than your majesty. If they could be subdued, wouldn't they have done so long ago? Suyu nodded slightly. That's right. Moreover, if it was 100,000 years ago, the martial emperor might not have bothered with you. However, he was sealed for more than 100,000 years. In fact, he knows in his heart that his era has completely passed. After living as a prisoner for more than 100,000 years, the martial emperor understood one thing no matter how stupid he was. This era didn't belong to him, nor did the previous era. At this moment, Lan Tian also interrupted with a smile. The martial emperor's greatest resentment now is that the martial emperor did something to him. If your majesty agrees to give him the hope of defeating the martial emperor after meeting the martial emperor, or using the same method to deal with the martial emperor, I think he will definitely be tempted. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan couldn't help but say gloomily, that's not good, right? Lord Martial Emperor. That was her old master. She felt that it was inappropriate to use the martial emperor as a bargaining chip to subdue the martial emperor. Of course, from other people's point of view, they weren't familiar with the martial emperor. At this juncture, if they could use empty promises to subdue the martial emperor, it would be very worthwhile. Lan Tian faintly smiled. Your Majesty didn't say he would personally deal with the martial emperor. We can promise the martial emperor that we will help him become stronger. Revenge is his own business. On your Majesty's side, you will be responsible for stopping King Wen and the human sovereign. Give him a fair chance to duel. Senior Lan Shan, the times have changed. Lan Tian smiled. Now, your majesty needs this kind of help. The martial emperor has always been stronger than the martial emperor. The martial emperor has been sealed for more than 100,000 years, but the martial emperor hasn't. If the martial emperor is worried about losing to the martial emperor in a duel, for a martial artist, this has already destroyed their belief in victory. Therefore, we are only giving the martial emperor some comfort. In fact, if he meets the martial emperor alone and challenges him, the martial emperor and the others will most likely not interfere. The martial emperor also won't let them interfere. As a fighter, don't you understand this principle? If a defeated opponent from back then came to seek revenge and challenge you to a duel, would you refuse? Marquis Lanshan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, back then, he was already defeated. Now, the gap between them was even greater. Why would he refuse? Lan Tian smiled. Isn't that enough? Therefore, even if we give some promises, the martial emperor and the martial king will not suffer any loss. Instead, it will give the martial emperor a way out and something to look forward to. Obviously, everyone was in favor of subduing the martial emperor. However, there were still people who felt that it was inappropriate. At this moment, King Nan spoke with a cold voice. All of this is based on the martial emperor's willingness to submit. If he is unwilling, once he breaks the seal, the first thing he will do is to take revenge on your majesty. He is powerful. After breaking the seal, he might be the strongest existence in this era. As the strongest existence, will he really be willing to submit? As for promises, they are all based on certain things. Will the martial emperor care about these things? Everyone, don't be too optimistic. King Nan poured cold water on everyone. It was understandable that Suyu was desperate for talent. After all, the master of the law had appeared. He still felt some pressure. However, if the martial emperor submitted just like that, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, Suyu nodded. That was true. Wan Tianxing smiled. Senior King Nan is right, but we can still try. Wan Tianxing quickly said, Your Majesty, the martial emperor is a proud and arrogant person. He looks down on ordinary people. If we want to subdue him, only Your Majesty can do it. The martial monarch addressed the others as little bugs, which showed his attitude. Even after being sealed for so many years, he still looked down on weaklings. Suyu was the only one who could subdue him. King Zhou also said, Besides Your Majesty, no one else can do it. We can look for the Chaos Dragon and the Eight-Winged Tiger. We don't need to subdue them, but we can reach a temporary consensus. Their targets are Yuqing and the others. And we can help them deal with them. Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded again. It was worth a try. Suyu fell into deep thought. A moment later, he said, Our top priority now is to deal with the sinners and Wan. Baijian can be put aside for now. As for Baijian, I still have some doubts. He buried Yu Luo in the sinners. Is his ultimate goal the sinners or the gates of hell behind them? In the past, Baijian might have been afraid of the sinners and Wan, but now, he shouldn't be so afraid. He continued to endure. Before Yu Qing appeared, others might not have known of the situation, but it was impossible for Yu Luo not to know. At that time, Baijian was extremely powerful. If Yu Luo had pretended to be a fool and made a move against Suyu and Yu Qing, Baijian would have made a move as well, and if Yu Luo and the others betrayed the sinners, there was a chance that they could have wiped out the sinners. After that, he just needed to reorganize his forces and deal with Wan. But Baijian didn't. Then was his ultimate goal the sinners or the gates of hell? Did he have the ability to deal with the existence behind the gates of hell? It was hard to tell. King of Great Zhou thought, Baijian inherited the bloodline of the human ancestor. Then, some of his goals might be related to the human ancestor, including bringing him back. King of Great Zhou thought, if the human ancestor didn't die, then where is he? Behind the gates of heaven or the gates of hell? He said in a low voice, This is hard to judge. Because the human ancestor appeared in the beginning of the immemorial era. At that time, the gates of heaven might have already appeared. If so, the human ancestor cultivated the physique Tao. I feel that if he searched the previous era, would he enter the chaotic era with stronger physiques? Ancient chaotic era mostly cultivated the physique. The human ancestor also cultivated the physique. King of Great Zhou speculated, if that's the case, Baijian might know something. He wants to bring the human ancestor out, and the human ancestor might be behind the gates of hell. Baijan planted Yu Luo not just to deal with the sinners, but to understand more about the gates of hell. He continued, and on the demon's side, is the fire demon emperor really behind the gates of hell? Otherwise, why would the demons ally with the sinners? Everyone was analyzing Baijan's goal with all sorts of speculations. Suyu thought, forget it, it's hard to speculate at the moment. Not enough clues. I don't know if the human ancestor and the human emperor have any conflicts of orthodoxies, but Baijan can't be a good person. I'm the same. That's right. Suyu smiled, Wan has sealed his mountain, and Yuqing is not weak. I'll deal with Yuqing first, then find a chance to deal with Wan, then deal with Baijan. That's my current plan. Suyu continued, for a martial emperor to break the seal, he needs the nomological powers of the upper and lower worlds to completely dissipate. We might be able to use this chance to break the barrier between the upper and lower worlds. Let the upper and lower worlds be connected again. Let the various forces gather together. Unobstructed up and down. Everyone nodded. This was a good chance for Baijan and the others to face each other. It was absolutely necessary to treat Baijan as an imaginary enemy. Or rather, sooner or later, there would be a conflict between the two sides. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. It was true that they were all humans, but one side was the inheritor of the human ancestor. Suyu was actually considered the human emperor system, so there would definitely be a conflict. Then I'll make a trip to the dead spirit realm. Suyu laughed, then the two of you, it's time to go and have a chat. He looked at the others, you guys continue to cultivate, plan to lure some ancient beasts into our world, take care of them, and let Lan Tian be responsible for merging with the world. In addition, I will let my world corrode the entire chaotic mountain range as soon as possible. Other places are not easy to invade, but Chaotic Mountain is a land of primal chaos, so it's a little easier. Back then, when the human emperor opened up the Dao Source land, he actually wanted to invade the entire upper realms. Unfortunately, he failed on the verge of success, and now, Suyu was also going to invade the Chaotic Mountain and the upper realms. After saying all this, Suyu warned everyone for a while, and quickly walked out. Behind him, the Heaven Supervisor suddenly said, when are you going to kill me? Suyu turned around and smiled, what's the rush? Could it be that the Heaven Supervisor can't wait to die? The Heaven Supervisor said calmly, that's not it. I'm just thinking, after my death, will the ancient times be considered to have come to an end? Ancient times? Suyu was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, I can only say that after your death, the ancient era's illusory unification of one has ended. The human race had never truly unified the one. As for ancient times, it's just a name, our name. The human emperor and the others are still the human emperor, and we are still us. The Heaven Supervisor silently pondered over Suyu's words and did not say anything else. As for Suyu, he quickly disappeared. At the same time, in the depths of the primal chaos, Yu Luo and Yu Xiao were fleeing with all their might. However, they were somewhat lost. There was no direction in the primal chaos, and there was no limit. Yu Luo looked around, and it was all chaos. For a moment, his heart was filled with sorrow. He had been dormant for many years, but before Baijan could give the order, Suyu, that bastard, had disrupted the entire situation. This fellow truly deserved to die, Yu Xiao panted and said, Yu Luo, are you sure we can go to the lower realm from here? It should be possible. Yu Luo had never been there before, but she knew it was possible. At this moment, she looked around. Soon, a spirit talisman appeared in her hand, and she ignited it. When the spirit talisman was ignited, traces of the great Tao spread out. After an unknown period of time, the void seemed to split open. Yu Zhao's expression changed slightly. At this moment, a huge ancient beast with a powerful aura appeared, and on the head of the ancient beast stood a person. The ancient beast was shaped like a large fish, but it had an incomparably huge pair of wings, similar to the Kuan Peng. The ancient beast's huge eyes were filled with coldness, incomparably sinister. At this moment, it looked at Yu Luo and Yu Xiao. Yu Luo frowned slightly, and soon said in a deep voice, we've been exposed. The ancient beast did not say anything. The huge figure on the ancient beast's head suddenly opened his eyes, and with endless pressure, he instantly looked at them. Exposed? Yes. Did Yuqing discover you? No, it's Su Yu. Yu Luo looked at the young man on the ancient beast's head and said, so you brought one to attack the sacred race, and in the end, he forced us to fight Lei Bao. Only when one side dies will we stop. I had no choice but to escape. Su Yu, the figure opened his eyes, revealing a smile. It's him. Then, he looked at the two and asked, you want to go to the Infinite Realms? Yes. Yu Luo nodded. We can no longer hide, so we can only leave. Before we left, the Pangolin might have been guided out. Yu Zhan is still alive, but the others are almost dead. What a pity. The young man laughed. I wanted to use them as whetstones for Lord Father's return. Chongqing and the others have not fought for a long time and need someone to sharpen their blades. I didn't expect them to all die, what a pity. Then, he smiled and said, then I'll send the two of you to the lower realm. Follow me. Yu Luo did not say anything, but Yu Shao could not help asking, Your Highness Ji has always been in the depths of the primal chaos? The young man chuckled. You can say that. The primal chaos is very interesting. Sharpening one's Dao in the primal chaos is actually very interesting. If you have the time, you can actually come and give it a try. In this desolate and uninhabited primal chaos, even if it's just walking around, it's still a very interesting thing. Oh right, someone divined about me earlier. It was Su Yu, right? Yu Luo said, I'm not sure. Probably, he knows of your existence and even called out to you before. You and His Majesty have both been exposed, but he does not know your exact strength. So what if I'd been exposed? The young man did not care much and smiled. I can hide for a while, but I can't hide forever. Moreover, hiding is not the goal. All these years, I've just been waiting for the right time. Now that the gates of hell are about to open, it doesn't matter whether I'm exposed or not. Yu Luo frowned slightly. Even if the gates of hell open, the situation is very complicated, I know. The man waved his hand. You can discuss these things with Father. I won't participate in these things. He did not care too much about this. Riding on the ancient beast, he quickly flew below the primal chaos. As he flew, he said, there was some movement in the primal chaos. The chaotic dragon and the eight-winged tiger seemed to have rushed over. Kuan Fei also sensed something. The movement should have come from near the dead soul's world. Many ancient beasts should have been killed. It might have something to do with Su Yu. The man said indifferently, you can tell Father about this. Su Yu might have done something. Yu Luo said solemnly, what did Su Yu do? The man smiled faintly. I didn't pay much attention to it. I happened to be busy at that time, but the movement was not small. I'm afraid it's not that simple. You can tell Father. He will naturally pay attention. Yu Shao asked, Your Highness, did you encounter a strong enemy in the primal chaos? Otherwise, what else could have happened, but were there still powerful existences in the primal chaos? The truly powerful existences were all sealed behind the gates of hell. In the current primal chaos, it was already rare for an existence like the chaotic dragon to appear. The man smiled faintly. It's not a strong enemy. It's just something very interesting. I'm pursuing time. The two were stunned. Pursuing time? What did he mean? The man said with a smile, does the long river of time have an end? Naturally, it exists. I'm thinking, where is its end? The long river of time that spreads across the heavens. Searching along its veins, can I find traces? Is the heavenly gate at the end? The end of heaven and earth, the end of the long river, is the heavenly gate where it is? He murmured, the gates of hell have always existed, but the heavenly gate is nowhere to be found. And now, maybe. I've already found some veins. There are two ends of the long river. If one is the heavenly gate, then what about the other? Did the Time King enter the heavenly gate or another gate? The river of dead spirits has an end, but the long river of time doesn't. As expected, the Time King is the most terrifying existence. As he said these, Yu Luo and Yu Hao listened, not quite understanding, but their hearts were shaken. This pursued very high things. He seemed to be quite different from them, the man also seemed to know that he said it in vain. He smiled and said, "Forget it. These aren't things that you guys should consider." Yu Luo did not say a word. The 3 people and 1 beast quickly flew down the chaos. After a while, Yu Luo and Yu Xiao actually could not determine the direction, but the man suddenly said, "Fly directly in front of us. After a while, you guys will return to the infinite worlds." Yu Luo nodded slightly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." The young man laughed, "Tell my father that I still have to go investigate a little more. I won't be returning too soon." "All right." The young man instantly disappeared on the ancient beast. Yu Luo and Yu Xiao watched him leave. Yu Xiao sent a voice transmission, "How strong is he? It feels like he's even more terrifying than Yu Qing." "It's hard to say." Yu Luo also watched for a while and quickly said, "Ignore him. Let's go to the infinite worlds first." The 2 quickly flew toward the infinite worlds. At this moment, Suyu was also rushing toward the dead spirit's domain. Halfway there, Suyu suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to see something in the distance. A huge figure appeared. He fixed his eyes on it, but it was very far away, so he couldn't see it clearly. It looked like a giant Kunpung beast. Suyu took a closer look, and vaguely saw that there was a person on the head of the beast. And on the other side, the young man on the head of the giant beast also looked in Suyu's direction. He also vaguely saw Suyu's existence. At this moment, they looked at each other from afar. Soon, the 2 did not stop and went their own ways. They quickly pulled apart and disappeared into the endless chaos. Giant beast, human figure. At this moment, Suyu fell into deep thought. Who was the figure wandering in the chaos, Zhou Ji, or was it an ancient beast in human form? He did not go to investigate. The distance was quite far. It was best not to run around in the chaos. It was easy to get lost. Forget it. Suyu did not care much. It did not matter whether it was Zhou Ji or not. Moreover, no one knew how strong this Zhou Ji was. He only knew that Baijian had a son. Who knew if his son was really powerful? Maybe he could be killed with one slap. But that ancient beast is not weak. Is it a heavenly venerate? The ancient beast's aura was released, and Suyu could sense it. However, he did not care too much. Everything was possible in the chaos, and it was not unusual for heavenly venerates to exist. Soon, Suyu arrived near the dead spirit's realm. He quickly stepped into the air, and a moment later, he landed on land. He had arrived at the ultimate ruins. The dead spirit's realm was eerily quiet. A large number of Dao integration stage dead spirits had been killed, and most of the remaining had awakened. There were still a few Dao integration stage dead spirits guarding the realm. Most dead spirits below the Dao integration stage did not have much intelligence. Even if they did, the eternal dead spirits only acted on instinct. In the sealed land. When Suyu's figure appeared, the Death Spirit Emperor also appeared and looked at Suyu. "Emperor Su is looking for me?" Suyu had deliberately come to him, but he still took the initiative to speak. Suyu nodded. "There has been turmoil in the upper realm. The gates of hell have opened, and 2 masters of the law have appeared. I don't know if you know them. One is the Dragon King, and the other is Yu Qing." Dragon King, the Death Spirit Emperor thought for a moment. "I've heard of the beings behind the gates of hell. Many years ago, during the early primordial era, the gates of hell were in turmoil. An ancient beast who called itself the Dragon King tried to kill its way out, but I don't know what happened after that." Yu Qing, he thought for a moment before asking, "Was it a woman who used a spear?" Suyu nodded. He didn't expect the Death Spirit Emperor to know about this. The Venerable Emperor of Death thought for a moment and said, "A long time ago, the Hell King came to the Dead Soul's realm once. I saw him from afar. Behind the Hell King, there was a woman with a spear. I vaguely heard someone call her Qing. Since she came from the gate of hell, she might be the one." He looked at Suyu. "There are some powerful beings under the Hell King's sect who have come out of the gates of hell. Could it be that the Hell King is behind the gates of hell?" "That's possible." Suyu nodded and said with a smile, "Forget about her. What I'm thinking now is that I promised to help you break the seal last time, but I'm worried that you'll make trouble for me after the seal is broken. After all, you're not a weakling. How about this? I'll help you break the seal and confer you the title of Death Spirit Emperor, and you'll help me guard the dead spirit's realm? The Death Spirit Emperor was silent for a moment. What if I refuse? Suyu said with a smile, that's fine. You didn't make a move last time, and I promised to help you break the seal. I'll do what I promised. But after the seal is broken, if anything goes wrong, I'll kill you. The Death Spirit Emperor was silent for a moment. Then I'll think about it. Okay. Suyu didn't say anything more. The Death Spirit Emperor was a smart man, at least smarter than the martial monarch. He knew what to choose. Soon, Suyu arrived at the entrance to the 7th floor of the Starry Mansion. At this moment, the passage was closed. Suyu said with a smile, Martial Monarch, don't you welcome me? Silence. The passage was still closed. Suyu said with a smile, I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to chat. Why do you keep me outside the door, or behind my butt? The next moment, the Martial Monarch's clone appeared. With anger, he looked at Suyu coldly. You're provoking me. Suyu said with a smile, it's you who won't open the door. You don't welcome me. That's why I said that. The Martial Monarch looked at him coldly. What are you doing here? Suyu said with a smile, I'm here to visit the Martial Monarch. I'm also wondering if Emperor Yu's mansion can talk about cooperation with the Martial Monarch. Hee hee. The Martial Monarch sneered. I guessed it. You want me to be your fighter for no reason? Suyu, you're dreaming. He said with a cold smile, even the human emperor couldn't make me surrender, let alone you, Suyu. That's why you're in such a miserable state. Suyu didn't hold back. If you had some brains and had someone to help you, you wouldn't have been in such a state. You wouldn't have been buried upside down in the myriad worlds and the dead soul's domain. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. So, after more than 100,000 years, you haven't gained any wisdom? Do you think that after being sealed for more than 100,000 years, you'll still be an overlord when you get out? Are you really the number one person in the world? The Martial Monarch's expression was unsightly. Suyu said with a smile, no one who follows me, Suyu, has ever suffered a loss. If you were one of my people back then, and the Martial Monarch treated you like this, I would have torn off his pants long ago and planted him in the heavens with his but as the sun. The Martial Monarch's expression was unsightly. Are you talking about the Martial Monarch or me? Suyu said with a smile, to put it bluntly, you're a typical person with great ambition but little talent. You don't think about improving yourself. You're stubborn and thick-headed. You deserve to die. The Martial Monarch's face was ashen. Was Suyu here to subdue him or to find trouble with him? Was this the attitude of roping people in? Suyu said again, I'm telling the truth. It might be unpleasant to hear, but that's the truth. You're the senior of the human emperor and the others, but in the end, you were played so badly by a Martial Monarch. The Martial Monarch is also brainless. The reason he can beat you is not because he's strong, but because someone is helping him. Suyu said with a smile, a martial man without anyone to help him is a true martial man. With someone to help you, you're a great killing machine. Whoever you don't like will be killed. After killing, there will be someone to clean up the mess. Suyu. The Martial Monarch was suddenly very angry. Don't mention that word again. He kept talking, but he kept talking, and even kept looking at his butt. What was the meaning of this? Suyu said with a smile, the reason is actually very simple. If a martial man calls himself a king, he will be finished sooner or later. This is the truth. If you read a lot and look at history, how can a martial man be a king for a long time? Even if it really is a long time, it will be hard work in the later stages to improve oneself. A pure martial man ruling the Tao, that's all short-lived. Suyu said with a smile, I won't talk nonsense with a martial man like you. Just a few points. First, you can take revenge on the Martial Monarch in the future. I'll stop King Wen and the human emperor. Otherwise, just give up. You want to fight with King Wen and the others? Martial Monarch, you know what you're doing. Do you think you can fight King Wen and the human emperor? The Martial Monarch was silent, his expression extremely ugly. Could he fight? Nonsense, he couldn't even before the seal, let alone after hundreds of thousands of years. When he saw King Wen, he was still a little afraid. Second, I'll think of a way to help you raise to the level of a martial monarch. If you rely on yourself, there might be no hope. The martial monarch's expression grew even uglier. These words were really unpleasant to hear. Third, you don't need to call me your majesty, lord, or anything like that. In truth, I'm too lazy to subdue you. Just think of it as helping each other. You can call me Emperor Su, Emperor Yu, or whatever. I'll call you martial monarch. I won't take away your imperial title, so we'll be on equal footing. The martial monarch's eyes flickered. Fourth, I can think of a way to help you unseal right now. Fifth, you don't need to listen to me and report everything to me. I only have one request. If I let you out, I'll agree to your conditions and help you. At the very least, you have to help me kill 3 masters of the laws as repayment. Suyu laughed. Think of it as a transaction, not a matter of who submits to who. 3 masters of the laws in exchange for me helping you block the human emperor and King Wen. If you think it's worth it, then agree. If not, then give up. The martial monarch fell silent. A transaction, that sounded much better than submission. If Suyu said he would submit, the martial monarch would spit in Suyu's face. But a transaction, perhaps, he could give it a try. As he pondered, Suyu continued, those 3 masters of the laws will be your whetstone for revenge against King Wu. If you can't even kill 3 masters of the laws, and you still think you can get revenge, then you might as well just wait for death. The martial monarch gritted his teeth. I'll kill him sooner or later. Heh heh. Chuckling was the end of a conversation. When Suyu laughed, the martial monarch was enraged. You think I can't kill him? Of course. Suyu nodded. He's with King Wen. Even if you can kill him, kill King Wen first. The 2 of them are wearing the same pants. You can only brag to me if you're confident you can kill King Wen. The martial monarch was instantly dejected. Despair. I can't kill King Wen. Forget King Wen, he couldn't even beat King Wu. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. At this moment, the martial monarch was filled with despair. Normally, no one said anything. He was just fantasizing about killing King Wu, but now that Suyu had seen through him, he immediately fell into despair. Suyu laughed. So you've never thought about revenge? Isn't that right? You just think about it. You're a coward. You think that you've unsealed yourself, and King Wu is missing anyway. Let me tell you, you're overthinking things. He'll come back sooner or later. When that happens, you'll be embarrassed. The martial monarch flew into a rage out of humiliation. I've thought about revenge. I've always thought about it. I'll kill him. Heh heh. You're just fantasizing. If you really meet him, you'll have to call him daddy. Bullshit. The martial monarch was furious. Taishan, isn't that what father-in-law means? What's the difference between that and calling him daddy? Suyu laughed. You really are afraid of King Wu. You want to call him daddy. Bullshit. The martial monarch flew into a rage. That's definitely not the case, Suyu, this bastard, he's trying to goad me. Right, goading me, I won't listen, Suyu smiled faintly. Alright, there's no need to be incompetent and furious. Just tell me, do you want revenge? You can deal with Human Emperor and the others? The martial monarch said coldly, you're just bragging. Suyu laughed. Back then, I said that I could kill you before you unsealed yourself. Did you believe me? What about now? With that said, Suyu's aura erupted. It shook heaven and earth. What about now? The martial monarch's pupils constricted. Suyu said indifferently, don't use your thoughts to think about me. Martial monarch, you're just a martial artist. You don't understand us. Since I said it, I can do it. At this moment, the martial monarch was completely silent. Suyu had become stronger again. It seemed like he was changing every day. It hadn't been a few days since he reached the Empyrean realm, but the current Suyu seemed to be on the verge of stepping into that realm. With his own world, at this moment, Suyu might really be able to deal with masters of the laws. At this moment, the martial monarch was filled with envy, jealousy, anger, unwillingness, all sorts of emotions reverberated in his heart. Finally, he roared, did martial artists eat from your family? Su, you have no right to look down on martial artists. You're the same, I'm the same, aren't you a martial artist? You too, what are you pretending for? Su narrowed his eyes and smiled. You see, martial artists like to be angry. True scholars won't be angry. When they're angry, they'll kill, they'll see blood. That's the difference between them. The martial monarch was momentarily speechless. Motherfucker, what he said seemed to make sense, but in his heart, there was still a bit of unwillingness. I can't accept this. After I unsealed myself, I said I'd kill you first. What's the meaning of making a deal with you now? Su had an easygoing smile on his face. As if he knew what the martial monarch was thinking, he slowly said, how about this? After you help me kill 3 masters of the laws, I'll apologize to you. I'll apologize in front of all the heavens and say that I shouldn't have humiliated you. Do you have any face? I'm the one who opened up the heavens. The martial monarch was stunned. This, it seemed, it wasn't impossible. Apologize to me in front of all the heavens. Emperor Wu sank into deep thought. Sky splitter. He suddenly thought of something and sneered, you want to kill me while I'm killing the 3rd master of the laws. That way, you won't need to apologize to me, right? What a sinister Su, he could do it. Su was stunned. Holy shit, you've got a brain, the point is. I didn't think that way. What did you think? What was the point? Not to mention that apologizing would cost you a lot of flesh, but even if you did, so what? And even if I really did apologize. Wouldn't you be embarrassed to accept it? I apologize? I shouldn't have humiliated you? I shouldn't have humiliated you. I shouldn't have said that someone planted flowers on your ass. I shouldn't have said that you were hung upside down and buried underground for hundreds of thousands of years. I shouldn't have said you're brainless. I shouldn't have said you're trash. This was probably the content of his apology, right? But I think I've humiliated you in these matters before. I apologize, so that's all I can say. Su thought to himself. As for killing a martial emperor while killing the 3rd master of the laws, Su hadn't thought about it yet. When the martial emperor should be thinking, he was thinking a lot. Su smiled. Emperor, how could I? If you really can kill 3 masters of the laws, I'll just apologize. How could I, Su, turn my back on you? Emperor Wu sneered, you're exactly that kind of person. Su cursed inwardly. You're the one. Your whole family is. I've always been an honest and reliable young man, Emperor Wu sneered, that's exactly what you think, isn't it? Su, you're incomparably sinister. To achieve your goals, all that talk about honor and integrity is bullshit. Su felt helpless, these words. How could he not feel helpless? In your eyes, Emperor Wu, am I that kind of person? Nonsense, Su swore, I swear, if I kill you while you're killing the 3rd master of the laws, I'll be like you, planted flowers on your ass. Emperor Wu's face was ashen. Su had once again humiliated him, incomparable humiliation, right in front of him, time and time again. Bastard, bastard, die a horrible death. At this moment, the martial emperor was enraged to the max. This B***starred wasn't even human. The martial monarch's aura fluctuated as he said coldly, Su, you want to cooperate, but you don't have the slightest bit of sincerity. Su smiled and said, no sincerity? How could this be? If you really had no sincerity, I would have killed you long ago. Why would I waste words with you? You think I can't kill you? Not to mention the fact that you are currently sealed, even if you are unsealed, I can still kill you. The sacred transformation seal was left behind by Qingwen to deal with you. I didn't even use it to deal with you. Instead, I used it against those dead spirits. Su smiled. Furthermore, at this moment, I have over a dozen heavenly venerables under my command, many heavenly monarchs, and over 100 Dao integration stage cultivators. To put it bluntly, I can't bear to see my people fall. Otherwise, even if you were unsealed, I would still kill you. More than 10 Empyreans? The martial monarch was taken aback. How was that possible? Su smiled and said, you don't believe me? If you don't believe me, dare to bet? As he spoke, he shrugged and said with a smile, forget it, you'll go back on your word too. The martial monarch said coldly, that's you. This emperor has always been a man of his word, a man of his word. Suyu smiled. That's F***king nonsense. You're really forgetful. You forgot that you killed the Eastern Heavenly King back then. You said you would impart the Heavenly Cycle method to me. What happened in the end? You only told me a portion of the acupoint circulation method. Did you forget it yourself? The martial monarch was taken aback. Very soon, he said in a low voice, then you learned it too. Suyu smiled and said, that was deduced by me. Let me ask you, did you tell me the entire cultivation method? The martial monarch wanted to speak but hesitated. He really wanted to say that he actually didn't plan to go back on his word. Last time, he told Suyu almost all the acupoint circulation methods. But some cultivation methods couldn't be said in full. Moreover, he and Suyu weren't that familiar last time. In his eyes, Suyu was just a little bug. Wasn't it very normal to go back on one's word with a little bug, who would take an ant's words seriously, but now, Suyu had a handle on him. For a moment, the martial monarch didn't know what to say. That's right, it seems like. I'm a bit better at going back on my word than Suyu. At this moment, the martial monarch didn't say a word. But Suyu smiled and said, forget it, a great man doesn't stoop to petty offenses. Martial monarch, since that's the case, just directly say whether you agree or not. What's with all this nonsense? I even swore a poison oath. If that's the case and you still think it's inappropriate, then forget it. The martial monarch frowned. Then who is the master of the laws you want to kill? I can't say. If you want me to kill Hell King, I'll kill him. If you want me to kill the progenitor of slaughter, I'll kill him too. They're all masters of the laws. He wasn't completely stupid. He believed whatever Suyu said. The three masters of the laws were far too different. Who knew who they would kill? Suyu laughed. How about this? The three masters of the laws I'm talking about definitely aren't famous figures. Even if they were famous, I wouldn't let you kill them. Isn't that just throwing your life away? Throwing your life away is actually a bit of an insult to me, Suyu. The martial monarch calculated for a moment, then quickly said, how about this? I want to choose and weigh the three masters of the laws myself. Suyu smiled and said, choose for yourself? How about you choose me? Isn't that just nonsense? The martial monarch was silent for a moment. Then I have a chance to refuse. Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. How about this, you can refuse 3 times. For example, if I tell you to kill King Wen and you refuse, that's no problem. But you can't refuse again and again. Otherwise, it'll be meaningless. If you refuse all the time, won't you be finished? Suyu laughed. How about this? For you and for me, we'll set a deadline. For example, before the human emperor and the others return, before the heavenly gates open, you have to fulfill your promise to the three masters of the laws. If that's the case, before the powerhouses return, are there any masters of the laws you don't dare to kill? That was true. The martial monarch felt a bit more at ease. Setting a deadline didn't seem like a bad idea. He had to complete it before the human emperor and the others returned. As he thought of this, he said, then about helping me increase my strength. Suyu laughed. Do you believe me? Believe me? In the past, he would of course say no and scram, but now, he was a bit convinced. That idiot Taishan had managed to cultivate to such a level. That was because, as Suyu had said, Taishan was surrounded by smart people. Smart people could increase their strength very quickly, but Suyu's side lacked such smart people. Suyu was one of them. It was one thing for this guy to increase his strength quickly, but so did the people under him. As he thought of this, the martial monarch said in a low voice, I believe you. So, I have one more request. At the very least, you have to help me reach Taishan's level. Reach the level of a 4 extremities human king. Suyu fell into deep thought. The martial monarch sneered. You can't do it? Suyu was helpless. It's not that I can't do it, but I don't know how strong a 4 extremities human king is. Also, if you don't listen and don't believe me, even if I give you an opportunity to increase your strength, you won't be able to grasp it. This is a two-way street. I can't force you to increase your strength, right? The martial monarch thought about it and agreed. He nodded. If it's beneficial to me and can really help me increase my strength, then I can listen to you. Isn't it over now? Suyu revealed a bright smile. The martial monarch was so easy to trick. No, he was so obedient. No, this was called a wise man submits to circumstances. Yes, that was the logic. Suyu smiled and said, then it's settled. Martial monarch, you don't have any objections, right? The martial monarch kept feeling that something was wrong. But, he was not sure what was wrong. He knew that a scholar like Suyu was the most sinister. For a moment, he started to hesitate again. Suyu said coolly, you're always so hesitant. It's fine if Wufu doesn't have a brain, but if he's not decisive when doing things, then he's completely hopeless. Since Wufu is reckless, then he'll be reckless to the end. You don't want to use your brain either. At the critical moment, you still have to hesitate a bit. A person like you is destined to not achieve great things. The martial monarch's face was gloomy. Suyu said coolly, isn't that so? Think about it, what can you think of? If I were you, who cares about him, unseal me first. As for the future, we'll talk about it in the future. Now, I can kill you, and even your little life is in danger. You're actually still thinking whether or not I've been schemed against. A person like you, can you do great things? The martial monarch's expression changed again, and he said coldly, I just don't want to be your fighter. Suyu shrugged his shoulders, the truth is like this. Of course, this is a deal. I use the conditions I pay to exchange for you to be my fighter. If you feel that there are others who offer such conditions, you can give it a try too. Go find others to cooperate with. Also, martial monarch, if you don't cooperate with me, you really might not have the chance to break the seal. It's not that I want to kill you, but there's someone who doesn't want to see you break the seal. The martial monarch frowned and said, you're talking about 100 battles? How would I know? Suyu smiled and said, you go guess yourself. Don't you like to overthink? The martial monarch was choked to death by him. F***CKU, talking to a scholar was troublesome. Incessantly mocking people, annoying. Then, when will you help me break the seal? The martial monarch no longer thought about it. Maybe Suyu was right. He would break the seal first and talk about the rest later. Suyu smiled and said, whenever you want. Of course, if you want to break the seal, you have to wait for the laws of the myriad worlds to dissipate. I still have to make some preparations, such as unsealing the passageway first, and then dispersing the power of the laws. Anyway, it's going to happen very soon. This time, the martial monarch didn't remain silent and quickly said, I want to unseal it immediately. Are you sure? After unsealing, will you fall out with me? No. This time, the martial monarch's answer was straightforward. Of course, whether or not he would. Who cares? Suyu laughed, maybe you will fall out with me, but it doesn't matter. If you do, I will find a chance to kill you. This period is still very simple. After all, you're a little stupid, so it's a little easier to scheme against you. F***CK your ancestors, the martial monarch couldn't help but want to curse. What do you mean? Who are you looking down on? What do you mean it's a little easier to scheme against me? Suyu, your ancestor, the martial monarch secretly gritted his teeth. Don't let me unseal it. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Cooperation is not out of the question. But do I have to cooperate just because you say so? I have to think about it. It's best to compare the goods. Speaking of which, is there anyone more shameless, and more sinister than Suyu in this world? Suyu schemed all day long. To be honest, the martial monarch had seen him scheme a few times. For example, the Eastern Heavenly King who was killed by him. At that time, Suyu hadn't even reached the Dao integration stage. For example, the Marquis of Blood Dragon and the others who were killed by him, as well as the Lord of the Undead. As the martial monarch, he could be considered an experienced senior who had witnessed Suyu scheme against a group of people to death. Suyu seemed to know what he was thinking, and he said with a smile, Martial monarch, how about this? If you unseal it, I'll give it to you for free. After you're unsealed, you can go to the human realm to chat with Bai Zhan and ask him if he can help you fend off the human emperor and King Wen. Or, you can go to the Wan clan or the Hell King's bloodline. What do you think? The martial monarch was suspicious. What? What do you mean? Isn't that what you're thinking? Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'm just giving you a bit of advice. However, I suggest you be careful because these people might want to kill you. The martial monarch looked at him suspiciously. This grandson of his, Suyu, actually knew what he was thinking and even suggested that he go find someone else. A scheme, that must be it. He looked at Suyu and said something that didn't match his heart. I'm not that kind of person. I won't go find someone else. Suyu sneered. He didn't seem to mind. To put it bluntly, he knew Baijan and the others' personalities even though he hadn't interacted with them before. A master of the laws who came knocking on his door, did he dare to believe it? It was a good thing that he didn't guard against them. If he could kill them, he'd kill them. If he couldn't, it would be best if he stayed far away from the martial monarch. Yu Qing and the others had the gates of hell behind them, so they wouldn't let the martial monarch join them. After all, Yu Luo and the others had just betrayed them. As for Baijan, at most he would exchange a few pleasantries and the martial monarch would scram. An outsider master of the laws who wasn't under his control was actually very difficult to deal with. As for Wan, forget it, the martial monarch himself wouldn't go. Wufu didn't even look up to Wan. Well, that was the truth. As for the martial monarch himself, he didn't see through all of this. Or perhaps it could be said that he didn't understand Baijan and the others well enough. So you didn't say much. After you come out, we can talk about whether or not you want to cooperate with me. But if you don't want to cooperate with me, to put it bluntly, the current situation doesn't allow any idle top-tier powerhouses to watch the show. Everyone will join forces to kill you first. You're an uncertain factor. Whether you believe it or not, you'll understand sooner or later. Your only choice is to choose a side, or to pull together a force of your own. The prerequisite is that you have the ability to pull people over to your side. The martial monarch fell silent. Who would I pull over? I'm strong, but I've been sealed for countless years. Where would I go to pull people over? Then I'll go look for one and ask for the counselor token. First, I'll unseal the channel, then dispel the rule force of the myriad worlds. Do you still need my help to break the seal? The martial monarch became more and more worried. This was what it meant to be unaccountably solicitous. Just like that, he directly helped him unseal, and even promised to let him go out and ask as he pleased, look around, and find anyone to cooperate with. To be honest, even he was afraid. If I go out and find someone else, will you bring people to kill me on the way? That's possible. Then should I go or not? Also, would Suyu do anything to unseal me? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. I'm a dignified martial monarch, do I need to be afraid of Suyu? Suyu. The martial monarch gritted his teeth. I don't need your help. You just need to dispel the rule force of the myriad worlds. Suyu shrugged. Fine. You and Venerable Death Spirit can unseal me together. Afraid, the martial monarch instantly thought of something and gritted his teeth. You want him to restrain me? Suyu laughed. Nonsense. He can't even leave the dead soul realm to restrain your ancestor. I have to be careful of him trying to kill me. Of course, he's smarter than you. He probably won't do that. Suyu. The martial monarch was furious. You've humiliated this emperor again and again. Aren't you afraid that this emperor will come out and fight you to the death? Am I as ruthless as King Wu? King Wu isn't even dead. You have the nerve to fight me to the death? He was stunned, the martial monarch was stunned. That's right. Suyu was just joking. Taishan had really humiliated him and made him a synonym for shame. Taishan wasn't dead. How could he die with Suyu? Thinking of this, he suddenly became dispirited. Fine. Then help me unseal me. I won't cause trouble for you. Taishan was still alive. Suyu smiled and said, all right, then I'll go and work right now. I'm taking a great risk. I'm going to find the myriad races. More than 10 Empyreans of the myriad races all want to kill me. It's not easy to gather more than 90 counselor tokens. I've worried myself to death for you. The martial monarch was silent. F*CKU. I don't believe it, alright, it still feels quite difficult. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Alright. I'll leave first. Suyu broke through the air. Soon, he arrived at the sealed area again. As for the martial monarch, he watched him run off to talk to the Death Spirit Emperor. For a moment, he was worried. What did Suyu say to the Death Spirit Emperor? He waited for Suyu to run away. The martial monarch's voice shook heaven and earth. That stinky guy, what did Suyu say to you? At this moment, there were no experts here. Suyu wasn't here, so he could roar a few words and talk to the venerable Dead Spirit Sovereign. The Death Spirit Sovereign's voice resounded, nothing much. Who are you trying to fool? The martial monarch cursed. You stinky bug, the Death Spirit Emperor said indifferently, it's better to keep your mouth clean. I was born in the early primordial era. I'm the same generation as the human ancestor. You might be my descendant for who knows how many generations. I don't know who will suffer if I curse your ancestor. The martial monarch was taken aback. The Death Spirit Emperor's voice was indifferent. You're just a human in the late primordial era. In terms of experience, you're far inferior to me. If I'm a stinky bug and you're my grandson's grandson. What are you? The martial monarch was startled again. It couldn't be, right? Don't you have any ancestors? The Death Spirit Emperor said indifferently, can you guarantee that your ancestors have nothing to do with me? This was hard to say. You're a human? The martial monarch thought of something and said in surprise, you were a human when you were alive? Why not? The martial monarch didn't know what to say. Sometimes it was very strange. Don't tell me you're really my ancestor, he didn't curse this time. He said with some uncertainty, you're from the same generation as the human ancestor? How is that possible? Why is it impossible? I've been here since the birth of the Dead Soul domain. Strictly speaking, I'm from the same generation as the Lord of Dead Souls. Is there a problem? There didn't seem to be a problem. The martial monarch was a little annoyed. Then, what did Suyu say to you? This person is extremely treacherous. He might want you to restrain me. I'm warning you, don't force me to shatter your dead soul body. The Death Spirit Emperor smiled contemptuously. Do you think that he would be afraid of you attacking him if he dared to let you go? The martial monarch? You're famous, but your brain isn't very good. Since he dared to let you go, even if you rebel, it's within his calculations. Why would he need me to restrain you? The martial monarch was completely speechless for a moment. He couldn't find anyone to talk to, so he continued to chat with the Death Spirit Emperor. What about you? You're not going to resist? The Death Spirit Emperor smiled faintly. Why should I resist? I'm just a dead soul. He said that he's willing to confer me the title of Dead Soul King. I can openly unify the Dead Soul domain. Why not? Was that so? The martial monarch's thoughts flashed. He'll kill you sooner or later. Why? You're not obedient, then I'll be fine if I'm obedient? You. Mother asterisk cur, the martial monarch scolded. Did he have any shame? You're obedient when I tell you to be obedient. Are you a dog? You deserve to be beaten to death. It's better than you living a life worse than death. You're courting death. The martial monarch was furious. I'll beat you to death as soon as I come out. If I become the Dead Spirit King and you beat me to death, I'm afraid you'll die too. Are you sure? The martial monarch was going crazy. A smelly dead soul actually dared to mock and despise him. I'll beat this bastard to death as soon as I get out. You're just basking in my light and can be unsealed. Do you know that? The martial monarch wanted to find a sense of superiority. The Death Spirit Emperor said indifferently, last time, I was promised that I could be unsealed at any time. You're basking in my light. Do you understand? The martial monarch was speechless. I don't believe it. Anyway, the current him was very vexed, very irritated, very annoyed. He couldn't even win a quarrel with a dead soul, so annoying. The Death Spirit Emperor laughed. Do you still remember your ancestor's name? What's your surname? Maybe, you're really my descendant? The martial monarch's face stiffened. CKU, you're more like my descendant. He didn't really want to reply. If they really had the same surname. Forget it. He didn't even dare to think about it. It was too scary. If this old bastard was his ancestor, he might as well beat himself to death. The martial monarch left resentfully. He entered the passage and instantly sealed it. He didn't want to chat with this old bastard anymore. The mood to chat was gone. Suyu chuckled as he left the realm of the dead souls. He heard it, this idiot, the martial monarch, had suffered a setback on his side. He wanted to find the Death Spirit Emperor to get back at him, but in the end, he had suffered a setback. After listening to Wu Fu's quarrel, Suyu left with a smile. The martial monarch. He could almost take it down. This guy wouldn't mind too much about the name of cooperation. Unseal the martial monarch and the Death Spirit Emperor, break through the barrier between the upper and lower realms, open up the myriad worlds, and let Yuqing and Baijian face each other. Good thing, in any case, the martial monarch and the Death Spirit Emperor would break out of the seal sooner or later, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to sell them a favor. One thought after another appeared in Suyu's mind. As for what if the martial monarch came out to cause trouble for him? He would just kill him. Of course, if he really fought with him, the losses would probably not be small. There was no need to fight him head-on. This time, Suyu did not return to his own world. He headed straight for the Chaotic Mountain. At the same time, he would investigate the information of the Sin clan and see if the dragon beast had appeared. Chaotic Mountain. The aura was extremely chaotic. So many people had died just now, and it still hadn't calmed down. The aura was turbulent, and if an ordinary cultivator entered, their bodies would probably explode immediately. And in the Hell King's kingdom. At this moment, the aura of Yuqing and Yuzhan was constantly erupting, intimidating all directions. They were also worried that Suyu and the others would come back and attack, and in the void, a door was faintly discernible. The dragon beast hadn't come out yet, but it would soon. With Yuqing and Yuzhan receiving it together, and the power of the rules of the dead heavenly venerables being absorbed, it would only be a matter of time before the dragon beast came out. Suyu observed for a moment, but he didn't approach. Soon, he flew towards the human mountain. In front of the gates of hell. The previously bustling crowd of experts had long since emptied the place. After this battle, only Yuzhan was left of the Hell King bloodline's heavenly venerables. Most of the heavenly kings were also dead. Not counting, there was still one alive, and that was Yushi, who was also Yuzhan's direct descendant. Less than 1 in 10 Dao integration cultivators survived. The remaining 7 or 8 Dao integration cultivators were lucky enough to escape. This was the previously incomparably powerful holy race. Fortunately, there was Yuqing. At this moment, Yuqing's expression was cold. She seemed to sense Suyu's aura. Suyu was secretly spying on them. She said with a cold expression, "Suyu is nearby." Yuzhan's expression was also very unsightly. He said in a low voice, "He still wants to attack?" That was Yuqing's guess. However, it was hard to say. She said solemnly, "Ignore him. If we don't go out now, he won't dare to come here. Once he causes casualties here, the dragon beast will soon come out." Behind the door, the dragon beast was also struggling. It roared, "If he dares to come, I'll be the first to eat him." Yuqing didn't say anything. She looked at Yuzhan again. Why did Yu Luo and Yu Xiao side with Baijian? How would Yuzhan know? If he knew, this wouldn't have happened. Yuzhan hesitated for a moment. Maybe Yu Luo and Baijian are in cahoots. Nonsense, Yuqing cursed inwardly. She quickly said, "Let's not talk about this. When can you truly overcome this obstacle?" Yuzhan couldn't be considered a true master of the laws. Yuzhan frowned. The human emperor sealed the river of time, and the primal chaos has long been sealed. No matter which path I take, it'll be very difficult to truly break through. Unless I go behind the door and break through, then find an opportunity to come out. Behind the door? Yuqing frowned. She said hesitantly, "You really can't break through here?" Yuzhan nodded. "Just look at Chaos Dragon. If possible, he and the 8-winged tiger wouldn't betray you and seek the will of primal chaos in you. In fact, the primal chaos is already behind the door. Outside, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to break through." Yuzhan sighed. I originally thought the primal chaos path wouldn't be restricted, but it's still restricted. If I had known. There seemed to be no other way, no matter which path he took, the result would be the same. The primal chaos had been sealed. This was actually different from what Suyu had expected. If the primal chaos path could truly become a master of the laws, Yu Zhan would have broken through long ago. Chaos Dragon had as well. In fact, both of them could be considered true masters of the laws in terms of strength and realm. However, they were just one level apart. He was unable to cross it. He suddenly looked at Yu Qing. Yu Qing's expression changed slightly as he transmitted his voice. No. You want to start a war with the ancient primal chaos race? The eight-winged tiger and the chaos dragon can have designs on the will of primal chaos, but you can't. Don't even think about it. She immediately understood Yu Zhan's intentions. He also wanted to devour the will of primal chaos. Yu Zhan was also a Tao of primal chaos. Yu Zhan said telepathically, "Senior sister, we can use the excuse that it was robbed, idiot. Who would believe that you were robbed of your breakthrough? Besides, Palong will come out soon. Do you want to offend him? The will of primal chaos is formed by the powerful existences behind the door." Useless. Yu Zhan was a little gloomy. The eight-winged tiger and chaotic dragon are uncontrollable. In fact, these things are useless. Since it's trash, I might as well make use of it. Help me break through. Once I break through and the roving dragon comes out, we three masters of the laws won't have to fear anyone. Trash. Previously, the will of chaos was there to control the ancient beasts, but what about now? Wasn't it useless? I might as well use it. Yu Qing frowned and shouted, "What do you know? This is actually a guide. The will of primal chaos is also a set of coordinates. Otherwise, why do you think those ancient beasts were placed on me? The reason the roving dragon can come out is also related to this item. If it's really lost, it'll be very difficult for the roving dragon to find the right way and pass through the gates of hell. As for controlling the ancient beasts, that was just a side effect." Yu Zhan was startled. So that was how it was. Then this item really couldn't be used lightly. But he was unwilling. He also wanted to break through. If this item wasn't given to him, then he could only go behind the door to break through, or wait for the gates of hell to open and primal chaos to break through. The gates of hell sealed away the primal chaos. It also sealed away the possibility of primal chaos achieving Tao in the future. Yu Zhan didn't know what to think. He found it hard to accept that the formerly powerful sacred ones had suddenly declined. He wanted to break through. Yu Qing also fell silent. If possible, she also wanted to give this item to Yu Zhan, but that was impossible. Otherwise, she would fall out with the powerful existence behind the door. She quickly transmitted, "Don't worry. The Holy Lord has already entered the depths of the primal chaos. Perhaps he'll soon be able to completely open the door and release the primal chaos era. When that time comes, everything will be simple." "The Holy Lord is opening the door?" "Yes." Seeing that he didn't mention it anymore, Yu Qing quickly said, "The Holy Lord has already reached an agreement with the powerful existence in the primal chaos. The Holy Lord will help them completely break open the gates of hell. And these experts in the primal chaos will also temporarily respect our sacred ones." Alright, Yu Zhan didn't think about it this time. He couldn't help but feel excited and transmitted, "Then can the other senior brothers and sisters come out? They are cooperating with the Holy Lord. When the Holy Lord comes out, this world will still belong to our sacred ones." Yu Zhan nodded, full of anticipation. They were full of anticipation, but Tiangu's group didn't look too good. Suyu was here again. At this moment, outside the mountain of people, Suyu smiled brightly. The moment he saw them, he went straight to the point. "Give me the representative token. I have a use for it. Open the passage to the upper and lower realms and let Baizhan and Yu Qing face each other." Tiangu frowned slightly. "Completely open the passage to the upper and lower realms?" "Yes." Suyu smiled and said, "Why, can't I?" Tiangu said solemnly, "Then what if Baizhan and the other party join forces? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome?" Suyu said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? Then I will join forces with you, how about it?" Tiangu was silent. "You join forces with Baizhan and the others and destroy us together. None of you are good people." But, if he didn't give it, would Suyu have no other way? this guy clearly had other ways to enter and exit the upper and lower realms. Yu Luo and the others fled into the depths of the primal chaos. Perhaps there was a way to contact the outside world. Thinking of this, Tiangu sighed, I can give it to you. Tactful. Suyu said with a smile, don't frown, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Before you are eaten by Bean Bun and the others, can I let you die? Wouldn't that be letting down Fate Emperor's prophecy? Tiangu's expression changed. Suyu said with a smile, what are you looking at me for? You and Bean Bun have a grudge. Or should I say, you and Bean Bun don't know about a grudge. Eating you is almost an obsession. Bean Bun is actually a manifestation of the laws, and he was also a master of the laws when he was alive. Could it be that you and Bean Bun really have a grudge? Tiangu frowned slightly, looked at Suyu, and said solemnly, he is the one who has been pestering me. What grudge did he have with Bean Bun? But then again, since ancient times, Bean Bun had been obsessed with eating him. That was strange, Tiangu thought to himself, and soon, he said solemnly, let's talk about this later. We can give you the council token, but Sovereign Yu, please teach me how to break the seal. Suyu said with a smile, you are really obsessed. Break the seal, soon. Don't worry, everyone wants to break the seal, just wait. Tiangu looked at him deeply and shouted, take out all the council tokens. After saying that, he said, some of them are with the devils, yes, I got most of them. There are still a few that should be with Celestial Venerable Mo. Suyu said with a smile, don't worry, I will get them. He is now with the devils, so he has nowhere to hide in the upper bound. Soon, he will have to go to the sinner's side. I will get them. If he doesn't, he will die. Tiangu had nothing to say. From the lower bound, Suyu was really domineering. Sometimes, he really envied Suyu. Soon, about 30 council tokens were in Suyu's hands. After Suyu obtained the items, he quickly said, Marquis Skysplitting, are we leaving? On the mountain, Marquis Skysplitting was stunned. Suyu said with a smile, your Dao companion asked me to take you away. Are you leaving? If I leave, I will take you with me. And the Gu race, they are too weak. If you don't leave, you will die. Forget about the fated race. Tianming, protect yourself. This time, Wan's face turned green. What was this? He was going to take them away. Tiangu took a deep breath and said solemnly, let them go. If you want to leave, do it early. It was good that they left. Wan would be cleaner, it would be best if Tianming and Lei Bao left with their people as well. On the mountain, Marquis Skysplitting didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly flew out with a group of ancient space beasts. Just like that, how simple. In the distance, some people from the Gu race looked at the only Dao integration cultivator. Should they leave? The Dao integration cultivator hesitated. There is news from the lower bound. Our race. Emperor Yan? Suyu said with a smile, he was killed by me? Why would you kill him? Emperor Yan is living a good life now. Are you leaving? If not, then I'm leaving. The expert from the Gue tribe hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and roaring, my people, retreat. Leave, the mountain of Wan was about to collapse. If they didn't leave now, when would they leave? A moment later, Suyu quickly left with the experts of the two races. On the mountain, Tianming said awkwardly, he did it on purpose. I had nothing to do with him. The people of Tiangu didn't want to talk anymore. Did he really think they were blind? Tiangu, on the other hand, was thinking, what was Suyu planning to do this time? Unseal the upper bound? Unseal the martial emperor? He murmured as many thoughts rose in his mind. Soon, he thought of what Suyu had said before. Did he really have a grudge against Bean Bun? Bean Bun's obsession to eat him had been going on for many years. Sometimes, things were just so strange. Bean Bun had always wanted to eat him, and it had been going on since ancient times. Perhaps there really was something he didn't know. Tiangu became more and more depressed, perhaps he really would have to do it in the future. Was he destined to die in Bean Bun's mouth? This wasn't the result he wanted to see. He didn't think about it anymore and said as he walked, once the lower bound is opened, Lei Bao, take them away. Lei Bao's expression changed slightly as he said awkwardly, fellow Tiangu, your words, if you don't want to go, then stay. Tiangu was incomparably calm, one still has the power to fight. Does Brother Lei Bao really think that we can't destroy the giant race? Lei Bao was speechless. After a while, he said, Tianming. Tianming Marquis glanced at him indifferently. Why do you care about me? If I want to leave, I'll leave. If I don't, then Tiangu can't do anything. Tiangu was obviously more afraid of Suyu. He couldn't even see that. What an idiot. Lower realm. The human realm. When Yu Luo and Yu Xiao arrived, Baijian was looking at the sky. Seeing Yu Luo and Yu Xiao, some of the experts gathered in the hall frowned slightly, some remained calm, and some welcomed them with smiles. As the leader of Baijian's scholars, Evergreen saw that Baijian was still gazing at the sky. He hurriedly smiled and said, Yu Luo and Yu Xiao are here. His Majesty sensed the fluctuations of the River of Time and has been observing the River of Time. It must have been hard on the two of you to come from afar. Evergreen's smile was brilliant. At the side, Wu Ji's lips twitched. He didn't care, nor did he look at the two of them. Someone from the Hell King's bloodline, although he had pledged his allegiance to Baijian, Wu Ji still looked down on this kind of person. First, it was the Hell King who betrayed the human race, and then it was Yu Luo and the others who betrayed the Hell King. Who knew how they would betray the human race in the future? Yu Luo didn't care about them. She nodded at Evergreen and looked at Baijian. Baijian continued to look at the sky. After a while, he lowered his head and said softly, Did Ji send you back? Yes. Yu Luo nodded slightly. Baijian said softly, The Hell King lineage has been defeated? I've lost. Yu Luo quickly replied, Aside from the moon battles, all of the heavenly venerables have perished, and almost all of the quasi-kings have perished. Less than 1 in 10 Dao integration stage cultivators have survived. Defeated. Baijian sighed with emotion. In the hall, everyone's expression changed slightly. They had actually sensed the fluctuations in the River of Time, but they did not expect the changes in the upper realm to be so great. Yu Luo continued, On the side of the devils, Mo Tian and Marquis Ziyun died in battle. Celestial Venerable Mo brought the remnants of the devil army and hid somewhere. Everyone's expression changed again. Baijian sighed softly, Suyu? It's him. What are the losses of Wan and Suyu? Everyone listened attentively. Yu Luo was silent for a while, but she still opened her mouth and said, On Suyu's side, no one died. Xue Lan and the giant bamboo exploded their great Daos, and Tong Tian advanced to the Celestial Venerable realm. On the Wan side, Celestial Venerable Yu's corporeal body exploded, Celestial Venerable Long, Celestial Venerable Huang, and Origin Saint are injured, and the God Emperor Consort hasn't used her full strength. We can still fight. Impossible. It can't be? There was a heated discussion in the hall. Yu Luo knew that this would only boost the morale of others and diminish their own. However, in order to let Baijian understand the situation better, she quickly added, That's not all. In truth, Yuqing has also participated in this battle, but, even if she comes out, she won't be able to turn the situation around. In the end, he had no choice but to lure the dragon beast out of the gates of hell to intimidate everyone. Tiangu sensed that Wan's foundation wasn't strong enough and chose to retreat. Only then did Suyu leave with his men. Yuqing? 100 Battles whispered, You've reached the level of a true master of the laws, haven't you? Yes. Yu Luo nodded and said in a deep voice, Yu Xiao and I were prepared to continue hiding, but Suyu made us fight Lei Bao and the 8-winged tiger. He convinced Yuqing that the battle between the 4 heavenly venerables would only end if 2 of them died. In order to preserve our strength, Yu Xiao and I chose to flee. Sigh. Baijian sighed softly and quickly shook his head. Suyu, in the great hall, everyone's expressions changed. Some paled, while others calmly said, It's a good thing. The meat is rotting in the pot, and Suyu led his men to kill the Hell King's faction. To us, it's a victory for the humans. As soon as this was said, many people looked at the speaker. Someone frowned. In the crowd, Longbroad Venerable said in a low voice, Blood Shadow, whose side are you on? Blood Shadow replied calmly, I'm on the human's side. Suyu is the 10th human lord. He led his men to kill the rebels and suppress Wan. Isn't that a good thing? Longbroad Venerable said angrily, He knows that Yu Luo and Lei Bao are our people. Blood Shadow, he's deliberately targeting us. Do you really not understand? Blood Shadow was silent. He understood, Suyu was indeed targeting Baijian's faction. Everyone understood this. However, Suyu killed the rebels and caused them to collapse. It was to everyone's satisfaction. 6,000 years ago, in order to avoid fighting with Wan and the Hell King's faction, Baijian suffered heavy losses and chose to avoid war. At that time, some were indignant, but they all knew that the situation could not be reversed. Moreover, the losses were too heavy and did not meet expectations. But now, Suyu effortlessly killed powerful enemies and many heavenly venerables. Was it not worth being happy about? Following Baijian also had faith. The humans were faith. Whether it was the human ancestor, the human emperor, Suyu, or Baijian, they were all humans. Unlike the Hell King and the other rebels, they had never betrayed the humans, right? Blood Shadow thought to himself and ignored Long-Browed Venerable's question. Perhaps, yes, to some people, Suyu targeting Baijian's faction was too obvious. At this time, there was a lot of controversy. Below, Marquis Jianghai said in a low voice, Your Majesty, Suyu did it on purpose. After this battle, the strength of Suyu's side will increase again. Just as he said this, Yu Luo said softly, There are many heavenly venerables on Suyu's side. March, Giant Axe, Fat Ball, Tong Tian, and even Tian Ming should have all submitted to Suyu. He himself also has the combat power of a top-notch heavenly venerable. Previously, he joined forces with Lei Bao and marched to kill Yu Hao in an instant. Lei Bao? Long-Browed Venerable said faintly, Lei Bao also joined forces with Suyu? What does he mean? Someone looked at Long-Browed and raised an eyebrow. What was Long-Browed trying to do? Lei Bao was the giant tribe's leader. Of course, the upper realm's leader, the giant king, was in the lower realm. Joining forces should also be necessary, right? Baijian waved his hand slightly and interrupted Long-Browed. He did not continue the topic and said softly, I'm afraid it's not just that. This may not be his full strength. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that on Baijian's side, including Yu Luo, Yu Xiao, and Lei Bao, there were only 8 heavenly venerables. Of course, with Baijian and Zhou Ji, there were more powerhouses. But how long had Suyu been accumulating his strength? Baijian looked at the sky as if he were looking at the river of time. After a while, he continued, a few days ago, that woman appeared, claiming to be a member of the human emperor's family. She should be from the dead soul's realm. There's also some unrest there. He had to pay attention to Suyu's side. In the war in the upper realms, Suyu had led people to defeat the Hell King's faction. This was something he had not expected. Not only had he not lost a single person, but some powerhouses had even become heavenly venerables. So now, on the Hell King's side, there are only the 2 masters of the law, Yu Zhan and Skyscraper? Yes. Yu Luo nodded. Wan's losses are not small either. Although there are no heavenly venerables who died, from what you said, there are also many injured heavenly venerables. Yes. As for you, because of Suyu, your identities have been exposed. Yu Luo nodded again. That's not all. In the middle of the war, he called out Zhou Ji's name, saying that he had become a master of the law and was hiding in the depths of the primal chaos. Wan and Yu Qing heard this. No matter what, there are still some suspicions. Ai. Baijian sighed. He quickly smiled and said, Suyu is a true hero. Your Majesty. Scholar Evergreen quickly said, Your Majesty, no matter how meticulous Suyu's plans are, his strength has not yet reached a certain level. Now that the masters of the law have appeared, Suyu cannot defy the heavens. Scholar Evergreen interrupted Baijian's sigh. This was not the time to sigh about how strong Suyu was. He could not boost Suyu's morale any further. If this continued, some people's hearts would waver. Baijian smiled, not caring too much. At this time, he stood up and looked at the crowd. I am still happy that Suyu won a great victory in the upper realms. As for Yu Luo and Yu Xiao being exposed, I can only say that each has their own ideals and thoughts. I do not know what Suyu is thinking. In my heart, I have no plans to do anything to Suyu, including this human boundary. If he wants it, I can give it to him. Whether it is the human ancestor or the human sovereign, they are all humans. Baijian's voice gradually grew louder. However, I fear that Suyu does not know my heart. I have no intention of harming him, but he wants to kill me. These words were half true and half false. Baijian was, after all, a hero of a generation. At this time, he did not belittle Suyu. Instead, he said in a low voice, I am the human ancestor's direct disciple, and so are all of you. The human ancestor has endured hardships to lead humanity to glory. I did not betray the human sovereign, but he was no match for the masters of the law of Wan and our future enemies. Senior King Wen and the others have fallen into the Elysium and are entangled by powerful enemies. Even if they return, they will only bring disaster. The human ancestor has opened the great Tao of the flesh and split the heavens and earth. For the future of humanity, he is charged into the chaos alone and fought against the chaos masters. Only by bringing the human ancestor back can we have a chance of victory. Baijian said in a low voice, Suyu is thinking about destroying the current powerful enemies, but he does not know that the current powerful enemies are only the tip of the iceberg. Whether it is Wan's legacy or the Hell King's lineage, they are all just the tip of the iceberg. He is not wrong, but he is too shallow in his thinking. Baijian said in a clear voice, perhaps he thinks that humanity will win after the human ancestor returns. But is that possible? Baijian said loudly, impossible. Right now, killing in all directions is not of much use. Our ultimate goal is to bring the human ancestor back and once again lead humanity to glory. All the eras will converge, the chaos will open, and countless experts will descend upon the myriad worlds. Some people think that we are blocking Suyu's path and the human ancestor's path. No, we are not. Baijian shouted, the glory and strength of humanity does not depend on one person, but everyone's hard work. But His Majesty the human ancestor is clearly no match for everyone. Otherwise, there would not have been the danger of the primordial era. How can we hope that His Majesty the human ancestor will be able to stop all enemies after he returns? Everyone listened in silence. Baijian continued, the gates of hell have already split open, and Yuqing and the others have come out. This is also a chance to bring the human ancestor back in advance. Baijian said in a low voice, but, the Hell King bloodline cannot be destroyed. When these words were said, some people were shaken, while others remained silent. Clearly, they knew. Baijian said in a low voice, if they are destroyed, how can we continue to bring people out and expand the gates of hell? Right now, it can only accommodate a few masters of the laws, and we have to pay a great price. Back then, it wasn't that we couldn't fight or kill, but the Hell King bloodline could not be easily touched. Only they can bring back the experts inside, open the gates of hell ahead of time, and give the human ancestor the decisive opportunity. The human ancestor will return, go against the current, save the human ancestor and the others, kill the powerful enemies of the Wan, and defeat the Wan masters of the laws. This is our only hope. Baijian shouted, for this, we paid a great price. For this, we did not hesitate to bear infamy. Betrayal? That day, that woman said we betrayed. Perhaps our actions are not in line with the human ancestor's intentions, but in essence, we did it for humanity. Is the human ancestor more important, or is humanity more important? Everyone was silent, their expressions solemn. At this time, someone suddenly spoke up. It was Marquis Xianxia. Marquis Xianxia's expression was complicated. Your Majesty, do you mean that back then, we deliberately made the Hell King bloodline stronger? Baijian said in a low voice, not deliberately. First, the other side is not weak. If we go all out, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and the Wan realm might even take advantage of us. Second, only when their people are strong can we hope to bring back the masters of the laws, open the crack, and allow the human ancestor to return ahead of time. Third, I also made arrangements. Whether it is Yu Luo or Yu Xiao, they are both our trump cards. Marquis Xianxia was silent for a moment, his expression complicated and conflicted. In the end, he said, then. Bingku and the others, still died in battle. Baijian was silent. Marquis Xianxia lowered his head. They really died. If this old subject's guess is correct, Bingku and the others probably know of your Majesty's plan, but they don't agree with it, right? Before Baijian could speak, Evergreen frowned and said softly, Xianxia, this matter is different from what you think. In the past, His Majesty treated people with sincerity, and Bingku and the others also know of His Majesty's thoughts. But Bingku and the others wanted to first break the seal between one realm and the Hell King bloodline, then seek to break the seal and give birth to several Masters of the Laws. Then they could head upstream to rescue His Majesty. Evergreen said bitterly, Bingku's idea isn't wrong, but several more Masters of the Laws, can they really save His Majesty and the others? That's not necessarily true. Besides, we might not be the ones to win in the end. His Majesty discussed the pros and cons with Bingku and the others. It was Bingku and Piljade themselves who chose to fight to the death against one realm. His Majesty promised that even if they died in battle and the Sea of Will escaped, he would still save them. It was them. In the final moment, even the Sea of Will self-destructed. Evergreen sighed. I can understand their choice. They are His Majesty's hidden guards, and their hearts are all His Majesty's. But from the perspective of humanity as a whole, His Majesty's choice is a bit wiser, isn't it? Marquis Genon's expression became even more complicated. So, the fire relayers near extinction was actually their own choice? Yes. Marquis Genon said in a low voice, then, this old subject will ask again. Now, if Suyu's side has a different idea from Your Majesty and insists on killing Yu Qing and the others, temporarily sealing the Hell's Gate, and heading upstream to save the human emperor, then what will Your Majesty do? He raised his head and looked at Bai Zhan with a complicated expression, Your Majesty. Do I have to repeat the old story of passing the torch again? Will His Majesty stop Suyu and the others? Bai Zhan was silent for a moment before saying slowly, I'll get someone to discuss the pros and cons with Suyu. The Hell King lineage cannot be completely annihilated now. The appearance of the two Masters of the Laws had already caused a crack to appear in the door. As long as they kept pressuring the door, they'd be able to summon more Masters of the Laws and expand the crack. When the time is right, we can think of a way to bring the ancestor back. Marquis Genon said in a low voice, then, what if we can't receive him? Is the human ancestor definitely in the gates of hell? Bai Zhan nodded. Definitely. And he can definitely receive him. The Hell King is also inside. Can he come out to receive the human ancestor? If the Hell King comes out, what about the ancient primordial chaos experts? Genon continued to ask, can the human ancestor suppress them? Yes. Bai Zhan continued, you have to believe in the human ancestor's strength on this point. Genon was silent for a moment before saying, then, in other words, our hopes are all pinned on the human ancestor's strength? Is the source of this information reliable? Your Majesty, why don't you pin your hopes on yourself? Bai Zhan was silent for a moment before continuing, because, our enemies are more terrifying than you can imagine. They're all the strongest experts of their generation. I've lived for countless years. Even if I pin my hopes on myself, can I become a level 4 human king in 6,000 years? Can I become the next human emperor? I don't have too much hope. It's not that I'm giving up, but I understand that it'll be very difficult for me to catch up to them and become the next human emperor, the next king when. Was this the truth? Of course it was. Bai Zhan was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, did he have any hope of becoming the next level 4 human king, the next human emperor? Not necessarily, therefore, hope rested on the human ancestor. Marquis Genon's expression became even more complicated. So, what we pursue is that the human ancestor can do everything, can save everything. Your Majesty, that's what you mean, right? Yes. If Suyu ruins Your Majesty's plans, Your Majesty will also deal with him? Am I right? Bai Zhan was silent. Long Eyebrow scolded, Genon, are you questioning His Majesty? Do you think that even if Suyu produces a few Masters of the Laws, he can save humanity? Marquis Genon shook his head. I didn't say that, nor did I mean that. I just feel that, compared to Suyu and Your Majesty, Suyu, perhaps believes in himself more. His expression was incomparably complicated. He believes he can solve all crises by himself. He believes he can save others, and not be saved by others. He's different from Your Majesty, he's blindly confident. Was it really blind? Marquis Genon didn't know, he only knew that on Suyu's side, he'd once said that he would fight his way to the higher realms and make them search for their teeth all over the floor. He seemed to have done it, in less than a year, At this moment, the biggest difference between Suyu and Baijan was that Baijan placed his hopes on the human ancestor, while Suyu only placed his hopes on himself, who was better. Suyu's blind confidence, this immature brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, was likely to snort disdainfully at first thought. Do you think you're stronger than the human emperor? Do you think you can surpass the human ancestor? Or do you think you can become the human emperor in 3 years? No, 1 year. Who would believe that? But Marquis Xianxia knew that there were people who believed it. The people around Suyu all believed it. If they didn't, they wouldn't have pledged their lives to follow him. For example, on Baijan's side, there were also people who believed it. If they didn't, there wouldn't have been so many followers back then. In the past, Marquis Xianxia would have snorted disdainfully at Suyu's choice. A young man in his 20s really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know how strong the 4 extremities human kings are? Do you know how strong the human emperor is? But now, he didn't think so. He had only fought with Suyu once, when he saved Baijan. After that, everything was just hearsay and legend. But in the human realm, he understood everything about Suyu. He saw with his own eyes that the human realm powerhouses followed Suyu's retreat and Suyu's arrogant words. I'll be back very soon. It didn't even take 2 months. He'll be back soon. Marquis Xianxia had a premonition that Suyu would be back soon. With Suyu's personality, he would definitely clash with Baijan. Definitely, this was what Marquis Xianxia was certain of. It wasn't just him. At this moment, those who were familiar with Suyu, be it Marquis Yunshui or Dark Shadow, all felt a little strange. Suyu would definitely clash with Baijan. This was an absolute difference in ideology. Baijan wouldn't allow Suyu to destroy the Hell King's bloodline now. As for Suyu, he would definitely go kill them. The others hadn't interacted with Suyu before and didn't really understand. But these 3 knew Suyu's personality. Even if they hadn't interacted for long, they knew that Suyu would definitely not listen to Baijan. No matter what Baijan said, Suyu wouldn't listen. He would only follow his own thoughts. If Baijan tried to stop him, he would kill Baijan as well. Marquis Xianxia struggled and hesitated. Finally, he said, Your Majesty, if Suyu stubbornly insists on destroying the Hell King's bloodline, then can we ally with Suyu? Kill Yuqing and the others. Is it really impossible to open the gates of hell without them? You don't understand. Baijan frowned slightly. Yuqing was guided out by the Hell King's bloodline and the power of the Great Tao. When Yuqing comes out, he will definitely bring a tracking object with him to give to the ancient beasts to locate the myriad worlds. Only then can the gates of hell be opened. If we kill Yuqing, there's a 99% chance that the tracking object will be destroyed. Therefore, Yuqing can't be killed. Once Yuqing is killed, the opening of the gates of hell will end. I don't know how long it will take for the gates of hell to open again. Perhaps it will appear together with everyone else. At that time, we won't have any advantage. On this day, Baijan explained a lot. The invisible pressure made him explain to his subordinates why he was doing this. Before this, many of Baijan's thoughts were unfathomable. But at this moment, he told everyone not to waver. It was because of Suyu. At this point, Baijan knew that he and Suyu might have a conflict. This conflict wasn't because of the human race, the human realm, or status. Rather, the 2 sides had completely different ideologies that couldn't even be reconciled. Marquis Xianxia said, Then, what if we can leave the tracking object intact? Baijan frowned slightly. If you were the ancient beasts behind the gate and saw Suyu kill Yuqing and Pelong, would they continue to come out and let him kill them one by one? They can't come out together. They can only come out one by one and widen the crack in the gates of hell. If you were them, would you be so stupid as to continue courting death when you know you're going to die? Thus, even if Suyu kept the will of primal chaos intact, it wouldn't be of much use. Some existences behind the gates of hell could still be sensed. You've already killed 2 masters of the laws. Do you expect us to come out one by one and let you kill them? So the only way is to wait for Yuqing to guide a few more masters of the laws and widen the crack. We can't kill too many at once. For example, if he has 5 masters of the laws, we can kill 1 or 2 so they can reinforce us and bait them. We can't kill them all at once. Baijan said in a low voice, We can't give them a chance to grow stronger, but we can't just wipe them out. Do you understand? Marquis Xianxia thought for a moment, then nodded. Then, Can I act as an envoy to Suyu's side? Explain the pros and cons to him. I think there's still a possibility of an alliance. Whether it's your majesty or Suyu, we're all doing this for the sake of humanity's strength. We have the same goal. If we can negotiate, then wouldn't it be better to do so? He wanted to act as an envoy to Suyu's side. Quite a few people had strange expressions when they heard this. Baijian pondered for a moment, then nodded. Sure. I also hope you can persuade Suyu and not stubbornly act on your own. Thank you, Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, Longbrow frowned. Your Majesty, I don't think Xianxia can do it alone. Why don't you have someone accompany him? Marquis Xianxia frowned. What do you mean? Longbrow said lightly, I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried about Marquis Xianxia's safety. Marquis Xianxia frowned. Suyu's side is now in the dead soul's domain. If I go, he might take me in. If I accompany him, he might not let us in. Marquis Xianxia has quite a reputation. Longbrow said lightly, Suyu will actually take you in. Could it be that you have a good relationship with Suyu? Marquis Xianxia frowned. No, but before Suyu left, he saw me once and entrusted me to take care of the good soul's domain. It can be considered as some kinship. If I really want someone to accompany me, then I'll let Xiaohu accompany me. Marquis Xianxia still knew Suyu well. If there was really someone else accompanying him, Suyu might not refuse to go in. However, if something went wrong, there was a high probability that Suyu would kill. Yes, Marquis Xianxia firmly believed in this. Once he killed someone and the messenger, it would really be hard to explain and there would be no way to reconcile. Therefore, he did not want others to go with him. It was not a problem for Xiaohu and the others to go. As he was thinking, suddenly, someone whispered, doesn't Houyi have a lot of death qi? Why not directly open the dead soul's domain and negotiate with Suyu face to face? Isn't that better? As soon as these words came out, Marquis Xianxia's face changed dramatically. He suddenly looked at the person who spoke, his face was livid, and he gritted his teeth. Wen Qi looked apologetic. Houyi, you and I are both His Majesty's subjects. Now that His Majesty has a problem, why don't we help His Majesty solve it better? Marquis Xianxia's face was livid. You are courting death, do you know that? Wen Qi's heart trembled slightly. Soon, he said in a low voice, is Houyi referring to Suyu? Marquis Xianxia gritted his teeth. What do you think? Wen Qi knew a little about the death qi. After all, this was a strategist under his command. Marquis Xianxia didn't say it, but Wen Qi knew him too well. The two of them had been together for a long time. Even the slightest hint of words could easily be guessed by Wen Qi. Since Wen Qi was a strategist, he was naturally a smart person. At this moment, Wen Qi said softly, I am His Majesty's subject, not Suyu's subject. Houyi. I know what you're thinking. In fact, I am also afraid. That's right, I am afraid of Suyu, afraid that he will kill me. Wen Qi said self-deprecatingly, I can eat the Emperor's salary, and I am loyal to the Emperor. Houyi, we are His Majesty's subjects. I'm not Suyu's subordinate. Was he wrong? He was Baijian's subject, not Suyu's. Marquis Xianxia was hiding a big secret. This was a matter of great importance. He had also thought about it, waited, and finally, he chose to say it. We can actually directly enter the dead soul's domain. Marquis Xianxia had enough death aura to open the dead soul's domain passage and directly enter. Suyu's threat last time made one destroy the death aura. The ancient city disappeared, and now, there was almost no death aura in the Myriad worlds. Marquis Xianxia could take out enough death aura to open the passage. At this moment, many people looked at Marquis Xianxia. Long Eyebrow said in a low voice, Xianxia, you have a lot of death aura? Marquis Xianxia said solemnly, so what? So what if I don't have it? Do you want to open the passage and directly fight with Suyu's side? They have already evacuated to the dead soul's domain. Do you want to fight your way in? As an envoy, we can just go the right way. Opening the passage directly would most likely lead to a war. There was a 90% chance of this, Long Eyebrow said coldly, whether or not I have it, it is up to His Majesty to decide. Xianxia, do you have a change of heart? Marquis Xianxia gritted his teeth. Whether or not I have a change of heart, it is up to His Majesty to decide, not you. Long eyebrow, it is true that you have stepped into the heavenly venerable realm, but what does that mean? For the past 6,000 years, you have been recuperating in peace and comprehending the great Tao, while we have been struggling in the upper realms, delaying one's footsteps and inquiring about one's news. How many of those who stayed back then are still alive? It is not up to you, Long Eyebrow, to question me. His aura erupted. At this moment, he was actually in existence at the Heavenly King level. He was already close to the Heavenly King level. After returning from 100 battles and restoring his physical body, he also took the opportunity to step into the Heavenly King level. At this moment, Marquis Xianxia said angrily, Long Eyebrow, don't flatter His Majesty again and again. You treacherous official, you will only mislead His Majesty. You have repeatedly encouraged His Majesty to become enemies with Suyu's side. Do you know how strong Suyu's side is? You dare to boast shamelessly. Do you really think he can be destroyed at any time? Do you know, because of your flattery, how many human experts will die if a conflict breaks out between Suyu and the others? Do you want to make your enemies happy? He is the human lord, and His Majesty is also the human lord. Although they are not from the same era, they are both human lords, and their goal is the human race. Why do you have to flatter him and slander him? Long Eyebrow's face was cold. Are you talking about me? It's you. Marquis Xianxia angrily rebuked, His Majesty hasn't spoken yet, are you going to make a decision for him? I came to sue you as an envoy only for the sake of the human race and the hearts of the people. The heavens and the earth can bear witness, yet you insist on interfering. You deserve to die. At this moment, Baijian said in a low voice, all right, all of you shut up. He interrupted everyone's discussion, his voice incomparably dignified. Xianxia, since you're confident, go find Suyu and tell him that I have no intention of becoming enemies with him. Whether it was giving up the mortal realm or leaving the mortal realm, it was all negotiable. However, the Hell King bloodline could not be destroyed for the time being. This is the core strategy. Regardless of whether Suyu kills one or exterminates the dead spirits, he can't kill the Hell King bloodline for now. Your Majesty is wise. Marquis Xianxia was delighted. Luckily, His Majesty didn't listen to Long Eyebrow, the treacherous subject. As for negotiations, it was better to talk than not. If he didn't talk, it would definitely mean war. If he talked, at least there was still a chance. Maybe, he could convince Suyu, or he could find a compromise that both sides could accept. Baijian nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Let's talk, as for whether it would work or not, they could talk about it later. Moreover, if he really wanted to go to the dead soul's domain, he didn't need the aura of death. There was no need to chill the heart of an old subject like Xianxia. Therefore, he didn't mention anything about the aura of death. At this moment, Suyu still didn't know all this. He was looking for Celestial Venerable Mo everywhere. Finally, he stopped Celestial Venerable Mo in the chaotic mountain range. When Celestial Venerable Mo saw him, his expression changed drastically, and he broke into a run. Unlucky, why was Suyu still wandering around here? Wasn't he afraid that Yu Qing and Yu Zhan would appear and join forces to kill him? This fellow was too crazy. Give me the token. Suyu's voice was lazy. Give it to me, and I won't chase you. I won't give it to you. I'll chase you from morning to night. If you can escape, you'll be amazing. 7 councilman badges shot over. That speed was incomparably fast. Suyu was stunned. Aren't you going to struggle? Celestial Venerable Mo didn't say anything to him and escaped quickly. Struggle for what? Will I die if I struggle? The devil race needed him. He couldn't die. If he died, the devil race wouldn't even have a Celestial Venerable. That would be a huge problem. Suyu was slightly bored. Trash, what a coward. Killing you isn't that simple. Suyu still said, if I kill you, Yu Qing and the rest will chase me. What are you afraid of? I'm just scaring you. Celestial Venerable Mo ignored him and continued to run. While Suyu wasn't chasing him, he ran even faster, even using his qi and blood to burn. Run, get as far away from this devil as possible. The aura of a strong practitioner that chased after Suyu at the land of the Tao origin was nowhere to be seen. Suyu cursed. Why was he running so fast? he hadn't even visited his old friend. "Hey, how's my old friend, Moto?" "Oh, is he related to you by blood?" "He's my brother, so you have to treat him well. Even I can't bear to kill him, the number one on the heaven list. Don't kill him." Also, Celestial Venerable Mo was long gone. Suyu sighed helplessly. He ran so fast. Seeing him run towards Yu Qing and the rest, Suyu shrugged. Forget it, he wouldn't provoke Yu Qing and the rest. Now wasn't the time. "Martial Emperor, I'm here to save you." Suyu sighed. "I'm such a good person. I'm going to completely open the passage from the upper bound to the lower bound." Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that there would soon be 2 more masters of the law. Martial Emperor, Dead Spirit Emperor, Yu Qing, Matron Beast, 100 Battles, Zhou Ji. Are there more? Suyu calculated for a while and found that there were quite a few. From now on, there would be more strong practitioners above him. Poor me. I can only stand on the same level as Yu Zhan, Divine Emperor Consort, Chaotic Dragon, and Fat Ball. Suyu smiled, his smile incomparably bright. I'm so pitiful, as for how strong I am. How would I know? Suyu only knew that as the world expanded and the great Tao merged, his comprehension grew stronger and stronger. In his own world, he wasn't afraid of these people, but outside, it was hard to say. Forget it, I'll continue being a celestial venerable. So you didn't know what realm he was in. How could there be realms to speak of as a sky opener? Being able to kill people was a good realm. How about I go beat Martial Emperor up before he's unsealed? Otherwise, I won't have a chance anymore. With this thought in mind, Suyu quickly flew into the depths of the primal chaos. As for Yu Qing and the others, he ignored them. They didn't dare come out to kill him. If he went too far, he'd be surrounded and killed again. That would be troublesome. I need to get rid of the sinners as soon as possible. Otherwise, who the hell would be able to stand receiving masters of the laws again and again? Suyu muttered to himself as he flew away. He had to kill them. Not only did he have to kill them, but he also had to find a way to seal the gates of hell. He didn't have time to stay in the infinite worlds for too long. He had to help the human emperor and the others as soon as possible. What I'm afraid of is that after I leave, the infinite worlds won't be pacified. If someone opens the gates of hell again, that'll be a real problem. Even if I have to go upstream, I have to pacify the infinite worlds first. Time waits for no man. At this moment, countless thoughts ran through Suyu's mind. As for leaving behind the Hell King bloodline and killing one to make up for the masters of the laws, while it sounded good and even beneficial, Suyu was worried that receiving them too many times would cause the gates of hell to open ahead of time. He had no interest in fighting a bunch of chaos beasts, nor did he have any interest in dealing with the Hell Kings alone. He'd leave these troublesome matters to the human emperor and the others. At this moment, although Suyu didn't know Bai Zhan's faction's goal, Bai Zhan had been planting nails in the Hell King faction. Suyu was a little suspicious. Was Bai Zhan's goal inside the gates of hell? Could the human ancestor be inside? Who cares? I'm not familiar with the human ancestor, Suyu didn't think much of it. Whether it was the human ancestor or the human emperor, only those who could help him were good ancestors. Otherwise, they wouldn't be reliable. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. The human emperor was the one who left this mess behind. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. This was also Suyu's philosophy all along. It was related to the environment in which he grew up. From the time he was weak, he could only rely on himself, relying on the Book of Time. Lu Wenyan was crippled, and Bai Feng was unreliable and focused on research all day long. At first, his strength was alright, but after Suyu's sore, Bai Feng couldn't protect Suyu at all. In fact, there was no need for sore. Suyu was in a period of cultivation, and when the sun and moon attacked, Bai Feng was no longer able to take care of Suyu. Nan Wujiang, Yun Chen, and the others who came out later, in fact, were still a level lower and lacked some closeness. Lu Wenyan and Bai Feng were teachers and friends. Wan Tianxing, Lan Tian, and the others were Dao friends, close friends, but in fact, they were somewhat different from Bai Feng and the others. Of course, Suyu rarely went to look for Bai Feng and the others. He let them do their own research with peace of mind. At Suyu's level, Bai Feng's talent was clearly a level lower and couldn't keep up. Once he followed Suyu and stirred things up, he might have to collect his teacher's corpse tomorrow. Suyu didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he once again returned to his own world. He didn't bring too many people, but just in case, Suyu still brought Fat Ball, Lan Tian, and Skirich. It was enough. Skirich could take people and escape at any time, Lan Tian could send messages at any time, and Fat Ball's combat strength was strong. All three had the combat strength of a heavenly venerable. Together with Suyu, even if the martial emperor was unsealed and suddenly wanted to kill, even if they couldn't win, they could still fight, and reinforcements would soon arrive. Unsealed the martial emperor, Suyu muttered in his heart. Soon, he once again rushed to the dead soul's domain. The dead soul's domain. The martial emperor was also waiting, somewhat tormented. Would Suyu come back? Although, even without Suyu, there was still hope for him to break the seal, but according to the current situation, he was afraid that it would still take 1 or 2 years. The martial emperor was also anxious. Now that his consciousness had recovered, 1 or 2 years would be like a year. The martial emperor raised his head in anticipation. At this moment, what the martial monarch feared the most was that Suyu would not return. Along the way, he would suddenly feel that unsealing himself was not worth it and choose not to do so. If that happened, the martial monarch would cry. People who gave hope and then cut it off were the most detestable. While the martial emperor was waiting, suddenly, another silhouette appeared. The passageway was opened, and in the blink of an eye, several silhouettes shot over. The martial monarch was slightly stunned, and in the next moment, he said in surprise, that idiot Tong Tian also advanced. Silence. Actually, it wasn't common for martial emperors to curse. At this moment, even Suyu was surprised that this martial emperor would actually curse when he saw Sovereign Skirich. No, maybe it was his real thoughts. He was probably annoyed by Tongtian's nagging. Marquis Tongtian's expression stiffened. In the next moment, he smiled and said, "Martial monarch, shouldn't I be promoted?" As the saying goes, the river flows 30 years east, 30 years west. The martial monarch snapped, "Even if you become the master of the laws, I'll still slap you to death." What an annoying fellow, he directly interrupted Tong Tian. This fellow spoke too much nonsense. Suyu also laughed. We're all old neighbors, more than 100,000 years. Why must you curse at each other? Your relationship should be the best. The martial monarch cursed inwardly. Tong Tian also smiled and said nothing. Who had a good relationship with him? This was what both of them thought at the same time. Although they had been neighbors for countless years, they were on different sides. As for the martial monarch, when he looked carefully, he recognized Blue Sky and was also a bit surprised. You also advanced? Blue Sky faintly smiled. Yes, many thanks to the martial monarch for your support. The martial monarch humphed. Support? When Blue Sky entered the Starry Universe mansion, there was indeed some resonance between the two sides, but that couldn't be considered support. This fellow, in just one day, he had actually reached this level. The martial monarch was also surprised and shocked. Before, Tong Tian was only a 3rd or 2nd grade. To step into the Empyrean realm so quickly, Blue Sky was the same. There was also that dog. The martial monarch looked at Fat Ball, and Fat Ball also looked at the martial monarch curiously. The martial monarch narrowed his eyes, and Fat Ball also revealed a look of doubt. This might be the first time Fat Ball and the martial monarch had met face to face. They had seen it from afar before, but not so close. Fat Ball looked for a while and said doubtfully, "Have I seen you before?" The martial monarch frowned. Sun-devouring divine hound. Seen it once. Back then, you also fought with King Wen. It seems that he cut off the primal chaos. Is this recultivating the great Tao? This time, Suyu was surprised. You fought with Fat Ball? Suyu was extremely surprised. The martial monarch said indifferently, "What's wrong? This fellow should be that sun-devouring divine hound from back then. It might be the last one that didn't change its path, but is still extremely powerful." What do you mean? Suyu was puzzled. The martial monarch frowned. Aren't you omniscient? The gates of hell had vaguely broken the seal several times in ancient times. These powerful existences, including the desolate heavenly beasts, all escaped from the gates of hell. The current primal chaos is unable to allow these fellows to exist. Some of these fellows that escaped, in order to integrate with the myriad worlds, chose to merge with the river of time, such as the desolate heavenly beasts. Some like the sun-devouring divine hound were unwilling to merge with the river of time, so they chose to live in the primal chaos. The sun-devouring divine hound should be the last one that didn't change its path. Suyu shook his head slightly. What the martial monarch means is that the primal chaos also has a limit. He really didn't know about this. Not mentioning the eight-winged tiger and the chaos dragon, the only primal chaos expert under Suyu was T-Tree. Until now, T-Tree had barely entered the second grade, and was still far from that level. The martial monarch finally found his confidence. There are things that you, Suyu, don't know, right? He sneered and said, of course. The primal chaos has been sealed. Behind the gates of hell is the true primal chaos era. Since it has been sealed, that also means that that era has ended. No more supreme existences will be born. Back then, when the gates of hell were broken, a large number of ancient beasts came out, wanting to restore the primal chaos. In the end, it happened to be the period when the humans and the One were at their strongest. You also know the result. The desolate heavenly beasts that obeyed became One, and those that didn't were killed. Some existences that hid in the primal chaos, like the sun-devouring divine hound, were eventually beaten into watchdogs. Fat Ball looked at him in confusion. Suyu frowned. So, Fat Ball was indeed a powerful existence at the end of the primordial era? That should be it. The martial monarch nodded slightly. The great Tao has changed, but the essence is still the same, just that, it seems to have been reborn. Fat Ball didn't pay much attention to this, but Suyu looked at Fat Ball curiously. Previously, the Chaos Dragon had said that the sun-devouring divine hound was powerful, but Suyu didn't pay much attention to it. Listening to what the martial monarch said today, he had fought with Fat Ball in the past. With the martial monarch's personality, he was too weak to remember and killed him long ago. Since Fat Ball hadn't been killed, and Kingwen had personally made a move, it was clearly not weak. But later on, it had been subdued, and it didn't seem to have any memories. What did that mean? Suyu thought for a moment, but he didn't think too much about what had happened back then. He just said in a low voice, then you mean that the primal chaos ancients can't break through outside the gates of hell? More or less. The martial monarch was in a good mood when he saw that Suyu didn't know about this. That's exactly what I mean. But this dog changed its path, so it won't be affected. Suyu nodded slightly. No wonder the Chaos Dragon hadn't become a true master of the laws at this point. It turned out that he couldn't break through, and they had been keeping an eye on Yu Qing. This meant that the so-called primal chaos was actually very important. It was the key to breaking through, so you couldn't use it, but there was someone on his side who could. T-Tree, Book Spirit, Big Log, and Fat Ball. These were all left behind by Kingwen. When the former residents had been discovered, Suyu had become the ruler of hell, and his strength hadn't been too strong. Fat Ball, T-Tree, and the others had all played important roles in that period. However, none of them had chosen to fuse with Suyu's world. Book Spirit was Kingwen's book, and Book was still Kingwen's book. Perhaps it was better not to fuse with them. T-Tree, Big Log, and Fat Ball hadn't fused with them, but it hadn't fused with them either. Now, as Suyu grew stronger, so did his subordinates. Of these powerhouses who had played important roles in the past, T-Tree had just barely advanced to second grade Dao integration stage 2 days ago. Book Spirit was only third grade Dao integration stage, and Big Log was also third grade. On Suyu's side, they could only be considered third grade existences. There were plenty of heavenly kings and heavenly venerables, and second grade Dao integration stage powerhouses. Third grade powerhouses weren't that valuable. Now that he heard that it was actually very difficult to break through, Suyu couldn't help but think of Yu Qing and Palong. If T-Tree and Fat Ball had devoured Palong's main body, the ancient primordial chaos clans had become stronger mostly by devouring each other. If he devoured Yu Qing's will of primordial chaos, would T-Tree also have a chance of becoming a lord of the laws, giving a peach in return for a plum? Sometimes, it wasn't that Suyu didn't want to reciprocate, but that he had no choice. Sometimes, strength really depended on destiny. Now, the Hell King bloodline was the destiny of T-Tree and the others. Suyu thought to himself. As for Chaos Dragon and Eight-Winged Tiger, their escape meant that their cooperation was over. Since that was the case, some of the conditions that Suyu had previously agreed to were naturally null and void. Soon, Suyu stopped thinking about it. It was fine to keep this matter in his heart. There was no point in saying it out loud. He looked at the martial monarch and smiled faintly. Alright, let's not talk about this meaningless nonsense. The martial monarch cursed inwardly. If you don't know, then you're just a meaningless, shameless bastard. However, at this time, he suddenly had a little more confidence in Suyu. These subordinates of his had actually grown so much stronger. This made the martial monarch a little expectant, even though he might not agree to cooperate with Suyu. The martial monarch licked his lips and didn't care about this anymore. He asked somewhat excitedly, "Did you get the council token?" Of course, 97 wasn't all the council tokens, but there wasn't much difference. As for the remaining two, Suyu guessed that they were still with the giant tribe. He couldn't be bothered to ask for them. Last time, he asked for 4 and the other party quickly gave him 4. This meant that there might be more than that. It was all the same, 97 was enough. After all, the myriad worlds were nearing the time when the laws would dissipate. He didn't need all the council tokens to disperse the laws. Then when will you disperse the laws? Disperse? Suyu said with a smile, I won't disperse. The martial monarch's face changed. You want to change your mind? Devour. Suyu said with a smile, the laws are good stuff. In the past, I wanted to devour them, but I was afraid that if I pulled too much, it would cause the laws of the myriad worlds to dissipate. Now, since I want to disperse them, of course, I have to devour all the laws. The martial monarch didn't care about this. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. You can do whatever you want, disperse them or devour them, as long as the restrictions of the myriad worlds are lifted. Then get ready. I'll go to the life domain and unseal you. I'll also take the opportunity to see where your real body is. Just as Suyu said this, Skirich suddenly said, Your Majesty, there seems to be a guy coming to the Tianyuan domain looking for you. Who? It's Marquis Jinan. Jinan? Suyu was slightly taken aback. Why is he looking for me? Forget it, I can't be bothered with him. Suyu thought for a moment and said, Let him find me in the depths of the Star Sea, outside the Star Mansion. Suyu wasn't going to let him enter the Tianyuan domain to avoid trouble. My people are all gone. If Jinan finds anything, don't run to Baijian to snitch. Speaking of which, why is he looking for me? Yu Luo and Yu Xiao should be at Baijian's side, right? Is he here to cause trouble for me? Then Baijian should come in person. Forget it, I don't care about this. Suyu said directly, we'll enter the myriad worlds through the aperture channel. I'm too lazy to hurry. Go through the martial monarch's body, and the martial monarch didn't have any objections this time. The faster the better. His aperture was a channel, and those channels of the myriad worlds were transmitted to his body through his aperture. Soon, Suyu and the others entered the martial monarch's body. A moment later, they entered the aperture portal and were transported to the Star Sea area. The myriad worlds. The Star Sea. At this moment, the wind and clouds were surging, and the waves were monstrous. The closest to the Star Sea was the ancient city of Great Star. Later, the ancient city disappeared. The experts of the 9 realms almost cried with excitement. They had tried to build a continent several times before, but all of them failed. Suyu wouldn't build it. Now that Suyu had retreated and Baijian didn't care, the experts of the 9 realms once again began to spend a lot of energy to rebuild the continent. The entrances of the 9 realms were not far from each other. There used to be a continent here, but it was destroyed by that bastard Suyu. Now that Suyu had run away, it was time to rebuild the continent again. At this moment, on the 9-star continent, the experts of the 9 realms were busy building the city. The experts were satisfied. Someone said excitedly, in a few days, the 9-star continent will be completely completed. We are finally back to the myriad worlds again. Soon, it was only a few days ago. After Suyu moved away, they started to work. It took 2 months, countless manpower, material resources, and overtime. With a group of experts in the myriad worlds, the infrastructure was completed in 2 months. It was an extremely huge project. Suyu, it's good that he left. He better not come back. As they spoke, in the 9 realms, a sun and moon cultivator looked into the distance and said doubtfully, "Is the tide coming? That can't be right. It hasn't been that long since the last tide. The tide came once every 10 years. Every tide would open the starry universe mansion. Of course, it hadn't been that long since the last tide. The last one was also the time when the power structure of the myriad worlds changed. That was when Suyu stepped onto the stage. It had only been a little more than a year since then. Logically speaking, the next tide wouldn't come so soon. It's coming. Now that the myriad worlds are changing, who knows what will happen. But it's just a big wave. It won't affect us too much." "That's true." The group chatted. They weren't too worried. The tide was just a little bigger than the waves. Maybe some good things would come. That was a good thing. Now that there were fewer experts in the myriad worlds, it was much quieter. If the starry universe mansion really opened, maybe no one would come. The 9 realms were nearby. Maybe they could get some benefits. However, the tide this time was getting fiercer and fiercer. The tide was actually the result of the Martial Emperor's cultivation method. Previously, it flowed naturally. It happened once every 10 years, sweeping up vitality and causing wild waves in the starry sea. But now, the Martial Emperor took the initiative to teleport Suyu and the others out. He took the initiative to activate his cultivation method. Naturally, the waves came faster. At this moment, Suyu didn't care too much about this. Soon, they walked out of the aperture teleportation. And now, Suyu saw the gate of heaven again. The Martial Emperor's gate of heaven. This gate of heaven had stood in the starry sea for countless years. It represented the starry universe mansion and the greatest treasure trove in the myriad worlds. After today, this gate might disappear completely. The Martial Emperor's voice faintly came with some excitement. Dispel the power of rules. His consciousness had completely recovered. Now, there was still some suppression from the Great Tao. In addition, the suppression from the myriad world's rules was still insufficient for him to break the seal. Hearing this, Suyu looked at the sky. The gate of heaven had opened. He could vaguely see that the All Heavens battlefield was indeed densely covered with the power of rules. It was like a huge net, sealing the entire All Heavens battlefield. All Heavens battlefield, Suyu murmured. It was time. Completely unseal the upper and lower realms. Let the tide change come completely. The tide change that happened once every 10,000 years would completely begin in 60,000 years. Yes, the connection between the upper and lower realms often represented the beginning of the tide change. And the end was usually when the master of the human race died and the All Heavens battlefield was sealed. That meant the tide change had ended. The master of the human race has fallen. The battlefield is sealed. Suyu murmured. Today, he seemed to have comprehended more. The battlefield would only be sealed after the master of the human race died. What did this mean? Suyu knew that this battlefield was artificially set up. However, when the master of the human race died and the providence of the human race weakened, the battlefield would automatically be sealed. This was also to protect the human race, right? The human race and the others had put in a lot of effort to set up the All Heavens battlefield. At this moment, Suyu had a general understanding of how the battlefield worked. He took a deep breath. Token after token appeared in front of him. At this moment, illusory figures appeared on these tokens. There were immortals, demons, gods, dragons. The sovereign of the One had forged these rule tokens in the past. They represented their wills. The wind and clouds surged, the waves on the surface of the sea grew bigger. So you could vaguely sense that there were people behind him, but he couldn't be bothered to care. I don't know them. It seems like the people of the 9 realms are building a continent. I'm bored. Later, when the martial sovereign breaks the seal, even the strongest continent will be destroyed. Right at this moment, a figure was flying towards them at high speed. It was Marquis Xianxia. At this moment, Marquis Xianxia couldn't help but look at the sky. There was some solemnity in his eyes, so you asked Tong Tian to inform him to come to the Star Sea and find him at the Star Mansion. He returned to the Myriad Realms. He's back. Is he going to return to the human realm today? With these thoughts in mind, Marquis Xianxia flew off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was piercing through the void. He could already see the heaven gate, and Suyu beneath it. He also saw the command medallions in front of Suyu, councilman tokens. Human Lord Su. Marquis Jianan's heart stirred and he bowed. Suyu turned his head and said with a smile, Jianan, it's not a good sign that you're here. Marquis Jianan was solemn. What did he mean? Jianan, it's really hard. Suyu laughed, tell me, why are you looking for me? Human Lord, I'm here on behalf of His Majesty Baijian. Baijian? Suyu chuckled and said, is it because of you Luo and the others? It has nothing to do with them. Marquis Jianan quickly said, it's because, let's talk about it later. If you continue, the martial monarch will flip out. At this moment, a figure barely formed in the void. It was the martial monarch. He looked at Marquis Jianan with some hostility. Get lost, you're wasting time, can't you see that we're dealing with business? Marquis Jianan's heart stirred, human lord, you're unsealing the upper and lower realms. Marquis Jianan's heart shook, human lord wants to unseal the upper and lower realms, is there a problem? Marquis Jianan said seriously, if that's the case, the upper and lower realms will be unobstructed. For the human race, it's not necessarily a good thing that the human realm has no suppression. Human lord, please reconsider. Suyu said with a smile, it's fine, it's all the same. Let Baijian show his face at the same time. There's no need to hide all day, is there? Do you think that hiding can save the human race? Suyu shook his head, is it tiring to hide? Wan is on guard, I have to be on guard too. Isn't it annoying? Tell Baijian that I don't need him to do anything. I just need him to keep an eye on Wan and the Chaos Dragon. He can do it. I don't even need him to fight, just keep an eye on them. I'll take people to deal with the sinners. This was Suyu's plan as well. I don't need you to fight. Since you want to hide, then hide. If Wan attacks, just help me block him. I'll take people to kill the two masters of the laws. There's a good chance. Baijian wasn't willing to cooperate. Otherwise, Suyu would deal with the sinners, and Baijian would deal with Wan. Soon, the threat of the Myriad realms would be quelled, Suyu tossed the Myriad realms to Baijian. That was fine too. I'll take my people upstream and join the battle, as for when we'll fight back, that would be another matter. Unfortunately, Baijian kept hiding all day. Suyu was annoyed and didn't mention working with him. There was a benefit to tossing him to Baijian. At least Baijian wouldn't do anything to the human race after he left. That way, he could be at ease. As Suyu was thinking, Marquis Jianan suddenly said, I heard Human Lord achieved a great victory in the higher realms? Yu Luo and the others said that? The martial monarch was a bit irritated. Suyu, what are you saying to this little bug? How annoying. Marquis Jianan ignored him and quickly said, Human Lord, His Majesty Baijian wants Human Lord to let go of the Hell King bloodline first. We can join forces to fight the Wan and destroy the Wan forces first. Then we can consider the Hell King bloodline. Suyu thought for a moment, then smiled. It's not impossible. He's willing to help? If he's willing, that's fine. Baijian wanted to help fight the Wan, that's great, Suyu smiled. How about this? I don't need much. His people can stop the 5 celestial venerables. I'll go and destroy the Wan. Baijian doesn't even need to do it himself. Am I right? Fighting the Wan first? That's fine too. Did Marquis Jianan really come here to cooperate? Suyu was surprised, but also happy. Baijian has finally thought it through. The Wan and the sinners are actually just minor problems. The bigger problem is yet to come. It's not a good thing to waste too much time in the infinite worlds. After we conquer the infinite worlds, we'll go and rescue the human sovereign and the others. Suyu smiled. Let's not wait until the human sovereign and the others are beaten back. If they're beaten back, it means they've lost. If we want to participate in the war, we have to help them turn the tables. Otherwise, it won't be fun enough to participate in the war. Marquis Jianan laughed. After laughing, he felt a sense of loss. Suyu hoped to cooperate. He didn't mind cooperating. He was willing to put in a lot of effort. As long as Baijian could stop the Wan forces or send out 5 celestial venerables, he would put in a lot of effort to first destroy the Wan forces and then destroy the Hell King bloodline. He was even prepared to leave the infinite worlds to Baijan while he led his people to go against the current to rescue the human sovereign and the others. If Baijan could agree. In Marquis Jiannan's eyes, this was an extremely generous offer. Suyu didn't seem ready to start a war with Baijan. Then the human sovereign, isn't he going to take back the human realm? Suyu laughed and said, "Idiot. I'm going far away. It's not bad to have someone look after the house for me, isn't it? Besides, after I return, the human sovereign will also return. It's not certain who will be the boss in the human realm. I can't be bothered to waste my time on the human realm. Now, I'm more interested in the experts behind the door." Suyu smiled brightly. "Wouldn't it be a waste of a trip to this world if I don't see those legendary existences?" Then, he looked at Marquis Jiannan. "Alright, it's settled. Go and tell Baijan that I'm not interested in fighting with him for the position of the master of the human realm. Of course, he won't stay for long. I'll bring the human sovereign and the others back soon. They can take over." This was a good choice, Suyu said. "If the human sovereign and the others don't do a good job, then we can overthrow him." Suyu laughed. "In this day and age, the fist is king. When we're stronger than the human sovereign, he'll just be a laborer, right?" Marquis Jiannan laughed, then fell silent. "Human sovereign, His Majesty Baijan means that we can destroy Wan, but we can't destroy the Hell King bloodline right now." His Majesty Baijan wants to open the gates of hell and bring the human sovereign back. Suyu was stunned. "The human sovereign is in the gates of hell?" "Yes." Suyu nodded slightly. "That's fine. How about this, we'll bring the human sovereign and the others back first and attack the gates of hell. Of course, it's best to destroy the masters of the law in Wan first. Otherwise, it's easy to get into trouble. The primal chaos isn't on good terms with us. Just look at the Dragon King's intentions. Join forces with the human sovereign and the others to suppress Wan first, then bring the human sovereign back, and destroy the primal chaos. We can attack bit by bit, then save King Wen and the others. Attack the gates of heaven. I think the gates of heaven are the most dangerous." This was also what Suyu felt. The gates of heaven might be even more dangerous than the gates of hell, because in the gates of heaven, King Wen and the others seem to be constantly being hunted and running for their lives. In the gates of hell, Hell King was weaker than King Wen, but he seemed to be doing quite well and could even train his own henchmen. Therefore, if they wanted to attack, they had to first attack the gates of hell, destroy the primal chaos, and then kill the Hell King. If the human sovereign was still there, then they would bring him back and ally with them to attack the gates of heaven. This was the situation that Suyu was most satisfied with. Of course, it might not be as he wished. Marquis Jiannan saw that Suyu's words made sense. It was clear that Suyu had a plan. Marquis Jiannan was silent for a while, then said, "His Majesty Baijan wants to bring the human sovereign back first, then go upstream to save the human sovereign." Suyu was stunned. Is he an idiot? Bring the human sovereign first. First, it's hard to say if the human sovereign is still there. Secondly, if the human ancestor came out, wouldn't the existence in the primordial chaos come out as well? Thirdly, was the human ancestor powerful? Fourthly, if they couldn't summon prison, would Baijan be in charge of fighting it? Fifthly, the human ancestor belongs to the supreme ancient immemorial era. We can be considered to have inherited the ancient era. If the human ancestor comes out, will he save the human sovereign and the others? After all, whether King Wen died or not had nothing to do with him. Sixth, the human ancestor seemed to have opened his own branch, the giant race. Did he make the giant race or the human race the leader? Don't tell me that the human tribe has to be the giant tribe's little brother? Suyu threw out a series of questions and laughed. What are you thinking, Baijan? Of course, they had to save the Empress first. The gates of hell. Destroy the sinners and think of a way to seal the gates of hell. At the very least, we have to stall for time until the human sovereign returns. My idea is to first annihilate the sinners, then have Baijan guard the gates of hell for me and kill every single one of them that comes out. In any case, I won't let them out. Do you think Baijan will agree to that? Marquis Jiannan was silent. Suyu's smile gradually faded. What do you mean? Baijan, for you to come, could it be that you want me to open the gates of hell first? Marquis Jianan had a complicated look in his eyes. Yes. That's what His Majesty Baijan wants. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, not only that, His Majesty Baijan also said not to attack the Hell King bloodline. Yu Qing has a tracking device on her, which is the will of the primal chaos. If we kill Yu Qing, the tracking device will lose its effect and the gates of hell won't be able to open. He quickly said, so, not only can Yu Qing not be killed, but she must be kept alive. We just need to give her a certain amount of pressure and have her continue to receive people and expand the crack in the gates of hell. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Nonsense. If we really expand it, then dozens of masters of the law will come out. Does Baijan think he can fight them? His Majesty Baijan said, the human ancestor will fight them. Suyu couldn't help but curse, fuck him. The human ancestor? Even if the human ancestor is inside, it's been so many years and he hasn't attacked the primal chaos. If he really did attack them, would Hell and the others be able to roam freely inside? Would the ancient primal chaos clans be allowed out? Isn't that nonsense? Marquis Jianan was silent. His Majesty Baijan said that the human ancestor is our only hope. Fuck him. Suyu cursed again. Did Baijan really say that? Yes. In other words, all his hopes are on the human ancestor? Yes. Impossible. Suyu said angrily, how is that possible? He's counting on someone he's never met before to save the world? Is he out of his mind? Even if he's his ancestor, who knows how many generations have passed? Does he know how strong the human ancestor is? Does he know what the human ancestor's current state is? Does he know that the human ancestor still considers the current humans to be his clansmen? We know nothing about the human ancestor. At least we know a little about the human ancestor. The human ancestor and the others are blocking the upper reaches and fighting the one. This proves that the human ancestor and the others are protecting the human race. This was very obvious, the human ancestor and the others were willing to fight for the human race and protect the world. They had fought for countless years. This alone was trustworthy. The human ancestor. Who understood the human ancestor? Suyu was so angry that he laughed. Jianan, you're joking with me, right? Marquis Jianan lowered his head. No, His Majesty Baijan means this. Moreover, he asked Human Emperor not to attack the Hell King's bloodline. He will attack and give them enough pressure. Human Emperor only needs to focus on dealing with one. Are you sure? I'm sure. Marquis Jianan lowered his head and did not look at Suyu. Moreover, if Human Emperor insists on attacking the Hell King's bloodline, His Majesty Baijan might stop you. Suyu looked at him and said in a deep voice, something's wrong with you. Did you betray the human ancestor? Is that why you're purposely provoking me to fight Baijan? Why did he feel that Marquis Jianan's words were purposely provoking him? Did he really mean Baijan? Marquis Jianan lowered his head. I've never betrayed the human race, never. His Majesty Baijan has 8 heavenly venerables including Lei Bao. But among them, Blood Shadow and Scarlet Moon are both loyal to the human race. Chongqing and Wu Ji only follow His Majesty Baijan's orders. Long Eyebrows is always against Human Emperor. Moreover, Jiang Hai, Wu Shan, and the others also have great enmity towards Human Emperor. Suyu looked at him in surprise. Marquis Jianan lowered his head and did not look at Suyu. He continued, I don't know, which choice is better. However, Human Emperor and Human Emperor are on one side, while His Majesty Baijan and Human Ancestor are on the other. In terms of protecting the human race, perhaps I should be a little biased. His Majesty Baijan also has a group of people who are loyal to the human race. They believe in the human race, but back then, they had no choice but to avoid the war. If they didn't avoid the war, if His Majesty Baijan and the others avoided the war, everyone else would die. Nanshi and the other ancient marquises are actually still loyal to the human race. It's just that, previously, they felt that His Majesty Baijan could bring greater hope to the human race. Marquis Jianan lowered his head. I have never rebelled, but I chose to follow His Majesty Baijan back then. Since that is the case, I will fight for His Majesty. If one day I become enemies with Human Emperor, human emperor need not be merciful. His Majesty Baijan has already made up his mind. He will not change his plans just because of some changes. Long Eyebrows' words might just be a mouthpiece for His Majesty Baijan. When he said this, Marquis Xianxia handed over a giant ball and stood where he was. He retreated step by step, bowed deeply, and said with a complicated tone, "I don't know which result is better. But human emperor's words are the same as what I think. I don't know who the human ancestor is, I don't know how strong the human ancestor is, but I know that human emperor and emperor you are still fighting for the human race, without stopping. I only hope that the human race can be better." When he finished speaking, Marquis Xianxia quickly flew into the sky, his figure bleak. He didn't know if he was right or wrong. He didn't know if he had betrayed Baijan. However, he knew that he had only followed his own thoughts and hoped that the human race could continue to prosper. He had never betrayed, from the beginning, he had been like this. The human race was the true faith, everything he had said was what Baijan wanted him to convey. However, he had even more blatantly stated that Baijan would not change his mind, and told Suyu to make plans early. "If you insist, there will be a battle between the two sides." At this moment, Suyu's expression completely darkened, there was no turning back, otherwise, Marquis Xianxia would not have such an attitude, and he would not have been so resolute. What he left behind was the aura of death. Obviously, Marquis Xianxia was already worried that Baijan and the others would use the aura of death to attack Suyu's nest. At this moment, Suyu's expression was incomparably gloomy. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Lan Tian, check if Baijan's faction's attitude is as Marquis Xianxia said." He had to believe Marquis Xianxia's words, but not completely. Suyu was not a reckless man. If there was a problem with Marquis Xianxia and he fought with Baijan, it would be an advantage to the opponent and the enemy. But, if it was true, killing intent instantly boiled in Suyu's eyes. If he really wants to make such a choice and ruin my plan, then I won't be polite. Murderous intent boiled, what nonsense, break the gates of hell first, what was Baijan thinking? Suyu's face was livid. "I don't ask you to help me, but you can't drag me down. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Baijan is, I will kill you all the same." At this moment, even if the martial monarch beside him was extremely anxious, he did not dare to make a sound. To be honest, when Suyu was angry, even he was a little afraid. Previously, Suyu was in a good mood, but it suddenly turned cloudy. At this moment, the martial monarch was extremely anxious, but he did not dare to urge Suyu to vent his anger on him. Suyu quickly calmed down. Things might not be as bad as he thought. Even if Baijan really wanted to receive the human ancestor, there might not be a chance. Even if there was, it might not be what he wanted. "Don't worry," Suyu warned himself not to be anxious. There was no need to be anxious over such a trivial matter. Yes, it was a trivial matter. He quickly calmed down and looked at Emperor Wu, regaining his smile. "Sorry for making a fool of myself. Emperor Wu, let's continue." Emperor Wu did not say anything. It was not appropriate for him to respond at this moment. However, he did not say anything. Suyu frowned. "Emperor Wu, do you think I can't release you? Can't unseal you? You don't trust me? F***ck, keep looking for trouble." Emperor Wu was speechless and quickly said, "Okay, unseal, I believe you." Cut the crap. He felt that Suyu was looking for trouble now. It was better for him to unseal himself first. Only then did Suyu smile in satisfaction. Soon, 97 tokens were suspended in the air. At this moment, the entire star sea was shaking violently. In the void, the power of laws appeared. These were the power of laws left behind by some of the top experts in the past. These power of laws densely covered the entire world. Rumble, just like Suyu's mood, it was like a bolt from the blue. On the battlefield of heavens, lightning suddenly filled the sky. In the distance, the experts of the 9 realms were stunned. What's going on? Is the world changing again? And at the same time as these power of laws densely covered the world. The human realm. One expert after another instantly appeared in the sky above the human realm. Baijan looked into the distance, frowning slightly. Beside him, Chongqing looked at the sky and the power of lightning, frowning slightly. "Your Majesty, this seems to be a sign that the battlefield is about to be completely unsealed." Baijan nodded slightly. Wu Ji said strangely, is it time? According to the previous speculation, shouldn't there be another year or two? Baijan did not speak. A door appeared in his eyes as he looked into the distance. A figure seemed to appear in his eyes. It was Suyu. It was not time, but Suyu took the initiative to unseal the entire battlefield. Baijan was silent. Suyu, what was he going to do? He was in the Star Sea area, and it seemed that he was near the Star Mansion. Could it be that he was trying to understand Martial Monarch Feng? Should he stop them or not? At this moment, Baijan was deep in thought. If he stopped Suyu, then he might end up in conflict with Suyu. Also, if he stopped Suyu, once the Emperor broke out of his seal, he might not rest until he died. Did Suyu reach some sort of agreement with the Martial Emperor when he lifted the Martial Emperor's title? Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't have taken the initiative to help the Martial Monarch remove the seal. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, Upper Realm. The wind and clouds surged. The laws in the land of the Tao origin rumbled. It was as if a hole had appeared in the sky above the Tao origin ground, with the force of rules surging into the heavens and earth. On Human Mountain, one powerful being after another quickly rose into the air. The divine imperial concubine said softly, Suyu really went to unseal the passage to the lower realms. Previously, when Suyu took away the counselor token, everyone knew what he was thinking. He didn't expect Suyu to be so efficient and take action immediately. In the depths of Chaotic Mountain, Yu Qing and the others also looked into the distance. Behind them, in the Gate of Hell, half of the dragon's body had appeared. At this moment, he was a little puzzled. What's going on? Yu Zhan said in a deep voice, the lower realms are about to open. This wasn't the first time such a scene had happened. Every time the heavenly battlefield was unsealed, there would be a great commotion. The land of the Tao origin would cause a wave of law fluctuations, informing the upper realms that the passage to the lower realms had been opened. Soon, this wasn't the critical moment, and it hadn't completely opened yet. It was just a sign. As soon as he said that, the dragon also laughed and said, good news. As soon as he came out, the passage to the Myriad worlds opened. If that wasn't a good thing, what was it? Although it seemed like he could go through the primal chaos. However, the primal chaos was unknown. Of course, he was a member of the primal chaos ancient race, so it didn't matter. However, he hadn't come out for many years, and the Myriad worlds were different from before. It was better to walk less paths that he didn't know. Yu Qing also said calmly, it's good that it's opened. We can also see how strong Baijan's side is. This should be done by Suyu. He probably opened the lower realms to fully expose Baijan. Yu Zhan nodded slightly. Perhaps, thinking of something, Yu Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, now that the lower realms are unsealed, will some people be unsealed? Who? There are some dead spirit masters sealed in the dead soul's domain. I wonder if the unsealing this time will release them. Yu Qing had also heard of this, but it was a long time ago. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and said, even if they are unsealed, it won't affect us much. It will only affect the lower realms and the dead soul's domain. Moreover, so what if it would affect them? Should he stop them now? Thinking of this, Yu Qing tilted his head and looked at the Dragon King, who had half of its body floating out, and said, Dragon King, after you come out, we still have to think of a way to capture some strong masters and sacrifice them. They still had to continue guiding some strong masters over. Now, they could only be considered as illegal immigrants. If they wanted to come out quickly, it would be best to sacrifice some strong masters. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to come out. Yu Qing had planned for many years to come out. Yu Zhan and the others had relied on their bloodline to guide them for many years. Even so, several celestial venerables had died, and they had seized a large amount of rule power. Only then did Yu Qing come out. As for Dragon King, he had relied on his willpower to be swallowed twice. Actually, he had located this side, and only then could he borrow the sacrifice of several celestial venerables to come out. However, if others wanted to come out, it would be much more difficult. Although the crack had expanded a little, it would still be very difficult for powerful existences to come out. When Dragon King heard this, he laughed coldly and said, of course, this is not difficult. When this venerate comes out, I will first kill that Suyu. Then, I can naturally guide some people over here. Kill Suyu. Yu Qing was silent for a moment and did not say anything. It was best to eliminate one first. He might be easier to deal with than Suyu. Of course, it was still too early to say these things. Dragon King had not completely come out yet. At the same time, lower realms, thunder and lightning filled the sky. Wind and clouds surged as tokens floated in the air. Suyu looked up at the sky. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a token appeared. Shadow force appeared on Suyu's body, instantly activating the token. Above the token, a powerful phantom appeared. This phantom appeared, and in the void, a network line flickered. Suyu held the token in his hand. The giant phantom on the token suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the phantom line that appeared, wanting to devour the power of laws left behind in the past. The phantom was incomparably huge, swallowing the sky and the sun. The moment the phantom swallowed the thread, nearby, many other threads surrounded the phantom, as if trying to stop it. At this time, Suyu waved his hand again. Tokens appeared one after another, attaching themselves to the threads and temporarily locking them in place. However, 2 threads still rushed towards Suyu. 99 traces of power of laws. This was the battlefield sealed by a top powerhouse in the past. But Suyu only had 97 tokens. He was still missing 2, and now, the power of laws corresponding to the 2 missing tokens erupted. The laws left behind by the top powerhouses in the past were extremely powerful. They were the ones who set the laws, and each strand could kill a few heavenly kings. With 99 strands gathered, they could even kill a master of the laws. But now, 97 were locked in place. What could the remaining 2 strands do? These 2 strands of power of laws took on the shape of a corresponding master of the laws in the air. It was an enormous phantom in the shape of a human. When Suyu saw it, he smiled. The Titan race. This was definitely the law of the primeval Titan King. The primeval Titan King, although he's a master of the laws, he doesn't necessarily walk the path of the flesh. Or perhaps he also controls the path of the primeval Titan King? This was something Suyu wasn't too sure about. The giant primeval Titan King charged at Suyu. The laws were merciless. They didn't dissipate on their own before time was up. Instead, they were activated by someone else. Naturally, they wanted to kill a rulebreaker like Suyu. Nothing but an inanimate object. With a single law, there was still hope of killing a heavenly king. How dare he flaunt his might in front of me? Even if his true self came, I'd still be a little wary. He's merely a strand of power of laws left behind over the years. Suyu punched through the air. This punch shook the heavens and earth. With a rumble, the giant primeval Titan King exploded in the air. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant realm. The realm trembled. It was the current primeval Titan King. The primeval Titan King's expression changed. He could sense that the power of laws left behind by his ancestors had been destroyed. He also saw Suyu. Suyu, you dare break my ancestors' laws, noisy. Before the primeval Titan King could finish speaking, Suyu punched through the air. Boom, this punch pierced through the void, appearing in the skies above the giant realm. It instantly appeared in front of the primeval Titan King. With nowhere to run, the primeval Titan King roared and also punched. Boom, the primeval Titan King plummeted into the realm. At this moment, the surroundings were quiet. Suyu was indifferent and coldly said, "Who gave you the courage to question me? Provoking me? This punch is a small punishment to warn me. If it happens again, you will die." The surroundings were quiet. After a while, near the Eastern Rift Valley, someone coldly said, "Suyu, you are too arrogant." It wasn't Baijan. It was an Empyrean. Suyu didn't give Baijan any face and directly punched the primeval Titan King, seriously injuring him. It wasn't that Suyu didn't know the relationship between Baijan and the primeval Titan King. Strictly speaking, Baijan had to call the primeval Titan King father-in-law. At this moment, Suyu's stern voice came out, "You want to start a war with me? Baijan hasn't even spoken yet. Audacious madman, you have no respect for anyone. You dare to question this emperor?" At this moment, the wind and clouds surged. Strands of power of laws fell over there. Boom, the sky exploded as if countless giant hands were grabbing toward that side. Suyu shouted, "Go, kill him." Boom, 3 huge figures instantly broke through the air. Fat Ball, Lan Tian, and Tong Tian, under the teleportation of Marquis Tong Tian, arrived almost instantly. Fat Ball appeared, instantly turning black, and a boot smashed down on that person. Behind, Bai Zhan did not make a move. The group of people watched silently. And the person who spoke swung his sword. Just as he swung his sword, suddenly, the long sword froze. The next moment, a boot descended from the sky, and with a rumble, it crushed his head, and blood splattered into the void. The expressions of the people behind changed. So strong, the blackened Fat Ball was indeed strong, and it also had the Wen King boot, which was even more terrifying. One boot smashed the opponent's head open, and it opened its big mouth to completely swallow the opponent, and at this moment, behind, Bai Zhan suddenly stretched out his hand and whispered, "It's all a misunderstanding." The giant hand came from the sky. It was also boundlessly powerful. However, at this moment, Marquis Tong Tian instantly opened the portal. Immediately, a roar came from the portal, and a giant dragon beast appeared. Bai Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a slap, the dragon beast phantom was destroyed. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. Suddenly, a portal was pulled out of the void. Marquis Tong Tian's expression changed. The portal, that was the true body, he had actually been caught. Just as Marquis Tong Tian was about to struggle, Bai Zhan suddenly loosened his hand, and with a light slap, the portal was sent flying. Like a gentle breeze, Bai Zhan stretched out his hand and grabbed Chang Mei, who was almost bitten to death by Fat Ball, in the distance, and instantly brought him to his side. He said softly, "Chang Mei was rude, and has been punished. Fellow Daoist Su, let's forget about this matter." Tong Tian, Lan Tian, and Fat Ball were all extremely solemn. Bai Zhan was so strong. This time, Su had the intention of testing him. In fact, Lan Tian instantly understood. He was deliberately testing Bai Zhan, testing the strength of their side. In the end, after Bai Zhan really made a move, they found that they could not see through him, unimaginably strong. After Marquis Tong Tian swallowed the portal, although he had not completely digested it, he was already very strong. In the end, not only was his true body easily pulled out by Bai Zhan, but he was also casually slapped to the side. He was a celestial lord. How many people in the current Myriad realms could do this? At least, the Dragon of Chaos, Yu Zhan, and the others could not do it. Lan Tian instantly understood. Bai Zhan's strength was not something they could test, unless they started a full-blown war now. Lan Tian was full of smiles. Then forget it. Since the 100 Battle King has interfered, let's forget about this matter. His Majesty, Emperor Yu, is just giving us a small punishment. After saying this, he smiled and said, "Lord 100 Battle King, then we will take our leave." The 3 great experts disappeared in an instant. Marquis Tong Tian had a lingering fear in his heart. He hurriedly opened the door, and with a flash, the 3 of them completely disappeared. In the same place. The group of people was somewhat solemn. Chang Mei, whose face had just been smashed by a boot, also had a lingering fear at this moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, they are too arrogant." Bai Zhan raised his hand slightly and interrupted him, saying softly, "What do you think of these 3? Chongqing said softly, "That dog is King Wen's dog, and it calls itself Fat Ball. I see that its appearance is not white as rumored, but black. This is somewhat similar to the sun-devouring divine hound in the records. It is very strong, and that boot is probably King Wen's boot." King Wen did indeed lose a boot back then, and there was a period of time when he even took off his boot and walked barefoot. Among us, I'm afraid only Wu Ji and Yu Luo have a hope of fighting it. Yu Luo was very strong, without a doubt. As for Wu Ji, as the number 1 general under Bai Zhan, he was also very strong, and there was still hope of fighting it. Chongqing said again, that Marquis Tong Tian can go or stay as he pleases. His battle strength is average, but he is extremely difficult to deal with. And the one who spoke later. He looked at Marquis Yunxue, who lowered his head and said, "It's Lan Tian." Lan Tian? The one who caused a huge commotion when opening the path, and Suyu burned his lifespan for him? Chongqing was silent for a while, then said, "His improvement is very fast. The rumors that he died last time were clearly just rumors. He is still alive, and not only is he alive, but he has also reached the level of an Empyrean. As for his specific strength, the other party didn't make a move, so I'm not too sure. 3 Empyreans appeared, and Long Eyebrow's face was instantly slapped until it cracked. Suyu, just because of one sentence. Was it because of his bad temper, or was it because of something else? At this moment, even Marquis Jeannon had not returned here, but those 3 arrived a step earlier. Suyu was aware of the relationship between the Giant King and Baijan, so he did not stand on ceremony, heavily injuring the Giant King with one punch. This could also be considered the first time they came into direct contact with Suyu. In the end, this first meeting was not too pleasant. Suyu opened the passage to the lower realms, injured the Giant King, and sent people to kill Long Eyebrow. No matter how one looked at it, Suyu did not look too easy to get along with. At this moment, there were people who were angry, and there were people whose hearts were palpitating. In an instant, 3 great Empyreans charged over. Very terrifying, knowing that Baijan was here, they still came. Suyu's control over these Empyreans was also extremely strong. The 3 great Empyreans were probably not all of Suyu's subordinates. Suyu himself would not be too weak. Was he still a young man, above the sea of stars? Suyu injured the Giant King with one punch, but he did not look at it. Soon, he continued to busy himself. When Grandmaster Tong Tian and the others returned, Suyu had completely defeated the second rebellious rule power. Below, as the power of the 2 rules collapsed, under the surging wind and clouds, a looming huge figure vaguely emerged from the void, as if it was struggling. Martial Emperor, he also began to prepare to break the seal. Very strong. Blue Sky returned. He did not say much. Very strong, which meant that he could not test it out, nor could he see what level Baijan had reached. Suyu did not answer. One token after another, phantoms continued to appear and began to devour the rule power. Rumble, the thunder continued, shaking heaven and earth. In the distance, the new continent created by the experts of the 9 realms was also turbulent with the aura of the martial emperor on the continent. The experts of the 9 realms were trembling. After a while, an eternal realm expert sighed in despair, grabbed a few people around him, and transmitted his voice, "Let's go home. Tell the younger generation not to build a continent for the rest of their lives. We should just stay in this realm quietly. Go home, this continent was going to be finished." If Suyu didn't die, they could forget about building a continent for the rest of their lives. If it wasn't for Suyu intentionally stopping them, he wouldn't have bothered to care. But these experts knew that even if Suyu didn't care, a casual move from him could completely destroy their continent. Forget it, go home, don't waste this time, there was nothing good in the battlefield of heavens, go home and stay at home. When they knew that Suyu was here, everyone gave up. In the blink of an eye, a group of experts ran away and returned to their homes. When Suyu finished his work, this continent would probably be gone. Everyone knew this. Indeed, Suyu did not care. That was a trivial matter, he was too lazy to look at the eternal sun and moon. Whether the continent was built or not had nothing to do with him. At this time, Suyu was focused on devouring the power of the Grand Tao. Every time he broke a rule, the tremor below grew stronger. The martial emperor was also gathering his strength in preparation to break the seal. As for Suyu, he was also devouring the marks left behind by the masters of the laws. This could be considered a preliminary understanding. He wanted to understand their realms in the past, their comprehension, and the rules of the Grand Tao. These were all necessary intelligence gathering. As for Baijan, he did not care about him. He was just too lazy to listen to his noisy subordinates. The power of the Grand Tao was broken and devoured one by one. 10, 20, 30, rumble, the entire battlefield of heaven seemed to be expanding. Below, the martial emperor's body became clearer, as if it had appeared from the endless void. It was enormous, but it was vaguely visible that his head was facing down. Suyu continued to break the Grand Tao. 40, 50, when more than half of the Grand Tao's power was broken, the myriad realms trembled. Those familiar with him knew that the higher realms were about to open up. Rumble, the battlefield was expanding. At this moment, Suyu could clearly see that the entire battlefield was expanding. Before, it seemed to have been compressed. Now, the sea of stars was spreading. North, south, east, west, and north were all expanding. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. vast amounts of the power of the Grand Tao dissipated between heaven and earth. Down below, the martial emperor was no longer silent. Suddenly, he roared. On the first floor of the starry mansion, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, shining like the sun and moon. His eyes were filled with viciousness and madness. "I'm going to break the seal." Mount High. It was as if he had returned to the past. Only today, it was not only Suyu who heard it. Everyone in the Myriad realms heard it. It was filled with madness, it was filled with fury. At this moment, one could even feel the martial emperor's desire to kill. Mount High. Boom, waves surged. With a rumble, the continent created by the 9 realms was reduced to dust. The martial emperor, a powerful existence. At this moment, Suyu could vaguely feel that he might have underestimated the martial emperor. His strength after breaking the seal was stronger than he had imagined. As expected, these guys had not fought each other, so he had no idea how strong they were. Judging from the current situation, the martial emperor's aura was already extremely powerful without being unsealed. Boom, the martial emperor's head struggled. On the first floor of the starry mansion, everything was reduced to dust. Only his face could be clearly seen, filled with anger and madness. Suyu continued to break the Grand Tao. At this time, the river of time was also trembling violently. On the martial emperor's Grand Tao that Suyu had seen before, chains appeared and began to break. There were many chains on the martial emperor's Grand Tao, completely locking him down. However, after so many years, some of the chains were broken. At this time, his will was clear. The suppression of the myriad realms began to disappear, and he took the opportunity to break countless chains. "I'm coming out." The martial emperor's roar resounded through the clouds. Boom, the waters of the river shook violently. Around the martial emperor's Grand Tao, the waters shook violently. The mortal emperor had sealed this part of the river of time, preventing others from stepping into the master of the law's realm. However, the martial emperor did not need to break through. He was the master of the laws. Moreover, he had broken the seal in this era. This was also the era when the mortal emperor's seal's suppression was at its weakest. At this moment, the upper realms. The divine imperial concubine's eyes flickered. She murmured, "In this era, the seal seems weak." Beside her, Celestial Crown was startled. Jiwu also hurriedly asked, "Imperial concubine, what do you mean?" The divine imperial concubine, in order to stay in the myriad realms with a clear mind, a master of the laws of the past had chosen to break her own Grand Tao and cultivate it anew. She wasn't like the martial monarch, the dead spirit monarch, and the others, who couldn't leave the sealed land and still retain their cultivation. She had broken her Grand Tao and cultivated again. Starting from scratch, she quickly became an Empyrean again. But today, she felt something different. The divine imperial concubine murmured, "I, perhaps, can continue forward along the Grand Tao of the past." The divine imperial concubine's eyes flickered. But Corona's expression shifted. She quickly sent, "Imperial concubine, you mean, you can ascend?" Others couldn't, but the imperial concubine could. The divine imperial concubine didn't know. She only had a vague feeling. Martial Emperor is breaking the seal and shaking the river of time. My Grand Tao shouldn't be too far from his. Borrowing the power of his Grand Tao, perhaps. I can continue my Grand Tao. The divine imperial concubine's eyes flickered. I don't know if it's possible, but I want to try. Corona, the divine race is in danger, so I want to give it a try. But if I fail, the backlash of the Grand Tao. I should die. Corona's expression changed. Lunar eclipse's injuries haven't healed, and I'm struggling at death's door. I can only fight with all my strength. Once the battle is over, I'll die. Corona, these days are too torturous, so I want to give it a try. If I fail, join the immortals, or join Suyu. The divine imperial concubine's eyes were complicated. I'll go down to take a look. The power of the Grand Tao is clearer there. If I fail, you don't need to find me or collect my corpse. If the divine emperor returns, tell him I've waited too long. I can't wait any longer. Imperial concubine. Corona trembled, but the divine imperial concubine smiled. The chance is right in front of you. If you miss it, it won't come again. I'm continuing my Grand Tao, not opening it. There's still hope. With that, she flew through the air. The immortal's expressions changed. The divine imperial concubine's voice rang out. I'll break the seal. If I succeed, I'll become a master of the laws. If I fail, I'll die. Ancient sky, I'm not with the divine race. The divine imperial concubine will obey you. In the crowd, ancient sky was shaken. Then, I wish the divine imperial concubine success. Success. One had a master of the laws, as for the Saint Marquis and the others, there was nothing they could do. But the divine imperial concubine had a high chance. Suyu was still trying to break the seal. As he did so, there was a sudden rumble from the endless void corresponding to Burying Soul Mountain. A moment later, a tattered figure appeared in the endless heavens. Suyu's expression changed, in the distance. The divine imperial concubine walked over. She looked at the struggling Emperor Wu, then at Suyu. She bowed slightly. I wish to take this opportunity to continue my grand Tao. If I succeed, I'll break through. If I fail, I'll die. If I fail, there's nothing more to say. If I succeed, Emperor, you can make one request, and I'll do my best to fulfill it. Suyu. The divine imperial concubine wanted to continue her Tao. Should he agree, if she didn't, he could expel her or even kill her. 1. Suyu muttered to himself. Did he want Wan to become a master of the laws? He sank into deep thought. After a long time, he said, don't disturb me, and don't disturb Emperor Wu. Success or failure will depend on your luck. Many thanks. Without another word, the divine imperial concubine flew back to the god realm. Suyu agreed. As for Suyu, his expression flickered. Fine, then he'd make the situation a bit more chaotic. Divine imperial concubine, one request, he hoped it wouldn't affect anything. He'd created an enemy for himself, a powerful one at that. For a moment, Suyu felt conflicted. If Baijian was willing to cooperate, he wouldn't give the divine imperial concubine a chance to bask in his glory. But now... Who cared? Suyu growled, get ready, I'm going to break all the power of the laws. Boom, the world shook. At this moment, Emperor Wu's roar echoed out, break. Suyu no longer said anything. In an instant, he broke the last rule force. Boom, a tremendous explosion shook the heavens and earth. Even the heavens shook. At the same time, an enormous figure emerged from the void. Emperor Wu's body, he really was hanging upside down in the void. Not only that, behind his buttocks, there seemed to be black smoke. In fact, it was not black smoke, but a dead spirit passage. There was also a dead spirit passage here. As for his legs, they had indeed been pulled apart, and they were perfectly straight. T-shape, tragic, Emperor Wu and the others were really ruthless. On his legs, there was a huge secret realm of the palace. That was the 8th and 9th floor of the Star Mansion. Emperor Wu and the others were also deceiving. They lived in the palace, but the people from the 1st to the 7th floor lived in Emperor Wu's body. And Emperor Wu opened his eyes and saw all this. At this moment, he went completely crazy. He knew it before, but he didn't see his situation with his own eyes. Only at this moment did he know what he had encountered. Taishan. A shrill roar, a crazy roar, shook the entire star sea violently. Thousands of feet of waves swept over the world, and countless yuan qi swept over and was swallowed up by him. Suyu sympathized with him. He quickly recorded it secretly. Otherwise, if Emperor Wu saw it, he'd kill him. Oh my god, this posture, it was too miserable. Suyu didn't know what to say. Break! Emperor Wu's violent roar resounded through the world. At this moment, his roar could be heard in the upper realm. His head pulled out from the ground, and on the ground, his long hair pulled out, revealing a black hole, which was also the passage to the dead spirit's domain. The long river of time trembled violently, the chains that had sealed him before began to break one by one. Emperor Wu rose from the ground, and in an instant, his body fell back, standing in the void, his long hair fluttering, but there was a little less hair, a lot of it was pulled out. He roared, broke the world with a punch, tore the long river, and instantly drilled into the long river. Suyu opened the gate of heaven, and immediately saw Emperor Wu, along his own great path, frantically bombarding all the way. In the Great Path, the chains, one by one, were torn apart by him. The huge shock affected the whole world, and at this moment, Suyu had a faint feeling that in the dead spirit's domain, the Emperor of Death seemed to take advantage of the long river of time turbulence, and even the Great Path of Death was disturbed, began to break out of the seal. The Emperor of Death was also beginning to break out of the seal. Not only that, but in the God world, the former imperial concubine's expression changed. In the next moment, she tore the long river apart, taking advantage of Emperor Wu's bombardment to repair her broken Great Path. She also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break out of the seal and become the master of the laws. The three powerhouses all chose this moment to break out of the seal. Or perhaps it could be said that this was their only chance. The divine imperial concubine also took advantage of this opportunity to dive into the long river. Huge waves battered her, and her great path was broken. But at this moment, she disregarded everything, burning everything, using the last of her life force to repair this great path. If she couldn't repair it, she would die. If she did, she would be the master of the laws. Everything she burned could be restored. Break! The enraged roar of the martial emperor rang out once again. He had already reached the end of his Tao, and was only a tiny bit away. However, this tiny bit was like a heavenly moat, obstructing him. At this moment, a screen of light appeared, blocking the end of the tributary. No! Emperor Wu roared in despair. He punched out again and again, his palms covered in blood, but he couldn't break out of the seal. He couldn't believe this. What was this? Who was blocking him? Why? He wanted to break out of the seal, why couldn't he? At this moment, Suyu also tore through the long river. Looking over, he frowned. Soon, he waved his hand, and a giant seal appeared out of nowhere. Suyu roared. By the decree of the mortal master, I pardon Emperor Wu. The heavens and earth bear witness. Break the seal. At this moment, the mortal master seal radiated with light, illuminate the heavens. A giant seal suppressed the heavens and the long river. Brilliant light erupted from the mortal master seal. A beam of light pierced through the air, striking the thin membrane of Emperor Wu's great path. Boom, there was a loud explosion. The thin membrane was incomparably sturdy, and not even Emperor Wu could break through it. But at this moment, it was shattered by this beam of light. Emperor Wu was startled. Then, he couldn't care less. His body emerged from the great path. Countless streams of water were devoured by him. In the blink of an eye, his aura became incomparably powerful. The water in this part of the long river was instantly cut off and sucked dry by him. Not far away, there was a branch of the great path that had no hope of continuing its path. However, as Emperor Wu sucked dry the water, the divine emperor concubine shouted, her white hair fluttering. Boom, a monstrous aura rose from there. Emperor Wu was madly devouring the water of the long river. He couldn't be bothered with it. He didn't even look at it. Instead, he was rapidly strengthening himself. Yu Guang looked at Suyu and gritted his teeth. Damn, the human emperor actually interfered. His seal actually had the human emperor's seal. He hadn't noticed it before. He almost failed. What a great human emperor, treacherous villain. As for Suyu, he sighed with emotion. The human emperor was still powerful. Emperor Wu actually had a seal that was personally placed by the human emperor. Without the mortal master seal, Emperor Wu probably couldn't break out of the seal. This meant that the human emperor had left behind a contingency plan to control Emperor Wu. Without the human emperor's permission, no matter how powerful Emperor Wu was, he would continue to be suppressed. This was reliable. Although he had left behind a mess, overall, the human emperor was still much more reliable. Rumble, 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 the entire long river violently trembled. Two masters of the laws had entered and sucked in vast amounts of water, causing the flow of the river to be cut off. At this moment, upstream, a low curse rang out. Fuck. Hee hee. Emperor Wu died again. Someone laughed. Emperor Wu had died again. Forget it, no one asked. Even if they did, it was Emperor Wu who was dead. The long river was shaking again. Off in the distance, the phantom was incomparably depressed. Bullshit, it seemed like Emperor Wu had broken out of his seal. So he really hadn't died earlier? Forget it, I'll definitely find a chance to kill Emperor Wu. Ha ha ha. Heaven and earth trembled and the river stopped flowing. Emperor Wu's aura covered the world. His long hair danced in the wind and his golden armor appeared. If he had more hair, he would be even more handsome and explosive. Unfortunately, his hair was a little short and he was a little bald. Emperor Wu probably didn't notice this, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. In addition, his legs were a bit slanted. There was no way around it. If you'd been split for hundreds of thousands of years, you'd still have slanted legs. His head was bald, his legs were slanted, and his neck was a bit crooked. Yes, his neck had been broken and stuffed into the ground, so it was a bit crooked. His aura was explosive, his armor dazzling, his laughter wild, everything was fine. If one didn't look closely, they would sigh with emotion. Emperor Wu was incomparably domineering, one look at him. Emperor Wu didn't live up to his reputation, of course, in this era, strength mattered more than looks. Someone like Suyu, who was handsome, talented, intelligent, courageous, domineering, and decisive, was too rare. This was Suyu's own thoughts. He stood proudly in the river of time, his hands behind his back. He silently watched Emperor Wu laugh. He didn't feel domineering at all, having seen Emperor Wu at his worst, Suyu didn't feel that his aura was powerful. Yes, Emperor Wu was strong, Emperor Wu might really be the strongest expert in all the realms. This could be seen from the Divine Emperor concubine in the River of Time. There was still a gap. Divine Emperor concubine's aura was also powerful, but she seemed a bit weaker than Yuqing, who was much weaker than Emperor Wu. This was the feeling, this time, Suyu had a clear comparison. Sure enough, Masters of the Laws were divided into different levels. It wasn't easy to differentiate realms. At the Master of the Laws level, it depended on the length of the Grand Tao, the width of the Grand Tao, the characteristics of the Grand Tao, and the characteristics of the laws. Everyone had grasped the power of the Tao. A Master of the Laws with a wide urethra was also a Master of the Laws. Compared to a Master of the Laws as wide as the ocean, the difference was like heaven and earth. Thus, the Masters of the Laws couldn't be classified by rank. Instead, one had to look at their overall strength and the strength of their Grand Tao. Martial emperors were clearly much stronger than the divine imperial concubine. Actually, Suyu had seen the martial emperor's great Tao before. From his perspective, the width of the martial emperor's great Tao was still acceptable, about 4,000 meters. It was much wider than the desolate heavenly beast's great Tao. Among the great Tao that Suyu had seen, there were no special great Tao. It was only slightly weaker than the brush Tao. There was no doubt that martial monarchs were experts. Those who were not strong were not qualified to fight with King Wu and the others. However, the martial emperor had been living a miserable life. Suyu had never treated the martial emperor as a supreme expert. However, at this moment, the martial emperor was still very domineering. When he recovered his strength, he laughed wildly. The next moment, he frowned and shouted coldly, "Scram!" Not to Suyu, but to the divine emperor concubine. The martial emperor released his aura and looked at the god emperor concubine coldly. God clan, when I broke the seal, I continued my Tao. If it weren't for the fact that he knew that Suyu had tacitly agreed to it, he would have killed this bastard who borrowed his glory. In the distance, the divine emperor concubine's aura was powerful. However, at this moment, she seemed to be competing with the sun and moon. After a moment of silence, the divine emperor concubine bowed slightly and disappeared. She wasn't a match for the martial emperor. Although the martial emperor was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. Provoking the martial emperor right now was clearly unwise. The divine emperor concubine disappeared, but the martial emperor didn't care. Instead, he looked at Suyu, his eyes cold and fierce. His aura wild, he pressed down on Suyu. Step by step, he walked towards Suyu. His aura was boundless. He coldly said, "Suyu." This guy had humiliated him many times. But now, he had broken the seal. In today's myriad worlds, who else but him could do it? The martial emperor knew that although he had been sealed for many years, and although he was no match for King Wen and the others, in this sealed era, he was without a doubt the king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to agree to Suyu's request to kill the three masters of the law. This was confidence and confidence. The berserk martial emperor stepped on the river of time, approaching Suyu step by step. He wanted to see if the current Suyu still had the courage to be arrogant with him. No matter how talented you are, you still can't compare to me, not too far away, so you looked at him and smiled. If your legs are healed, pay attention to your steps. You're a bit out of line. Be more reserved. The martial emperor's face was ice cold. Suyu, today is not the same as before. Did you know? The sky had changed, Suyu smiled again. Don't tilt your neck. Pay attention. The martial emperor's face was ashen. He closed his legs a bit and twisted his neck a bit. He continued to approach Suyu. You're courting death, Suyu smiled again. Also, you're missing a bit of hair. Bastard. An angry roar pierced through the world. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it, but now that he did, the martial emperor was enraged. Suyu had pulled out his hair before. The martial emperor flew into a rage, his hair instantly grew thick. On his golden armor, there was a faint trace of blood. His blood energy was boiling. In the past, he was also a character that fought the heavens and earth. He had also killed a master of the laws. Even now, Suyu was still humiliating a peerless powerhouse like him. Suyu smiled. I'm just reminding you. Why are you so angry? It's not good to be angry. You're courting death. The martial emperor's voice was cold. Do you think that just because you unsealed me, I would really stand on your side? Do you think that just because you have more people under you, you can do anything to me? You underestimate me too much. What's more, you don't get along with Baijian, you don't get along with Yu Qing, you don't get along with Wan. Suyu, you have enemies all over the world. How dare you be so arrogant? Where did you get the qualifications? Where did you get the confidence? The martial emperor found it strange. Suyu had so many enemies, but he didn't try to win him over. Instead, he came to ridicule him. Did he really not know how to write the word death? Suyu chuckled. Even if the heavens are my enemies, I will still do what I have to do. Even if I don't like you, I still don't like you. The one who opened the gate of heaven was sealed for more than 100,000 years. Now, borrowing my strength to break free, you think you can suppress me? Let me think. I'm 22 years old this year. Don't you feel proud? The martial emperor's footsteps paused. Suyu's expression didn't change. He was still smiling. Let's not talk about whether or not you can kill me. If you can kill me, how long do you think it will take for you to die? Suyu's smile was bright. This world doesn't need a spoiler. As for you, you are the one I released to mess things up. The martial emperor's expression changed. So what if you're number one under the heavens? The more you're number one, the more you have to die. Suyu's smile gradually faded. Martial emperor, do you want to break free today and die today? Do you believe that if I call out to Baijian, the divine emperor concubine, the death emperor, and even Yu Qing will be willing to help me kill you? The martial emperor's expression changed. Impossible. They have a grudge against you, not me. Suyu sneered. Childish thinking. Because, you are number one under heaven. The martial emperor was stunned. Number one under heaven, if you don't die, who will? Suyu said indifferently, can I kill the master of the laws? Can I kill them alone? No. But you might be able to kill them. Are the master of the laws more afraid of you or me? Even if I can kill them, I'll have to surround and suppress them. I'll even suffer heavy losses. As for you, since you have the ability to kill the master of the laws, you are the public enemy. Don't you understand this? Suyu's voice gradually turned cold. Why are you always so stupid? The martial emperor's face was ashen. Suyu, are you sure you want to eat me up? If you're willing to cooperate with me, then so are the others. Suyu nodded. Yes, you can try. I won't stop you. Right now, Baijian is in the human realm. Go ask him if he's willing to cooperate with you. The martial emperor's expression changed. Go, ask him. Suyu was too arrogant. The martial emperor coldly swept his eyes over Suyu. Suddenly, he tore apart the river and disappeared. Suyu calmly watched him leave. Go. If Baijian can take you in, I'll even call you father. I was the one who released you. Baijian must have lost his mind to say he would take you in. What an idiot. Isn't he afraid I did it on purpose? Isn't he afraid I'm a spy? Baijian still has you, Luo. Baijian has a spy on him. Isn't he afraid Suyu will send a martial emperor? Besides, the martial emperor is incomparably powerful. Isn't he afraid he'll take over? Ridiculous, at this moment, in the human realm. Heaven and earth were torn apart. A boundlessly powerful aura shook heaven and earth. Baijan frowned. Everyone else was on high alert. The martial emperor, in the next moment, a golden figure appeared. He was not as disheveled as before. The martial emperor was peerlessly domineering. His powerful aura covered heaven and earth, making some Dao integration stage cultivators feel suffocated. The martial emperor stepped out of the void. He looked at Baijan and said coldly, "Not weak." Baijan also looked at him with a solemn expression. Soon, he smiled. "Senior Martial Emperor. Cut the crap." The Martial Emperor said coldly, "You're also a human, and so am I. I have a deep feud with Suyu. If I cooperate with you and kill Suyu, are you willing?" Baijan was taken aback. Soon, he chuckled. "Senior, you must be joking. Fellow cultivator Su is also a human. We're both humans. How can you?" "Senior, please don't joke around." "What a joke, is this guy purposely looking for trouble?" No wonder Suyu's attitude changed so much today. It turned out that the martial emperor had broken through his seal. That made sense. The martial emperor was very powerful. As for killing Suyu, he didn't take it to heart. Too good at joking around. If he agreed now and said that he wanted to kill Suyu, the martial emperor would most likely make a move against him right away. Baijan laughed in his heart. The martial emperor, was this the martial emperor's own idea, or was it Suyu who instructed the martial emperor to do it? The martial emperor was naturally Suyu's man. That was nonsense. Who in the myriad worlds didn't think so? If he wasn't Suyu's man, would Suyu help him unseal? Would he extract the destiny of the human race and break the human emperor's suppression? That was impossible. Could it be that Suyu was idiotic enough to release an enemy and join forces with others to kill him? What a joke. The martial emperor frowned slightly and said coldly, "Baijan, you idiot. Do you think that I'm Suyu's man? That I'll listen to him? My grudge with him runs deep. His strength isn't weak, and he has many powerhouses under his command. If you and I join forces to kill him, I'll help you quell the chaos in the myriad worlds." Baijan smiled and said, "Senior, we're all humans, so there's no need. There's no enmity between me and fellow Daoist Su." Hypocrite. The martial emperor was furious. "He keeps saying that he wants to kill you. Don't you want to kill him?" And at this moment, the void shook. At this moment, Suyu's figure appeared between heaven and earth with his hands behind his back. He looked over from afar and said indifferently, "All right, you're getting old. Go back and rest." The martial emperor was furious. He suddenly turned around and scolded angrily, "Suyu, you bastard. Today, this emperor will join forces with Baijan to kill you." Baijan directly interrupted him and said with a smile, "Senior, it's better to go back and rest with fellow Daoist Su for a while. Breaking the seal today, Senior has also expended a lot of energy." He was just short of saying, "Stop acting. Aren't you tired? Don't mention scolding. Even if you directly hit Suyu and beat him half to death, I won't interfere. Once I interfere, you guys will immediately kill me, right?" Baijan was speechless. What exactly did Suyu want to do? Did he want to take the opportunity to find fault, or did he want to completely shed all pretense of cordiality while the martial emperor was unsealed? He pondered. And the martial emperor's face was extremely livid. In the next moment, he scolded angrily, "There's no use in scheming with this boy. Stupid Baijan." At this moment, if Baijan really joined forces with him, perhaps the martial emperor would really attack Suyu. To be honest, he was still very angry that Suyu repeatedly humiliated him. In the end, Baijan was an idiot. "I'm so angry, forget it. If I cooperate with this kind of idiot, I'll be killed by Suyu sooner or later." "Idiot thing," the martial emperor scolded wildly in his heart. In the next moment, he tilted his head to look at Suyu. With a cold snort, he tore through the sky and left. Behind him, Suyu said with a faint smile, "Martial Emperor, don't run around. In this myriad world, even if you're number one in the heavens, you might not be safe. Chaos, you mustn't go. Be careful of encountering nephew Zhou Ji and being beaten to death." Don't blame me for not warning you. The martial emperor ignored him and directly disappeared. He wanted to take a look. The world was so big, and he hadn't seen it for more than 100,000 years. Moreover, he was very depressed at the moment. He didn't want to pay attention to Suyu. If there was anything, it had to wait until he finished seeing the world, and Suyu also ignored him and looked at Baijan across the sky. Last time, they didn't meet in the river of time. This time, they were face to face. As the saying goes, a king doesn't see a king. It also depends on the situation. At this moment, Suyu wanted to meet Baijan. He stood between heaven and earth, looking at the eastern Rift Valley, looking at that familiar place, and said with a light smile, "Brother Baijan, the martial emperor is a rash person. Don't bother with him. He was sealed by the martial emperor for more than 100,000 years. He's a little abnormal. The martial emperor is a senior, so he naturally won't bother with him." Baijan also laughed softly. "Fellow Su, do you want to return to the human realm?" Suyu said with a smile, "What if I say I do? Then I'll give up this human realm." Behind him, someone frowned. And Suyu also frowned slightly, saying indifferently, "Is the human race not worthy of Brother Baijan's long stay?" Baijan laughed in spite of himself. "That's for others. Since fellow Su is here, I think it won't matter." Suyu said indifferently, "Then I still want the giant race." Baijan frowned and looked at Suyu. After a moment of silence, he said, "The giant race. Fellow Taoist has no use for it." Suyu nodded, "I understand." He didn't say anything else, just that he understood. Simply put, Baijan could give up the human realm, but he didn't want to give up the giant race. At this moment, behind Baijan, someone's expression changed slightly. And Baijan also quickly realized that Suyu might be setting a trap. He said with a smile, "The giant race. Fellow Taoist also knows that it's my wife's race after all. As for the human race, fellow Taoist is the 10th human lord. I think if fellow Taoist really wants to return, no one will stop you. If they do, won't that cause a conflict? We're all humans, there's no need for this. I'm doing this for the human race, for the greater good, to give you a place to stay, so I'm giving it to you. It's not because I'm afraid of you, nor is it because I don't want the human race anymore." Suyu nodded slightly and said, "The situation in the Myriad worlds is chaotic. You and I are both humans, so we can discuss things." Suyu continued, "Now, our greatest enemies are the sinners and the Wan race." "The sinners? The Hell King's throne has been stripped by me. The heavens and earth have recognized it, the human emperor has permitted it, and the entire human race has abandoned it." Suyu said indifferently, "In the upper realms, I announced to the heavens that the human race and the strong should know." "Brother Baijan, do you not know anything? Aren't you a human? Aren't you a strong person? You actually don't know." Baijan raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "I know a little, but I don't know." "Fellow Taoist has labeled it as a sinner race," Suyu said with a smile. "Is the prison race not guilty? Are the descendants of prison race not guilty? Yu Luo and Yu Shao are under your command. Does Yu Luo not know whether they are guilty or not? Let's not talk about anything else. Simply watching the human race be oppressed by the one for 100,000 years is a capital crime." Suyu's voice shook the heavens. "As a fellow human, it is a heinous crime to sit idly by and watch. As the 8th generation human master of the human race perished. Watching the descendant of King Wu fall was an unforgivable crime. Was King Wu's merit or fault? A descendant of the martial king, the leader of a generation, was this a merit or a fault? If this was not a sin, then the destruction of the human race was not a sin either. Devise your own policies in your position. Since he was going to share the destiny of the human race, how could he sit back and watch the human race decline? They don't appear in 100,000 years, but when they do, they have 2 masters of the laws, 7 or 8 celestial venerables, more than 10 heavenly kings, and nearly 100 Tao integration cultivators. Don't tell me this is the accumulation of 6,000 years. Suyu's voice shook the heavens. If 6,000 years of accumulation of such strength, then has the human race been trash for the past 100,000 years? A deafening roar shook the surroundings. Was the Hell King bloodline guilty? Baijan didn't say anything. Suyu said yes, but he didn't say anything else. First, sitting back and watching as the human race declined and the 8th-generation human master fell was a sin. Second, sitting back and watching as nearly 100 ancient human marquises perished was also a sin. He didn't say anything about the Wen King bloodline being targeted. After all, that had nothing to do with anyone else. He didn't say anything about colluding with the dead spirits. Suyu was also doing this. Just this one rule was that watching from the sidelines during the Great War was an unforgivable sin. Baijan gave him a deep look and nodded slightly. A sinner, this bloodline is guilty. He had to acknowledge this, even if Suyu was a bit, indirectly scolding the locust. Sitting back and watching for 100,000 years was the Hell King bloodline. Sitting back and watching for 6,000 years was his bloodline. At such a young age, his thoughts were meticulous and his heart was dark. With the heavens bearing witness, how could Baijan deny the Hell King bloodline's sin? The Hell King's throne being taken away was the best proof. Suyu won the hearts of the people. He said he took it away, and he did it. However, Suyu didn't stop there. He said loudly again, the sinners and Wan are the enemies of the human race. Does Brother Baijan acknowledge this? I do. Baijan nodded slightly. At this moment, someone suddenly said in a low voice, that's Su. Human Lord Su, you still helped Wan Divine Imperial Concubine break the seal? What sin was this? Suyu's offense was obvious. Baijan couldn't bring it up, but someone helped him. Suyu, you said that Wan Divine Imperial Concubine is an enemy, but you are helping the enemy. Suyu's voice was like a great bell. Using barbarians to fight barbarians. The Divine Imperial Concubine is my great enemy, but the Divine Imperial Concubine. Suyu turned and shouted, I help you break the seal. I have nothing to ask for. Promise me one condition. I don't ask for much. Kill Yuzhan, and this deal will be severed. At this moment, in the direction of the immortal realm, the Divine Imperial Concubine was silent for a while. Then, her voice came. I will remember Sovereign Yu's words. With Yuzhan's death, I will repay you for helping me break the seal. Suyu ignored her and turned to look at the person who spoke. He said indifferently, even if I don't help her break the seal, she still has a chance to do so. Now, if she kills Yuzhan, Yu Qing will definitely stop her. Maybe, she will kill more than just Yuzhan. Maybe, she will die with Yu Qing. Is this a loss or a gain? The person who spoke said softly, then how can human Lord Su guarantee that she will kill Yuzhan? Suyu said indifferently, if she doesn't kill Yuzhan, I will definitely kill her within half a year. If she doesn't die, I will give the position of human lord to you. How about that? Suyu took a step forward and shouted coldly, I will ask you one question. Do you dare to accept it? That person took a step back, his face slightly pale. It wasn't Long Eyebrow. Long Eyebrow wouldn't dare to speak at this moment. It was Baijan's strategist, Evergreen. Suyu's voice was as loud as a bell. I dare to make such a promise. Do you dare? Suyu's voice was like the sound of the great Tao as he shouted, you have accomplished nothing by subduing Yu Luo, Yu Xiao, and the sinners. Do you dare to say that you will kill Yu Qing within 3 months? If Yu Qing doesn't die, you will kill yourselves here? Yu Luo and Yu Xiao are traitors. Do you think you can subdue them with just a word of submission? Suyu rebuked angrily, can you be forgiven for saying that he knows his wrongs when he returns? If you can be forgiven, then can Wan's master of the law forgive him for saying that he is willing to continue to respect the human race? If all of them can be forgiven, then why have we been fighting for 100,000 years? Whether it is the God race or the Wan race, we are working together today to defeat them with the barbarians. Suyu spoke bluntly and shouted loudly, I am not forgiving them for the sake of forgiving them. They are not innocent just because they say that they will submit to me, Suyu. I accept the Iron Eaters, the Fated Clansmen, the Space Clansmen, and the Gu Clansmen. They are all friends of the human race. There is no human blood debt. There is no sin on their bodies. When the human race was in trouble, they still stood on the side of the human race. They shed blood for us, and I can accept that. Do the other races also want to serve me, Suyu? Suyu shouted, I can lie and say that I can accept Wan's people. Perhaps the Divine Imperial Concubine will be willing to submit to me, Suyu. But do you think I can forget my blood feud for the sake of a master of the law? Humanity has been fighting for 500 years during this tide. More than 10 million soldiers have died, perhaps even 100 million. Do you think I can accept these executioners just because of a master of the law? The myriad worlds fell silent. Even if the 10,000 races become my enemies, so what? Suyu's voice grew louder and louder. Do you think I can accept a blood feud just because the enemy is strong and I am strong enough to accept them? Were these words false? They weren't false, Suyu hadn't accepted a single person who had a blood feud with humanity. The races he had accepted had no enmity with the humans. They were either neutral races or allies of the humans. Suyu couldn't be bothered to say who the main culprit behind the Tideflow's refusal to participate in the war was. The experts on his side had no enmity with humanity. Of course, Suyu didn't care about the dead souls. They'd been dead for countless years. Who knew if they had a grudge against humanity? As he shouted out his questions, the world fell silent. After a long time, Baijan said softly, "Fellow Daoist is right. We cannot accept someone who has a blood feud with humanity. Yu Luo and Yu Xiao have always been helping humanity. They've been investigating the sinners and delaying their advance. They haven't allowed the sinners to surround us. If Suyu asked any more questions, he'd be looking for trouble." Although he wanted to find fault with them, Suyu didn't dwell on this matter anymore. He raised his voice and said, "If that's the case, you are worried that I am related to all kinds of races, you are worried that you are related to the sinful races, I am also worried. Why don't you guard one and I guard the sinners?" Suyu smiled and said, "The 9th generation human master. The 10th generation human master, 2 generations of human masters unified the myriad worlds. Living in harmony and fighting the enemy together is a beautiful story. Brother Baijan, perhaps you and I can compete to see who can suppress the enemy first. The chaos of the multiverse starts with humanity and ends with humanity. One has one master of the laws and several Empyreans. The sinners have 2 masters of the laws. Yuzhan and Skyscraper are strong. This way, I won't be taking advantage of Brother Baijan. What do you think?" Baijan's expression changed when he heard this. It wasn't just Baijan. Evergreen and the others also paled. Suyu was forcing him to abdicate, he really was forcing him to abdicate, his voice shook one, and all the humans listened attentively. He wasn't being overbearing. He was using the strength he'd accumulated over the years to deal with the Hellking Bloodline's masters of the laws. Meanwhile, Baijan and the others only needed to deal with one, who was about to be crippled by Suyu. Was it a loss? Not at all. Baijan, would he agree or not? Suyu continued, Brother Baijan has many talented subordinates. 8 Empyreans. Baijan and nephew Zhouji are both masters of the laws. 2 masters of the laws, 8 Empyreans, more than a dozen heavenly kings, and dozens of Dao integration cultivators. It's more than enough to deal with one. Crushing strength. The multiverse was stunned. Baijan, was this strong? Even in the God realm, the Divine Emperor's concubine was shaken. Baijan was just about to speak when Suyu smiled. Dozens of Dao integration cultivators made way for Brother Baijan. Brother Baijan is the first person to appear in 100,000 years. You and Yu Luo are also fake titles. 6,000 years ago, you could rival the primordial demon king. Now, you should be stronger than a martial emperor, right? As for nephew Zhouji, is he not a master of the laws yet? He'd only given Baijan a chance to deny Zhouji's strength. As for Baijan himself, if you say you don't have the strength of a master of the laws, then you can just wait to make a fool of yourself. 6,000 years ago, you could rival the primordial demon king. You and Yu Luo were even in cahoots. Fake titles? Did you not improve at all? If that's the case, then the first person to appear in 100,000 years is a joke. Baijan looked deeply at Suyu. I haven't seen you in a long time. I don't know how strong you are, but with the Myriad World Seal in place, I'm afraid no matter how talented you are, it will be difficult to reach the level you speak of. Suyu laughed. That's true. Forget it. Even if nephew Zhouji isn't a master of the laws, Brother Baijan, will it be difficult to deal with one? If it is, I can support a few Dao integration cultivators and help you quell the chaos. They are all experts born of the human tide flow. Because Brother Baijan is too strong, the human Dao of the physical body is blocked. No one can reach Dao integration, so I had to find another path. Recently, I helped them reach Dao integration. Brother Baijan, please don't despise them for being too weak. So you said loudly, they can't be compared to you. Their inheritances were severed, so they could only walk the Dao of the physical body. In the end, their Dao of the physical body was sealed. They had no inheritances, no foundation, and they were young. They killed to strengthen themselves. In the past 500 years, they killed countless enemies and died in battle to obtain some eternity. Helpless, I forced them to sever their Dao of the physical body and change their Dao to Dao integration. Don't despise them for being too weak. A hearty laugh echoed throughout heaven and earth. Don't despise my people for being too weak, because it was caused by you. You sealed your Dao of the physical body, severed your ancient inheritances, and prevented them from reaching the Dao integration realm. Now, with Suyu's help, they barely reached the Dao integration realm. Was it difficult? Too difficult. This was the history of blood and tears. At this moment, some people behind Baijan lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Suyu directly. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this out loud, but now that he had said it in front of one of the all heavens, anyone with even the slightest bit of shame would feel extremely ashamed. At this moment, Suyu's every word pierced through the heart. Suyu roared again, Brother Baijan, is it difficult to deal with one? Or could it be that Brother Baijan is unwilling to cooperate with me because you think that I, Suyu, am too weak and unworthy? Baijan fell silent for a moment. Beside him, Chongqing saw that Baijan might be conflicted, and he quickly said, Human Lord Su, we need to consider this matter at length. Suyu roared, are you the human lord, or is Baijan the human lord? Are you going to overstep your bounds? Brother Baijan, are you willing or not? Give me a definite answer. If you're not willing, then I'll deal with one and the sinners alone. For the past 6,000 years, our human race has only relied on ourselves. For the past 6,000 years, no one has helped us, but our human race still exists. As soon as he said this, Suyu roared, if you're not willing, then I only ask that Brother Baijan don't fight against us. I'll bear the blood feud of the human race, the hatred of the human race. Baijan let out a long sigh in his heart, Suyu. Suyu, what a good Suyu, saying this in front of everyone, how can I reply, how can I refuse? Baijan was in a dilemma, he had indeed been forced into a corner by Suyu. This was the first time the two sides had met, and Suyu was powerful and domineering. If he agreed, then he would have to stop one's side. If he didn't, then he would be going back on his word, betraying his race, then half of the experts under him would really leave. If he stopped one, Suyu's side had a martial monarch, Suyu, and many heavenly venerables. Could they kill Yu Qing and the others? The possibility was very high, but if he didn't agree, then how could he refuse? Should he think it over? Baijan knew that he had to agree at this moment. However, Baijan thought about it and said softly, my subordinates, Yu Luo and Yu Xiao, know the sinners better. How about I suppress them? Okay. Baijan was startled, Suyu said loudly, I have no objections. Brother Baijan, do as you wish. In that case, Brother Baijan will stop the sinners, and I will suppress one. Since Brother Baijan said he knows the sinners better, then I believe Brother Baijan can suppress the sinners before the gates of hell. He doesn't care who Baijan suppresses. As long as you agree, I will quickly destroy the alliance. You agreed, but you can't do it, you are trash. You did it on purpose, Suyu said loudly, if Brother Baijan wants to suppress the sinners, then this is Brother Baijan's choice. You and I will work together against the enemy, and the human race will win. The glory of the human race will be in this world. Since Brother Baijan has chosen and said he knows the sinners better, then I don't think the sinners and existences behind the gates of hell will stop me when I deal with one, right? Silence, absolute silence. At this moment, Baijan knew he had walked into a trap. He was silent for a while, then said lightly, of course not. In that case, Suyu will deal with one. As for the sinners, I will deal with them, he said calmly, of course. But, I am a few years older than you. If fellow Taoist Su takes down one in advance, please don't rush to help. After all, I want to save some face. If you take down one, then don't disturb me, Suyu laughed and said, why would I? I am still waiting for Brother Baijan to come and save me. How about this, in 3 months, you and I will suppress both sides together. I think a great battle between experts will happen in an instant, so there is no need for 3 months. If possible, we can do it now. But, I think Brother Baijan needs to rest for a while. After all, you have rested for 6,000 years, and you may not be familiar with fighting. You should rest for a while and get used to fighting. In 3 months, only the human race will exist in one. At this moment, inside the human realm, roars shook the sky. In 3 months, only the human race will exist. Only the human race. Only the human race. The roars shook heaven and earth, stirring the hearts of the people. 2 generations of human lords had joined forces to kill one, to kill the traitor, to everyone's satisfaction. Emperor Yu is wise, King Baijan is wise. The roars rose again. At this moment, the 36 lords of the 36 prefectures led countless people to shout, their voices shaking the heavens. In 3 months, they didn't care whether Baijan agreed or not. There was no need. When Suyu said those words, some people knew what to do. Delay? It was impossible to delay for you. Baijan was silent. Behind him, among the experts, some were excited, some frowned, and some were uneasy. This was no longer the sky of Baijan. This was no longer the sky of 6,000 years ago. Suyu had achieved a great victory. Yes, those with discerning eyes could see that Suyu had won, a complete victory, because Suyu liked to stand on the moral high ground to suppress others, such as Baijan. Baijan couldn't resist, couldn't refuse. If he refused, he would be a traitor. Baijan closed his eyes and quickly opened them. He looked at Suyu and revealed a smile, then. I will listen to Dao friend Su. Suyu laughed loudly. Thank you, Brother Baijan, for your help. I am very happy to meet you this time. In 3 months, we will meet again in the human realm, raise the prestige of the human race, and unify the universe. As he finished speaking, Suyu stepped into the air, his clothes as white as snow, elegant and at ease. He hid in the river of time, instantly disappearing. At this moment, Baijan stared at his back. Behind him, some were silent, and some felt uncomfortable, muttering, Your Majesty, then, destroy the sinners in 3 months. We don't have to be afraid of this kid. This kid can do it in 3 months. Without one's interference, we can also do it in 3 months. Wu Ji, Chongqing tugged at Wu Ji. Idiot, did you forget His Majesty's words? His Majesty's goal is not to destroy Yu Qing and the others. Wu Ji smiled foolishly, but he sighed inwardly. I know, but. I want to fight, I want to destroy the sinners, His Majesty, maybe destroying them is also a way out. Why don't you consider it? It's good that Suyu is willing to stop one side. Your Majesty, do you know that if you refuse again and again, if Suyu takes one 3 months later and you don't, what will happen to us old brothers? Wu Ji smiled foolishly and didn't say anything. Suyu is an outstanding person. On this day, Suyu unsealed Martial Emperor, Venerable Death Emperor, and Divine Imperial Concubine. 3 more Masters of the Laws appeared in one day. On this day, Suyu pressured Baijan to agree to suppress the Hell King bloodline. Of course, Baijan wasn't willing. Dead Soul's domain. Suyu returned. Skyspan and the others followed. Blue Sky saw Suyu's cold expression and asked, Your Majesty, are you worried that Baijan will break his promise? Suyu said in a low voice, No. I'm not worried that he'll break his promise, but he won't keep it. Suyu said seriously, What is Baijan's intention? From Baijan's hesitation, and Baijan's final smile, he felt that Baijan might not keep his promise. He was forced by Suyu to agree to suppress the sinners, but he wasn't willing. A forced melon won't be sweet, Suyu frowned. Even if he respects the human ancestor, I don't understand why he has to receive him first. Unless, there's an important factor. The human emperor's return will be detrimental to him. Or is there a great grudge between the two? If so, then it could be explained. The grudge between the two was deep, but one was early primeval, the other late primeval. Where did the grudge come from, or was the human ancestor and human emperor on different sides? That was possible. Judging from Baijan's words, he didn't want to help the human emperor. Something wasn't right. Baijan must know something. Or maybe Baijan simply didn't want more ancestors on his head and wanted to be king himself. Was it possible? It was possible, Suyu pondered silently. Blue Sky frowned. If he doesn't keep his promise, at least half of his subordinates will leave him. Your Majesty is talking about the human race. Even if those people were deserters 6,000 years ago, that doesn't mean they don't care about the faith of the human race. Most races had feelings for the human race. The divine emperor concubine was not weak either. She still cared about her race. People like the human emperor fought on the front lines and gave up on opening up the great path for the sake of their race. Just because they were strong didn't mean that they didn't care about race. This was something he was born with, this was also faith. Moreover, some of the deserters from 6,000 years ago were actually passive. They fought passively, died passively, and fled passively. There must be inhumane ones, however, all of them had lost their humanity. How could they cultivate to the Tao integration stage? Heavenly monarch, heavenly venerate. Blue Sky didn't believe it. A portion of the ancient marquises might even be disciples of some ancient kings or loyal subordinates. Under such circumstances, if Baijan didn't keep his promise, would they continue to follow him? Wouldn't that be cutting himself off from the human race? Suyu nodded slightly. There should be people fleeing, but, will 100 battles care? Lan Tian was slightly taken aback. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Does he really care about those people? Suyu said, 100 battles, the king of Great Zhou said that he values relationships and loyalty. Now that I look at it, it seems like he's insincere. What did he mean? Blue Sky was puzzled. That was because 100 battles seemed to treat his subordinates quite well. Even if some of them often disagreed with him, 100 battles never seemed to get angry. Seeing Blue Sky's puzzlement, Suyu explained, putting everything else aside, my first impression of 100 battles is, even if he's not a brute, he's a hero. Overbearing and supreme. If you kill one of my people, I'll kill your entire family. However, today, I heavily injured the ancient giant king with one punch. That's his father-in-law. Suyu said coldly, if I have a father-in-law who was heavily injured by one punch, not to mention that I can fight, even if I can't, I won't let it go easily. I'm an overlord. You injured my father-in-law, that's a death grudge. Blue Sky nodded slightly. Marquis Tong Tian said in surprise, Your Majesty wants to find father-in-law? F***CKU, Suyu cursed in his heart. I'm talking about serious matters. Why did you suddenly interrupt? Hearing this, Fat Ball asked curiously, Suyu, who are you looking for as your father-in-law? Fat Ball kept calling Suyu by his name, or new master. Suyu didn't care much about this. This dog only recognized its master and little master. If not for Suyu asking to save them, Fat Ball probably wouldn't even bother to come out. The topic had changed, Suyu was helpless, I'm talking about serious matters, he forcefully changed the topic. If 100 battles is really loyal, he won't let it go. He seems to have the bearing of a hero, but in fact, it's complete nonsense. Fat Ball humiliated Long Eyebrow with one punch. Long Eyebrow is a celestial venerable under his command, and also his mouthpiece. However, 100 battles let Long Eyebrow be beaten. I wanted to test him, and he also wanted to see the combat power of the powerhouses under my command. However, 100 battles doesn't want to fall out with me at this moment. In fact, he doesn't even want to fall out with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let go of Tong Tian so easily. It should be an eye for an eye. Fat Ball slapping Long Eyebrow is the same as slapping 100 battles in the face. Under normal circumstances, as an overlord, how can 100 battles be so weak? 100 battles should teach Tong Tian a lesson, and make him lose face. Blue Sky raised his eyebrows slightly. What your Majesty means is that 100 battles is too weak, and in fact, it's not right. As a powerhouse like 100 battles, he was humiliated by your Majesty. At this moment, he should return an eye for an eye. However, he didn't. Excessive weakness means that he's plotting something bigger? Yes. Suyu nodded. This was the logic. Today, 100 battles seemed weak, seemed to be at a disadvantage, seemed to be humble and polite, but in fact, this kind of character was suitable for strategists, for people like King of Great Zhou, and for people like Evergreen. However, it was definitely not suitable for a lord like 100 battles. If 100 battles was this kind of person, he wouldn't have become the revered overlord of the Ninth Tide. If he had always been like this, then the people of the Ninth Tide would not have been convinced by him. therefore, the appearance of 100 battles this time, in the past 6,000 years, must have changed a lot, and his plot was not small. All of this was to avoid too much conflict with Suyu. 100 battles, has changed. Suyu didn't know the 100 battles of 6,000 years ago, but he knew that 100 battles had changed. He was different from before. Now, some of his subordinates were against him. Marquis Xianxia, who had been willing to sacrifice himself for him, and self-detonate without hesitation, had actually taken the initiative to tell Suyu everything about 100 battles. As for Marquis Xianxia, in the moment before he left, his back was bleak, and he was willing to fight for 100 battles, but his sad attitude was very complicated. If 100 battles was really incompetent, Marquis Xianxia would have left long ago. But he wasn't. What did this mean? It meant that Marquis Xianxia actually hoped that 100 battles could change, and return to how he was before. He hoped that 100 battles could reverse the situation, and that his following of 100 battles would not be in vain. The depth of love, the depth of hatred, Marquis Xianxia, from the bottom of his heart, admired 100 battles. But because of 100 battles' series of actions, he was sad, and so there was the scene before. Suyu analyzed and judged all of this. Therefore, Suyu came to a conclusion. The present 100 battles was different from the past, completely different. 100 battles that allowed his subordinates to be slapped in the face could not obtain the recognition of so many experts. Some were even willing to give up their ancient noble titles in the imperial court for 100 battles. One was possible, but more than 50 were impossible. Moreover, there were people who made way for him. It could be said that almost all the old people of the last tide were willing to die for him. Something is wrong with 100 battles. Suyu shook his head. Something was very wrong. This made him uneasy. At this time, Blue Sky also became serious and nodded. According to your majesty, something is indeed wrong. From a mighty lord to a smiling tiger today. 100 battles must have experienced some great change. He analyzed and thought for a moment. Your majesty, could it be related to the giant race and that Zhou? What do you mean? Suyu's interest was piqued. He smiled. Tell me about it. Blue Sky analyzed. I don't think 100 battles changes now, but 6,000 years ago, before the final battle. Or rather, after the giant race gave birth to Zhou. Think about it, if 100 battles was like this from the beginning, no one would follow him. Those old antiques are very wary of the human master. Plus, the fiery layer lineage is led by an old scoundrel like King of Great Zhou. In the end, they actually fell for it. Almost all of the fiery layer lineage came out. Is King of Great Zhou really unable to control it? Blue Sky said with a smile, that's why I suspect that the appearance of Soldier Cave and the others was a bet made by the King of Great Zhou. He felt that Baijian could win and achieve his dream and goal, so he fully supported Baijian. King of Great Zhou's eyes are very sharp, I have to admit that. However, he invested a lot on 100 battles. This means that King of Great Zhou felt that 100 battles had no problem at that time. Until the end, King of Great Zhou might have realized that something was wrong and pulled himself out to protect himself. However, he had no choice but to give up on the fiery layer lineage. Blue Sky chuckled. To be able to make King of Great Zhou misjudge and suffer a loss, I feel that 100 battles might have suddenly changed his attitude during that period of time, which led to his defeat. I think we can ask King of Great Zhou about this matter and we might know. Suyu was deep in thought. Why did you think of Zhou? Blue Sky smiled. 100 battles had always grown under everyone's noses. The only thing that broke away was probably a marriage alliance with the giant race and gave birth to Zhou. As for you Luo, I suspect that King of Great Zhou might know about this. And after that, 100 battles might have called himself the human ancestor's bloodline. Before that, he might not have considered this. What do you think, Your Majesty? Suyu's eyes flickered. That made sense, it had to be said that Blue Sky's analysis might have really guessed the main point. 100 battles change might really be related to Zhou. Suyu quickly said, it's fine as long as there is a number. Perhaps only 100 battles himself knows the exact situation. However, Zhou, the giant race, the human ancestor, the gates of hell. These series of existences might all have a connection, a thread that exists. I haven't figured it out yet. Suyu was not a god. There were too few clues and he could not even wrap his brain around it. However, with more clues, he would be able to analyze the exact situation sooner or later. As he said that, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of them. In the darkness, the figure's eyes were bright. It was completely different from a dead spirit, but the other party was indeed a dead spirit, the Emperor of Death. He had broken the seal. The Emperor of Death did not approach them to avoid conflict. At this moment, his true body was revealed. At his realm, he was actually not much different from a living person. His appearance was slightly withered but no longer charred black. Other than the thick aura of death, he looked more like a half-dead spirit, not a complete dead spirit. He was very thin and weak, but also somewhat elegant. When he was alive, he might have been a scholar. Chen greets Emperor Su. Suyu said in surprise, You call yourself a subject just like that? Don't you have any conditions? Awkward, the Emperor of Death, who had been elegant just a moment ago, was a little embarrassed by Suyu's words. True, it was easy to be misunderstood. He coughed lightly, My real name is Chen. Chen as in Xing Chen. Suyu was taken aback and nodded, You people seem to like names with only a single name. The Emperor of Death had to explain, Not really. It's just that in our era, we didn't need too complicated names. For example, the human ancestor, his name was Zhou. For example, the Lord of Dead Spirits, his name was. Just as he said this, he suddenly laughed at himself. It's not appropriate to mention his name here. This was the dead soul's domain, it was not appropriate to mention it. If ordinary people mentioned it unconsciously, no one would care. But he knew that existence, and it was a top existence. Once he mentioned it, it might be sensed by the river of dead souls. Suyu's interest was piqued. Interesting. So you're saying that you're a late-stage heaven opening, early-stage primordial age figure? Yes. The Emperor of Death nodded slightly, Thank you for your help this time. It's incidental. Besides, I promised you before. Suyu smiled, You are the first batch of dead spirits in the dead soul's domain, right? Yes. The Emperor of Death nodded slightly, In fact, when the Lord of Dead Spirits opened the sky, I even watched. He laughed at himself, In the end, I became the first batch of dead spirits. That's good, without the Lord of Dead Spirits, I might not have had a second life. Those who perished before me truly perished. At least I've lived for countless more years. He didn't have any love or hatred for the Lord of Dead Spirits. The Lord of Dead Spirits gave him a chance, which was actually a good thing. However, dead spirits like them worked for the Lord of Dead Spirits for countless years, so it could be considered as repayment. This was a win-win situation. Suyu's interest was piqued. You're saying that you've watched him open the sky? Yes. The Emperor of Death continued, Of course, it was only from afar, not up close. On that day, there was a huge commotion when he opened the sky. At that time, we probably felt it, but some of us were a little braver and got a little closer. The Lord of Dead Spirits actually had an extraordinary temperament and didn't expel us, so we could watch from afar. Suyu nodded slightly and smiled, The heaven opening one, I think, doesn't mind being watched. Everyone's Tao is different. You can watch, but you might not be able to imitate it. Even if you imitate it, it won't be your own Tao of heaven opening. It can only be said that it has some significance. Speaking of this, Suyu said excitedly, Is there anything unusual about him opening the sky? Unusual? The Emperor of Death didn't know what Suyu was talking about, so he thought for a while and said, There's nothing unusual. When he opened the sky, it attracted some chaotic ancient beasts to stop him from opening the sky. Oh, he extracted a large amount of death chi from the river of time, so when he opened the sky, the river of time shook for a while, causing some trouble. But before he opened the sky, he was already extremely powerful, so he didn't cause any damage. Speaking of this, the Emperor of Death thought for a while and said, After opening the sky, the Lord of Dead Spirits suddenly said something. I don't know if it is the special thing that Emperor Su mentioned. Suyu smiled, What did he say? After so many years, he still remembered it even after he died. Obviously, the memory was very deep. The Emperor of Death thought for a while and said, I think he said, he was born a few years later, otherwise, the old guy wouldn't have had the chance to seize the opportunity. Suyu was stunned. What does this mean? The old guy seized the opportunity, was born a few years later. Who was the Lord of Dead Spirits talking about, to suddenly say this after he opened the sky? The person who said it was obviously not simple. The Lord of Time? Suyu murmured, could it be that he was talking about the Lord of Time? The Lord of Dead Spirits was a domineering person, and ordinary people probably didn't care about him. The reason why he was said to be domineering was because of his great Tao of dead spirits. The great Tao reflected the essence of people. The Emperor of Death remembered this, so he had obviously thought about it in the past. Sure enough, Suyu murmured, he also heard it, and quickly nodded. We also speculated that he might be talking about the Lord of Time. He opened the sky later, and the Lord of Time opened the sky first. As for the chance to seize the opportunity, we all speculated that the opportunity was seized by the Lord of Time, because he opened the sky earlier. Suyu asked doubtfully, then why didn't I feel anything when I opened the sky? After I opened the sky, I didn't feel anything. What fortuitous opportunity was snatched away? The Emperor of Death hesitated, but didn't say anything. On the other hand, Marquis Tong Tian really wanted to say that he didn't know how to count. You opened the sky. You are so weak, what the hell did you comprehend? The other party was the big shot who opened the sky, and Suyu should be the weakest among the people who opened the sky, just like him, the weakest in the sect. Marquis Tong Tian cursed silently for a while. As the weakest existence in the group, what are you thinking about? Look at me, I don't think about anything. I never wanted to eat the gate of heaven or the gate of hell. Suyu remembered the Emperor of Death's words. After the Lord of Dead Spirits opened the sky, he might have sensed something. Opportunity. The opportunity was seized by the Lord of Time, and he couldn't snatch it from him later. Thinking of this, Suyu said again, then where did the Lord of Dead Spirits go in the end? Dead? Was it sealed? Do you know about the gate of heaven? Since you lived to the ancient times, you should have experienced the end of the era of opening the sky, right? The Emperor of Death shook his head. I don't know about this, it's too high-end, but, he hesitated for a moment, but still said, but as far as I know, after the Lord of Dead Spirits opened the sky, he opened the Dead Spirits domain, and not long after, he didn't appear in the world again. The end of the era of opening the sky, this can be considered a sign. He explained again, actually, not long after he opened the sky, I died. I also don't know if I should be considered as a person of the ancient times, maybe, the end of the era of opening the sky. After all, in our era, no one would deliberately distinguish between the era of opening the sky, the ancient times, and the like. This is all defined by the later generations. Alright, for example, in this era, who knows how the later generations named it, and how to distinguish between the different eras? This is all the later generations' business. The people involved will not say that I am in the ancient times, the ancient times, the ancient times. Suyu saw that the Emperor of Dead Spirits didn't know much, although he had seen the Lord of Dead Spirits open the sky. Suyu actually wasn't very interested in this, and he didn't see it with his own eyes, so it was useless to ask. Suyu said straightforwardly, Emperor, are you interested in becoming the King of Dead Spirits? The Emperor of Death was silent for a while. In fact, after breaking the seal, he had no other choice. At this moment, when Suyu mentioned it, he also knew that Suyu was just being polite. He had no choice. The Emperor of Death bowed slightly. It's my honor. If Your Majesty doesn't mind, then Chen is willing to accept the position of the King of Dead Spirits. Suyu looked at him, and suddenly sighed, I don't know if I have left behind some disasters for the later generations. The Emperor of Death was slightly shocked. Suyu sighed again, back then, you were unwilling to submit to the ancient times, so there was no other way, the ancient powerhouses had no choice but to seal you. But now, you easily submitted to me. Actually, this is not in line with my expectations. Suyu laughed at himself. I laughed at the soft-heartedness of King Wen and the others, I laughed at them for leaving hidden dangers for the later generations. But when it comes to my situation, if I put myself in their shoes, you have never offended me, and you are willing to submit to me, do you think I will kill you for no reason? Then I can only confer the title on you, but... Are you a good person? The Emperor of Death was a little embarrassed. Su sighed again. If you were a good person, you would have worked for the ancient times. Why would you work for me? You just feel that there are too many ancient powerhouses, and there may not be a chance to turn the tables, so you might as well be sealed. As for me, I can die at any time, so I will just play along. Is that what you mean? Your Majesty. You misunderstand. The Emperor of Death was embarrassed. Your Majesty is the one who opened up the sky. The human emperor and king wouldn't even opened up the sky, so what? Su sneered. Forget it, if there are hidden dangers left, then so be it. Su said calmly, this is something that will happen after I die. I don't care about what happens after I die. I don't care about what happens after I die. After I die, why would I care so much about it? When I am alive, don't even think about turning the tables. As soon as he finished speaking, Su waved his hand, and a great seal of heaven and earth appeared again. In the next moment, Su held the great seal in his hand, raised it with his right hand, and grabbed at the chaos with his left hand. In an instant, the power of the great Tao pierced through, followed by a great Tao of death, which emitted a powerful death aura, and was reflected on the great seal. Confer the Emperor of the Dead Souls realm, and seal the Spirit King. Imperial Use Mansion's decree. A few short words formed by thousands of rules instantly fell on the void, and in an instant, the void turned into paper, forming a golden book out of thin air, and Suyu's great seal pressed down. Boom, a loud sound shook heaven and earth, and the map of the Dead Souls realm appeared on the human Lord's seal, and in the blink of an eye, a power of providence was formed. Suyu laughed. You are the first existence under my command to be conferred the title of king. I promised a few people to be kings, but I didn't confer the title on them. I promised Hichu and Mist Mountain, but I let the Spirit King take the initiative. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. At this moment, the Spirit King took the golden book, felt something different, and instantly understood everything. He bowed his head and said, Chen of the Dead Souls realm thanks your majesty. Suyu waved his hand, no need. Of course, your title of king is a little weak. After all, I am not in existence like the human sovereign. In ancient times, your title of king was similar to that of a marquis. Suyu said with a smile, guard the Dead Souls realm well, and unless I summon you, you are not allowed to leave the Dead Souls realm. I understand. A wise man submits to the circumstances, Suyu could only say this. This venerable dead spirit emperor was too sensible. However, if he was so smart, why didn't he submit to the ancient times? Complicated, so you didn't think too much about it. If the Spirit King really wanted to rebel, then he would kill him. Otherwise, this was the only arrangement at this moment. Go and meet your subordinates. There was quite a commotion just now, and the others probably know about it. Suyu was not interested in introducing him to the Dead Souls. He didn't even know many of them. Moreover, the Spirit King was powerful, and subduing the Dead Souls wasn't a problem. The Spirit King bowed again and quickly flew back to the original East King Mansion area. At this moment, he was also very complicated. After he left, Marquis Tong Tian said, Your Majesty, you were conferred the title of king just like that? Also, Your Majesty promised me that I would be conferred the title of king, but Your Majesty didn't mention me just now. Did I? Suyu laughed. Marquis Tong Tian said helplessly, Yes. Your Majesty, you didn't forget, did you? Really, Suyu said with a smile, really? I remember that you asked me for it, saying that when I die, you can boast about your status to the future generations. But I don't think I agreed, did I? Marquis Tong Tian was speechless. Really, but I remember that you agreed. One of them must have remembered wrongly. Of course, Suyu didn't care about this. He said with a smile, then take it as that. The premise is that you are more reliable and talk less. Otherwise, if I confer a title on you, I will confer you the title of Fart King. Marquis Tong Tian was completely speechless. Was there a need for that? This title was too unpleasant. I will definitely talk less. Marquis Tong Tian nodded solemnly. Alright, I will talk less in the future. Anyway, I have nothing to say now. Suyu was speechless. He smiled and walked out of the chaos. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Marquis Tong Tian. He still had many things to do. Recently, Suyu was very busy. On the other hand, Baijan and the others were free. Unfortunately, I was born to be busy. Suyu muttered in his heart. In Suyu's world. When Suyu returned, the great Zhou King came to welcome him. When he saw Suyu, he was a little emotional and said softly, "Your Majesty made a name for yourself today. Even Baijan was awed by your Majesty. Your Majesty is indeed the strongest human ruler. You decided?" Suyu smiled faintly and said, "Whether the strongest or not, is it up to you?" The great Zhou King was not embarrassed and said with a bright smile, "The hearts of the people are set by the human race. Your Majesty is the emperor and the others can only be kings." Suyu snorted disdainfully. A martial emperor is still an emperor. What was the point of saying that? He was still beaten up by King Marshal, and it was especially tragic, so tragic that it was inhumane. Speaking of which, Suyu was really curious. He suddenly said, "What enmity does King Marshal have with Marshal Emperor? Forget about sealing him, he even severed his legs and buried his head in the ground. This enmity isn't shallow. What's going on?" Before the great Zhou King spoke, Suyu shouted, "Honestly, I want to listen to gossip. My mood was messed up by Baijan today. If there's no gossip to listen to, I'll create gossip myself. My target is you, great Zhou King." F***ck, the great Zhou King cursed in his heart. This is a threat, right? Yes, an absolute threat, artificially creating gossip. You're clearly not going to stand on ceremony with me. He was a little helpless. You won a great victory today and you're still in a bad mood. Wouldn't Baijan be dead then? At the thought of this, the great Zhou King felt increasingly helpless and could only say hesitantly, "Let me think. I seem to have heard some gossip. Of course, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure." The great Zhou King seemed to be reminiscing. Suyu seriously suspected that he was faking it. This fellow actually knew but did not want to say it. Only when he was forced would he come out with some truth. Suyu was indeed curious. What enmity did a martial emperor and King Marshal have? Humiliation. Was there a need, right? The strong would rarely humiliate the strong. There was even less need to humiliate the weak. The great Zhou King recalled for a moment before saying, "It said. It's just a rumor. Martial emperors and martial kings do have some enmity. This enmity is not easy to talk about. Therefore, the outside world isn't too clear either. I've only heard it mentioned occasionally." Suyu said exasperatedly, "Cut the crap. Yes, it's all what you heard. It's not like you're one of the parties involved." The great Zhou King was speechless. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Forget it. Forget it. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. He said quickly, "I heard that Marshal Emperor might have slept with King Marshal's wife." Suyu was stunned, "For real?" Cough, cough. The great Zhou King said awkwardly, "I only heard it. I'm not sure if it's true. Even Marshal Emperor himself might not be sure. This matter is more secretive and a little complicated. I heard that during the early period of the ancient unification, when King Marshal was weak, he had a childhood sweetheart. It was the kind of arranged marriage, right?" "That's probably the case. Later on, King Marshal went out to learn the Tao and befriended King Wen. After that, he fought everywhere. And didn't return for many years. After King Marshal made a name for himself, he felt that he had a future. He returned in glory and wanted to find this childhood sweetheart. Later on, he learned that she was abducted by Marshal Emperor's men." Abducted. Perhaps it's not correct. It's hard to say. Back then, Marshal Emperor was an overlord, one of the top 3 overlords of the human race. He had a harem. King Marshal's childhood sweetheart could be considered. She could be considered as a gift to Marshal Emperor. Therefore, Marshal Emperor might not know of this matter. And Marshal Emperor's childhood sweetheart might not know that her childhood sweetheart was Marshal Emperor. Anyway, that's the situation. After defeating Marshal Emperor discovered that his childhood sweetheart seemed to have died. Therefore, he vented his anger on Marshal Emperor. He defeated Empress Wu and humiliated her. Suyu was surprised and shocked. After a while, he said, "No. Marshal Emperor's taste. It's the same as Great Axe Marquis. Did Marshal Emperor have the same taste?" This 8 trigrams was powerful. The great Zhou King laughed dryly. "How should I put it? During that period, thin and weak women could not fight or fight. They could only watch and were of no help. Therefore, the aesthetics of that period was different from now. Alright, I understand. Suyu murmured, if it's the hatred of stealing his wife, this can be explained. If it was me, I would have the heart to kill Martial Emperor. Why would I need to seal her? The great Zhou King said faintly, that also requires a wife. Your Majesty, you probably won't have such hatred with others. Bang, Suyu suddenly punched him in the eye, instantly turning King of Great Zhou's eye into the shape of 3 moons. Suyu snorted, are you mocking me or what? The great Zhou King was mentally exhausted, you just wanted to hit me, right? I've long guessed your thoughts. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else and quickly said, Your Majesty, where's Martial Emperor? As for the black eye, so be it, it would dissipate in a while anyway. However, when he saw Suyu record it, he was still mentally exhausted. You're really inhumane. You hit me yourself and you want to record it? Can you have some shame? Suyu didn't care. He heard another big gossip, his mood instantly brightened up. Of course, this had to be verified and might not be true. However, I would rather it be true. Only this kind of gossip would be exciting and melodramatic. If it were any other reason, such as the Martial Emperor killing the Martial King's brother, or the Martial Emperor humiliating the Martial King, that would be very boring. Only melodramatic enough would be gossip. Suyu was in a good mood and quickly walked towards the depths of the world. As he walked, he said, he's been locked up for many years and should be gone by now. He's been locked up even longer than Sky Destroyer and the others. Once he's released, he'll be gone. However, when he's done playing around, he'll probably come find me. He still owes me 3 masters of the law. The great Zhou King nodded and said, then, Your Majesty, are you really going to attack Wan? Since you're going to attack, helping the Divine Emperor concubine to continue her Tao is just asking for trouble. This was nurturing a strong enemy for himself. We must attack Wan, but there's also a strategy. Suyu smiled, I have my own arrangements for the Divine Emperor concubine. I said I won't attack the sinners, but I didn't say Wan won't attack them, right? This is their business and has nothing to do with me, right? The great Zhou King's heart stirred. Suyu smiled faintly, I also said that I won't accept Wan's surrender and defection. This is the truth. Hatred cannot be dissolved. I think the great Zhou King knows better than me how many of our humans died in battle in these 500 years. The great Zhou King was silent for a moment and nodded, many died. Many, blood feud, Suyu continued, my words actually cut off Wan's path of retreat. He can only fight. This way, fighting is a fight to the death. But there's a difference between fighting to the death. Fight to the death with me or fight to the death with the sinners. Enter the gates of hell and find a chance to slaughter your way out. The great Zhou King's heart shook, Suyu narrowed his eyes and said faintly, do you think it's harder to deal with me or the sinners? The sinners can enter the gates of hell, can they? They should be able to. Is it more dangerous to go in or to stay outside and be besieged by me? Suyu chuckled and said, of course, this depends on their judgment. Maybe they feel that I'm easier to deal with, then they will choose to fight to the death with me. I don't mind that. The great Zhou King completely understood Suyu's thoughts at this moment. Suyu wanted to drive the wolf to swallow the tiger. The crux was that the difficulty was still very high. Furthermore, the gates of hell were also incomparably dangerous. Would one choose to kill the sinners and barge into the gates of hell to fight for a chance of survival, or would he fight to the death with Suyu? This point, Suyu himself had no way of confirming. But didn't His Majesty say that he wouldn't let one interfere with 100 battles and fight the sinners? Of course. Suyu smiled and said, Wan is not going to harass 100 battles but to deal with the sinners. This doesn't conflict with what I said. What do you think? The great Zhou King thought about it and nodded. Suyu continued, dogs bite dogs, do we still have to drag the dogs to fight? Isn't that too idle? 100 battles still has to thank me for helping him. The great Zhou King did not know whether 100 battles thanked him or not, but he knew that the thanks were probably thanks to Suyu's entire family. Suyu was preparing to be inhumane again. He specialized in scamming the kind-hearted. Looking at 100 battles again at this moment, as expected, he was much kinder than Suyu. Suyu was really black-hearted. Suyu had a plan for one. Of course, the other party might not follow his plan. He had two plans. First, kill the other party. Second, drive the wolf to devour the tiger. If one was still managed by people like Celestial Venerable Yu, Suyu would have done the first. But now, it was Tiangu and the Divine Emperor Consort. Since that was the case, there was only the second possibility. It wasn't that Tiangu and the others were stupid, but that they knew how difficult it was to deal with Suyu. The older generation had a deep-rooted belief that Suyu was too young, too weak, and still wasn't a master of the laws. They had seen countless masters of the laws, and they always felt that just because Suyu was improving quickly now didn't mean he would in the future. Tiangu and the others had suffered too much at Suyu's hands. They had seen Suyu go from Soar to his current level in the blink of an eye. During Soar, even the eternal sun and moon couldn't kill Suyu. Suyu seemed omnipotent. From the depths of their hearts, they feared Suyu even more. At this moment, Suyu returned to his human master seal. Seeing the human master seal, Suyu suddenly raised his head and looked at it. In an instant, he had an idea. I used the human master seal as the foundation for opening the heavens, and the Lord of Undead Spirits used the River of Time as the foundation. What about the River of Time? There had to be a foundation, right? It couldn't fix a great Tao out of thin air, could it? Could it simply be fixed by chaos? Suyu looked for a while and didn't think too much about it. Up until now, he hadn't reached any end of the River of Time. It was said to be the convergence of all Daos, but Suyu had a vague understanding that the main great Tao of the river was the Time Tao. In the River of Time, just like in Suyu's world, the Lord of Time could actually control the flow of time. Of course, this was in comparison to the myriad worlds. Suyu could just about do it. For example, in his own world, he could plant a tree at the same time, and he could accelerate the ripening of another tree. In this way, there would be a comparison of the time difference. The flow of time was actually the same, but it would cause a difference in the relative flow of time. This theory of relativity was actually quite interesting. Artificial ripening would cause the normally growing tree to feel that the time flow of the other tree had sped up. If the other tree felt that its own time flow was normal, it would feel that the time flow of the normal tree had slowed down. And this might be the main great Tao of the River of Time. It was just like the responsibility of the human sovereign and the path of death of the Lord of Undead Spirits. As for Suyu, his pursuits were similar to the Time Lord's. He didn't just want to reach the pinnacle of a single great Tao. While it was fine for him to specialize in certain great Taos, he wouldn't be overly biased towards other great Taos. At this moment, Suyu looked at the human master seal for a while and thought about it for a while. Thus, a group of people looked at Suyu. They saw Suyu standing at the entrance of the human master seal. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In just that moment, everyone was in a daze. Suddenly, the sky and earth seemed to expand. In the void, the power of a great Tao appeared. That power of a great Tao swept past, and everyone was shocked. Suddenly, they felt as though they were separated from Suyu by a different time and space. They felt as though a moment had passed, but they felt as though a long time had passed on Suyu's side. What a complicated feeling. Time. Someone murmured with some disbelief. Just what was Suyu trying to comprehend? He could comprehend something just by walking on a path. The king of Great Zhou had accompanied Suyu into the door. At this moment, his mouth was wide open. What was going on? What's wrong with you? We were just gossiping. How did you suddenly comprehend Tao? At this moment, within the human master seal, those top experts were all shocked. Most of the time, Suyu comprehended Tao suddenly and strangely. While they were chatting, he might think about many things, and then he comprehended, this really didn't make sense. The king of Great Zhou had a complicated feeling as well. He waited for Suyu to open his eyes before smiling bitterly. Your Majesty, comprehended Tao again? Tao comprehension? Suyu looked at the sky and then at the others. He smiled. Nope, how can this be considered as Tao comprehension? It's just some comprehension of a great Tao. How can this be considered as Tao comprehension? Suyu laughed. It really didn't count, he just had a sudden thought to try splitting the time of his own world. For example, 3 days had passed on Wan Tianqing's side while 1 day had passed on his side. That would cause a difference in the flow of time. Of course, Suyu's side was the same as the time of the 10,000 worlds. If he wanted 1 day in the 10,000 worlds, 10 days in Suyu's side was actually very difficult. However, 1 to 2 days, including 3 days, Suyu could barely do it. However, he couldn't maintain it for a long period of time. He still had to control the time of the 10,000 worlds. That would be extremely difficult. At this moment, everyone looked at Suyu with complicated expressions. Look, what was a genius? Suyu was one, he was a true genius. Moreover, Suyu dared to think. His thoughts were too scattered, daring to think of anything and everything. Perhaps it was because he was young, but once he thought about it, he would do it. His ability to put it into practice was stronger than anyone else's. Congratulations, Your Majesty. At this moment, everyone congratulated him. Suyu smiled. I already said it's nothing. It's just ordinary comprehension. There's no need to congratulate me. My comprehension of the Great Tao is still very shallow. I still need everyone to improve together with me. If he wasn't being humble, Suyu was good at many things, but he wasn't good at them. His Great Tao was actually very weak. The Lord of Time was the 10,000 Daos, and so was Suyu. One of the Lord of Time's Daos was the river. Suyu's was the true urethra. In this aspect, both of them could be seen as masters of the laws. Perhaps it was the difference between the Lord of the River and the Lord of the Urethra. The difference was like heaven and earth. If the Lord of Time was here, he could kill Suyu with a single blow. Of course, Suyu improved quickly not because he was more talented than the other, but because the other had reached a peak. Suyu was just at the beginning. At the beginning, it was definitely easier to improve than at the peak. Now, he still hoped that everyone would comprehend the Great Tao with him and help him perfect it. He could only improve when everyone improved. This was also what all the Skybreakers were doing. Kingwen didn't seem to have. No one knew what Kingwen was opening. As for Human Emperor, it ended before he even started, so he didn't have time to do so. Wan Tianxing smiled, that's my wish. I dare not ask. This was indeed everyone's wish, but Suyu smiled, forget it. Don't talk to me about this. When you have time, help me perfect the 7 emotions and 6 desires in my world. Old Wan hadn't merged with the Tao, talk my ass, however, he could help him perfect his Great Tao. In terms of human Tao, there was a big gap in Suyu's world. He had killed many powerful races, but he had killed very few humans. As for the Hell King bloodline, Suyu had killed many of them, but not many of them could be added to his Great Tao. Wan Tianxing smiled, that's for sure. When Your Majesty's Great Tao can withstand a stronger explosion of power, a true master of the laws will be born. At that time, we will bring the Tao of the River of Time and instantly merge with Your Majesty's Great Tao. We will definitely have a qualitative improvement. Master of the laws. When Suyu thought of this, he looked at King Nan and asked curiously, King Nan, how do you feel about your strength now? King Nan had improved recently, right? Suyu, on the other hand, did not care too much about it. He rarely took the initiative to investigate the strength of a powerhouse who had fused with his great path. This made it so that there were no secrets to speak of. Suyu hated this feeling. King Nan was still cold and aloof. On Suyu's side, King Nan didn't speak much before and after his resurrection. Of course, he would occasionally show some maternal love to Suyu. This left Suyu speechless, but he couldn't say anything. Who told him to act naive the first time he met King Nan, calling him master's wife and tricking him into working for him? First impressions were very important. At this moment, hearing Suyu's question, King Nan spoke up again. His eyes revealed the look of looking at his son. In King Nan's eyes, Suyu was still the same child who had seen him for the first time, strong on the surface but weak on the inside. All strength, dominance, and arrogance, in King Nan's eyes, were all a disguise. Suyu was still young, a real child. He was still a baby. In order to maintain Suyu's dignity, she didn't show it too obviously. However, some people could clearly feel it and couldn't help laughing. Suyu rarely suffered losses, but King Nan's way of looking at his son. Suyu couldn't resist it even if he wanted to. At this moment, King Nan looked at Suyu and revealed a faint and somewhat stiff smile. Not bad, Your Majesty, the expansion of heaven and earth has actually made us stronger. It's just that after the expansion of heaven and earth, it's harder to grasp the Great Tao. King Nan continued, so, now is actually the best time to grasp the great Tao. I think I'm almost there. Suyu nodded. I have some feelings too, but I feel that you haven't truly grasped the whip Tao yet. Speaking of which, King Nan, do you have a weapon? The great Tao that King Nan had integrated was rather special. It was the whip Tao. However, he had never seen her use a whip. There's no need. King Nan said indifferently, weapons are external objects. The great Tao can be used as a whip. She had almost grasped it the last time she resurrected. At this moment, she was still almost grasping it. So you still said, King Nan hasn't grasped the whip Tao after so long. Could there be a problem somewhere? If there's a problem, you can tell me. King Nan fell silent. Suyu was puzzled. Was there really a problem? King Nan continued to remain silent for a while, feeling a little depressed. He said in a low voice, Your Majesty, we have resurrected, less than a month. Is it very long? Suyu's words made everyone think that hundreds of years had passed. What did he mean by saying that King Nan hadn't grasped the great Tao after so long? Oh my god, how many days has it been? What do you think? Suyu was taken aback and nodded. Oh, that's true. I feel that a long time has passed. So, it hasn't even been a month. Everyone felt tired. Yes, no. A few days after everyone resurrected, Suyu went to the higher domain. After going to the higher domain, he quickly started to attack the Hell King bloodline. After defeating them, Suyu quickly prepared to break the seal. Until now, it had actually only been a short time since he returned here. Has it been long? Everyone was speechless. Suyu was also a little embarrassed. Why do I feel that a long time has passed? Seeing everyone's helpless expressions, he could only say, I don't have a concept of time now. I just feel that since everyone resurrected, my strength has improved a lot, so I thought that everyone was the same. Good heavens, everyone was shocked. What did he mean by improving a lot? After splitting open the sky, Suyu could already fight on the level of the Chaos Dragon. After that, King Nan and the others resurrected. In other words, compared to before, Suyu felt that his strength had improved a lot, so much so that he had forgotten about the problem of time. How strong was Suyu now? At this moment, the smart people didn't ask, but the boorish people couldn't wait. Sky Destroyer hurriedly said, Your Majesty, how strong are you now? Can you fight 100 battles? Suyu smiled. Spying on someone else's strength is a sin, understand? Your Majesty, you can't say that. You have to provoke everyone. Sky Destroyer chuckled. Your Majesty is our leader. If Your Majesty can't beat Grand Mist, wouldn't that be shameful? Suyu laughed. Seeing that quite a few people were interested, or perhaps looking forward to it, Suyu pondered for a moment, then said, This depends on what's inside and out. In my world, I feel that there is no one I don't dare to fight. It's hard to say if I can win, but I dare to fight them all. Everyone was shocked. Suyu continued, but once we leave, I'm actually not that strong. Suyu weighed his options. I haven't fought the other masters of the law, but if you really want to compare, I might be able to fight the divine imperial concubine once we leave, but I won't be a match for 100 battles or Emperor Wu. Everyone was shocked once more. That meant he was at the first level of the master of the law. No wonder Suyu said his strength had improved so quickly that he'd forgotten about time. Suyu laughed. The divine imperial concubine probably hasn't recovered to her peak yet. If I were to be considered, I'd probably be considered an ordinary master of the law, the kind that has just begun to grasp the grand Tao. That should be the case. Suyu shook his head. At the master of the law level, the division of power is very messy. Not many people divide them because there aren't many of them. Everyone just fights to see who they are. It's not easy to quantify. Before that, he could see how much everyone had fused with their Daos. After that, their realms were more or less the same. At this time, the king of Dazhou laughed. Your Majesty, at the master of the law level, they actually made a few divisions. It was mainly used by humans to mark how strong their opponents were and how to deal with them. Suyu's interest was piqued. It hasn't been passed down? There are very few masters of the law. After all the masters of the law have left, this division is useless. The king of Dazhou thought for a moment. According to the human emperor and the three human kings, they divided our opponents into 5 levels. Just like how His Majesty divided Tao integration, the highest first master of the law was divided according to the human emperor and Wen king. Second master of the law was divided according to the strength of the other 3 kings. Third master of the law was at the level of the battle king. Fourth master of the law was at the level of the snow king. Fifth master of the law was for some ancient kings. Suyu's interest was piqued. Then what level was a martial emperor in that era? A third master of the battle king level. Da Xiao of Goguryeo couldn't help but interject. Can you not include my ancestor's mark in your division of power? The king of Dazhou was speechless. Nonsense, I need a reference, he couldn't be bothered to respond. This division is based on the late stages. Because a martial emperor is relatively early, he was actually on the same level as a martial king before that. But in the late stages, everyone improved. According to the division, a martial emperor is on the same level as a battle king. After being sealed for so many years, he might not be comparable to a battle king. Yes, the passage of time was the most frightening thing. The limit back then was the first emperor and Wen king. Later on, they split open the sky and pushed the limit higher. The standard of battle strength was constantly changing. In other words, a martial emperor was a first master of the battle king level, right? Yes. The king of Dazhou nodded. Chaos Dragon and Yu Zhan should be a bit weaker than ancient Taoist kings of the flesh, but not by much. If we really look at them, they can barely be considered 5th master of the law. Then Your Majesty, can you match a true master of the law? Does that mean Your Majesty has the strength of a 4th master of the Snow King and the others? Xuelan didn't say anything. The king of Dazhou was annoying. Why did he have to add a representative after several ranks? Couldn't he have changed it to someone else? Why did he have to say the ancestors of everyone present? The division of the ancient era. Suyu thought for a moment. If that's the case, a martial emperor is only a 3rd master. As for Baizhan, I speculate that the 3rd master is weaker, while the 4th master is stronger. Yu Qing is a typical 4th master. The divine imperial concubine has just recovered, so I'm afraid she's only a 5th master, not a 4th master. The king of Dazhou said, then Your Majesty means that a martial emperor is the strongest among the masters of the law? Suyu nodded. From the looks of it, martial monarch should be the strongest among those who have appeared. Next is Baizhan, who might be close to the Dragon King. Then Yu Qing, the divine imperial concubine, and finally Chaos Dragon, Yu Zhan, and Fat Ball. Fat Ball and Baizhan said Yu Luo and Wu Ji could fight, but Suyu didn't take it seriously. Fat Ball hadn't really gone all out. Fat Ball might have been on par with them before, but after it grew stronger, it was definitely stronger than Yu Luo and the others. In Suyu's opinion, Yu Luo and Wu Ji were on the same level as the Sacred Marquis and Corona. Suyu thought of this and said, Wan's categorization of realms and strength is too general. After all, there are too many powerhouses, and with the world seal, there are some special empyreans. In fact, some people can't be considered empyreans. Chaos Dragon and Yu Zhan can't be counted like this. Suyu said with a smile, it's necessary to understand your opponent's strength. Only by knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can you emerge victorious in every battle. The masters of the law are counted separately, and the 5th masters should be excluded as well. In fact, I think the strongest person at the empyrean level is the 8-winged tiger. Suyu quickly said, the 8-winged tiger, the Sacred Marquis, the Corona, Yu Luo, and Wu Ji are all at the same level. If it's King Nan, he might also have the same combat strength when he goes out. In this world, King Nan shouldn't be weaker than the Chaos Dragon and the others. Perhaps even stronger, because this was Suyu's world and King Nan's. The pinnacle of a true empyrean was actually these people. As for the Chaos Dragon and the others, in ancient times, if they were humans, they might have been crowned monarchs, everyone nodded. Now that Suyu said this, everyone had an idea. To the side, March couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, what about us? Us? Suyu laughed, ordinary empyreans, what else can we do? Ordinary empyreans. Empyreans were empyreans. The addition of ordinary was truly hurtful. Empyreans are actually about the same level. Suyu said with a smile, apart from the few I mentioned who have reached the pinnacle of this domain, the others aren't too far off. This means that they have already reached the pinnacle of this Tao. It can only be said that the Tao they walk is slightly stronger than yours. There wasn't much of a difference between Empyreans. Those few were all special and perhaps cultivated other Taos. But now, Heavenly Annihilation and the others were smart. If they asked, those who heard would be sad and those who heard would cry. Even Empyreans weren't worth mentioning, let alone them. Wan Tianxing didn't mention this. He said with a smile, then overall, we are actually crushing one. Your Majesty can deal with the Divine Imperial Concubine, Corona, and the Holy Marquis, and Fatball can also deal with an Empyrean. Even Fatball can deal with them alone. If that's the case, fighting one isn't too difficult. The key is to have fewer losses, or even no losses. Suyu nodded, fighting these people, I don't want my people to die. To put it bluntly, if people really die, it might be later. These words were a bit gloomy. Suyu quickly recovered, I don't want everyone to die, but if I bring people to save the Divine Emperor and the others, my opponents will be over 100 masters of the laws. At that time, it might be our parting of life and death. Right now, the myriad worlds are in a crushing situation. I don't want to see my people die here, it's not worth it. We have many opponents. After fighting one, there is still the gates of hell, the gates of heaven, and perhaps the unknown gates and eras. They are all gathered in this era, gathered here, gathered in the myriad worlds, Suyu said, I think there must be something attracting them to the myriad worlds. Otherwise, the primal chaos should be limitless, able to split open the heavens and survive anywhere. Why must they fight to the death here? This era is special, and this place is also special, Suyu said, therefore, the future is the key. Before that, it is time for us to accumulate strength, not time to die. Of course, we are afraid of death, but we dare to die. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked pensive. That made sense. The convergence of the various eras seemed like they were about to open the seal. Was the myriad worlds a special place, or was this era really special? What was special about it? Here, the most special thing was probably the river of time. This was because many great Taos, including Suyu's great Tao, split the heavens, used the river of time as a reference, and even stole its power. Wasn't the Time King the strongest of these countless eras, such a terrifying existence, one that almost no one had ever seen before? Where was he? Was the Time King dead? Everyone fell into deep thought. King of Great Zhou spoke again, interrupting everyone's thoughts, Your Majesty, should we attack one now? Or should we continue to lie low and wait for them to find our world and attack there? Can Tree's plan still be carried out? Chaos Dragon and the others knew that Suyu had split the heavens. Emperor Wu also knew, Venerable Dead Spirit also knew, and now many people knew. Therefore, Suyu's plan could easily be known by others. Suyu smiled, cutting grass to catch a rabbit is something that can be done in passing. Wait for Baijian to make a move first. If he doesn't stop the sinners, how can we deal with one? Even if Baijian pretends, he will at least pretend. Of course, we must first create a certain amount of pressure to force him to act. Speaking of this, Suyu's face turned serious, Fat Ball, Skypiercer, Blue Sky, King of Great Zhou, Great Axe, March, the 6 Celestial Venerables, listen to my command. The 6 Celestial Venerables all responded. I command you to lead Marquis Lan Shan, Marquis Fire Cloud, Marquis Heroic Marshal, King of Great Qin, Daxia of Goguryeo, all the generals and 50 Dao Integration Stage generals to the upper realm, surround Wan, and trap Wan on Human Mountain. Everyone was shocked, 6 heavenly venerables, many heavenly monarchs, dozens of Dao Integration Stage generals, Marquis Lan Shan and Marquis Fire Cloud. One was a pseudo-heavenly venerable, and the other was close to becoming a heavenly venerable. In fact, there was a chance that both of them would soon possess true heavenly venerable battle prowess. If that was the case, then the 8 heavenly venerables surrounding one were extremely powerful. Furthermore, there were many heavenly monarchs and as many as 50 Dao Integration Stage generals. There were also many Dao Integration Stage generals in Wan, but a group of them had died. This kind of pressure was enough to put immense pressure on Wan. And he didn't dare to rashly leave the mountain. Furthermore, Tiangu wouldn't leave the mountain either. Suyu said again, we have trapped the Human Mountain, and Tiangu will definitely not be at ease with Tianming. Before that, Wu Ming, go see Marquis Tianming and tell him that you can retreat with your people. The Fate Emperor said solemnly, Your Majesty, then should we guard the realm of life? Now, it was more likely that everyone would take the soul-burying mountain passageway. However, the fated kin also had a passageway, and it was unobstructed now. However, with the suppression of the realm of life, everyone might not dare to take it. Suyu smiled. It doesn't matter whether we guard it or not. Right now, it's unobstructed, so there's no need to worry too much. It's best for the fated kin to retreat from the realm of life. Otherwise, if anyone wants to come down and suddenly wants to use the realm of life's passageway, it'll be very dangerous. Suyu quickly said, Before I surround them, both sides haven't shed all pretense of cordiality. Tiangu and the others aren't sure if I'm going to make a move or not. Let Tianming retreat immediately. Otherwise, Tiangu might be ruthless and directly destroy them. As for Lei Bao, I don't care. That's Baijian's business. The Fate Emperor quickly nodded and left. He had to tell the fated kin to retreat before Suyu's army surrounded them. As for the others, they quickly gathered their powerful cultivators and generals, preparing to participate in the battle. This time, Suyu used Dao integration battle prowess. Before this, Suyu's side had always fought with top-notch cultivators. But this time, there were many Dao integration cultivators in the one. Many ants could kill an elephant, so it was necessary for Dao integration cultivators to participate in the battle. Suyu did not go to the upper realm through the primal chaos. On the second day after he reached an agreement with Baijian, suddenly, the aura of death soared into the sky. In the direction of the heavenly abyss realm, a monstrous aura instantly surged. 6 heavenly venerables, 7 to 8 heavenly kings, and dozens of Dao integration cultivators. Their powerful auras shook heaven and earth and intimidated all directions. At this moment, the leader of the great Zhou dynasty's king shouted, Emperor Yu's mansion, move out. Conquer the upper realm and take back the land that belongs to the human race. Show the might of the human race. Those who are not in the enemy camp, retreat. With a shout, the Myriad realms trembled. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Myriad realms realized that Suyu had unknowingly accumulated such a powerful strength, dozens of Dao integration cultivators, a bunch of heavenly venerables and heavenly kings. At this moment, the human realm. The group of people looked on silently with complicated feelings. There were so many, moreover, there were some familiar faces. Marquis Fire Cloud, General Valiant, Marquis Ding Jun, and the others also participated in the battle this time. Their auras were powerful. Clearly, the Suyu at this moment did not care about the failure of his disguise and everyone dying in battle. At this moment, apart from a few heavenly venerables, Suyu brought out a large number of powerhouses to intimidate all directions. How could they survive without powerhouses? How could they fight? There are a lot of heavenly venerables, someone murmured, Suyu did not come. Tianming seems to still be in the upper realm. Including them, that makes 8 heavenly venerables. Also, Lan Tian and the others are not dead. What about Wan Tianxing? Did he also become a heavenly venerable? Other than Wan Tianxing, is there anyone else? The group of people had some understanding of Suyu's side at this moment. Hong Meng did not appear. Was he a heavenly venerable? No one knew. Strictly speaking, Baijian's side had accumulated strength for countless years. Purely in terms of heavenly venerables, heavenly kings, and Dao integration, Suyu's side had about the same number. However, Baijian's side still had some advantage at this moment, and that was Baijian himself. At this moment, the momentum over there was like a rainbow, and killing intent surged. What a scene of going to war. On the human realm side, some people looked over there with some yearning. Someone murmured, Suyu and the others have gone to war. Then when are we going to act? They had agreed to fight together, one side against the other. Suyu and the rest of the army had moved out. Then what about us, human realm, Baijian's residence? At this moment, Baijian looked at the sky silently. There were only a few heavenly venerables around him. Suyu had moved out, the speed was astonishing, they had agreed on 3 months. Suyu had moved out the next day. He had no intention of delaying at all. Speed was the most important thing in war. Moreover, Suyu also had great control over his people. When he said that they were going to war, they were all powerful beings. At this moment, he had not mobilized anyone below the Dao integration stage, so their speed was naturally even faster. Baijan remained silent. Below, Wu Ji was a little impatient. Your Majesty, when are we going to fight? Baijan looked down at him with a smile. Are you itching for a fight? A little. Wu Ji said with a bashful smile. Fighting and killing is more interesting than cultivating in seclusion. Besides, I haven't fought in so many years. I'm getting a little impatient. Baijan smiled. You. Forget it, I won't disappoint you. Wu Ji, hear my command. Here. Wu Ji roared. Baijan smiled. Wu Ji, take Yu Luo, Yu Xiao, Hong Yu, and Shuang. Call Lei Bao. The 6 of you will lead the way. Gather 10 heavenly kings and 30 Dao integration stage cultivators. Go to the upper realm and confront the sinful tribe. Remember, don't fight recklessly. I'm afraid the dragon beasts have also appeared. Focus on defense for now. I will find an opportunity to join the battle in the upper realm. He only left a small group of people behind. Of the 50 or so powerful beings, he left less than 20 behind. The rest were handed over to Wu Ji. Baijan smiled. You have a rash personality. Don't act rashly. Originally, I wanted Chongqing to go, but he still has some things to take care of with me. This time, you have to listen to the opinions of others. Hong Yu, Shuang, and the others are calmer than you. Changmei doesn't get along with you, nor does he get along with Hong Yu. I won't let him go, lest you guys cause a ruckus when I'm not around. Wu Ji was excited. Your Majesty, I will be careful. Thank you, Your Majesty. Go. Baijan smiled. Also, don't get into conflict with Suyu and the others. Bear with them a little. As long as they don't interfere with your mission, don't go looking for trouble. Don't fight among yourselves, understand? Understood. Wu Ji was extremely excited. Your Majesty, then, shall I go and gather everyone now? Go. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Ji was overjoyed and instantly rushed out. In the crowd, Hong Yu and the others looked at each other. Hong Yu bowed slightly. Your Majesty, then, we'll go too. Go. Baijan nodded slightly. Be careful. After all, the other side has several masters of the law. Don't act rashly. If there really is a crisis, I will appear. Also, if there really is a crisis and I don't arrive in time, you can ask for help from Suyu. Baijan smiled. I won't say the same for Wu Ji. He wants face, so he won't ask for help even if he dies. But for you guys, I'm a little more at ease. Remember, life is the most important thing. Although Suyu isn't too satisfied with me, as a fellow human, I don't want anything to happen to everyone, and neither does he. If there is trouble, he will still help. This general understands. Shuang and the others responded in a low voice. Soon, everyone left. Suyu's side set out, and now, Baijan also gave a response. Set out, the human realm forces officially attacked the upper realm. A storm was brewing. At this moment, the upper realm's laws shook. A great battle was about to begin. 100,000 years of grudges might come to an end in 3 months. The curtains would officially fall on the human mountain. The divine emperor concubine had returned, and Tianming and Lei Bao had fled with their people. Celestial Venerable Huang was extremely dissatisfied. Tiangu, why didn't you leave Tianming and Lei Bao behind? Kill them before the humans come. We're going to be enemies anyway. You heard Suyu's words. Celestial Venerable Huang shouted. Don't be delusional. You can rely on Suyu, that's impossible. Even if Suyu accepts some people to serve him, it will not be us, and it will not be you, Tiangu. You've ruled the immortals for 100,000 years. There are billions of humans who died during your reign, if not a billion. Suyu said in front of all the heavens that blood must be paid with blood. Are you still thinking of surrendering? Blood feud, a blood feud that had lasted 100,000 years, over 100 million humans had died in a single human tide. 100,000 years, 10 times. No one could remember how many had died. The immortals were one of the three strongest races, and Tiangu was their leader. Perhaps not many would commit suicide, but all the debts were on his head. A blood feud, anyone could rely on Suyu, but Tiangu, was impossible. At this moment, Tiangu looked silently into the distance and didn't respond. Surrender? He didn't think that Suyu wasn't anyone else. He was Suyu. He wouldn't let them go. Tiangu was just thinking if they really lost, could Suyu just kill the leader? The immortals and humans hadn't really fought during this tide, because they were allies, therefore, the immortals and humans didn't have much of a grudge. Of course, the older generation didn't have much of a grudge. He was already thinking about losing the battle. It was pessimistic, but it was the truth. Suyu rarely led his army into battle. Once this happened, it meant that Suyu thought it was a one-sided victory. He understood Suyu. Suyu already thought he could crush one. In fact, in Suyu's eyes, the Hell King's faction and Baijian's faction might turn against each other. He might not be able to fight all three, but he had the confidence to stay alive. With such confidence, how could one fight? As the commander, he shouldn't be afraid before the battle even started. He didn't show it, but Tiangu knew that in the depths of his heart, he still felt despair and pessimism. They would definitely lose this battle, even if the Divine Emperor Consort broke through, they would still lose. He didn't care about Celestial Venerable Huang's roars. So what if he killed Tianming? So what if he destroyed the fated race? That would only cut off the last ray of hope. Not his hope, but the hope of the new generation of immortals. As long as the race exists, there is still hope. As long as there is the torch inheritance, there is still a chance. Tiangu thought silently. If the older generation, the strong, were to lose, Suyu would definitely kill them, but the new generation might not. If all the worlds were humans, wouldn't it be much less fun? Annihilation. If the race was really annihilated, then if the Celestial Emperor and the others didn't die and returned, they would have nothing to worry about and could kill as they pleased. So, there is still hope for the race. He was thinking about how to ensure that the immortals wouldn't be annihilated if they lost. It looked like there was still hope. But the opponent was Suyu, someone who didn't play by the rules. Everything was hard to say. Tiangu looked into the distance silently. Suddenly, auras shot into the sky. The human army was here. The 100,000 years of conflict between worlds was coming to an end. Tiangu smiled and stood up. The next moment, he shouted, "Prepare for battle." Even if they lost, they would fight. Don't let the humans look down on us. Heroes were seen on the battlefield. Swords were drawn. On this day, Dao integration auras filled the upper worlds. On the human mountain, the Wan's experts were solemn. Were they afraid? A little, even if the Wan had many experts, a batch of celestial venerables, and even a master of the law. Their opponent was Suyu, a guy who kept creating miracles, a guy who kept reversing the situation and almost wiped out the Hell King bloodline. The Wan targeted the Hell King bloodline because of Suyu. When Blue Sky and the others appeared on Suyu's side, even the stupidest person understood that everything was part of Suyu's plan. He purposely dragged the Hell King bloodline into this and forced out their experts. On the human mountain, Celestial Venerable Dao said, "Tiangu, it's time to join forces with the Hell King bloodline. Only by joining forces would there be hope." Actually, up until now, Suyu's side hadn't shown the power to wipe out the Wan. However, just like Tiangu, everyone was afraid of the young Suyu. Psychological fear, because Suyu had only come to the upper worlds a few times. One time, he released 100 battles and wiped out the Hell King's celestial venerables. This time, Suyu hadn't come yet, so everyone was a bit timid. Unprovoked, this was different from when he had fought Baijian all those years ago. Although Baijian was ferocious, he hadn't killed many experts of the Myriad races. Suyu had only fought for a few years, but he had already killed all of the Wan's experts. Join forces with the Hell King bloodline. Tiangu stood at the peak of the human mountain and didn't speak. Join forces? Could they? He didn't speak. On the god race's side, Celestial Venerable Yu, who had just recovered her corporeal body, looked at the divine Imperial Concubine and asked, "Imperial Concubine, are you confident?" She was now the strongest expert in the Wan. The Master of the Law had just succeeded. Ironically, she had succeeded with the help of Suyu, an enemy who had come to destroy them. How ironic. Because of this, Wang was even more worried. Suyu wasn't confident that he would help the divine emperor consort. This was illogical. Moreover, Suyu had a martial monarch on his side. The divine emperor concubine was no match for a martial emperor. The divine imperial concubine was also silent. Confidence? What confidence? Was he confident in dealing with Suyu or a martial emperor? Yesterday, the martial emperor broke the seal and his aura shook the heavens. However, not far away from him, Suyu remained calm and composed. At that moment, if the martial emperor really wanted to attack Suyu, would Suyu have the confidence to do so? The divine imperial concubine had felt it. When Emperor Wu had just broken the seal, he had been full of anger and resentment towards Suyu. But soon, Emperor Wu had run away, not bothering Suyu at all. Was it because Suyu helped him break the seal? No, she didn't want to think about it because it was terrifying. How old was Suyu? What did he have to rival a martial emperor? Thoughts flashed through her mind. As for her promise to Suyu to kill Yuzhan and repay him for extending his Dao, did she need to do it, or did she even have the chance to do it? What was Suyu thinking? If he had been prepared to deal with Wan, why would he help her extend her Dao? The divine imperial concubine was also very conflicted. At that moment, the human race army arrived. The auras of the 6 celestial venerables surged. Some impulsive ones, like celestial venerable Huang, gritted his teeth. Suyu didn't come. There are only 6 celestial venerables. Why don't we take the chance? He wanted to say, take the chance to kill their way out. They had many powerhouses on their side. The immortal race's sacred marquis, Dao celestial venerables, and Yuan sage. Including him, there were 4 celestial venerables, 2 celestial venerables, 1 master of the law, and 3 dark, phoenix, and dragon venerables. With so many powerhouses, wouldn't it be easy to defeat 6 celestial venerables? Even Tianming quickly gathered over, but there were only 7 of them. If they killed 7 celestial venerables, even if they suffered heavy losses, Suyu's side would be greatly weakened. Were there more celestial venerables under Suyu's command? Halfway through his sentence, Tiangu and the divine imperial concubine shouted at the same time, no. Celestial venerable Huang was depressed. Why not? Suyu himself was arrogant. The martial emperor had left, and Suyu hadn't come. Once war broke out, the Hell King bloodline's 2 masters of the law and Yuzhan would participate. It wasn't impossible to destroy the human race. Celestial venerable Huang felt it. It wasn't just Suyu who hadn't come. Baizhan hadn't come either. The human race was arrogant. The 2 human lords actually hadn't come. They wanted to deal with them and the Hell King bloodline? Weren't they afraid of suffering a setback? Why? Celestial venerable Huang's face was dark. This is a race war, one that has lasted for more than 100,000 years. This concerns the survival of our race. There is no turning back for us and the human race. What were you thinking? Were you afraid of Suyu? Yes, he was worried too. But no matter how worried he was, at this moment, he had to fight with his life on the line. He had to kill the human race and let them know that one hadn't been destroyed for more than 100,000 years. He wasn't someone that Suyu could destroy alone. Tiangu frowned slightly. Alright, Huang, we know this is a crucial moment of life and death. But wait a little longer. Do you really think Suyu will send people to their deaths? Don't you see Xianxia here? Do you know who will come out when the Xianxia door opens? No matter how arrogant Suyu was, he wouldn't joke around with human lives. Moreover, they were all his subordinates. Once the battle started, experts would come immediately. At this moment, Tiangu said solemnly, Suyu isn't here, which means he's only besieging us and not fighting us. We still have a chance. We can talk. Celestial venerable Huang frowned slightly. Talk at this moment, talk about what? But Suyu wasn't here. Did he want to talk? At this moment, Celestial venerable Huang also fell into deep thought. On the other side, King of Great Zhou stepped out from the human army. Behind him, streaks of Dao integration aura surged. King of Great Zhou looked at Human Mountain. He had seen that familiar human mountain before. Of course, according to what he said, he had never been to the upper world. As for the last time, that didn't count. At this moment, King of Great Zhou looked at Human Mountain with a complicated expression. This was the place that the human race had prepared to build the imperial court. Back then, the human emperor was prepared to move away and no longer use the Starry Palace as his base. The Starry Palace could only be used as a temporary palace. But before he could move away, something happened to the human race. Many thoughts flashed past King of Great Zhou's mind. Today, everything that had happened in the past 100,000 years replayed in his mind. He had fought with one for too many years. The dark guards that the human emperor left behind were all lost. All his backup plans had been uncovered. If the human race didn't win this tide, then the 100,000 years of delay and the human emperor's campaign would all be meaningless. This was the last chance. Luckily, Suyu came out of this tide. Otherwise, King of Great Zhou would be helpless. Wan was very strong. He just seemed a little weak today because their opponent was Suyu. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou walked to the front of the crowd and faced the human mountain alone. He looked at the experts on the human mountain, at the few heavenly venerables who were hiding their fear in their eyes, and revealed a smile. Everyone, it has been 100,000 years. King of Great Zhou chuckled, in 100,000 years, 10 generations of human lords, 8 died in your hands. Soldier Cave is dead, Pil Jade is dead, Min Mountain is dead, Zhenbei is dead, Dingnan is dead. King of Great Zhou smiled and sighed, countless blood debts, 109 marquises that were left behind from the ancient times. Now, how many are left? In 100,000 years, the human race has produced hundreds of Dao integration realm cultivators. How many are left? How many of our people did Wan kill and how many of our experts did he destroy? This hatred can't be extinguished even with all the water of time. On Human Mountain, Tiangu said calmly, King of Great Zhou, this is war. How many of our heroes did your human race destroy? How many of our talents did you kill? Since ancient times, the human race has wanted to rule over the heavens. You are the invaders, we are only protecting ourselves. Your human race is in turmoil. King Wen and King Wu left. The human emperors did not seek to protect themselves, did not retreat to the human realm, and instead used a scheme to take away the emperors of the various races, wanting to continue ruling over the heavens for tens of thousands of years. We are only resisting. Tiangu's voice shook heaven and earth. We are only seeking to survive. We are also fighting for the future generations. Our ancestors were suppressed by the humans. We fought for 100,000 years, hoping that our descendants won't be like us, born a level lower than the rest of us. Tiangu shouted hoarsely, are we wrong? You are the invaders. This heavens is not your human race's heavens. This world belongs to our Wan. The human race is also a member of the Wan. Why must we occupy the heavens? King of Great Zhou shouted coldly, Tiangu, everything you said is just what you think. Before the ancient times, the heavens and earth were not unified. How many battles were there? How many experts died? How many geniuses died? What's more, this sky is our human race's sky. This land is our human race's land. Whether it is the celestial race, god race, or demon race, do you dare to say that you did not come from the human race when the heavens were created? The Wan are non-human races, most of them evolved from ancient primordial races, and this sky was not created by them, but by the Lord of Time. Is the Lord of Time human? I think, yes. King of Great Zhou's voice was very loud, so, the unification of the human race is the will of the heavens and earth. Because we are the masters. Both sides shouted at each other. This was a challenge before the battle, to prove each other's names, who is the orthodox, who is the righteous one. Tiangu only said that, and soon, he said in a low voice, Suyu is a smart person, even if we fight to the death, he won't get anything. You have to know that our ancestors are still in the river of time, they will be back soon. Right now, there is no benefit for Suyu to fight with us. King of Great Zhou, you are also a smart person, one still has the power to fight, if we cut off our means of retreat, everything is possible. At this moment, Tiangu chose to take the initiative to retreat. I can promise that before the immortal emperor and human emperor return, one will defend Wan Mountain and not come out. As long as Suyu gives us the same promise, even if you break the heavens and earth, we will not stop you. How about we both take a step back? Retreat before the battle. His momentum was at a disadvantage, one might even scold him, hate him, but Tiangu did not care. If he could, he would choose this without hesitation. Unfortunately, he knew it was difficult. As expected, King of Great Zhou said coldly, "Do you think it is possible?" Tiangu was silent. King of Great Zhou raised his hand and shouted coldly, "His Majesty Emperor Yu is willing to give you a chance. Battle of Generals before the battle. If you can delay until the immortal Emperor and the others return, that is your luck. If not, then die." Tiangu's eyes moved slightly. What did he mean? King of Great Zhou shouted, "If our Heavenly Venerate comes out, then you will send out Heavenly Venerate. If our Dao Integration Stage comes out, then you will send out Dao Integration Stage. Battle of Generals before the battle, life and death depend on your own ability." Tiangu was startled, but in the next moment, before he could speak, the Holy Marquis frowned slightly and said coldly, "You want to use us as whetstones, as trial stones?" In an instant, they all understood, arrogant. On the human side, King of Great Zhou and the others were actually planning to use them as whetstones. The so-called Battle of Generals before the battle was just to sharpen the powerful beings on Suyu's side. These people advanced too quickly, and after reaching Dao Integration Stage or Heavenly Venerate, they had almost no combat experience. At this moment, the Battle of Generals with Wan was an excellent opportunity to hone themselves. Mortal enemies, in a one-on-one battle, their strength was equal. This kind of opportunity was too rare. Don't be afraid of friendly fire, don't be afraid of friendly fire, fight to the death. Most of Wan's Dao Integration Stage and Heavenly Venerates were old generals, but Suyu's side lacked old generals, and they were all new powerful beings. King of Great Zhou said coldly, "If you agree, then you can live, if not, Wan will be destroyed. Battle of Generals before the battle, if your side is strong, stall for time. Before the 3-month deadline, we will not attack. 3 months is your chance. Otherwise, today is the final battle." At this moment, on Wan's side, some people were angry, and some people were sullen. Some people gritted their teeth. Agree. However, the Battle of Generals is a battle of life and death. Don't interfere, only strength. Do you think we're afraid of you? Tiangu and the others clearly didn't want to fight. Then, stall for 3 months, would there be any changes? Would there be a chance? Quenching thirst with poison. These were Tiangu's words. He looked toward the divine imperial concubine and the others with a helpless expression. Suyu wants to Battle of Generals because he wants to find the best trial candidates from us. Dragging it out may not be beneficial, but if we don't, perhaps today is the final battle. How to choose, to delay or not to delay? Wan had the most suitable candidates for the humans to train on the edge of life and death, a true battle of life and death. At this moment, the divine imperial concubine and the others were silent. Should they delay, or should they turn out in full strength and fight the humans? After a long time, the divine imperial concubine sighed. Agree. 3 months, perhaps there will be changes. Whether it is Yuqing or Baijian, there might be changes. Perhaps, there is hope. Of course, it might also be despair, to be a whetstone for the humans. As for life and death, it would depend on luck. Tiangu nodded slightly. His gaze changed as he looked at King of Great Zhou and said solemnly, "Battle of Generals. I'm afraid you are too inexperienced and won't even know how you die. King of Great Zhou, the humans are treacherous. Battle of Generals is fine, but casualties are disregarded. I'm afraid you humans will be shameless and choose to interfere at the moment of life and death. Suyu's beloved generals don't want people to die. You and I both know this. If we kill your generals, won't Suyu go back on his word?" These words. King of Great Zhou laughed. "Soon," he said lightly, "don't worry. Battle of Generals is voluntary. Life and death are determined by fate." He turned to look at the human powerful beings and said calmly, "Many of us went from Eternal Realm to Dao Integration in an instant. After reaching Dao Integration, His Majesty has been fighting on the front lines, while we enjoy peace in the rear. Powerful beings who hide like turtles will never become the most powerful beings." Hearing this, many people looked at King of Great Zhou. King of Great Zhou laughed self-deprecatingly. "Why are you looking at me?" "Me too. I've been active in the Myriad world since the beginning of the primordial era. Others have become masters of the laws, but I'm only at Dao Integration. If you're afraid of death, then you can only do this. You can only watch helplessly as your comrades die in battle. You can only watch helplessly from the rear. I'm the loser. I hope, this time I'm not the loser, and neither are you. He looked around at King of Great Qin, Da Xia of Goguryeo, Xiao Long Wu, and the others. We are not cowards. We have also fought everywhere. However, everyone, in this year, His Majesty has conquered the myriad worlds. Have we fought a lot? How many times have we fought after we reached Tao integration? In battle, the only way is to self-detonate. Because of His Majesty's strategies, we can recover our physical bodies and preserve our sea of will. Now, how much of our battle instincts do we have? His Majesty said that the 100 battle monarchs people have been raised to become useless. One is the same. But no matter how useless they have fought for countless years. Are we going to become useless like them? Clowns like them? King of Great Zhou shouted coldly, today, our enemies are right in front of us. His Majesty's intention was to stop before the battle. *T. An angry roar shook the crowd. King of Great Zhou, scolded Suyu. King of Great Zhou shouted, His Majesty is merciful. He doesn't want people to die. And I'm telling everyone, a war without people dying is not a war. Powerful beings rise from slaughter. His Majesty said to increase everyone's experience and to have more ways to deal with enemies. *T. He shouted angrily again, with the belief to survive, with the thought of not dying. Once we meet a powerful enemy, we will definitely die. Only by moving forward with indomitable will one be able to survive, win, and break through. I am the representative of failure. I am, Dingjun is, Firecloud is, the Ancient Remnant is, all of them are. And I hope that this tide is not. I also hope that everyone can become His Majesty, and not everyone at the back, enjoying peace and letting the Emperor go out to battle. If we dared back then, we will not be afraid now. We dared during our most difficult times, and we dare now. All of you are still young. If you want to catch up to us old things, to surpass us, to kill us, the only way is to seek life in death. He looked at the new generation. Yes, King of Great Qin and the rest were the new generation. King of Great Zhou said solemnly, don't let us old trash affect you. We rely on living long to accumulate strength. All of you, don't have time. King of Great Qin's expression was solemn, of course we dare to fight. King of Great Zhou means that this battle will determine life and death, and you will not help, right? That's right. King of Great Zhou said solemnly, life and death, no help. His Majesty doesn't want to lose his comrades, but I don't agree. Not just me, I think those who truly understand will not agree. If we don't follow now, do we expect to follow after the battle of the masters of the law? Laughable. At that time, we'll die even faster. At that time, we'll be behind the times, useless trash, useless soldiers. But, King of Great Qin frowned slightly, His Majesty has orders, then cut me down. King of Great Zhou said coldly, when a general is outside, he can't obey orders. This was something that had happened in the past dynasties. Since His Majesty isn't here, as the commander, I have the right to make decisions. As long as I don't take back my title of commander, I have the final say. King of Great Qin, you are the commander of this tide. You should know that opportunities are fleeting. As soldiers, you can only obey orders. His Majesty will investigate, but the commander's responsibility has nothing to do with you. King of Great Qin was silent for a moment, then quickly shouted, since that's the case, we will obey orders. King of Great Zhou ignored everyone else and instantly turned to look at Tiangu. Battle of generals before the battle, regardless of life or death. Experts from both sides, those who aren't participating in the battle are not allowed to interfere. If you can't win, flee back to the camp and the battle will end. It wasn't necessary for one person to die, but at the critical moment, you might not be able to escape. Hearing this, Tiangu's expression changed slightly. So you didn't want people to die, but his subordinates might not think so. If news of this really got to Suyu might not interfere. In other words, Battle of Generals was decided. Tiangu took a deep breath. Good. Since you humans dare to join the Dao integration stage, there's nothing we don't dare to do. Generals, heed my command. Battle of Generals, kill the enemy. Slay a human Dao integration stage supreme, reward those who follow the false Dao. slay a human heavenly king, reward heavenly venerables with enlightenment, travel the great Tao with the other heavenly venerables, and even the divine imperial concubine. The great Tao is open to you. Below, some experts were startled. The great Tao of heavenly venerables and masters of the law was open to them. Was this true? Tiangu didn't say anything about heavenly venerables. There was no need. Heavenly venerables didn't need anything, and they didn't need stimulation. Killing the enemy was a must. As the leader of a race, heavenly venerables were all leaders. Others could shy away from battle, but they couldn't. At this moment, Wan's morale was greatly boosted. In the next instant, a human expert flew out. Xianxia held a large staff and shouted, "Xianxia of Emperor Yu's mansion, second-grade Dao integration stage. Send a second-grade Dao integration stage or heavenly king." How arrogant, Wan's side instantly froze. This was truly arrogant. In fact, some of Suyu's classification of Dao integration stage second-grade Dao integration stage had already been spread, and everyone knew what it meant. Now, Tianxia was going to fight a heavenly king. The monarch of Great Zhou wanted to say something, but he didn't stop him. Tianxia, who loved to fight, chose to go first. He, who was known to be unbeatable in a fight, couldn't hold back any longer. In the crowd, Tiangu was silent for a while. Tianxia was not easy to deal with, and he was good at fighting. He was just thinking about who to send, when the immortal battle marquis said in a low voice, "I'll go. I can feel it. That's my weapon." He took my weapon. Since he wants to fight a heavenly king, then I'll satisfy him. I'll kill him and take back my weapon. I'll also let everyone see if the human race will keep their promise. If they won't, Your Majesty, then, let's fight. He was going to be the test subject. He was going to kill Tianxia and see if the human race would come to his rescue. Tianxia himself said that he wanted to fight a heavenly king. If the human race came to his rescue, then the talk of a general battle would be bullshit. Since that was the case, he could only fight to the death. Tiangu was silent for a while, then nodded. In the next instant, the immortal battle marquis flew out and shouted coldly, "Celestial race, immortal battle." Tianxia, arrogant junior. Junior? Tianxia's bare one's teeth's ferocious aura overflowed. Immortal battle. You're just one step ahead of me at Dao integration. If it weren't for the fact that I had to guard the dead spirit passageway for 100,000 years, I would have already surpassed you. Today, I'll kill you and let the Myriad realm see whether I, Xianxia, am trash or not. Boom, a large staff shattered heaven and earth. A great battle instantly erupted. As for the immortal battle marquis, his weapon was also a staff. His previous weapon had been taken away by Suyu and he had forged a new one. At this moment, both of them were using the same weapon and began to fight in the void. Experts who used staffs were all experts in close-range combat, and they preferred to engage in close-range combat. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered through the void. Tianxia roared and transformed into a giant ape. His ferocious aura filled the sky and earth. With a roar, he waved his staff and chased after the immortal battle marquis. The immortal battle marquis also swept his staff horizontally. Loud explosions rang out again, but neither side retreated. Blood spurted out. Tianxia's hand was torn, but he roared crazily. In an instant, he waved his staff thousands of times, causing the sky to change color. The immortal battle marquis' strength increased by 30%. He did not back down and also struck out with his staff. Boom. Tianxia's staff had not even left his hand when the flesh on his arm was shattered, revealing deep white bones. Tianxia's body trembled as he used his breathing technique to regenerate his flesh and blood. He also struck the immortal battle marquis' hand, causing blood to spurt out. Just like that, a great battle erupted. A battle of generals. At this moment, in the distance, Wu Ji and the others had just arrived in the chaotic mountain. At this moment, they all turned around and saw that in the void, two staff-wielding experts were fighting so fiercely that heaven and earth were collapsing. They actually started fighting as soon as they arrived. Wu Ji licked his lips and laughed. It's Tianxia and the immortal battle marquis. Tianxia, this guy, has actually reached this level. Exciting. A battle of generals? Suyu has a good idea, using Wan as a target to train his troops. Good idea. We also want to try. Just as he finished speaking, Blood Shadow frowned slightly. You're thinking too much. The sinners will not agree. Besides, they don't have many Dao integration stage and heavenly kings for us to train our troops. As for heavenly venerables, do you want to fight Yuzhan to the end? What was he thinking? The situation was completely different. Imitating Suyu's method would not work. Hearing this, Wu Ji felt a bit regretful. What a pity. It's been 6,000 years, and we haven't done anything. Blood Shadow, tell me the truth. If we fight now, will we still have the same bravery as we did 6,000 years ago? He actually also wanted to train his troops, especially when he saw the great battle erupting over there. The powerful beings of both sides were fighting in close quarters. This was much better to watch than those guys fighting with the power of the great Tao. This kind of battle was just too much to his taste. Unfortunately, that was on Suyu's side. His Majesty had chosen the sinners. The heavenly venerables and heavenly kings here had all been defeated, so it would not work if he wanted to use the same method now. Furthermore, the sinners would not agree. And at this moment, deep within the Hell King Kingdom, Yu Zhan's voice was icy cold. Yu Luo, Yu Xiao, how dare you come back? These two traitors actually came back, Yu Luo chuckled softly. Ancestor, please calm down. His Majesty means that we are only here to take a look to prevent Suyu and Wan's battle from affecting you. Ancestor, please don't take offense. Suyu set a 3-month deadline. Supreme Yu Qing and Supreme Pelong have both just come out of the gates of hell. They must have expended a lot of energy. Could it be that they want to start a war with us now? Yu Zhan's expression was cold. Yu Luo smiled sweetly. So, Ancestor, why don't we watch the general battle between Suyu and Wan? There hasn't been such an exciting battle in many years. I remember that the last time was tens of thousands of years ago. This kind of general battle had happened before. Even the 5th-generation human ruler had personally fought. Unfortunately, the humans were no match for Wan at that time, and they suffered heavy casualties. After the 5th-generation human ruler, the general battle was no longer held. This was because both sides had suffered heavy losses. This kind of one-on-one life and death battle was the easiest to determine life and death. Hell King Kingdom, deep in the gates of hell. At this moment, Pelong had completely come out. His enormous body twisted, and there were still some injuries on his body. His enormous eyes looked into the distance and sneered. A bunch of ants. To him, these people were too weak. General battle was just a joke. He looked at Yu Qing and said coldly, ignore them. I just came out and need a few days to recover. After I recover, we will deal with them. Yu Qing nodded slightly. Pelong, don't be careless. I won't. Pelong said coldly, I was born from the primal chaos and have experienced countless things. How can I be careless? It's just that Suyu, that little thing, this seat must kill him. As he spoke, he looked into the depths of the primal chaos, and his expression suddenly changed. The next moment, a golden-armored giant came walking in the air. With some doubt and curiosity, he widened his eyes and looked in his direction. Suddenly, he said, Pelong? Pelong was shocked. It's you? Looking across the air, he recognized the other party. In the distance, the giant also recognized Pelong. You're not dead yet? You're so King arrogant. I saw you come out in the primordial era, and you actually didn't get killed. Tai Shan and the others are really trash. He scolded King Wu. Now, he was used to scolding King Wu. In any case, King Wu couldn't hear him. He glanced at the battle in the distance and curled his lips. Children playing house, he was too lazy to watch. He then looked at Pelong, and soon, he looked at Wu Ji and the others. He seemed to recognize Wu Ji. After a glance, he also curled his lips. Following that idiot Baijan, as expected, you're also an idiot. Even if Wufu wants to find someone to rely on, he can't rely on an idiot like Baijan. He has to find someone reliable, idiot. After scolding for a while, he said, where is that Zhou Ji? Why can't I find him? Strange, wasn't Zhou Ji very powerful? Where was he? I looked for him in the primal chaos for a day, but there was no trace of him. Did Suyu lie to me? Emperor Wu cursed. Soon, he shouted, Wu Ji, you're Baijan's man. Tell me, where is Zhou Ji? As for Palong, he was too lazy to care. He couldn't fight, only if Suyu said to fight, then he would fight. If he died, he could count as a spot. Right now, there weren't many masters of laws in the Myriad worlds. If he killed Zhou Ji for nothing and Suyu didn't take responsibility, wouldn't that be a loss? As for Zhou Ji, Emperor Wu also thought that it was better not to kill him. He had to weigh his opponent's strength first. He was now very shrewd in his calculations. If he fought a master of the laws, he couldn't kill him. Even if he killed him, he still had to tell Suyu that this would count as a spot. This was called fighting himself, so Suyu had to pay the bill, otherwise, there were only so few masters of the laws. If he killed a few more, they would die for nothing. If those 3 weren't enough, did he really have to go kill the human emperor? If he could, he would have done it long ago. Wu Ji looked at Emperor Wu with a serious expression. After a while, he said, I don't know. Humph. Emperor Wu snorted coldly. His voice shook everyone's hearts. Wu Ji and the others paled. He said coldly, a bunch of insects, trying to play tricks on me? As soon as I opened the gate of heaven, I knew you were lying, you little insects. You want to hide it from me? Killing a master of the laws isn't worth it. If I kill you, I can do it for free. My patience is limited. Don't force me to kill you now. As he finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared in front of him. His speed was inconceivable. He didn't fear the 6 Empyreans at all. Even if they weren't weak, he wasn't afraid. Logically speaking, these 6 could fight him. Otherwise, Baijan wouldn't have dared to send them here. But Emperor Wu didn't care. A bunch of idiots. Why would I be afraid? I'm not even afraid of King Wu. I'm a bit afraid of King Wen. Scholars are all sinister. These people here didn't seem to have studied much. If they weren't wearing battle armor, they were wearing martial arts clothes. They weren't even wearing white robes. What was there to be afraid of? Yu Luo hurriedly smiled. She was incomparably delicate. Senior Emperor Wu, ugly woman, scram. Emperor Wu was suddenly enraged. He punched out and sent her flying. Yu Luo's figure disappeared. Emperor Wu coldly snorted. Ugly people always cause trouble. You dare to influence my Dao? Disgusting. You didn't die with one punch. You have some skill. After saying that, he looked at Wu Ji. Wu Ji's expression changed slightly. His Highness Ji is in the depths of the chaos. I don't know exactly where he is. If I knew, I would have said it long ago. At least you know what's good for you. Emperor Wu nodded slightly. He looked at Hong Yu again and frowned slightly. Why are Baijan's subordinates all ugly people? No wonder he couldn't beat Suyu. There are many ugly people under Suyu, but most of them are men. I even saw several women on Baijan's side. Shaking his head, Emperor Wu felt a little disgusted. He stepped into the air and left. He didn't want to bother with these guys. They were just a bunch of insects. In the distance, Yu Qing and Palong had serious expressions. Emperor Wu was very strong. Fortunately, Emperor Wu didn't seem to be in the mood to fight with them. He left directly. This was somewhat unexpected. After Emperor Wu left, Yu Luo came back covered in blood. Her hair was disheveled, and she was panting. Blood was still flowing from the corner of her mouth. She coughed out blood and laughed crazily. Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu. He actually dared to humiliate me like this. Emperor Wu was too strong. She had just opened her mouth, and she was sent flying with a punch. She was seriously injured. If not for Emperor Wu being too lazy to chase after her, he might have killed her with another punch. These people were all lunatics. Yu Luo's eyes were full of resentment. A bunch of lunatics. Suyu was like this, Emperor Wu was like this, Giant Axe was like this. A bunch of crazy people. The path of charm that had always been successful was completely useless in front of this group of lunatics. At this moment, Hong Yu frowned slightly. All right. Emperor Wu. Don't provoke him easily. Yu Luo, you are too bold. You actually used the path of charm on him. Are you looking for death? Yu Luo didn't think about it. How could Emperor Wu be so easily charmed? For this kind of martial artist, only martial arts were the purest, women were just decorations. For them, female charms were just fleeting clouds. Moreover, Emperor Wu and the others didn't like people of her type. They thought she was very ugly. She still went up to charm him. Wasn't that disgusting? She was sent flying. She didn't deserve any sympathy. She was lucky not to die. Emperor Wu was now the #1 person in all the heavens. These words were not false. While they were still talking, in the distance, in front of the human mountain, a loud boom rang out. The next moment, a figure flew backward. Thousands of long hairs exploded. The heavenly destroyer took to his heels and ran, instantly escaping to the human tribe's camp. He was bathed in blood, but he laughed heartily. I won. There was silence. Juan was speechless. The human tribe was speechless. In the distance, the immortal battle marquis was also bathed in blood, but his aura was still stable. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. You won? The heavenly destroyer laughed heartily. Nonsense. I am a newly advanced second-grade Dao integration stage cultivator. I beat a heavenly king like you until your underpants burst. If I didn't win, then you? Trash. Wait for a few days. When my injuries are healed, we'll fight again. Saying this, he ran to the back to heal his injuries. He didn't fight to the death, of course, he couldn't kill a heavenly king. Why would he fight to the death? He would heal his injuries before fighting again. This was too satisfying. He attacked like crazy. If he won, he would kill. If he lost, he would run. As for the immortal battle marquis, his expression was dark. He didn't say anything and returned to the human mountain. Had the heavenly destroyer won, his words were a bit shameless, but, in a real fight, the heavenly destroyer had won. He was a second-grade Dao integration stage cultivator and a immortal battle marquis. Yet, he escaped without suffering any serious injuries. Moreover, the immortal battle marquis was also injured. Most importantly, the heavenly destroyer was using him to sharpen his blade. In the later stages, the heavenly destroyer's battle experience had clearly increased. He was quickly adapting to his current combat strength. This was the most terrifying part. At this moment, the immortal battle marquis returned. General Battle is not a good choice. They were feeding moves to their opponent. Tiangu and the others felt bitter. They knew, but they had no choice. The battle would continue. Suyu's side was making use of Wan to increase his combat experience, combat awareness, and Dao enlightenment. The older generation did not lack these, but the younger generation did. The general battle did not help Wan at all. It was passively increasing the strength of Suyu's side. However, Wan had no other choice. In the depths of chaos, Suyu did not appear in the upper world. At that moment, he was in his own world. There were still many experts here. Although 7 celestial venerables had left, Wan Tianxing, King Nan, and Hong Meng were celestial venerables in the outside world. Princess Qi and Skyfire were celestial venerables in the outside world. There were also several other powerhouses who were close to that level. In front of Human Mountain, Suyu was broadcasting the general battle between the humans and Wan live. He knew, there was no other reason other than the blue sky. The blue sky token communication was worth having. As long as it was not sealed and there were no boundaries, the blue sky communication would be unimpeded. King of Great Zhou, Suyu murmured. At the side, Wan Tianxing did not bat an eyelid and said casually, he said that your majesty was farting. He was just saying it to establish his authority and not saying that your majesty was really farting. Your majesty, please don't mind him saying that you were farting. The king of Great Zhou did not mean it. He repeated that sentence a few times, afraid that Suyu would forget that the king of Great Zhou had scolded him. Suyu was speechless. He glanced at old Wan. Naughty. Previously, when he broke through and fought against the king of Great Zhou, old Wan had suffered a little and was probably still thinking about it. Suyu could not be bothered to reply. The king of Great Zhou still had to be beaten up. He would wait for the opportunity. As for the general battle, Suyu was the one who suggested it. However, Suyu did say that no one should die. The king of Great Zhou changed it slightly and Suyu did not say anything. He didn't want anyone to die, but if they really did die in battle. In a great battle, dying was a common occurrence. Suyu wasn't that weak. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about this. He smiled and said, Tiangu and the others agreed. Including Tianming, there were 7 celestial venerables. In terms of strength, he was no match for Wan. However, Wan still didn't dare to attack. This was within Suyu's expectations. After all, the enemy commander was Tiangu. Suyu laughed. Tiangu, this person. How do I say it? He has intelligence, he also has courage, the only bad thing is that he thinks too much. It's not that I have to be reckless, but Ancient Heaven's personality lacks a bit of recklessness. At this moment, if I really want to fight, then I should come out. Reacting passively might also be a solution. But even if you drag it out for 3 months, will you be able to find a chance? That might not be the case. Tiangu understood Suyu, and Suyu also understood him. In the previous few battles, this fellow rarely left the realm. He was naturally cautious, and several times Suyu wanted to trap and kill Tiangu, he had failed. It was a good thing, but sometimes it was also a bad thing. For example, at this moment, Suyu was sure that Tiangu would make the decision and agree to the general battle. If Celestial Venerable Dao or Celestial Venerable Desolation made the decision, then the general battle might not happen. Wan Tianqing thought about it and said, that's true, Tiangu is actually good at scheming. Of course, sometimes, the myriad worlds don't need scheming, it's more about strength. The so-called schemes were all because one's strength wasn't enough. With enough strength, one would naturally sweep through. A martial emperor was a third-class master of the law. If he was a first-class master of the human emperor level, then what schemes, what playthings, I would sweep through, killing whoever who obstructs me. Suyu nodded slightly. Soon, he no longer cared about the matters over there. Nothing would happen there for the time being, he just needed to be a bit more careful. At this moment, Suyu didn't stay here to pretend to be aloof. King Nan and the others gathered at this time. Suyu quickly said, I want to quickly conquer the myriad worlds and quell the chaos. But the strength of one side cannot match the strength of 3. The best way is to join forces against 2. Join forces with one side to fight against the other 2. Everyone looked at him. The one Suyu wanted to ally with was Wan, right? As for Baijian, on the surface, the 2 sides had already joined forces, but since Suyu said this, it was clear that he didn't trust Baijian. The sinners. Suyu probably wouldn't go to the alliance, right? Of course, Suyu often caught people off guard, so this was hard to say. Suyu looked at the crowd and continued, don't think about other things, I have never thought of joining forces with the sinners. Wan is indeed my current goal, but it's not enough. Everyone looked at Suyu. What did he mean by not enough? Suyu smiled, not enough, we lack an opportunity, or in other words, we lack a way to force Wan to cooperate and obey. King Nan said coldly, why don't we all come out and deter Wan? It's not enough now. 7 heavenly venerables were not enough. Wan's side did not feel the pressure. Suyu nodded, this is also a way, but it's not enough. Besides, the battle with Wan will not end so easily. It's best to kill 1 or 2 heavenly venerables to deter Wan. Immortal heavenly venerables, how can these guys be obedient? Saying so, Suyu smiled, this is not enough, I still need to do something. Everyone looked at him again, what else do you want to do? Suyu smiled, secretly capture the gods, demons, and immortals, everyone. Everyone? Everyone was startled, Suyu nodded, everyone. We have weapon spaces. So, I want to capture everyone from the 3 great clans, they think we won't be exterminated, but... Suyu said coldly, I will. If one doesn't listen, I will exterminate them. If they are obedient, I will hand them over to take them into the gates of hell. As for whether they can survive, that will be up to them. Of course, before that, I will give them a chance to live. Suyu said faintly, if they agree to cooperate, that will be when I break the seal. Break the seal, many people looked at the distant heaven supervisor. Did Suyu mean that if one agreed to cooperate, he would help them break the seal and become masters of the laws? Wan Tianqing said in a low voice, after breaking the seal, one will have a few more masters of the laws. If they think they can turn the tables and refuse to leave, what then? Suyu laughed. Do you think a few more masters of the laws will be enough to turn the tables? If there are more of them, won't there be more of us? Having more masters of the laws will only give them hope of surviving behind the gates of hell. Their chances of survival will be greater. Wan Tianxing frowned. That's the best outcome. What I'm afraid of is, Suyu said, of course, there are prerequisites. For example, I will only help them break the seal after we kill Yu Qing and Matron. Everyone thought for a moment, then nodded. Suyu said, capturing Wan's people will also cut off their hopes. Wan won't be willing to leave. He won't want to leave, that's for sure. Moreover, they don't think we will dare attack their clansmen. After all, the immortal emperor and the others are still alive. Use this as an opportunity and a threat to drive them away. King Nan said in a low voice, but if we do this, we'll break some unspoken rules. In the future, when war breaks out, we might capture ordinary clansmen to threaten the strong. This was an unspoken rule. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone obeyed it. Suyu was breaking this rule. This might cause some trouble in the future. Suyu nodded. I know, but let's talk about the future in the future. At least for now, there won't be any trouble. At this point, Suyu said, this is actually a small matter. Baijan has persisted in his plan for 6,000 years. He won't change it just because I force him to abdicate. This time, Baijan sent Wu Ji and the others, but he himself didn't show up. What is he doing in the human realm? Baijan isn't likely to fall out with me directly, but it's hard to say what he'll do in secret. So, we must guard against Baijan. Not only do we have to guard against him, but we also have to think of a way to deal with him. Although I'm not sure if he'll persevere, we must be prepared to deal with Baijan. As for Lei Bao, he knows something about the opening of my world. Although he's still in the upper realm, he'll inevitably tell Baijan. At this, Wan Tianxing frowned. Then why did you reveal it to him before? Deterrence. Suyu said calmly, Lei Bao said it's actually a good thing. Let Baijan know that I'm the one who opened up the world. Maybe he'll change his mind, maybe, he'll be afraid because my strength is too vague. However, if I don't have such a trump card, do you think Baijan will be afraid of us? Saying it was actually a good thing, it was deterrence. Suyu said again, if Lei Bao didn't say it, it's also a good thing. Baijan might really want to deal with me, but he doesn't know about the opening of my world. In this case, my strength, my trump card, is not in his plan. These are two kinds of preparations, and two choices. This was the choice Suyu gave to Baijan, and it was also for Lei Bao. To say it or not, whether Baijan attacked him or not, there would be different results. Everyone thought for a while and nodded slightly. However, Wan Tianxing said with some regret, then the tea tree plan to attract people won't be used. It was a pity, but he felt that it was actually very useful. What a pity, Suyu smiled, that might not be the case. Of course, this was all for later. Suyu stood up, so, I stayed this time to do a few things. First, capture people and enter the dead soul's domain. Just like last time, we'll go and capture them silently. Second, search for the Chaos Dragon and the 8-winged tiger in the primal chaos. Get rid of these two unexpected factors, whether to kill or capture them, there must be a result. He didn't like any unexpected factors, that would cause his plan to be disturbed. Third, Suyu was silent for a while, then said, I want to investigate the human race's physical path, and the giant race's physical path. I want to carefully investigate if there's any connection. I can observe with the gate of heaven, but Baijan might find out. Once he finds out, there might be a conflict, so be prepared. Fourth, Suyu looked at everyone, especially Wan Tianxing and the others, and was silent for a while. I originally didn't want everyone to integrate into my world too early, or rather, I wanted to give everyone a little more choice. However, once there are changes, I hope that the heavenly kings and heavenly venerables who haven't integrated into my world will quickly integrate into my path, strengthen my path, make me stronger, and push everyone to become stronger. As soon as this was said, Wan Tianxing smiled, this isn't a problem, but an opportunity for us. If you need, we can also integrate now. Suyu smiled, that's not a hurry, let's harvest more of the river of time, it's too strong. As Suyu said this, he said softly, the river of time is really unbelievably strong, and it's not just strong now, but unbelievably strong as soon as the sky was opened. This meant that once the other party opened the sky, he was already ridiculously strong. What was the strength of the Lord of Time before he opened the sky? A terrifying existence. Perhaps even before he split open the sky, he would be able to beat everyone up. Let's go. Suyu said, I won't participate in the matter of capturing people, I'll be responsible for opening some channels and contacting the various worlds. Although the connection with Xingyu was severed, it didn't matter. Xingyu was no longer a dead spirit, and Suyu could open it himself at this moment. Having opened the great Tao of life and death, it was much easier for him to connect the two worlds. Everyone nodded, and with a wave of Suyu's hand, a clone appeared, balancing the chi of life and death. He will lead you to open the channel, but be quiet, don't let one know in advance. The three major races will be in charge, and the other races with heavenly venerables can be captured, and those without, it doesn't matter. King Nan asked, should I go too? Go, let's go together, all of you. Suyu smiled. It's too stifling for you to stay here in such a small world. Since my resurrection, you haven't gone out. Go out and take a look at the myriad worlds. Everyone heard this and didn't say much. There were only some experts here, and ordinary people were in the Tianyuan realm, so they could come and go as they pleased. Soon, Wan Tianxing quickly left with his people. The vast world suddenly became empty, leaving only the imprisoned heaven supervisor Marquis. When everyone was gone, Suyu leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. In the distance, the heaven supervisor glanced at him silently. And at this time, Suyu suddenly took out a treasure. The treasure floated in front of him, but he was a little hesitant. The heaven supervisor's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly said, you sent everyone out, are you trying to integrate the Book of Time into the world? Suyu, you don't even trust your own people? Was Suyu trying to secretly increase his strength? But some Tao fusion experts should be able to sense it, right? Suyu glanced at him and said indifferently, the more you know, the faster you die. The heaven supervisor was instantly speechless. Suyu smiled and said again, it's not that I'm worried, but I can't let too many people know, or else I won't have a trump card. Suyu laughed and quickly said, this is a treasure left behind by the Time Master, and also the foundation of her Tao. Similarly, it is also the key to my rise, Suyu sighed. I actually want to keep it, and when I see the Time Master, I will return it in its original state. Back when I opened the heavens, I didn't use it. I was thinking that I could keep it. The Book of Time is the best capital for me to rise to prominence. Now, I'm hesitating. Should I break it and fuse it with my own world? Suyu hesitated, and he sighed. The Time Master is not dead. But if I break the Book of Time, her countless years of preparation will be ruined by me. Breaking the Book of Time was actually breaking the Time Master's heaven-opening Tao. To be honest, if it was an opponent, it would be a great hatred that would not rest until one party died, but since the Time Master threw the Book of Time out, she actually didn't want to take it back. Suyu could break it himself. Moreover, he had asked Fat Ball previously, and Fat Ball also said that as long as Suyu could save people, breaking it was fine. Suyu rarely hesitated like this. But today, he was a little hesitant. If the Time Master's Tao was broken, would she still have any hope of opening the sky, although she might not survive, and it was still too early to consider this. In reality, Suyu could not break the Book of Time. This time, the heaven supervisor saw Suyu's hesitation, and he suddenly smiled. Hasn't Sovereign you always been very decisive? It's just a worldly possession, so why is Sovereign you hesitating today? He also felt that it was strange that a person like Suyu, who had no scruples, would actually hesitate. You don't understand. Suyu smiled faintly. I don't have any other good points. I'm selfish, I'm vengeful, I'm vicious, and I'm also cruel, but I'm afraid of owing favors. If I return the Book of Time to the Time Master, I'll save her, and then I'll return the favor. It's also a transaction. Her Book of Time helped me, and I'll save her and return the Book of Time to her. That's the end of the transaction, but if you break the Book of Time, you'll also break her Tao. That's not good. As Suyu said this, he smiled again. There's one more thing. Suyu's smile faded. I'm thinking if she left some core imprint in the Book of Time. Once it's broken, will she die? Or if she's in the middle of a great battle and her strength suddenly drops? If she's killed, it'll be hard for me to explain. He was hesitating because of these things. After the heaven gate, he couldn't communicate with him. Previously, it was just luck. Unless Suyu died again and thought of a way to break the heaven gate's phantom image. The heaven supervisor looked at him. It was rare for Suyu to think for others today. Moreover, it was a stranger. Sovereign Yu is also very complicated. The heaven supervisor said in a low voice. Sometimes, Suyu's blood was frightening, but sometimes, he was extremely indecisive. Logically speaking, since the Book of Time could strengthen him, there should be no need for him to hesitate. In the end, from the moment Suyu opened the sky until now, he had never mentioned merging the Book of Time. Only now, when he felt the pressure, did he consider this point. You're just a guy who obtained Dao through luck. You don't understand these things. Suyu smiled and stood up. Actually, I didn't hesitate. Merging is already a foregone conclusion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let others leave. I'm saying this because I want to see your reaction, grandson. The heaven supervisor was startled. What did he mean? Suyu smiled. Since you're so calm, it means that you didn't see any fluctuation of luck. Or perhaps you felt, the Time Master is also an important part of the ancient times and is also one of the core combat forces. Since you didn't react, it means that there's a high probability that she won't die. Very good, I can rest assured. The heaven supervisor was stunned. Was this possible? He, indeed, didn't react. Sovereign Yu, why didn't you ask me directly? Suyu laughed. You're an enemy. If I ask you, can you tell me the truth? Nonsense. I don't believe you. Even if you told me, I wouldn't believe you. But now, with this natural reaction, I believe you. Thank you. The heaven supervisor wanted to curse, shameless villain. Suyu was still as shameless as ever. I was wondering why this fellow would suddenly be so emotional and sorrowful in front of me. Turns out he was just trying to see my reaction. He wanted to see if something would happen to the Time Master. How if King shameless, why did he have to beat around the bush and complicate a simple problem? The heaven supervisor closed his eyes and ignored him. Suyu was always so shameless. The next time he believed him, he would be sad. He would be an idiot. I was wondering why this guy would say such an important thing in front of me. At this time, Suyu burned the bridge after crossing it. He directly waved his hand and enveloped the heaven supervisor, not letting him continue looking. You're just a prisoner. Just be my luck detector, as for the rest, what are you looking at? Just be a prisoner, the heaven supervisor was tired. He closed his eyes and didn't care anymore. Do whatever you want. In his heart, he was a little shaken. Would Suyu become stronger after merging with the Book of Time? Of course, it all depended on how strong he could become. The heaven supervisor could actually feel a little. Suyu was actually still a part of the ancient inheritance. He hadn't completely broken away. If Suyu grew stronger, the heaven supervisor Marquis would grow stronger as well. Is he going to improve again? The heaven supervisor thought. In fact, as time passed, he could already feel Suyu's continuous improvement. Although he was imprisoned now, his strength was actually increasing. Now, he vaguely reached the Empyrean realm. What a terrifying guy. Suyu only provided him with a little bit of the power of providence. After all, he had opened the sky and could be considered to have broken away. If Suyu hadn't broken away at all, perhaps the heaven supervisor would be even stronger now. Suyu no longer cared about the heaven supervisor. In the Mortal Master Seal, Suyu took out the Book of Time. At this time, the pages of the Book of Time were constantly flipping. Page after page unfurled. Ironwing. Mountain-breaking ox. Radiant bird. Dendrolamus. Rhinoceros borer. Page after page appeared. There were pictures and words. Only now could Suyu see the full picture of the Book of Time. These words were very beautiful, different from Suyu's. They should have been written by the Time Master. The Book of Time was golden. On the cover, Suyu couldn't see the words before. There didn't seem to be a title, but looking at it again today, he could vaguely see two words. Cookbook. Yes, cookbook. Suyu was startled. He really didn't look at it carefully before. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. It was still 2 words, cookbook. Suyu was startled again. He rubbed his eyes again. It was still 2 words, cookbook. Suyu was completely stunned. What did that mean? Cookbook, what the hell? This woman is so savage. Suyu shuddered. Damn, you call this a cookbook? Damn, there are gods, demons, and immortals here. You even want to eat gods and demons, aren't you a little too cruel? More importantly, your dog is on it, and you want to eat it? Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. This was the first time he felt the savagery of a time master. What book of time? What 10,000 methods diagram? She named her Tao-proving weapon as a cookbook, so this person probably didn't intend to be a time master in the beginning. She wanted to be a chef? Really? Suyu was impressed. You are a chef, but you actually created a book of time. Impressive. Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he sighed with emotion, since it is a cookbook. It should be fine if I fuse the cookbook, right? He looked at his Myriad Tao origin and then at the Book of Time. Every page of the Book of Time created by the Time Master wasn't weak. After all, the Time Master was a top-notch existence. Although it was difficult to collect, it took a long time to do so. She herself was a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the Great Tao for many years. Moreover, her elder brother, King Wen, had a deep understanding of the Great Tao. Strictly speaking, some of Suyu's Myriad Tao power might not be as strong as the ones collected by the Time Master. Once it was fused, even if there was some loss, it might be the superposition of the Great Tao power. First, fuse the Great Tao power that no one has fused, Suyu calculated for a while. He didn't intend to let everyone know now, nor did he intend to let everyone improve now. Even if he fused with the Tao that others fused, Suyu would temporarily seal his comprehension. There was no other reason. This was a trump card. If it was all exposed, how could he counterattack? Sorry. Suyu laughed. The next moment, the Book of Time was shaken by him and cracked. A page was instantly torn off by him and floated towards a great Tao. This was the tearing Tao. It was also the innate skill of the Iron Wing race. Similarly, it was also the first skill that appeared when Suyu first opened the Book of Time. It was also the first martial skill that he cultivated. In an instant, this page fused with Suyu's tearing Tao. Suyu's great Tao seemed to transform into an iron wing that instantly pounced towards the page. On the page of the book, a lifelike iron-winged bird appeared. 2 iron wing were fighting each other. Suyu's side had the blessing of Suyu himself. In addition, it was still in Suyu's world. It occupied the advantage of being the host. In the blink of an eye, it tore the Time Master's page and devoured the iron wing. Boom, a loud sound rang out. In the world, the tearing Tao suddenly became stronger, strengthening the entire Great Tao. And the world slightly expanded. Very weak, however, this was only one of the Great Tao. This page allowed Suyu to improve a little. At his level, improving was actually very difficult, but now, the Book of Time did it. Suyu could be considered to be the inheritor of the Time Master. Including his Great Tao, he actually used the Book of Time and the Time Master as a reference. Strictly speaking, he was indeed the Time Master's successor. Therefore, everyone's Great Tao was very compatible. Most of Suyu's comprehension of the Great Tao also came from the Book of Time. Their comprehension of the Great Tao was almost the same. Page after page was torn off by Suyu. The Great Tao energy that belonged to Suyu frantically devoured the Great Tao energy that belonged to the Time Master. The world began to expand, in the Human Master Seal. The Heaven Overseer Marquis couldn't see or hear anything, but he could sense that his Destiny Tao was improving. His strength was also increasing. Since this was the case, it meant that Suyu was also constantly improving. This was a very terrifying thing. Suyu wasn't weak now, but with such an obvious improvement, how much would Suyu improve? The Book of Time left behind by the Time Master was of great help to Suyu. And this was actually the last gift from the ancient era to Suyu. After devouring the Book of Time, Suyu no longer had any gifts from the ancient era. As for Suyu, he sealed the other Great Taos, but he didn't seal the improvement of the Great Tao of life and death. At this moment, upstream of the river of time, Xianxia was helping someone heal. Suddenly, her aura fluctuated. In the blink of an eye, two forces intertwined. The power of life and death, under the surprised gazes of others, Xianxu's aura suddenly increased by a level. The power of life and death fluctuated, it was as if she had comprehended something after helping someone heal and instantly improved. Was this even possible? The surrounding people were shocked. Was this even possible? Off in the distance, the far-sighted monarch was also shocked. Xianxia, you've improved again? This didn't seem to be the first time. Most importantly, the flow of time here was actually slower than that of the Myriad worlds. So you hadn't been able to split open the heavens for very long. In other words, in this place, the stars and the moon seemed to rise at intervals, and then rise again. Previously, her improvements had been very weak, but this time, she seemed to have grown much stronger. Based on the flow of time here, in the eyes of others, Xianxia would probably improve every hour, and then, she would suddenly improve by a large margin. Originally, Xianxia hadn't been that strong. According to the Starjo monarch, during the final years of the ancient era, Xianxia could only be considered a fourth-rate master of the laws, inferior to a martial monarch. But now, after several breakthroughs, she was already strong to begin with. In a flash, she'd stepped into the third rate. Of course, that was in the past. The current her was naturally inferior to the third-rate battle monarch that the Starjo monarch had defined. However, Xianxia had been dead for so many years and had only recently come back to life. In the blink of an eye, she'd entered the third rate. What was going on? As for Xianxia herself, she was equally surprised. The great Tao of life and death had strengthened. It wasn't that her comprehension had improved, but rather that Suyu's understanding of it had instantly grown stronger. Why, what had Suyu comprehended, or perhaps he'd stumbled upon some sort of good fortune? Wenyu's recipe? She suddenly thought of something. Could it be this? She wasn't sure, but it was possible. The strengthening of the great Tao of life and death wasn't easy for Suyu. Wenyu's recipe probably contained some comprehension of the great Tao. For example, the recipes of the immortals and the necromancers were all recorded in it. When she saw the crowd looking at her, Xianxia said indifferently, "It's just a normal comprehension. After being dead for so many years, my understanding of the Tao of life and death has deepened. Plus, I helped you all heal, so I've gained a little something." The crowd gasped. That was a little something. She'd advanced a level all of a sudden. Even some of the masters of the laws present hadn't reached this level after so many years. Off in the distance, the far-sighted king sighed. "You're improving too quickly. Back in the day, you'd almost catch up to me." Back then, he'd been considered a second-rate battle monarch. Of course, many years had passed since then. Their strength was still different. But Xianxia was advancing too quickly. Moreover, what was with Xianxua's indifferent tone? The far-sighted king muttered inwardly. Her tone was really pretentious. However, he couldn't refute her. Xianxia hadn't been like this before. She was a little girl. Although she didn't like to talk much, she was still very sensible. Why was she acting so pretentious now? Shouldn't you be wild with joy? You're acting like I'm so awesome. If you were an enemy, I'd beat you to death. Do you know that? The far-sighted king was helpless. Forget it. There was no point in bickering with Xianxia. That's a good thing. If that's the case, it'll be easier for you to heal everyone, the far-sighted king laughed. Comprehend it well. I believe you'll surpass that fart-loving bastard sooner or later. He was talking about the immortal emperor. Xianxua's expression was indifferent. Of course. Screw you, the far-sighted king was speechless. I was just saying. Little girl, you're too arrogant. This isn't appropriate. Xianxia didn't take it seriously. What? Was there a problem? Suyu had split open the sky. His improvement had been very fast. The flow of time here was different from that of the infinite worlds. Suyu had reached this stage in a few years. Perhaps he would become even stronger soon. At that time, her mastery of the Tao of life and death would naturally improve as well. A year had passed in the infinite worlds, and not much time had passed here. In a year, could Suyu reach her brother's level? If he did, then the gap between her and the immortal emperor wouldn't be that big. Wasn't this a very normal thing? Therefore, she took the far-sighted king's polite words seriously. The far-sighted king had good foresight. He actually knew that she could surpass the immortal emperor on the other side. Yes, his foresight was quite good. His descendant, the bright king, also had good foresight. I heard that he had long sought refuge with Suyu. At this moment, some of the experts in all directions were bare one's teeth. This? His Majesty's sister felt a little arrogant. The key was that she didn't seem to know that she was arrogant. Her understatement made people feel helpless. At this moment, Suyu was also arrogant. As the great Tao continued to fuse with him, heaven and earth expanded. Suyu's aura grew stronger and stronger. He suddenly laughed. What 100 battles? What Zhou dynasty? Who dares to rebel? I'll beat them all to death. A bunch of bastards looking for trouble for me. I've given you a chance, so don't let it go. When the Book of Light had mostly fused with him, Suyu could clearly sense that his strength had increased by a great deal. His aura surged. If it weren't for the mortal master seal concealing his aura, he would have dared to fight 100 battles in the infinite worlds. Originally, Suyu had estimated that he was roughly as strong as a 4th-tier master of the laws. That was in the outside world. Inside, Suyu felt that 4th-tier strength was close to 3rd-tier strength. But now, Suyu felt that he could fight 100 battles in the outside world. Inside, he could challenge a martial emperor. A martial emperor was a true 3rd-tier powerhouse. Suyu grinned. The Book of Time, good stuff. Heaven and earth continued to expand, but the great Tao of life and death had already been fused. Now, there weren't many pages left in the Book of Time. Suyu had sealed away some of the great Tao, such as the Heaven Fire's Fire Tao, the Floating Earth Spirit's 5 Elements Tao. He had sealed away all of them, otherwise, these people would have been a cut above. But now, forget it. He liked to surprise people, Suyu rapidly began to compress his own world. He had to compress it to the same size as before. That way, everyone would think that he hadn't improved at all. At a critical moment, he would kill one with a single punch and leave everyone dumbfounded. It would also leave 100 battles dumbfounded. When a few masters of the laws and a large number of Empyreans and heavenly kings walk out of my world, everyone will be dumbfounded. At this moment, Suyu was in an extremely good mood. The Book of Time was now officially under his control. This peerless treasure that had accompanied him since he was young, helping him through countless dangers and helping him establish his foundation, had now become a part of Suyu's world. All of a sudden, I feel a little sad, Suyu said with a radiant smile. It was a little hypocritical and sad, but it was only a little bit. How could it compare to the pleasure of increasing his strength? A thunderous rumble echoed out. Suyu merged all the pages into his own world. Of course, he was a good person, so he left something behind for the temporal master. The recipe. Yes, Suyu had left the book's cover behind for the temporal master. As a good person, Suyu wouldn't devour everything. If he met the temporal master in the future and she asked about his recipe, Suyu would naturally give the recipe to the temporal master. Temporal master. Light Eater? Suyu was taken aback. The title Temporal Master was a very high and mighty title. Suyu had heard it from Xianxia, but the Temporal Master back then shouldn't have been too strong. Why would she call herself the Temporal Master? Was she sure it wasn't the Light Eater? Eat everything, wipe clean, eat everything. Suyu was at a loss. Was it the Temporal Master or the Light Eater? If it was the latter, then it would fit the name of the recipe perfectly. Even though he was at a loss, who cared? Suyu stopped thinking about it. No matter what it was called, it didn't matter now. If he met the temporal master in the future, he could ask. Moments later, Suyu waved his hand and the barrier around the heaven overseer vanished. Suyu's mortal lord seal and heaven and earth were the same as before. There didn't seem to be any changes. Suyu didn't seem to have changed much either. After splitting open the heavens, Suyu had gained the strength to fight against the Chaos Dragon. Up until now, he seemed to have maintained this level of strength. At least, that was how outsiders saw it. Suyu was very strong, however, there was a limit to how strong he could be. He hadn't reached the Master of the Laws level. At most, he could fight against a 5th-tier sovereign body. Of course, those on the inside had heard from Suyu that he had a chance to fight against a weak Master of the Laws like the Divine Emperor Concubine. Just this alone was already very surprising. The Heaven Overseer's aura was in turmoil. He had reached the Empyrean level, moreover, he wasn't considered weak amongst Empyreans. The Tao of Destiny was quite formidable. If I want you to be unlucky, then you'll be unlucky. Against people of the same level, the Tao of Destiny was even more mysterious. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it, especially those with weak destiny. For example, the sinners whose destiny had been stripped by Suyu. If the Heaven Overseer Marquis fought against them, it would be even easier. At this time, the Heaven Supervisor also opened his eyes and looked at Suyu with a complicated expression. Suyu had become even stronger, the others could not see anything. In fact, they could not even see Kismet. Even the fated kin could only see the surface of it, but to the Heaven Supervisor, what he saw was a dragon of Kismet. Suyu's luck was truly like a rainbow. In a situation where outsiders couldn't see, the Heaven Supervisor looked at Suyu. It was a great dragon, incomparably huge, but not the slightest bit of it was exposed. This was Suyu, the human lord of this generation, could also be the last lord of the ancient era. It was even more likely that he would be the new emperor of the new era. Not bad. Suyu smiled. You seem to be taking advantage of me. The Heaven Supervisor was silent. Suyu said indifferently, those who take advantage of me don't seem to have a good ending. The Heaven Supervisor did not speak. I am the ancient Kismet. If you don't want me to take advantage of you, then completely break away from the ancient times. What else can you do but kill me? I'm passive, not active. Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. What do you think? If I kill you now, some people will become masters of the laws? The Heaven Supervisor looked at him and said after a moment of silence, I don't think you will kill me now. So confident? The Heaven Supervisor said in a low voice, killing me now might not bring you much benefits. Instead, it might make others stronger. Even if you kill me, you will wait until others benefit less than you. Only then will you do it. That's true. Suyu nodded with a smile. You aren't stupid, but you aren't too smart either. If you were smart, you wouldn't be going against me. The Heaven Supervisor was silent, not saying anything. Going against Suyu was just a bit of unwillingness. When Suyu inherited the brush Dao, he wanted to take his paper Dao. He was naturally unwilling. But now, he understood everything. He couldn't control the paper Dao. Not only him, but even King Wen couldn't control it. He had been on the Heaven Hunter list for many years, but he couldn't control it because he needed to open it himself. The Heaven Supervisor remained silent, but Suyu didn't mind. He chuckled and said, you are the representative of the ancient fate, while I control my own fate. Say, Baijian's side, is the fate on Baijian's side or Zhouji's side? The Heaven Supervisor was silent for a moment, then said, perhaps not on 100 Battle's side. The last time I saw him, his luck didn't seem too good. In the 9th tide flow, he was successful in every endeavor. But in the end, he ran out of luck. Suyu was startled, then nodded. That seems to be the case. So after his son was born, he took away the human race's kismet and fused it into his son's body? So his son is the son of destiny? When he said this, Suyu suddenly laughed. Destiny, the Marquis of Destiny, this name is quite big. Anyone can be his son. The Heaven Supervisor was not interested in this cold joke. But he still continued. The Marquis of Destiny's name is indeed big. So the fact that he can live until now means that the fated race's kismet is very prosperous. Suyu looked at strength, but the Heaven Supervisor mainly looked at kismet. Suyu smiled and looked at him again. Stay here. I'm going out for a stroll. Don't think about running. If you don't run, I won't necessarily kill you. If you run, I'll definitely kill you. If I kill you, Baijian might kill you as well. The Heaven Supervisor closed his eyes and didn't speak. He wouldn't believe Suyu's words. This person was extremely shameless. At such a young age, he was already a cunning old fox, and Suyu soon disappeared into thin air. Suyu still had things to do. He still had to deal with some outsiders and some unfavorable factors during this 3-month period. For example, the 8-winged tiger and the chaos dragon. These two must be hiding in the chaos. And they wouldn't be hiding too deeply. If he could find them in the chaos, then it would be best to kill them. Or he could just find Zhouji and kill him. Zhouji might bear the power of Kismet of 100 battles. Destroying Zhouji might cause 100 battles to be extremely unlucky. They might even choke to death when they drank water. If 100 battles wanted to delay, Suyu would delay for him. 3 months was the limit. Before that, 100 battles might take action, and Suyu wouldn't be idle. While one didn't dare to move, the sinners might still want to bring out powerful warriors. Suyu would also quell some trouble. It was not easy to find people in the chaos. It was especially so for old foxes like the 8-winged tiger and the chaos dragon. The 8-winged tiger was very cunning and would guess that someone wanted to deal with them. They would definitely hide well. However, for Suyu, he had a way to find people. At this moment, a white fur ball appeared on top of Suyu's head. Ever since Suyu put it away, Fur Ball had been sleeping soundly in the Heavenly Gate. When it woke up, it would lick the Heavenly Gate's phantom. Now, it didn't lick Shenwen anymore. There was no need to lick Shenwen. Suyu had merged with the world. Fur Ball sniffled and opened its eyes. It saw nothingness and asked curiously, "It smells good, where are we?" Chaos. Oh. Why did you call me out? Fur Ball looked around. It was not fun at all. It was dark, so it was better to sleep. Suyu smiled and said, "It's time to get to work. Let's see if we can find the Chaos Dragon and the 8-winged tiger." As he said that, Suyu smiled and said, "I have a general understanding of your great Tao. It is extremely sensitive to auras and the fluctuations of rules. You are also a fake devouring Tao. It should be a scouting and tracking great Tao." Fur Ball looked at him strangely and jumped on his head. "Didn't I tell you? I knew it a long time ago. When the big fat dog forced me to read every day, I knew it." Suyu was speechless. "Is that so? I didn't care about it." Fur Ball had indeed reached the Eternal Realm, but Suyu had seen it before. It seemed like it had forcefully advanced. "Did that mean that this guy knew it too?" Fur Ball said, "I knew then that I was good at tracking, mainly because I could smell a lot of fragrances. Then, that book spirit said that it might be a scouting great Tao." Suyu laughed. "You are not stupid." "Of course." Fur Ball was happy. "You are the stupid one." Suyu smiled and said, "All right, it's good that you know. Smell the soy sauce." "Huh?" "The 8-winged tiger has eaten a lot of soy sauce. Don't smell it and don't probe it. It's easy to be discovered. If I find the smell of soy sauce, this guy might be discovered by me." Suyu smiled. "That's right, loving soy sauce might not be a good thing." Fur Ball was too weak, and it would be easy to be discovered if it tried to probe the 8-winged tiger. However, Fur Ball only smelled the soy sauce. This had nothing to do with the 8-winged tiger, so things were much easier. Fur Ball sniffled and nodded his head. "Okay. Xianxia, tell me, when will I be as powerful as Fat Ball?" It was still looking forward to it. Unfortunately, it was still very weak. Even though it licked the Heavenly Gate all day long, it was still an Eternal Realm cultivator. As Suyu became stronger, the gap between it and Suyu became larger. Suyu smiled. "What's the rush? I don't lack heavenly venerables on my side. Being too powerful might not be a good thing. If you are too powerful, everyone will know of your existence. Look at how good you are now. Some people paid attention to you, but now, no one remembers you." Suyu smiled and said, "If this goes on, you'll be completely forgotten in a few days. When everyone forgets about you. It's time for me to leave a way out for myself." Suyu smiled. "My father and my teacher are all very weak, and I haven't improved them much. I'll just leave it to fate. When I find a place to build my own nest, you can help me look after the house. You have to learn from Fat Ball." King Wen and the others have disappeared for over 100,000 years, but it still watered the flowers every day. Fur Ball was dejected. "But I like to sleep. I don't like watering flowers every day." It was too tiring, Suyu was speechless. "I'm not asking you to water the flowers. I'm asking you to look after the house. Do you understand?" "Oh. When that time comes, no one will remember you. If something happens to me one day, if you can look after the house for me, maybe after countless years, I will be able to find a place to live." Suyu said softly, "There's the human emperor, the master of laws, the human ancestor, and the master of time. This era is too complicated. Suyu murmured, why do you think this era was sealed? Who sealed it? Where did the gate come from? Who forged it? Why are they so obsessed with returning to the infinite worlds? Is the infinite worlds good? Or will they die if they leave the infinite worlds? This was the crux of the matter. Why must they return to the infinite worlds? What was behind the gate like? If it was also the primal chaos, they could just open another day. If not, they could just live in the primal chaos. After all, those primal chaos beasts preferred the primal chaos over the infinite worlds. Why must they return? That was the strange part. The infinite worlds, in the whole of the primal chaos, were probably just a small world. If they had the ability to open the sky, they wouldn't have needed to come to the infinite worlds at all. This series of secrets made Suyu unable to probe clearly. Because this distance was indeed a little too far for him. The current him was still very far from that level. As for Furball, Suyu talked a little more. Not long after entering the institute, Suyu brought Furball everywhere, to the main constabulary, to the All Heavens battlefield, to the ancient city, to the starry mansion, to the Dead Souls realm. Furball had been accompanying him ever since. It was just that this fellow didn't have Shinwen to lick now, so it was a little less fun. Just be a playmate, it didn't need to be too strong. For example, Furball and Kingwen were actually very weak, but they didn't need Furball to be too strong. Most of the people around Suyu weren't too strong. Suyu didn't even let them fuse with the Tao. If they didn't fuse with his own world, it would be meaningless. Once he died, the world's great Taos would collapse. Furball listened silently, not interrupting. If Suyu couldn't understand these things, then Furball naturally couldn't either. It only remembered that Suyu said to build a home when he had time, and then he wanted Furball to watch over the home. Furball remembered this. At this moment, it suddenly said, fragrant. Then when you build a home, can you build a big Shinwen, fragrant and sweet, the kind that you can't lick for a lifetime? Suyu was stunned. The next moment, he smiled. Are you going to lick Shinwen to watch over the home? Can't I? You can. Suyu smiled. This is a small matter. Furball's eyes narrowed from smiling. That's good, very good. It's even happier than Furball. Furball doesn't have Shinwen to lick. At this moment, it didn't have any pursuits. It began to sniff. A faint power of the rule overflowed. It was very weak, but this power of the rule was very special. It was specialized in tracking. Furball had used this method early on to help Suyu track down many people and survive several crises. Soon, its nose twitched. A little to the left, there seems to be some smell. It's not too clear. Suyu followed its direction and quickly moved forward. At the same time, in the chaos, in a floating broken mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, two small beasts were hiding. The eight-winged tiger suddenly looked around and didn't sense anything. It was a little worried and quickly said, the one with the broken tail is moving. It's gone. Gone again? Chaos Dragon was annoyed. We've moved several times. Stop talking nonsense. The Myriad worlds are getting more and more dangerous. The chaos is not safe either. That martial emperor is here, and Suyu might come too. There's also Baijan and Baijan's son. Anyway, be careful. The chaos was not as safe as before. The depths of the chaos were forbidden areas for some people. But now, with Martial Emperor stepping in, it was not safe anymore. Chaos Dragon was speechless. Who are we guarding against? They are fighting to the death in the Myriad worlds. Will they care about us? Wasn't the eight-winged tiger being too careful? We have lived in the chaos for countless years. Will anyone find trouble with us at this time? They were very unlucky this time. Not only did they not get to eat the chaos while on Yuqing, but the eight-winged tiger also brought her everywhere. Chaos Dragon was a little impatient. Guarding against who? The eight-winged tiger thought for a while and said, all of them. The situation in the Myriad worlds is more complicated and difficult than we thought. There are also more experts. I originally thought that Yuqing would be difficult to deal with. Eating Yuqing would be enough. It's not like we don't have a chance. If not for Suyu causing trouble, we still have a chance. What a pity, but now, the situation had completely changed. Chaos Dragon was extremely depressed. But we don't have to be too afraid, right? Let's not talk about others. Let's talk about Suyu. If he really comes alone and doesn't bring his heaven and earth teleportation, it won't be a problem for the two of us to eat him. Suyu had fought with the broken tail dragon before. The last time Suyu split open the sky, he was much weaker than him. The broken tail dragon had broken his tail because Suyu self-destructed. He had broken his tail to escape from the heavenly gate. Otherwise, Suyu would really not be his match. After splitting open the sky, Suyu did not improve for long. Even if he improved, he was probably about the same as him. Together with the 8-winged tiger, they wouldn't be able to kill Suyu. As the chaotic dragon spoke, he continued, "We can't keep hiding, can we?" Since they had come out, their goal was to advance, not to hide for the sake of hiding. That would be too meaningless. This time, their target was Yuqing. After eating Yuqing's primal chaos will, they both had hope of advancing. And this didn't conflict with Suyu, right? It didn't seem to conflict with 100 battles either. Chaos Dragon felt that the 8-winged tiger had nothing to worry about. The 8-winged tiger couldn't be bothered with him. What do you know? If we want to advance, the key is whether he agrees or not. If we become lords of the laws, will Suyu and the others let us go? It was clearly impossible. These days, it was difficult. The 8-winged tiger sighed inwardly. Forget it, this Chaos Dragon's intelligence wasn't high enough. He wouldn't understand even if he explained. It was normal. It was fine as long as he got used to it. Every wise person would be accompanied by some retarded people. Without retarded people, how could the wisdom of the wise be enhanced? Therefore, the 8-winged tiger was used to this. This was also recorded in the books of the various races. Cut the crap, move. Fine. Although Chaos Dragon was stronger than him, the 8-winged tiger still had some intelligence. He would follow the 8-winged tiger for now. The two giant beasts shrunk their bodies and carried the broken mountain, continuing to move. This mountain wasn't anything good, but it could conceal their figures. After moving for a while, the 8-winged tiger still felt unsafe and said, "Continue moving." Chaos Dragon wanted to slap him to death. They had already moved so far, fine. Still moving? You might as well move to a place where the radiation couldn't reach. Go. I can't move anymore. The 8-winged tiger was speechless. Screw you, this stupid dragon. He was as stupid as the dragons of the Myriad worlds. It was said that the dragons of the Chaos Dragon bloodline went to the Myriad worlds to reproduce. As expected of a family, they were all idiots. However, they had moved very far now. The 8-winged tiger could only stop and take out a cup of soy sauce. Forget it, drink some soy sauce tea and rest. Good stuff, I'll give you some to show my generosity. Chaos Dragon wasn't too interested in this, but he didn't mind trying it. He stretched out his claws, and the dragon and tiger carefully drank a little. The 8-winged tiger enjoyed it. Chaos Dragon didn't care, but seeing him like this, he also showed a look of enjoyment. Otherwise, the 8-winged tiger would think that he was looking down on him. As he was drinking, the 8-winged tiger's expression suddenly changed, and his whiskers stood up, his tail was straight, his wings also stood up in an instant. As for Chaos Dragon, his expression also changed. Very quickly, he relaxed. It seems to be Suyu. The 8-winged tiger fled frantically. Nonsense, I know. However, it was Suyu who came. That was unusual. Danger. It seems to be here. At this moment, a young voice sounded. Suyu's laughter was heard. I know, I feel it. Two old seniors, why are you running when you see me? Suyu's laughter reverberated around them. The aftershock of the vibration set off the chaos power boiling. The 8-winged tiger and Chaos Dragon immediately felt that something was wrong. It seemed a little dangerous. Two of you, why are you running when you see a weak cultivator like me? Didn't we have a good time working together before? Suyu's laughter resounded again. At this moment, the 8-winged tiger and Chaos Dragon sensed that something was wrong. Suyu seemed to have become stronger. Trouble, the 8-winged tiger continued to flee, flapping his wings at an extremely fast speed. He didn't even care about Chaos Dragon anymore. He felt that Suyu coming here was not a good thing. It felt very dangerous. Suyu was still nowhere to be seen. His laughter continued. Really, stop running. Aren't you tired? At this moment, the chaos power around the eight-winged tiger suddenly spread out. The eight-winged tiger's expression changed again. Suyu's control over the chaos power had increased. I said, this chaos should have a sky. In an instant, the sky appeared. Blue sky and white clouds. His words were law. The eight-winged tiger and chaos dragon's expressions changed again. They continued to flee, but the void around them was changing. Heaven and earth, as far as the eye can see, everything is my land. The earth spread, in the chaos, heaven and earth were born. This time, the eight-winged tiger couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared, Emperor Yu, the human race has a saying that we should mind our own business. Why must you force us so hard? Heaven and earth are born, there should be yin and yang. Yin and yang were born, a wave of yin and yang energy instantly emerged, turning into a yin and yang cage that enveloped the surroundings. With a rumble, the eight-winged tiger crashed into the yin and yang barrier. It actually trembled from the impact. Yin and yang appear, the five elements are born, boom, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were born. Flames burned the sky, and the earth turned into a giant that grabbed at the eight-winged tiger and chaos dragon. A sharp sword was born between heaven and earth and shot toward the two powerhouses. Countless giant trees turned into branches and bound them. The eight-winged tiger and chaos dragon's expressions changed, so you could actually create heaven and earth here. This was too terrifying. This wasn't Suyu's heaven and earth. It could be considered a projection, but, actually, it wasn't really a projection. It was more like Suyu was reconstructing the myriad Daos here and sorting them out. He was quickly sorting out the power of chaos and turning it into a heaven and earth. Among the myriad Daos of heaven and earth, only speed can't be defeated. Faster, a little faster, Suyu's laughter contained a hint of playfulness. In that instant, the two experts felt as if the sun and moon were rotating, as if heaven and earth were toppling. Countless life forms appeared in the world, including flame golems, wood golems, earth golems. These powerful beings charged towards them in an instant. I said, between heaven and earth, there should be a nine-winged tiger. At this moment, a tiger with 9 wings suddenly appeared. With a roar, it charged toward the eight-winged tiger. I said, between heaven and earth, there should be a twin-tailed dragon. In the blink of an eye, a giant dragon with 2 tails and a forked tail appeared and charged toward the chaos dragon. The two powerhouses were actually dumbfounded at this moment. In the next moment, a great battle broke out. The bone-tailed dragon whipped its tail over. With a rumble, the twin-tailed dragon was smashed into pieces. It was immediately overjoyed. They're all just for show. Scared me to death. They looked powerful, but they were actually not enough to fight. Can't the twin-tailed dragon work? Then 3 tails, 4 tails. So you counted along the way. As he spoke, in the blink of an eye, thousands of giant dragons were born in the world. The last dragon was all tails, and it made people shudder. As for the bone-tailed dragon, it kept killing those giant dragons, and the more it killed, the more it killed. At this moment, the eight-winged tiger roared, "Stop killing, get out. If you don't get out of this world, you won't be able to kill them all. He is the heaven creator, and this place is his domain. Run." If they didn't run out, so you could create countless tigers and giant dragons. How could they fight? I said, there aren't enough tigers. Come out. In an instant, countless tigers appeared near the eight-winged tiger. Only at this moment did Suyu appear from the void with a faint smile. Is it fun? I'll find a partner for the two of you to breed, how about it? The two powerhouses did not make a sound and crazily crashed into the barrier around them. Suyu shook his head. Why bother? You guys are strong, but brute force won't do. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the eight-winged tiger spat out a sharp sword. With a poochie sound, it pierced through the yin-yang barrier and escaped in an instant. Suyu was stunned and smiled. Impressive. A tiger that knows how to play with flying swords, you're good. The eight-winged tiger did not even turn its head. It could not care about the Chaos Dragon anymore. It was good that the Chaos Dragon helped to delay for a while. Suyu was even more terrifying. As he was thinking, Suyu's laughter suddenly sounded in his ears. If you run out, it won't be fun anymore, you know? Boom, Before the eight-winged tiger could react, a fist the size of a sandbag punched over, causing him to be dizzy and disoriented. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and one of his teeth was broken. With a loud bang, Suyu sent a kick over. Boom, the eight-winged tiger crashed into the yin-yang barrier. It just happened to collide with the Chaos Dragon, who had whipped the barrier with his tail. The Chaos Dragon lashed out with his tail and could not retract it in time. He might be able to, but if he retracted it, he would hurt himself. Forget it, he would just whip it directly. With a loud bang, the eight-winged tiger's skin and flesh were lacerated again. Immediately, it screamed, F***CK. Chaos Dragon, I'll remember you, you whipped me. Emperor Yu, let's talk. He was terrified, Suyu was too strong. This was impossible. One punch was enough to injure him so badly. How could it be? No, play with me. I'm not easy to talk to. If you run when you see me, it means that you look down on me. Suyu said calmly. The next moment, he continued to seal the yin-yang barrier. Heaven and earth shrouded him. Suyu smiled brightly. I said, there is bad luck in heaven and earth. If you want to fight, hit yourself. With a bang, the Chaos Dragon whipped the eight-winged tiger's head with his tail again. At this moment, the Chaos Dragon looked innocent. I didn't do it on purpose. He just wanted to run. In the end, he actually whipped the eight-winged tiger with his tail again. This really couldn't be helped. The eight-winged tiger was furious. He shot out his flying sword and couldn't be bothered with the Chaos Dragon. He just wanted to break the yin-yang barrier and escape. The flying sword suddenly stabbed the Chaos Dragon's tail. The Chaos Dragon screamed and scolded, You want to take revenge on me? I already said that I didn't do it on purpose. The eight-winged tiger was also sullen. I didn't do it on purpose either. You're copying me? The Chaos Dragon was furious. You're taking revenge on purpose. The 7 emotions and 6 desires path is not bad. Be angry, let's fight. In an instant, the dragon and the tiger suddenly became very manic and furious. The eight-winged tiger was shocked. Just as he wanted to shout, he heard Suyu say again, Only by enduring what others can't can you become a hero. Don't shout. The great Tao of silence erupted, his anger was boiling. Anger is meaningless. Lust is a bone scraper. Both of you, love each other. In an instant, the eight-winged tiger looked at the Chaos Dragon as if he was looking at a beautiful tiger, and the Chaos Dragon looked at him as if he was looking at a beautiful dragon. At this moment, the eight-winged tiger and the Chaos Dragon actually knew that they had been tricked. But, they couldn't resist it. The dragon and the tiger were extremely shocked. What should they do? In the next moment, the dragon and the tiger approached each other. Vaguely, they were both drooling. So beautiful. Are the two of you male or female? Forget it, it's up to them. Suyu asked and answered his own question. He smiled and said, Both of you, do you need the sky to turn dark? Boom, the sky turned dark. The sky is the blanket, and the earth is the bed. Both of you, congratulations on entering the bridal chamber. Ah. A roar instantly sounded. At this moment, the sky turned into a blanket, and the earth turned into a bed. The dragon and the tiger naturally walked together. However, the eight-winged tiger still woke up instantly and let out a shrill scream. No. I don't want to do this. Emperor Yu, spare me. He let out a shrill scream. Spare me, I don't want to sleep with the Chaos Dragon. Silence, you're too noisy. Suyu shouted in a low voice and said coldly, Enter the bridal chamber. I want to see the dragon and the tiger together. No. The eight-winged tiger screamed, Your Majesty Emperor Yu, spare me. I must. Emperor Yu, Emperor Su, Your Majesty, Uncle. Ancestor. The eight-winged tiger saw that the idiot chaotic dragon was really lustful and was really going to come toward him. Behind the dragon's tail, a big thing stood up. The eight-winged tiger instantly shuddered. Crazy, this lunatic chaotic dragon, this idiot, he was really being controlled, finished, that's right, dragons are naturally lustful, F***ck your ancestors, he screamed shrilly, No, uncle, ancestor, spare me. I don't want to be tainted by the chaotic dragon, don't. At this moment, he understood that Suyu had become stronger again, and much stronger than before. The chaotic dragon actually fell for it so easily. Suyu was definitely much stronger than the chaotic dragon. Damn it, here, they couldn't defeat Suyu at all. It's useless even if you call me ancestor. Suyu said calmly, you know what I want. Your Majesty, spare me, we'll help you kill Yu Qing, kill anyone. The eight-winged tiger roared again. No, again, the chaotic dragon is aiming at my butt, oh my god. Suyu's figure appeared, looked at him, and revealed a faint smile. You said it yourself. If I don't listen, what will happen? Let me die. No, if you don't listen, I'll lock you up with the chaotic dragon and let you put on a show for me every day. Suyu said coldly, seal your own body. If you can escape, I, Suyu, have prepared for nothing. F*CKU, how long have you been preparing? We've only known each other for less than a month, and you've been preparing for so long. To you, how long is a long time? The eight-winged tiger said mournfully, Your Majesty, control this guy first, or I'll seal myself. I'm scared. The chaotic dragon was crazy, he wanted to taint me, Suyu revealed a smile. With a wave of his hand, the great Dao collapsed, and the lustful Dao disappeared. The chaotic dragon woke up and suddenly saw the eight-winged tigers but facing him. He whipped his tail, and with a bang, the eight-winged tiger was sent flying. Very soon, he thought of something. When he looked at Suyu again, there was a little more fear in his eyes. Suyu was unimaginably powerful, impossible, he still remembered the scene just now. Of course, he would not say it, lest he embarrass himself. Suyu smiled faintly and said, Does it feel good, broken tail dragon? Why don't I let you try again? The chaotic dragon's pupils constricted slightly, and he said in a low voice, Emperor Yu seems to be much stronger than before. Could it be that the great Dao has become a lot stronger these few days? Too fast. Before this, he still felt that he could put up a fight with Suyu. But now, the gap was too big. Suyu himself did not make a move. The great Dao's envelopment was not omnipotent. For someone as strong as a martial monarch, with just this bit of great Dao power projected by Suyu, a martial monarch might explode in a few punches, but the chaotic dragon and the eight-winged tiger were not martial monarchs. The gap between the two was huge. Suyu's improvement speed was simply shocking. Suyu's smile was bright. Do you want to try again? I think you might want to. I see that you are very interested in the eight-winged tiger. No. The chaotic dragon refused. He subconsciously glanced at the eight-winged tiger and shook his big head. Forget it, the eight-winged tiger was too ugly. Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Why don't I create an illusion for you? One look and you will feel that the eight-winged tiger is a peerless beauty. In an instant, the chaotic dragon's eyes blurred. When he looked at the eight-winged tiger again, he was suddenly stunned. That was a dragon with 8 wings, a peerless beauty, my god, too beautiful. The chaotic dragon swallowed some saliva. This could work. Wake up. The eight-winged tiger suddenly roared and instantly broke the illusion. As for the chaotic dragon, he looked at him with some regret and some dissatisfaction. I haven't seen enough. In this chaos, I haven't met my own kind for countless years. This tiger is annoying. The eight-winged tiger was almost in despair. I don't want to be with this stupid dragon. He doesn't have any self-control at all. Too scary. The way he looked at me just now. I know what kind of look it is, damn it, Suyu is too evil. Suyu was still smiling. Do you still want to play? If you don't want to play, then seal yourself. I won't kill you. It's not bad to be a fighter. How about that? The two powerhouses looked at each other in despair. They were caught just like that. Should they admit defeat? After a moment, the eight-winged tiger sighed and sealed his body, extremely dejected. Since the first time I saw you, I knew that scholars are not good people. None of those in white robes are good people. I have already run so far away, but I still can't escape from your evil clutches. From today onwards, I will never wear white robes again. The eight-winged tiger was extremely sad. Those in white robes are bad. I am not bad enough. I am not as bad as these few in white robes. When I am bad enough, I will wear white robes again. When the chaotic dragon saw this, he could only seal himself and helplessly. We came out of the mountain, looking very miserable. If I had known earlier, I might as well hide in the chaos and sleep. On this day, Suyu dealt with the two powerhouses with a special method. It was completely different from the previous violent attacks. Heaven and earth in the palm of my hand, wherever my world was, I was omnipotent. Those who were weaker than me, and those who were weaker than me, would be easily suppressed by me. At this moment, Suyu also thought of the myriad worlds and the dead souls domain. Was it the same for the Lord of Time and the Lord of Dead Souls? Yes, it must be so. In their world, they were omnipotent. Those who were weaker than them would be easily suppressed by them. If they wanted to transcend, they had to open the sky. Those who did not open the sky would be easily suppressed. This was because their Tao was still in the river of time. In the world, the dragon of chaos and the eight-winged tiger sealed themselves, their faces full of despair. They were captured just like that. It was too depressing. Moreover, Suyu did not make a move at all. This strength. Did all the people who opened the sky improve so quickly? After a while, Suyu's world shrank and turned into two chains, locking the dragon and the tiger together. The eight-winged tiger complained, Emperor Su, we have already sealed ourselves. Why are you still locking us? This was not good, Suyu played it down. You were dishonest. The dragon of chaos glanced at the eight-winged tiger. Did you hear that? Because you were dishonest, we were locked up. The eight-winged tiger was also depressed and could only stop talking about this topic. Dragged away by Suyu, he said helplessly, Emperor Su, what do you want us to do? We will go through fire and water without hesitation. You want to eat Yuqing, right? Not eat her, we don't eat people, we eat the will of chaos. He was very cautious. Don't get me wrong, we don't eat people. If he said eat, would Suyu say, how dare you eat people, then, kill us? Very likely, treacherous humans were all like that. Suyu did not care about his explanation. He nodded slightly and thought about it. You two know too many of my secrets. Understood. The eight-winged tiger said immediately. Those who know more die faster, unless they are on our side. Now, we will do whatever your majesty wants us to do. Suyu smiled. Those who know how to act according to circumstances, Wei Junjie. The eight-winged tiger answered. As for Suyu, he looked at him silently. After a long time, he said, don't interrupt again. I want to eat a dragon-tiger feast. Silence. As the eight-winged tiger was feeling depressed, the chaos dragon had nearly slapped the eight-winged tiger to death as well. You are capable, and you are showing off. Look, if you continue to show off, you will be beaten to death. Suyu ignored it and continued, Chaos Dragon, you've fought against the primordial kings before, so you're not weak. It'll probably be difficult for you to deal with an ordinary master of the laws. However, if you join forces with the eight-winged tiger, you should be able to hold your own against a 4th or 5th rank master of the laws. 4th or 5th tier? An ancient human sovereign with a physical body is considered a 5th grade. The two powerhouses understood. The chaotic dragon thought about it and said, more or less, as long as the other party's great Tao isn't too special. Some great Taos are special. Although their combat strength isn't strong, they have too many tricks up their sleeves. We can't deal with them. Most of the primal chaos ancient clans are martial cultivators. Suyu nodded, so, please help me intimidate the Divine Emperor Consort. The Divine Emperor Consort? She's very weak. As the chaotic dragon spoke, Suyu said indifferently, she's become a master of the laws. How? The chaotic dragon was shocked. The eight-winged tiger was also astonished, Your Majesty, how is that possible? I helped her continue her Tao. The chaotic dragon and tiger were dumbfounded. What did this mean? You helped her advance, and then you want us to intimidate her? What the hell, Suyu added, I was the one who released Martial Monarch. Alright, they had more or less guessed it. Suyu laughed, this mission is simple, right? Intimidating her is enough. Once the Divine Emperor Consort makes a move, the two of you can help me deal with her. It'll be easier than dealing with Martial Monarch and me, right? Does this mean that if we don't agree, we'll have to deal with you and Martial Monarch? The eight-winged tiger thought about it and despaired. Forget it, let's deal with the Divine Emperor Consort instead. He said dejectedly, then, we'll naturally listen to Your Majesty, but we want to deal with Yuqing more, there's no rush. Suyu smiled, deal with Wan first, then Yu Qing. After you go to Human Mountain, you have to press on. I will constantly pressure Wan, but when you go, you have to listen to the orders of the King of Great Zhou. The eight-winged tiger said cautiously, Your Majesty, I'm also quite quick-witted. Other than listening to me, the broken-tailed dragon isn't very friendly to anyone else. Why don't I command? Suyu turned around and looked at him, saying calmly, Alright, I'm still lacking a pot of dragon tiger soup. The chaotic dragon immediately interrupted, I'll listen to anyone. I won't allow the eight-winged tiger to drag me down. It's too dangerous, Suyu could not be bothered with them and continued, the two of you, will you run after I send you there? No. Will you rebel? Absolutely not. The chaotic dragon and tiger's answer was resolute, we won't, don't worry, we'll be obedient. As for Suyu, he did not say anything. After a while, he returned to his own world. Suyu suddenly reached out and grabbed. Two light spots appeared in the world. Suyu looked at the chaotic dragon and tiger and said calmly, since you won't betray me, I'll place a positioning mark on the two of you. Is that all right? The chaotic dragon and tiger looked at each other with inexplicable sorrow. This was too tragic. If the two of you think that you can escape from me or kill me, you can give it a try. Suyu smiled and said, there are still a few factions in the Myriad worlds today, such as the 100 Battles, the Sinners, and Wan. The eight-winged tiger quickly said, we wouldn't dare. How can they compare to His Majesty? This time, the eight-winged tiger was more serious, His Majesty is the Heaven Creator. If we don't submit to His Majesty, we won't submit to them. We aren't even willing to submit to the Heaven Creator, how can we submit to those people? He was not stupid. If he really wanted to submit, he had to choose an existence with greater potential and a stronger future. Wasn't it too stupid to choose to rely on Baijan and the others instead of Skysplitter? You have some wisdom. Suyu smiled, alright, then go to Human Mountain now. Suyu said calmly, go, listen to the King of Great Zhou and threaten Wan. Okay. The eight-winged tiger and the chaotic dragon were really afraid to stay with Suyu. The pressure here was too great, especially in Suyu's world. They felt that it was even more dangerous here. Previously, they were only within the range of Suyu's world and not the real world. Now, they came directly in, they did not doubt that Suyu could really kill them easily here. The chaotic dragon and tiger could not wait to leave immediately. Following beside Suyu, the pressure was as great as a mountain, Suyu nodded slightly. Two spots of light landed on them and disappeared instantly. The chaotic dragon and the eight-winged tiger did not dare to resist. They were very helpless. It was over. Go. Suyu waved his hand and the two of them disappeared instantly. The pressure was too great to stay here. Suyu chuckled as he watched the two figures disappear into the distance. Would they rebel? It was hard to say, however, with Suyu unharmed, the possibility was not high. Unless something happened to Suyu, the two of them would rebel immediately. This was inevitable. We have to increase the pressure on Wan step by step. Suyu smiled, causing the myriad races to gradually feel the threat of death, the threat of extinction. In front of Human Mountain, the battle continued. This time, the candidates for the battle were Xiao Longwu and a third-grade Dao integration stage cultivator of the god race. Xiao Longwu walked the saber Dao while the other party walked the ice Dao. In the void, ice and snow covered heaven and earth. Xiao Longwu seemed to have been frozen, the entire sky was frozen and snowflakes fell. Each snowflake was filled with killing intent. Xiao Longwu had been completely frozen. Below, Dasha of Goguryu's expression was solemn. Xiao Longwu had not been at the Dao integration stage for long. After that, he directly merged with Suyu World. In Suyu World, Xiao Longwu also had third-grade Dao integration power, which was close to second grade. However, that was in Suyu World. Outside of Suyu World, Xiao Longwu could only be said to have third-grade weak strength. And his opponent was a third-grade top cultivator. The Dao of Ice covered thousands of kilometers. Xiao Longwu seemed to have been completely suppressed. At this moment, a saber light illuminated heaven and earth. Sky splitting. A light shout echoed in all directions. In the void, the expression of the Dao of Ice cultivator changed slightly. In the next second, the ice shattered. And a saber light slashed through heaven and earth. Buzz, the void shattered. With a puchi sound, that ice and snow Dao expert sealed himself in ice, yet couldn't stop this blade. He was hacked into two halves, his flesh shattering. In the sky, Xiao Longwu walked out step by step, shattering the ice around him. He looked coldly at his opponent and slashed down again. Slashing his body was not enough. His opponent's Dao had not collapsed yet. Slashing his Dao was the only way to kill the enemy, someone on the human mountain exclaimed. The people of Heavenly Ancient Sect frowned slightly. Some wanted to stop him but hesitated, not daring to act rashly. On the God Race's side, Heavenly Venerable Corona also frowned. A third-grade Dao integration cultivator was not weak. If he was killed, it would be a huge loss. Should he attack? Just as he thought this, his expression suddenly changed and he chose to remain silent. Boom, a loud explosion rang out. Xiao Longwu slashed out again, causing heaven and earth to change color. A huge cloud of fireworks rose into the sky. But at this moment, the top cultivators on the wand side could not care less. With some uncertainty and a bad feeling, they looked into the depths of the chaos. Soon, everyone saw two powerful auras rising up. The next moment, a dragon and a tiger flew over. At this moment, there was some commotion on the human race's side. But soon, the king of Great Zhou shouted, "Calm down." He could contact Suyu. Blue Sky was here, as expected. Blue Sky nodded slightly, but he still transmitted his voice, "Be careful, be on guard." The king of Great Zhou understood. The next moment, the dragon and tiger's huge bodies covered heaven and earth. The eight-winged tiger roared, "The dragon and tiger kings of Emperor Yu's palace are here to help." The surroundings were silent. On the human mountain, the expressions of the people of Heavenly Ancient Sect changed. The aura of the Dragon of Chaos was extremely powerful. At this moment, the dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. The dragon race of the Myriad realms, surrender. I am the Dragon of Chaos. The dragon race of the Myriad realms was created by my kin. Are you going to betray your master and destroy your ancestors? On the human mountain, Heavenly Venerable Long frowned slightly. The Dragon of Chaos wasn't lying. However, countless years had passed, so there was no need to take it too seriously. But now, the Dragon of Chaos and the eight-winged tiger actually submitted to Suyu. That was the scariest thing. The Divine Emperor Concubine's expression also changed slightly. She said in a low voice, "If this dragon and tiger join forces, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to take them down." Although she had advanced, it would be very difficult to deal with these two. Before she continued her Dao, it was very difficult for her to deal with Yuzhan. If she fought with her life, she could only think of a way to injure or severely injure Yuzhan. She would also die. At this moment, she was much stronger than before. However, the Dragon of Chaos alone was not weaker than Yuzhan. Moreover, there was the eight-winged tiger. Tiangu's expression changed slightly. The pressure was getting greater. Suyu himself had not come yet. If they fought now, the eight-winged tiger and the Dragon of Chaos would deal with the Divine Emperor Concubine. That fat ball was also extremely powerful. The Corona and the Saint Marquis might not be able to defeat it alone. They might have to join forces to deal with it. On Suyu's side, there were still 7 Celestial Venerables. On his side, there were 7 Celestial Venerable Yu, Celestial Venerable Huang, Celestial Venerable Dao, Dragon, Phoenix, Underworld, and Origin Saint. They were on par with the other side. However, Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Dragon's battle prowess had yet to reach their peak. Just looking at it now, the power of both sides was almost equal, or even slightly inferior. This was the terrifying part. On Suyu's side, there would definitely be strong practitioners who had yet to arrive. At this moment, outside the Hell King's kingdom, Wu Ji and the others sucked in a breath. Suyu had subdued the Dragon of Chaos and the eight-winged tiger. If that was the case, it would be awesome. At the side, Lei Bao had a complicated look in his eyes. His thoughts were fluctuating. It was not surprising that Suyu had subdued these two. He was a heaven splitter, stronger than everyone imagined. Wu Ji sucked in a breath and said, "Why did these two ancient beasts of chaos submit to Suyu? Could it be fake?" No one could guess, but if that was the case, the pressure on Wan would probably be even greater. Wu Ji's bare one's teeth said, if that's the case, once Suyu himself arrives, will he directly launch an all-out attack? It was hard to say, no one could guess what Suyu was thinking. At this moment, it was only the second day of the siege on Wan. And on the second day, Wan felt immense pressure. At this moment, there was still a long way to go before the 3-month deadline. This was the second day. On the third day, under everyone's shocked gazes, another celestial venerable aura surged from the burying Soul Mountain region. A low laugh reverberated in all directions. Emperor Yu's matter, Wan Tianxing has come to help. Another celestial venerable joined the camp. At this moment, Wan instantly felt extreme pressure. Another person from Emperor Yu's matter had come, another celestial venerable's battle prowess. Wan Tianxing had really stepped into the celestial venerable realm. On the human mountain, Tiangu closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Another one had come, they didn't come together, not on the first day, but bit by bit. What did Suyu want to do? Soon, he thought of something. He opened his eyes and said faintly, he wants to obliterate our will to fight. Everyone's hearts palpitated. What did he mean? The divine imperial concubine understood and sighed. He is breaking down our will to fight step by step. If there were so many powerhouses on the first day, we would either fight to the death or be prepared to be destroyed. Whether we fight or not, we all know how strong his side is. But now, the battle of generals is still going on. We have no reinforcements, but the other side has more and more powerhouses. In this way, everyone would suffer a heavy psychological blow. They couldn't be defeated. Moreover, on Suyu's side, during the battle of generals, those newly advanced powerhouses weren't weak. They weren't as weak as imagined. These newly advanced powerhouses had all fought their way up. There weren't many who truly relied on luck to advance. The divine imperial concubine looked at Tiangu. Do you think they still have powerhouses? Tiangu thought about it and nodded. There must be. Hongmeng hasn't come out yet. Now, on Suyu's side, there were a total of 10 celestial venerables. Fat Ball, Blue Sky, Wan Tianxing, the king of the state of Zhou, March, Giant Axe, Tianming, Tong Tian, and Long Hu. Were there more? There must be more. Moreover, the other side wouldn't come together, but one by one to break the fighting spirit of all the Wan powerhouses. As Wan Tianxing's aura shot over, some people on the human mountain were already moved. The commotion began to spread throughout the human mountain. Could the human race and Emperor Yu's mansion match them? These people came, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they floated high in the sky, intimidating everyone. The more they did so, the more despair they felt. If it was the first day, they didn't know how strong they were and still dared to fight. But on the third day, they didn't dare to fight anymore. On the first day, everyone had the heart to cut off all means of retreat. Today was the third day of the Battle of Generals. According to the king of the state of Zhou, the Battle of Generals would last for 3 months. After 3 months, they would fight again. Should they resist now, or wait for an opportunity in 3 months? At this moment, even among the celestial venerables, there were some who were uncertain and didn't know how to make a choice. Tiangu looked around and sighed. He knew that this might be the only chance. But, should he gamble? He didn't dare. He could only drag it out until an unforeseen event appeared. But he also knew that if this continued, it would become more and more difficult for everyone, and sooner or later, something would happen. At this moment, Tiangu only felt that the pressure was so great that he couldn't breathe. He struggled, and a few times, he wanted to say that he should fight his way out and fight for a chance. If he fought his way out, maybe the Hell King's bloodline would make a move, or maybe Baijian would make a move against Suyu, but he didn't dare. Tiangu's eyes were full of bitterness. After so many years, even my courage has been worn away. If I were alone, I would dare. But here, on this one mountain, it was the foundation of the various races, the foundation of the celestial race, and tens of millions of powerhouses. Once they were destroyed, the lower realm would only become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. What to do? On the third day, Wan Tianxing came. On the fourth day, another incomparably powerful aura surged. On Suyu's side, the 11th celestial venerable powerhouse came. Primordial Mist's true form appeared. An incomparably huge old turtle also came, blotting out the sky and sun. Emperor Yu's matter, Primordial Mist. The 11th celestial venerable powerhouse came, his aura shook heaven and earth, a huge mountain floated in the air. That was celestial venerable Long's dragon coiling mountain. F*ck, so many? At this time, Wu Ji and the others were also shocked. How many had come? There were already 11 of them. Suyu side hadn't been accumulating for long, right? Where did so many powerhouses come from? Although many were ancient powerhouses, their side also had ancient powerhouses. These guys weren't so powerful in the past, Wu Ji said in surprise. Guess, are there more? Those who knew seemed to be here. Then, did Suyu still have celestial venerables under his command? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing for a moment. Bloodshadow said hesitantly, probably, no more? Tomorrow, would Suyu personally appear? Then, would the all-out attack soon? They couldn't be sure. Wu Ji suddenly said, say, on Suyu's side, that woman, the one wearing fire armor, does she look familiar to you? Everyone looked at each other. After a long time, Marquis Nanchi suddenly said, familiar. Very familiar, however, no one could guess, nor did they dare to guess. Because, the other looked very similar to Marquis Lanshan, who had died in battle many years ago. Moreover, the other's aura was powerful, vaguely having the battle prowess of a peak heavenly king. Not only that, beside her was a fire path powerhouse. In fact, if some ancient existences saw him, they would also find him familiar. It was the long-extinct heavenly fire of the fire god race. Of course, not many people recognized it, but the aura of the heavenly fire was also extremely powerful. His and Lanshan's auras were similar, vaguely resembling in celestial venerable, but the specific aura was like a peak heavenly king. No matter what, these two joining forces to fight in celestial venerable was definitely no problem. Very terrifying strength. At this moment, everyone was curious. On the 5th day, would Suyu's side send more powerhouses? Wan's side was already so solemn that it was about to drip water. All of the powerhouses were extremely solemn. If Hongmeng came, would there be more? Yes, the 5th day arrived in the blink of an eye. Today, another powerful aura rose up. Emperor Yu's residence, Qi Rong. A cold and indifferent voice rang out, followed by a thunderous force. Qi Rong, Princess Qi's concubine. Qi Rong appeared elegant and graceful, dressed in splendid attire, walking on air. In Suyu's world, she was second only to King Nan, and her strength surpassed even Marquis Lanshan and the heavenly fire. And she had come out, and vaguely possessed the power of an celestial venerable. She walked on air, looking into the distance at Wu Ji and the others, with some coldness and contempt. I am Qi Rong, I have returned. Princess Ji. At this moment, the expressions of Wu Ji and the others changed slightly. Princess Qi was still alive. She was the Dao partner of the third-generation human master, the one who was sentenced to death in the third tide. She was still alive, and not only that, she had also entered the celestial venerable level, and she had even submitted to Suyu. In the past, most of the ancient experts who had forced Yu Gang to kill Qi Rong had died in battle, but there were still some who were still alive. Wu Ji hadn't forced them, but Changmei, who was a subordinate of Baijian, had forced Yu Gang. And now, Princess Qi was here. Qi Rong came out in splendid attire, and her aura was powerful. She looked in the direction of Wan and sneered, come back. Under everyone's astonished gazes, 7 or 8 pseudo-Dao powerhouses suddenly struggled in the direction of Wan. The next moment, one of them roared and flew out of Human Mountain. Another screamed, and his great Dao suddenly flew out of his body, and his aura instantly disappeared. A pseudo-Dao flew out of Human Mountain. Princess Qi waved her hand, and 7 or 8 pseudo-Daos landed in her hand. She examined them and nodded slightly. Not bad, they were nurtured well. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Celestial Venerable Yu and the others also remembered something. Yes, back then, Suyu had said that he could control pseudo-Daos, but it never happened again. Whether it was on purpose or not, no one mentioned it again. Today, Princess Qi appeared and instantly dealt with 7 or 8 Dao integration realm powerhouses. At this moment, Tiangu shouted, Qi Rong, your Emperor Yu's manner said to fight generals. What are you doing now? Princess Qi said indifferently, what are you so noisy about? I purposely gave these pseudo-Daos to them to help me nurture them. They were originally mine, so isn't it normal for me to take them away? Emperor, you didn't take away the other pseudo-Daos. Tiangu, did you not know about this? That day, Emperor Yu mentioned to Yu Ji and the others that he could control all the pseudo-Dao powerhouses. Princess Ji said indifferently, His Majesty remembered his promise and wasn't willing to take away these pseudo-Daos, so you can still exist. Otherwise, none of the pseudo-Dao cultivators would have survived. But those are His Majesty's things, so of course, I have to take them away. Do you have a problem with that? Impossible, my lord, is this true? At this moment, the expressions of the pseudo-Dao powerhouses changed. Was it true? Among the crowd, the god tribe Six-Winged had a dark expression. It was true. He knew, that day, it was also Suyu who controlled him and made him fight others. Later, Suyu relinquished control, and he was able to wake up. However, this matter was concealed by the higher-ups, and even he was forbidden from speaking about it. But today, it had been exposed, on the Wan's side, with the betrayal of the demon tribe, the retreat of the fated kin, and the death of a large number of Dao integration cultivators after the last battle. There were only about 150 Dao integration cultivators left. That was a lot. Before this, there were actually close to 300 at their peak, but now, at least one-third of them were pseudo-Dao. There were at least 50 pseudo-Dao powerhouses. There were even 2 or 3 heavenly kings among them. Now, everyone was terrified. Pseudo-Dao powerhouses could be controlled. If it was before, no one would believe it. But now, they had to believe it. With a wave of Princess Chi's hand, 7 or 8 Dao integration cultivators' great Daos were stripped away. This was too terrifying. They were stripped away right in front of the Celestial Venerables. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Yu's expression also changed. She said solemnly, that day, Suyu promised that he wouldn't attack the pseudo-Dao cultivators. Princess Chi said calmly, His Majesty will naturally keep his promise. We didn't say anything about attacking them. But that's His Majesty. As I said, I nurtured these people back then. These great Daos are my personal belongings. She smiled coldly. Tiangu, you also know that I was executed by the humans back then. The reason was because of these pseudo-Daos. They were the key to my execution. Since that's the case, is there a problem with me taking them back? Tiangu's expression was solemn as he said solemnly, I also heard about what happened that day. Suyu said that as long as we attack the Sin tribe, he won't harm the pseudo-Dao cultivators anymore. Last time, we killed many of their strong practitioners. Since you, Qi-Rong, want to take back your belongings, we will accept it. Will Suyu break his promise again? He was also worried. This matter was too shocking. 1/3 of the strong practitioners were pseudo-Dao cultivators, including himself. If Suyu could really control them. To be honest, he felt that it would be very troublesome for Suyu to control them. Even now, he felt the same way. However, Qi-Rong killed 7 to 8 Dao integration cultivators with a wave of her hand. This was too terrifying. It would shake people's hearts. At this moment, it would be useless to deny it. Instead, it would make people afraid. Even more afraid, therefore, he could only think of a way to make Suyu's promise public and let everyone know that Suyu promised that he wouldn't attack the pseudo-Dao strong practitioners. Qi-Rong said calmly, that's His Majesty's business. Since His Majesty said it, he definitely won't break his promise. Although she said that, the people's hearts were really uneasy, especially those pseudo-Dao cultivators. All of them were shocked and afraid. They were afraid that they would suddenly die like the few people before them. It would be strange if they didn't die when their great Dao was extracted. Qi-Rong did not have any benevolent heart. She extracted the great Daos and even helped them suppress the rampaging nomological power in their bodies. The moment the great Daos were extracted, these people either self-destructed or had their sea of will collapse. If they died, so be it. It was a good thing to intimidate one. On the mountain, everyone's expressions were dark. Heavenly Venerable Huang couldn't hold it in anymore. He gritted his teeth. Let's fight it out. When will this day come to an end? 3 months. I'm afraid that before 3 months, everyone will collapse on their own. A battle of hearts. Suyu was too vicious. Qi-Rong must be doing this on purpose. She must be. Over 100 Dao integration cultivators, 1/3 of them had problems. How could these people still dare to fight, including them? There were 12 heavenly venerables on the other side. Were there more? If there were more, everyone would probably be in despair. This kind of pressure, one after another, was endless. This made it hard for everyone to breathe, so ruthless. Wu Ji was speechless. At this moment, Hong Yu and the others also nodded. All of them had solemn expressions. Su Yu really had many tricks up his sleeves. Layer after layer of pressure. As spectators, they could all feel Wan's despair. There were more and more experts. The pseudo-Dao cultivators didn't even have the heart to fight. On the 5th day, 12 heavenly venerables appeared. Were there more? Yes, on the 6th day. Another aura rose up. This time, the aura was even stronger. An aura that could intimidate heaven and earth faintly spread out. Emperor Yu's residence, Yuziki. A bone-chilling voice spread out, South King. This time, everyone was shocked. Someone exclaimed, South Heavenly King. Dead Spirit Resurrection. When South King appeared, everyone realized a problem that they didn't dare to think about. The dead spirit had resurrected. This was South Heavenly King. Few people knew Yuzuki's name, but it didn't mean that no one knew. When she introduced herself, everyone's hearts trembled. On the human mountain, even the Divine Emperor concubine was shocked. She instantly floated into the air and looked at South Heavenly King with some shock. Yuzuki, you've resurrected? South Heavenly King walked over in the air with a faint coldness. Resurrected? So, you just realized it? It wasn't that they just realized it, but that they didn't dare to believe it before. South Heavenly King said calmly, thanks to His Majesty's kindness, He guided us out of the river of dead spirits and resurrected us. Dying in battle is not scary. The generals of Emperor Yu's residence died in battle once. As long as they can be guided, they will definitely live. You don't think that opening up the upper and lower realms is just to make it easier for you to be surrounded and killed, do you? Opening up the upper and lower realms is just to let the river of dead spirits spread over, to guide the generals of Emperor Yu's residence who died in battle. These words were like a bolt from the blue heavens. If they could resurrect after dying in battle, that would be equivalent to having 2 lives. If they were resurrected after dying in battle, would they still be able to live after dying in battle? If they could, wouldn't they be resurrected indefinitely? Then, what was the point of fighting? Their fighting spirit had collapsed. At this time, even Tiangu could not suppress it. Below, the group was in despair. Someone said frantically, this is impossible. They can resurrect after dying in battle. What about us? Then what is the point of fighting? The heavens want our Wan dead. What should we do? Surrender? They won't accept us even if we surrender. It was true despair, infinite despair. The other side had 13 heavenly venerables. Pseudo-Daos could be controlled, and those who died in battle could be resurrected. These pieces of news caused them to completely collapse. Tiangu and the others' expressions changed. The morale of the army was collapsing. If a war were to break out, there would be no way for them to fight against Suyu's camp. Their pseudo-Dao experts were crippled, and even their truth Dao experts wouldn't dare to fight. Killing them was useless, Tiangu shouted, even if you resurrect, it won't be that easy. South King waved his hand. Suddenly, nearly 20 experts appeared behind him. He too and Xianxia appeared. He too smiled faintly, it won't be easy, very difficult. Last time, we only resurrected 20 or so. Marquis Lan Shan and Senior Heavenly Fire all resurrected. We were lucky to resurrect too. He too laughed coldly, I am he too, lucky to resurrect. In the first tide, you all tried to kill me many times, but now, I'm back. Tiangu took a step back, his face pale. Not because of he too, but because, the South King's side was full of resurrected experts, all of them. It was as if they were certain they wouldn't believe it, or that resurrection was difficult. But now, more than 20 experts had resurrected. What a joke, more than 20, was it really difficult? Even he too had resurrected. Suyu, how vicious, how was this a battle of generals? Suyu was attacking the heart, killing people and destroying their hearts. He hadn't killed anyone yet, but the heart was already destroyed. The other side wasn't afraid of death. They could resurrect after death. The other side was strong, with 13 heavenly venerables. The other side still hadn't come, such as Suyu himself. The key was, did Suyu have any heavenly venerables under his command? No guarantee, no confirmation, no one knew whether or not Suyu still had subordinates under him. Even if he didn't, the 10,000 races were in despair. If Suyu was included, that was 14 Empyrean-level existences. Even if they had a master of the laws on their side, would they be able to match them? South Heavenly King appeared. His aura was incomparably powerful, vaguely similar to Fatty Ball and Chaos Dragon. This was the terrifying part. Was Suyu planning to subdue them without a fight? Tiangu looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with confusion, despair, and pessimism. Wan didn't even have a shred of hope left. The hearts of the people were scattered, the powerhouses were afraid, and they didn't even dare to fight to the death. Was there any use in fighting to the death? Was self-detonation useful? If the other side was killed, they could resurrect. But if you died, who would resurrect you, dying in vain? As for the humans, their morale was high, their hearts stirred, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Yes, we're too strong. We have more than a dozen heavenly venerables. We can still resurrect from the dead. What are we afraid of? At this point, the gap between the two sides was too great. Not only in terms of strength, but also in fighting spirit and fighting spirit. In a battle between powerhouses, these things were the key to victory and defeat. Humans weren't afraid of death, but one felt like dying in vain. How could they continue fighting? It wasn't just one who despaired. When the South King appeared and brought along more than 20 resurrected powerhouses, Wu Ji and the others instantly fell silent. The dead had resurrected, terrifying, or rather, this was a catastrophic blow. They suddenly wondered, if 100 Battle King and Suyu's side could win, high probability, right? 13 heavenly venerables, compared to his own side, there were 5 more. No, if Suyu was included, there were 6 more. As for his own side, they still had His Majesty. But could His Majesty really contend with 6 or 7 celestials? Wu Ji's expression was heavy. This South King is very strong. And that Fatty Ball and the 8-winged tiger are also very strong. The so-called strong meant that he might not be able to win. As for Chaotic Dragon, he was definitely no match for him. And he was the number 1 powerhouse under 100 Battle King's command, while on his side, he could barely enter the top 5. Don't forget, there's still Martial Monarch. Scarlet Moon said in a low voice, we can only cooperate with this human lord, we can't fall out with him. I hope Long Eyebrow and the others won't instigate His Majesty to make the wrong decision. Suyu's side deterred everyone. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Suyu's side anymore. No one thought that his side didn't have the ability to stand on equal footing with 100 Battle King anymore. They did. Not only did they have, but they might even be stronger than 100 Battle King's side. Dormant for 6,000 years, is this the result? Amid the crowd, Bloody Shadow suddenly sighed. He seemed lost. We've been dormant for 6,000 years. Is this the result we've been waiting for? Without inheritance and the protection of powerhouses, the human race, in Suyu's hands, had actually exploded into a force that was stronger than theirs. This was the most terrifying part. 6,000 years had turned into a joke. 100 Battle King's decision to stay dormant had also become a huge joke, at this moment. Gate of Hell. Celestial Venerable Mo had a complicated expression as he said in a low voice, can we match them? On this side, there were 2 masters of the law, one close to becoming one, and him. But, could they match the 13 celestial venerables? The Dragon King became much more solemn. Soon, he sneered, if we can't become masters of the law, so what if we're celestial venerables? Of course, that was what he said. If they really fought, it would be troublesome, the Dragon King bare one's teeth said, Yuqing, why don't we kill those guys outside and bring 1 or 2 over? Kill Wu Ji and the others, bring the masters of the law over. Wu Ji and the others were only 6 celestial venerables. He wasn't afraid of 1, he had to bring more companions over. Otherwise, the Dragon King was a little confused. Damn it, why did so many celestial venerables appear on the human race's side? In ancient times, the other side had many masters of the law. Many ancient beasts that wanted to leave the gate of hell were killed. In this era, the Dragon King thought it was very safe. He was an incomparably powerful existence, but when they really came out, he wanted to curse, *ck your ancestors. Humans are all beasts. In the blink of an eye, there was an additional group of celestial venerables, so you wouldn't be easy to kill. With so many subordinates around, how could he kill him? Also, contact Wan and see if we can cooperate. the Dragon King suggested. Having lived to this point, he wasn't stupid. At this time, it was better to cooperate. If they didn't cooperate, they really couldn't beat them alone. Yuqing didn't say anything. Celestial Venerable Mo, on the other hand, had a complicated expression. He originally thought the Hell King lineage was strong, but, once the devils defected, 2 celestial venerables died. Not long after, these 2 masters of the law actually wanted to cooperate with Wan. If that was the case, what was the point of betraying Wan that day? Didn't the 2 celestial venerables die for nothing? If they had known, they wouldn't have defected. In any case, they had to cooperate now. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Mo was depressed. The 2 celestial venerables of the devil race had died for nothing. Suyu's side showed their muscles, very strong, 13 heavenly venerate level existences, plus Suyu, many heavenly kings, including Heavenly Fire, Mist Mountain, and Bean Bun. There were also heavenly kings like Jiuyu, Qing Bing, Life Monarch, Lai Kong, and Tian Su. Lai Kong came from the Spatial Ancient Beast clan and was the Dao partner of the Spatial Beast Emperor. Tian Su was the leader of the Upper Realm Fated tribe. As for the Yen Monarch, Spatial Beast Emperor, 4th month, 6th month, the Floating Earth Spirit, the Great Qin Monarch, and the Dashia of Goguryeo, these people who had merged with Suyu's world were all heavenly kings, and those who hadn't were second-grade Dao integration stage powerhouses. He too, Xia Chen, and the other resurrected dead spirits were about the same. The Great Light Monarch and the others were also second-grade existences. Except for some new Dao integration stage powerhouses who were weaker, Tian Mia and the others were also second-grade heavenly kings. Before, Suyu's side had sent 50 Dao integration stage powerhouses. Now, more than 20 Dao integration stage powerhouses had come. Including the Upper Realm Fated tribe, the Spatial Ancient Beast clan, and the Gue tribe, there were nearly 100 Dao integration stage powerhouses, and this wasn't all. How could one not despair with such power? The human race was getting stronger and stronger, and they were getting weaker and weaker. Suyu's goal was to subdue the enemy without a fight. Would anyone else come? On the 6th day, the South Monarch and more than 20 Dao integration stage powerhouses came. Would anyone else come on the 7th day, Martial Monarch, or Suyu? At this moment, apart from these 2, there shouldn't be any powerful beings on Suyu's side. There were still some, on the 7th day. Suddenly, the aura of death rushed into the sky. On this day, Suyu opened the dead spirit realm, and the aura of death rushed into heaven and earth. The dead spirit emperor actually didn't want to come out. But, he couldn't stand Suyu's nagging. Suyu said he was going to show off his muscles and use all his trump cards. This was Suyu's statement. No one knew whether he was going to use all his trump cards or not. Let's just pretend that he is. The appearance of dead spirits in the world of the living could easily lead to the punishment of the laws. But now, the laws of the infinite worlds had all been dispelled and devoured by Suyu. He had even broken the great Tao of the laws, so how could there be any punishment of the laws, on this day, in the human realm? Baijian's eyes narrowed. Beside him, Chongqing and Chongmei were beside him. Chongqing said solemnly, "Another one has appeared." Furthermore, it was far from ordinary. Dead Spirit Emperor. Baijian knew who this person was, and his expression was solemn. In the dead soul's domain, after so many years, perhaps he is the only true lord of the law's existence. The venerable dead spirit emperor had actually appeared. What was Suyu trying to do? No, or rather, who was Suyu trying to intimidate? Me. If that wasn't the case, the power Suyu had mobilized earlier would have been more than enough. But at this moment, he still mobilized his undead army. That's right, King Dead Spirit wasn't the only one. At this moment, King Dead Spirit was leading over a dozen dead spirits in the Dao integration stage, shattering space and flying toward the Soul Burial Mountain passageway. Is this all he has? Baijian murmured, very strong. One master of the laws, no, including martial emperors, that was a total of two masters of the laws, 13 Empyreans, and not counting Suyu himself, over 100 Dao integration stage experts and a group of heavenly kings. Was this what Suyu was relying on? Very much so. Baijian didn't expect that Suyu had accumulated such formidable strength in such a short period of time. It was shocking. Beside him, Chongqing said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Suyu, is probably trying to intimidate Your Majesty." None of the powerhouses had ever traveled through the primal chaos. Apart from the two ancient primal chaos clans, the rest had traveled through the myriad worlds. Their auras erupted from the outside world, shaking the world. So you didn't secretly let his subordinates appear on the battlefield. Instead, for 7 days in a row, powerhouses constantly appeared. Today, even the dead spirit emperor had appeared. This was the most frightening thing. Baijian closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again and nodded. He's trying to intimidate me. Suyu was arrogant, but he had the capital to back it up. He was warning Baijian not to make the wrong choice. Otherwise, with Suyu's current strength, it was very likely that even if two sides joined forces, they wouldn't be able to match him. In fact, 3 sides might even need to join forces to defeat Suyu's side. Suyu was the one with the shallowest foundation. However, at this stage, he had become the strongest, the upper realms. When the aura of death surged, everyone realized that trouble was coming. Emperor Yu's palace, the dead spirit emperor, take the field. In the distance, a powerful existence appeared in the void, his aura shaking the world. Behind him were over a dozen Dao integration stage dead spirits. Compared to him, those Dao integration stage dead spirits seemed incomparably weak. This was the 7th day, a master of the laws had appeared in person. The dead spirit emperor walked through the air, his aura of death sweeping the world. The dead spirit emperor was thin and wore a robe with a crown on his head. That was the symbol of the dead spirit emperor. He walked over with a smile. His Majesty has ordered me to receive the fallen generals at Emperor Yu's mansion. The dead spirit emperor had appeared. At this moment, one was in complete despair. The master of the laws. There's even a martial monarch. What's there to fight? The divine imperial concubine might not even be a match for the dead spirit emperor. How are we supposed to fight? Everyone was in despair. Once the divine imperial concubine was entangled by the dead spirit emperor, how were the other 9 heavenly venerables going to fight Suyu's side? One had to know that Suyu had several top-level heavenly venerables on his side. Despair, pessimism, and all sorts of other emotions boiled over in the human mountain. On the human mountain. When he saw the dead spirit emperor appear, Ancient Sky was completely dejected. With a bit of confusion and disappointment, he said softly, "Fight. The only way is to wipe out the entire clan." Fight? The martial monarch wasn't here yet. What would happen if the martial monarch came? The martial monarch had gone deep into the chaos. He might have gone to find Zhou Ji, or he might have gone to do whatever he wanted. But no matter what, the martial monarch still existed and had broken the seal. Once he appeared, forget about one would be able to join forces with the sinful clans and suppress Suyu's side. This was too terrifying. The number of Dao integration stage cultivators was only about the same as that of Suyu's side. Most importantly, they had a large number of pseudo-Dao cultivators. Once the battle started, even Dao integration stage cultivators might not be as many as Suyu's side. This was completely impossible to fight. At this moment, only by joining forces with the 3 sides would they have any hope of defeating Suyu's side. The dead spirit emperor walked through the air with a smile on his face. His Majesty will be here soon. His Majesty set a 3-month deadline, so he might not attack ahead of schedule. With that, the dead spirit emperor looked toward Wu Ji and the others with a bright smile. His Majesty wants me to ask you this: once the battle starts, can the 6 of you stop the sinful clans? Why doesn't Baijian come to fight? Or do you think you can stop him too? The Hell King's side only had 6 heavenly venerables. Not many, of course, there were many heavenly kings and Dao integration stage cultivators. Yuzhan and Celestial Venerable Mo could be left to the heavenly kings and Dao integration stage cultivators. However, could the 6 heavenly venerables defeat the 2 masters of the law? The chances were slim. At this moment, Wu Ji's expression was solemn. Were they going to fight? Was His Majesty coming? If His Majesty didn't come, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Hell King's side. But Suyu hadn't appeared yet. If His Majesty came first, wouldn't that be a loss of face? But at this time, their side was indeed weaker than Suyu's side and couldn't suppress the sinful clans. If the Hell King's side really went to help Wan during the battle, it would be even more humiliating. At this time, a master of the law came to inquire. Wu Ji didn't hesitate and said solemnly, "Don't worry. If the battle really starts, we will stop them." The dead spirit emperor asked again, the 100-battle bloodline can only stop them and not destroy them? The dead spirit emperor smiled faintly. His Majesty Sovereign Yu is weak and can't match the masters of the law, so it doesn't matter if he comes or not. His Majesty wants him to stay at the core. As long as nothing happens to him, our faith will be there. But the 100-battle king is the strongest on your side. If he doesn't come, can you really stop him? As soon as he said this, some people's hearts trembled. What, right, Suyu, the core. At this moment, something flickered in everyone's mind. Suyu was alone, he was alone, where was he? The dead soul's domain, with Emperor Wu. What if Emperor Wu wasn't here, but in the primal chaos? Then Suyu really was alone. His subordinates, the masters of the law, the celestial venerables, the heavenly kings, and the Tao integration stage, had all come out. At this moment, no one would believe that Suyu still had a large number of powerhouses under his command. If he really did, Suyu would have long since unified the Myriad realms. Suyu was alone. At this moment, Xianxia, the divine imperial concubine, Yuqing, Wu Ji, many people's minds trembled like lightning. Suyu was alone. He was the core. Suyu's side was too diverse. There were all kinds of people, experts of all races, and even dead spirits. Once Suyu was killed, Suyu's side would likely collapse. Besides Suyu, who else could suppress all sides? Once Suyu died, would the Death Spirit Emperor listen to anyone else? Would Fat Ball care about others? Would Tianming and the others listen? None of them, even Princess Qi and Skyfire would likely have to evacuate. Who would March and Giant Axe listen to? At this moment, countless people shuddered. The words of the venerable Dead Spirit Emperor suddenly made them realize a very serious problem. On the human side, King of Great Zhou and the others paled. That's right, why hadn't Suyu arrived yet? The plan to threaten Wan was almost complete. At this moment, Suyu had come with the people of all races in the lower realm. Wan would definitely compromise. Once he did, the human race teamed up with Wan and would definitely win. It wouldn't be difficult to fight by Zhang's side and the sinner's side. The King of Great Zhou quickly looked at the Death Sovereign. The Death Sovereign's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. It was as if he was telling everyone that Suyu was alone now. If anyone wanted to kill him, they could go ahead and kill him. He was strong, but he was only a heavenly lord. It wasn't easy for others to leave, but Baijan could. Now, Baijan hadn't appeared yet. They had to kill Suyu. If they killed Suyu, Suyu's side would definitely collapse. On Wu Ji's side, Wu Ji suddenly trembled and sent a voice transmission to the others with fear. His Majesty won't go after Suyu? His Majesty didn't support Suyu's plan, he had no choice but to agree to suppress the sinners. Then, would His Majesty take the risk and enter the dead soul's realm to kill Suyu while Suyu's people were in the higher realms? Baijan could go in. He could even go through the primal chaos. Even if he didn't go through the primal chaos, Baijan might have a way to enter. Separated by the lower realm, even if the two of them turned the dead soul's realm upside down, others might not know and might not be able to rescue them in time. Hearing this, the others were shocked. Blood Shadow quickly sent a voice transmission. No. Even if His Majesty doesn't get along with human Lord Su, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. It's impossible. He didn't dare to think about it, it couldn't be, but what if Suyu was now the core of the alliance with Emperor Yu's mansion? If His Majesty really killed Suyu? Heavens, Blood Shadow, and the others didn't dare to think about what would happen. The situation of all worlds would instantly change, now that the human race was suppressing Wan and the sinners. If Suyu died, even if they could still fight, the situation would be reversed in an instant. The hard-won advantage would be gone in an instant. Hong Yu also quickly said, no, His Majesty wouldn't be so unwise. Killing the 10th human lord. That's a heaven-defying act, that's a betrayal of the human race. It can't be, they didn't dare to think about it, they didn't dare to believe it. Lei Bao suddenly said, Suyu. Why, is he staying in the dead soul's realm alone? Was Suyu an idiot? He wasn't. Suyu was more shrewd than anyone else, really more shrewd than anyone else. When the venerable Emperor of the Dead Souls said this, many experts instantly understood and sensed the danger. Did Suyu not understand? Lei Bao didn't believe it, he trembled, not because of Suyu, but because of Baijan. Suyu. He wants to force His Majesty to betray the human race. He wants to kill His Majesty. Hearing this, the others felt like their heads were going to explode. Wu Ji didn't dare to imagine it, his entire mind was filled with Lei Bao's words. Suyu wants to force Baijian to make a move and make him betray the human race. Heavens, is he crazy? Wu Ji's body trembled, his voice trembling. Impossible. His Majesty wouldn't do that. Maybe their ideals are different, but killing Suyu, that's different. Suyu is suppressing the human race in one. If His Majesty kills Suyu, that can't be. That can't be. The next moment, he suddenly looked toward the king of the Great Zhou's side, his voice trembling. You guys go back. If Suyu didn't come, some of the people on this side would have to go back. He was afraid that His Majesty would really see an opportunity and make a move. At that time, where would they go? They couldn't let the situation worsen. Wu Ji and the others were afraid because they knew that Baijian wasn't an indecisive person. In fact, Baijian was more decisive than anyone else. Once he really had the intention and saw an opportunity, he might do such a thing. What's more, the two lackeys, Chongqing and Changmei, were here. They might even take the initiative to encourage His Majesty to do it. At this moment, Wu Ji couldn't wait to go to the lower realm and tell Baijian not to do so. This is a trap. Killing Suyu would be the same as His Majesty cutting himself off from the human race. Even if he abandoned the human race in the past, he was forced to do so. Killing Suyu now would be completely different. From then on, there would be no turning back. At this moment, the king of the Great Zhou and the others were worried, solemn, and terrified. They all looked toward the Death Spirit Emperor. They didn't think much about it before, but when the Death Spirit Emperor said those words, they almost all considered the danger that Suyu would be in. Someone suddenly said, "It's okay. His Majesty is over there. He should be fine." His Majesty was already in his own world, right? According to His Majesty, even if Baijian went in, he wouldn't be afraid. Right, that's it, no problem. Lan Tian, contact His Majesty. Lan Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His Majesty seems to be in the Dead Soul Realm. Yes, Suyu seemed to be in the Dead Soul Realm. The Dead Soul Realm was closed and separated by a realm wall. Lan Tian couldn't sense the existence of his doppelganger, but if Suyu was in the chaos, he could sense something. So, His Majesty was not in the world. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. The Dead Soul Realm is closed and Baijian can't enter, right? Everyone was silent. They didn't know. Why didn't His Majesty come? Was it really just to be safer? But now, it was even more unsafe. The whole world was quiet for a moment. Above Human Mountain, Tiangu's eyes suddenly lit up. Suyu and Baijian, Tiangu's eyes were extremely bright. They may break out in advance. Divine Emperor Concubine's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean Baijian will take the opportunity to attack him? Yes. Tiangu said solemnly. No, this is a trap that Suyu deliberately created. Could it be, he is with Emperor Wu, and Emperor Wu is by his side? If that was the case, then it could be explained. If Emperor Wu wasn't there, then it would be a great opportunity. Tiangu's eyes changed. If Suyu really dies, I, am not afraid of anyone. Would Suyu die? At this point, the situation suddenly became a little confusing, and all of this was actually caused by Suyu. It was simply inconceivable. Suyu, this madman, what was he doing? He clearly had the absolute advantage. Did he want to take down all three sides in one battle? Heavenly Lord Dao's expression also changed. If they really fight, and the others want to help, then should we stop them or not? If they really fought, there might be some movement. At that time, the others would definitely go to help. Then should they stop them or not? Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden boom. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the burying soul mountain and the Dao origin ground suddenly rumbled. In the blink of an eye, the two passages to the lower realm seemed to be sealed. In an instant, the entire upper realm was in chaos, sealed. After Suyu broke the passage, the power of the laws had dissipated. Logically speaking, the passage couldn't be sealed unless the power of the laws was restored. To seal it would probably require special methods. Who did this? Suyu, 100 battles, at this moment, in front of Hell's Gate. Yu Qing suddenly stood up and looked in two directions. After a while, she murmured, "It's sealed." She suddenly looked at the Dragon King. The lower realm was sealed. It was possible to travel through the primal chaos, but it was much more troublesome. It would take at least half a day to travel through the primal chaos, and there had to be no problems. Then, can we go out and start killing now? Kill Wu Ji and the others, then bring the Master of the Laws out. Was this Su Yu's plan, or what? Yu Qing trembled. It seemed like an opportunity, but it also seemed like danger. Was it danger or opportunity? The Dragon King trembled. After a long time, it said in a low voice, "Wait." Wait for what? Wait for the great battle, wait for Su Yu and 100 battles. If there really was a great battle, then they would attack and kill Wu Ji and the others. If not, then they might deliberately lure them away from the gates of hell. If they were too far away and killed an Empyrean, they wouldn't be able to become the raw material for the Master of the Laws. Killing the Empyreans would be pointless, and they might even be surrounded and killed. Was it a trap, or was there really internal strife? No one could tell. Meanwhile, on Su Yu's side, the South King's expression changed. Leave the primal chaos and go to the lower realms. The great Zhou King's expression was solemn. He suddenly shouted, "Don't go. Don't go." He looked around. "Calm down," he said in a low voice. "His Majesty won't act rashly. Right now, we are here. If we join forces with Wu Ji and the others, we can suppress both sides. But if some people leave, do you want to send everyone to their graves?" He was trying to determine Su Yu's thoughts. This time, Su Yu didn't say anything. Is he letting me choose? On their side, together with Wu Ji's side, they could probably stand on equal ground with both sides. But if some people left, then it would be troublesome. Once the sinners attacked, once one attacked, their previous advantage would instantly disappear. It wasn't easy to force one to this point, but if they left now, then all their previous preparations would be for nothing. Calm down. The great Zhou King thought of this and shouted, "The battle of generals, continue." He looked in Wan's direction, his voice faint. "What are you looking at, Tiangu? Are you not going to prepare for war? Then it's time for the final attack." Tiangu also looked deeply at the great Zhou King. "Are you sure you want to continue?" The great Zhou King sneered. "His Majesty has his own plans." "Tiangu, do you think His Majesty is as stupid as you?" Tiangu didn't get angry. After a while, he said, "I'm just afraid he's too arrogant to sweep through the world." Tiangu said indifferently, "He can't possibly think he can suppress all three sides by himself, can he? Wasn't Su Yu too arrogant?" Just as he finished speaking, Wu Ji's angry roar came from afar. "A bunch of nonsense. It's all a conspiracy. His Majesty will not have a conflict with the 10th human lord. Everyone has different ideals, so there won't be a conflict." The great Zhou King suddenly looked in that direction with some uncertainty. He said in a low voice, "We also believe that Baijian won't, but, if that's really the case, what will you guys choose? Could it be that Su Yu is doing this for these people? He's actively forcing Baijian to rebel. Did Su Yu see something? Most of these Baijian people in the upper realm are still loyal to the human race. They might not be loyal to Su Yu. Su Yu can't represent the human race, and Baijian can't represent the human race either. Some people only follow those who can save the human race. Could it be that Su Yu is doing this for them? At this moment, the upper and lower realms are separated. If Baijian really goes to kill Su Yu, these Baijian people in the upper realm might collapse." Wu Ji's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I said that His Majesty won't do this. He won't." Baijian is also the faith of some people, Baijian, the human race. If Baijian really goes to kill Su Yu, how should they choose? This is a question that makes them collapse, but they don't dare to think about it. When they saw Su Yu's side forcing Wan step by step, to be honest, on one hand, they were shocked. On the other hand, they were happy. It's not bad that Su Yu's side is strong. It's good that he can suppress Wan. Although there might be a dispute with Baijian, it's not like that now, right? But, what if Baijian breaks this situation, then, what should we do? At this moment, the great Zhou King seemed to understand Su Yu's thoughts. He took a deep breath, his eyes cold. Everything is possible. Why is the passage to the lower realm suddenly sealed? Who can do it? His Majesty has already dispelled the rules. Unless, someone extremely powerful mobilizes the power of the rules to seal the lower realm. He said coldly, why seal the lower realm? What are you afraid of? It's the martial monarch. Suddenly, Wu Ji shouted, it's him. Yes, it's him. He's also very powerful. Maybe he also wants to attack Suyu. Yes, that's it. Last time, he wanted to join forces with His Majesty to kill Suyu. Some things can't be thought about, otherwise, there will be big trouble. The martial monarch, at this moment, Wu Ji could only think about what the martial monarch did. This was the best outcome. If it wasn't the martial monarch, it would be the worst outcome. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant chaos. The martial monarch, wearing golden armor, cursed, what the hell? One moment here, the next there, the next moment, he was shocked. F***ck, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Grandson, when I catch you, I'll beat you to death. Boom, an extremely powerful aura instantly shook the heavens and earth. The martial monarch broke through the void and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the void and disappeared on the spot. His voice echoed with a maniacal laugh, that grandson has appeared. Zhou Ji, right? I must beat him to death this time. Let's see who's stronger. Wu Ji's face turned pale. Zhou Ji appeared. Was he discovered by the martial monarch? No, it was more like he deliberately lured the martial monarch to follow him and lure him away. Why did this happen? Could it really be His Majesty's doing? That's impossible. However, the lower realm was sealed by the martial monarch. This was impossible. If that was the case, only Baijan would have the strength to do so. The martial monarch must have appeared in person, he was too powerful. If that was the case, the one sealed in the lower realm could not be the martial monarch, then, it could only be Baijan. Baijan had betrayed the martial monarch. Wu Ji was going crazy. His Majesty had betrayed the martial monarch. He had really betrayed the martial monarch. No, he could not be so presumptuous. Maybe it was just an accident. At this moment, lower realm. Suyu raised his head to look at the sky and said with some emotion, the lower realm has been sealed. Not far away, Baijan wore a crown on his head and wore a long golden robe. A few people followed by his side. His expression was calm, but he had a somewhat complicated look in his eyes as he said softly, Suyu, you are scheming against me? Suyu smiled lightly and said, no, I'm just giving you a chance. Suyu laughed lightly and said, I like to take the initiative and don't like to wait passively for the result. Whether you betray or not, all the choices are up to you, isn't that so? By the side, Evergreen's expression was livid as he shouted angrily, Suyu, you did it on purpose. You're forcing His Majesty. Yes, the lower realm was not sealed by Baijan. It was Suyu himself, he did it himself. This terrifying guy was stronger than expected. He sealed the two great passages himself. Even Baijan was shocked. Suyu, this person was terrifying to the extreme, he did it on purpose. Suyu said calmly, I'm not forcing you. Baijan, you can choose for yourself. Choose to kill me, or choose to cooperate with me, a true cooperation. You haven't made a move all this time, waiting in the mortal realm. What are you waiting for? When Wu Ji and the others are killed, will the sinners bring out a few more masters of the laws? Suyu said calmly, you've delayed going to the higher realms. Once the sinners take action, what will happen? If I don't have so many people, not so strong, then what? What do you fear is Monarch Wu's interference? Are you contacting Zhou Ji to take him away? Don't be afraid, I already have arrangements for Monarch Wu. I'll have him appear and leave on his own, it's in line with your wishes. Of course, Zhou Ji might really appear. If so, Monarch Wu cannot interfere, but my people are very strong. The sinners won't easily move unless you can capture me. Suyu looked at him with a smile, what you've been waiting for all this time, is it Zhou Ji? You're afraid Monarch Wu will interfere with your plans, right? But you didn't expect that I have many people, stronger than you think. Even without Monarch Wu, they won't dare to act rashly, so, you only have one path, and that is to kill me. Only then can you reverse everything. What do you think, Baijan? Baijan's expression darkened, Suyu, I never wanted to be your enemy. Yes, perhaps, Suyu nodded slightly. What you want is to complete your own plans. As for being my enemy, that is probably not the result you want to see. You hope that everything can be peaceful. Suyu smiled. Without my interference, no one can stop you from opening the gates of hell, right? Unfortunately, it seems I've ruined your plans. Baijan, is that right? Baijan sighed. I didn't expect you to rise so quickly, and I also didn't expect that you would take the initiative to force me. With a hint of self-mockery, he said, Suyu, you're more terrifying and sinister than anyone imagined. Do you want to accept my people smoothly? With a hint of self-mockery, he said, now, everyone thinks that I sealed off the lower realm to kill you. Wu Ji and the others have probably already collapsed. Once we fight, the commotion will spread, and you can easily accept my people on your side, right? What a good Suyu, treacherous, shameless, sinister. No one would believe that it was Suyu who sealed off the lower realm himself. They would only think that it was him, Baijan, who could do this. Suyu said calmly, I just don't want the human race to have internal strife, don't I? With a faint smile, Suyu said, if you cooperate with me, then your people will naturally be your people. If you don't have any disloyalty, everything will develop according to the best outcome. Baijan smiled, perhaps. Suyu, I'm only curious about one thing, where do you get the confidence to be my opponent? At this moment, his aura gradually revealed itself. His aura surged into the galaxy, boundlessly powerful. His aura was so powerful that it even shook the myriad worlds. Baijan walked toward Suyu with a cold expression. I don't want to be your enemy. Even if you want to be the human emperor, I can give it to you. As long as you don't interfere with me, I won't actively seek you out. Suyu, why do you have to force me? His aura was very powerful. Almost in the blink of an eye, he surpassed the divine imperial concubine and even began to approach the martial emperor. With a hint of indignation and anger in his eyes, he said, I have never mistreated the human race. I'm also suppressing the human race in one. Why do you have to force me? At this moment, 2 heavenly venerates appeared behind Baijan. Soon, close to 20 Dao integration stage cultivators appeared, all of whom were very powerful. These people quickly spread out in all directions around Suyu. Baijan walked toward Suyu step by step. Suyu, now, you still have a chance. Baijan said in a low voice, as long as you don't interfere with me, I promise I won't allow the sinful tribe to become too powerful, and I won't allow the Wan tribe to affect the myriad worlds. You can destroy the Wan tribe, and I will even help you destroy it. But I still have a use for the sinful tribe. Suyu, how about this? We can work together. You can go and rescue the human emperor and the others, and I won't stop you. I'll do my own thing, and you do yours. What do you think? Suyu smiled. I'm very curious, why do you insist on opening the gate of hell? You said you won't allow the sinful tribe to become too powerful. Then let me ask you, if prison appears, can you deal with it? Baijan replied in a low voice, of course I can. The human ancestor can deal with everything. Are you sure the human ancestor can deal with everything? Suyu chuckled. Where is the human ancestor? How powerful is the human ancestor? How do you know what the human ancestor is thinking? Baijan yelled, I know. Suyu, I don't need you to remind me. You'll never know how powerful the enemy you'll be facing is. The primal chaos behind the gate of hell, the heaven-opening era behind the gate of heaven, and the primal chaos that may still exist. He yelled, can you deal with them? Can the human emperor? The human emperor doesn't know anything. Suyu said calmly, then we can wait for the human emperor to return, then we can discuss opening the gate of hell together. Baijan was a little angry. I said, you don't understand. The human emperor is a conservative. The human emperor will not agree to open the gate of hell and allow the primal chaos to attack the world. You don't understand the human emperor at all. His philosophy is different from yours, different from mine. If you really understand the human emperor, then you won't think that he will open the gate of hell on his own. He would rather take Wan and leave alone than allow the human ancestor to return. He is different. Suyu's expression changed slightly. You mean, the human emperor actually knows all of this? Baijan was silent for a while, then he laughed coldly. Yes, he knows. Suyu's heart trembled slightly. The human emperor knows, but the human emperor does not agree. Hell King, Suyu's heart trembled again. Hell King, related to Hell King. Hell King's betrayal. Could it be? Could it be that Hell King wants to open the gate of hell, but no one agrees? King Wen once punished Hell King, but it was only a small punishment, and he even took the initiative to let Hell King guard the gate of hell. This means that at that time, no one actually thought that Hell King would betray them. It's you guys. Could it be, all of this was done by you guys? He was a little shaken. So, you guys and Hell King are actually in cahoots? At this moment, he seemed to completely understand something. Suyu was shocked. You guys and Hell King's goal is to completely open the gate of hell. And Hell King even took the initiative to enter the gate of hell. You're not afraid of the gate of hell opening because Hell King is actually one of you guys, right? Suyu finally understood something. He looked at Baijan in shock. So, whether it's you Luo or you Xiao, they're all in cahoots with you guys? Suyu said, then why didn't you guys join forces to destroy the one 6,000 years ago? That way, no one would stop you from opening the gate of hell? Why did you have to put on a show? Baijan closed his eyes. He seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sighed. You're very smart. As for the undying one, you don't understand. If we destroy the one, the masters of the laws who were taken away will sense it. He sighed ruefully. You really don't understand. Once the one is destroyed, those people will pay any price to kill their way back. The gate of hell 6,000 years ago wasn't this big. If they quickly kill their way back, then everything will be over. Baijan laughed self-deprecatingly. The one has more masters of the laws than the humans, and they're stronger than the human emperor and the others. However, they're afraid of death, afraid of sacrificing themselves. That's why they're waiting and waiting. They're not going all out and fighting to the death to defeat the human emperor and the others. Suyu, you really don't understand. If you kill the one, the human emperor and the others will suffer heavy losses. They might even be destroyed. Suyu's expression was icy. But you're saying that you're willing to help me destroy the one because the gate of hell can open now. By the time I bring people to help the human emperor and the others, they might have already been defeated, and we might encounter the one powerhouses along the way. A great battle will break out, and you'll be able to stall them for a while. Baijan, is that right? Baijan looked at him and sighed. You're too smart. So you could often guess many things with just a single sentence from him. What a terrifying fellow. So you finally understood. 6,000 years ago, the gate of hell hadn't cracked yet, right? That's why even if you defeated the one and no one stopped you, you wouldn't have been able to open the gate of hell. But now, it's possible. According to the human emperor's calculations, the one should have been defeated 6,000 years ago, and the 9th human emperor would have brought people to help them. That's why the human emperor's secret guards appeared at that time, but a traitor like you appeared and took control of the human race. This is something the human emperor and the flame relayer didn't expect, right? At that time, if you defeated the one's masters of the laws would have sensed it and quickly returned. You wouldn't have had time to open the gate of hell. Is that why you've been lying in wait? So you said coldly, the gate of hell. In order to receive the human ancestor, you've really gone mad. You didn't even hesitate to sacrifice the human emperor and the others. You bastards. Baijan looked at him silently. He didn't say anything, nor did he try to argue. Suyu's aura gradually grew stronger, reaching the level of a divine imperial concubine. His voice was cold and harsh. So, when I led people to kill those sinners, I'm afraid you felt sorry for them, right? Not really, Baijan said calmly. If they died, they died. If they didn't, how would they have received Yu Qing and Pelong? How would they have expanded the gate of hell? If they didn't die, then others would. I just didn't expect you to want to unify the Myriad world so soon. Suyu looked at him with a cold face. At this moment, he was no longer smiling. So, you, Baijan, are the greatest traitor. No. I'm not a traitor. Baijan shook his head. I'm not, Jail King isn't, Fighting King isn't, no one is. We just want to walk another path. We don't want to be with the human emperor and passively wait for our deaths. Suyu, this is a different choice, not a betrayal. He said calmly, if you think we are traitors, then King Wen, King Wu, and the Time Master are all traitors. Because they also entered the gate of heaven, they caused the defeat of the ancient imperial court. At least Jail King didn't choose to unseal the gate of hell at that time, it was King Wen and the others who left first, causing the current situation. If you really want to blame someone, it was King Wen and King Wu who caused all of this. Why don't you say they are traitors? Suyu thought about it and suddenly smiled. He nodded. What you said seems to make sense, but it doesn't make sense. Suyu shouted. Even if King Wen and the others entered the gate of heaven and caused the destruction of the ancient imperial court, the human emperor cleaned up their mess and left behind many backup plans to ensure that nothing would happen to the human race. And these backup plans were used up by you bastards, not used to repay the human race. I can only say that King Wen and King Wu are idiots. But they have a good big brother who took this responsibility for them. And you only know how to take, not give, and no one took this responsibility. What bullshit T, did he really think that Suyu didn't understand? The human emperor had left behind a contingency plan that was more than enough for the human race to use to protect themselves. In fact, they might even be able to rise to prominence again. In the end, the Fire Relayer League had been killed by the 100 Battles League. Suyu's expression was ice cold. Perhaps, from the very beginning, when the first tide flow began, your people were already lurking in the shadows. As for you, you've only reached the pinnacle. Perhaps from the first tide flow onwards, your people have been killing people loyal to the human emperor. Baijian was silent. Suyu's expression turned cold, he suddenly looked at Changmei, Chongqing, and the others, and suddenly laughed. I think, maybe I guessed right. Yes, perhaps since the first tide, someone had been killing the human sovereign's people, causing one and the human race to confront each other for countless years. They were waiting for the day when the gates of hell could be opened, otherwise, if he had brought the human emperor and the others back earlier, wouldn't he have gone back to the beginning? So, all the wars in the last 100,000 years were caused by you. Suyu murmured, countless humans died in battle, countless ancient experts died. It was all caused by you. The ancestral teachings of the sinners were to not let King Wen and the others return. Perhaps there was an additional rule to not let the human emperor and the others return. In fact, the Time Master might have been tricked by you. Suyu said as if he was talking in his sleep, yes, the Time Master shouldn't be a reckless person, but he went deep into the gates of heaven, and encountered danger. And Hell King had a conflict with King Wen because he opened the gates of hell, so King Wen absolutely wouldn't agree. King Wu and him are in cahoots, and the human emperor is their big brother, so all of this might have been caused by you. Suyu's expression became more and more unsightly. Well done, the Time Master, if I'm not mistaken, was tricked by your people, right? Suyu laughed. Don't deny it. You were sure that King Wen would go to save people. When King Wen went to save people, he probably didn't tell King Wu, and someone told this news to King Wu, and it was you. Because you knew that King Wu would definitely go to save people, and because King Wu was too stupid, he was afraid that his brothers would be in danger, right? Baijian chuckled. Suyu, you're too smart. He praised Suyu again. Suyu was really too shrewd. Suyu had long suspected this series of events, but he didn't connect them together. Today, Suyu understood everything, from the ancient times until now, it was all a conspiracy. You have been planning for many years, Suyu sighed, I did not expect that you had been planning for a long time. Is your so-called welcoming of the human ancestor real or fake? Why do you want to open the gates of hell? Was it really that simple? Suyu said, did you know from the beginning, or did you only know all of this because of Zhou Ji's appearance? So you chose to betray us? Baijian, you can clearly become the strongest leader of a generation, the heir to the human emperor. Why do you insist on going about things the wrong way? Suyu murmured, is the human emperor not as good as the human ancestor in your eyes? Suyu chuckled, why do I feel that the human emperor is more powerful than the human ancestor? In Suyu's eyes, the human emperor might not be very reliable, alright, he was actually quite reliable. Although Suyu did not inherit the human emperor's great Tao of responsibility, in Suyu's eyes, the human emperor was actually a very courageous and capable person. A good fighter had no illustrious achievements. In ancient times, the human emperor's reputation was not as good as King Wen's, but King Wen submitted to him, King Wu submitted to him, all the ancient powerhouses submitted to him. At the moment of crisis, the human emperor quickly stood up and quelled the crisis. Perhaps in the human emperor's eyes, he would return soon. After he left, the human race could quickly rise. In the end, it was a trap. Suyu felt that the human emperor's life was tragic. At the peak, he was tricked by King Wen, by King Wu, and at the last moment, by Hell King, by Baijian, and the others. King Zhou and the others were all traps. He did not die until now. With so many useless teammates, it had to be said that the human emperor was amazing. If it was someone else, they would have been tricked to death. It was too difficult for him to live until now. Human emperor? Baijian did not seem to be too anxious as he chuckled. The human emperor is very strong, very courageous, and even opened his own world. Who dares to say that the human emperor is not strong? Suyu's heart trembled slightly. Baijian knew. He knew that the human emperor opened the sky. Baijian laughed again. Not only is the human emperor strong, King Wen is also strong. These people are all very powerful. But, if I say that the human ancestor is stronger, you might not think it is true, but the truth is so. With a smile on his face, he slowly said, "Do you know what the human ancestor's most glorious achievement was?" Suyu raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." "Deal with the Lord of Undead Spirits." Baijian said slowly, "The disappearance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits was not because he disappeared on his own. Instead, it was because of the existence of the human ancestor that forced him to disappear. Do you understand what I mean? Right now, the Lord of Time might be the strongest person in the world, and you might think that the Lord of Dead Spirits is number 2, but the truth is that the human ancestor is no weaker than the Lord of Dead Spirits. In fact, he is even stronger." Baijian sighed with emotion. "You guys always feel that you guys are the ones who are right." "Wrong." The human emperor opened the sky. What sky did he open? What a mess. The incomparably weak heavens. As for you, Suyu. Baijian laughed. "Do you want to say that your trump card is your world?" Suyu narrowed his eyes. "Why, do you guys always like to look down on the people of the world?" Baijian murmured, "You are like this, and so is the human emperor. He also thinks that he can solve all problems. But in reality..." "Suyu, do you think that you can surpass the human emperor? Surpass the Lord of Undead Spirits? Surpass the Lord of Time? Even the Lord of Undead Spirits cannot match the human ancestor, and the human ancestor also has no way to solve these problems. He can only rely on time to polish everything. Suyu, what makes you think that you can do it?" At this moment, Suyu's heart was also in turmoil. Was Baijian, in despair? Perhaps he had once thought of rising up and working hard, but he seemed to be in despair. Was the human emperor powerful? Suyu thought that he did not know that the human emperor opened the sky, but Baijian knew. Not only did he know, but Baijian also knew some secrets that Suyu did not know. For example, the human ancestor might have defeated the Lord of Undead Spirits. That was earth-shattering news. In Suyu's eyes, the human ancestor's great path was very strong, and the way of the body was terrifyingly strong. But no matter how strong it was, Suyu felt that it should not be as strong as the human emperor. But according to Baijian, the human ancestor was definitely stronger than the human emperor. After all, the Lord of Undead Spirits was definitely stronger than the human emperor. That meant that the human ancestor might have also opened the sky. Was that so? Just like King Wen, everyone thought that he controlled the way of the brush, but no, he had long given up on it. He had also opened the sky, but Suyu did not know where he had done it. Many thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind. Not only that, but Baijian also knew that he had opened the sky. Thinking of this, Suyu said softly, "Did Lei Bao tell you?" "Lei Bao?" Baijian laughed. "Do I need to?" "No need. Suyu, don't think that you are the only genius, the only wise one. When I saw you come out of the dead spirit's domain, I understood. You don't think that in this world, only the gate of heaven can observe everything?" Baijian laughed. "I didn't open the gate of heaven, I opened the gate of man." "The gate of man," Suyu was shocked. What did that mean? A small gate appeared on Baijian's forehead. That gate was slightly different from Suyu's. Baijan said softly, the gate of heaven can only be opened by opening 720 acupuncture points. It's too complicated. The gate of man is much simpler. The human race's development of the physical body is too shallow. When you develop your physical body to the extreme, you will realize that some things are not that difficult. For example, the gate of man. So you said, the gate of man, the gate of heaven, the gate of hell, the three gates of heaven, earth, and man? So you frowned. That's not right. In that case, the gate of earth is before the gate of heaven? Some things were not just names. They had special meanings. For example, according to Baijan's words, there was also a gate of man. Why would the gate of heaven be after the gate of earth? The gate of earth sealed the chaos, but the gate of heaven sealed the era of creation. Strange, Baijan laughed. It doesn't have to be in chronological order. Isn't it better to rank it according to strength? It's very simple. The existence in the gate of heaven is stronger. Naturally, it's called the gate of heaven. For example, the king of time. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Is the king of time really in the gate of heaven? What about the lord of dead spirits? Maybe he's there too. Baijan said softly. Who knows? Maybe he's there, maybe he's not. What does it have to do with you? Baijan sighed. Suyu, knowing too much might not be a good thing. When you know too much, don't you feel despair? Suyu thought about it and shook his head. No, the more I know, the more I'll be excited. Suyu said excitedly, for example, when I find out that you know so much, I want to kill you and devour your memories to see how much you know. Don't you think I'm a little perverted? Suyu was excited. I like the feeling of pulling open someone's underwear and seeing through everything. I like the thrill of having everything under control and knowing everything. Suyu laughed cruelly. You don't understand. That feeling is simply too satisfying. For example, you don't know who your father is, but I do. I expose who your father is in front of you. You're dumbfounded. So my father is him. Suyu, you're amazing. You actually know who my father is. That's the feeling. Suyu laughed crazily. So, I want to try what despair you're talking about. In my life, I've only felt despair once. Since then, I've told myself never to feel despair again. I'll never rely on others. It's better to rely on myself than on others. Everything has to be fought for by myself. Suyu pointed into the distance, at the human realm, and said with a smile, just a few years ago. Over there. My teacher was surrounded and killed. My elders, my friends, they were surrounded and killed over there. I shouted, save them. I begged everyone. I took out some of my most precious treasures, some of my secrets, some of the treasures that everyone thought I shouldn't have. That day, I was in despair. No one was willing to help me. Suyu smiled brilliantly. Baijan, have you ever experienced that kind of despair? Your friends and family were surrounded and killed right in front of you. You went to beg others, but no one cared about you. No one was willing to help you. I was still young then. I had just come into contact with martial arts. I was only 18 years old. Although I'm still young now, I've experienced too much. Suyu's smile grew brighter. From that day onwards, I knew that I could only rely on myself. I found a backer for myself, I found a protective umbrella for myself, I found everything on my own. I don't rely on these things to come to me on their own anymore, because I don't need them anymore. When I was weak, I called everyone grandpa, ancestor, master, mistress. Baijan, I'm afraid you haven't experienced all this. If you have, you'll understand. What is this? Suyu laughed heartily. What ancient secrets? What ancient legends? What human ancestors and human emperors? Can they be more reliable than me? If I have the ability, I can get them all. If you don't give them to me, I'll beat you to death. It's that simple. You're just a guy raised by a family. You probably don't understand. Suyu shook his head. What a pity. I heard that you're talented since you were young. You were treated like a treasure by the old guys from ancient times. You haven't experienced all this. You've never experienced that kind of despair. That's why the despair you speak of is a joke to me. Suyu smiled and shook his head. His voice was filled with mockery. That's right. How could those guys from the tides understand? You've been protected since you were young. How could you understand? Do you know that I, a weakling at the Kaiyuan realm, had to kill for a drop of 15-kilogram Ironwing's blood essence? I'm 18 years old. Kaiyuan. You probably don't know what a Kaiyuan is. An existence like you may have been born with 9 chakras opened, or even stepped into 15 kilogram in one day. You probably don't know what a Kaiyuan is. I, a guy who's only ever written, used my hand to beat a Wanzu follower to death for the first time in the academy. That kind of feeling is different. Suyu's smile grew brighter. To me, do you think the secret you speak of counts as despair? That's ridiculous. Baijan's smile gradually faded. He looked at Suyu. This was perhaps the first time he had such a deep understanding of Suyu. At 18 years old, from a student who only knew how to study, he killed for the first time. For that bit of merit, to exchange for that drop of blood essence, an incomparably weak drop of blood essence. His master had been surrounded and killed, and he'd shouted himself hoarse, roared, and begged, but no one had helped him. Was it despair? It was very despair. Baijan didn't understand, because just as Suyu had said, he hadn't experienced such a scene. His talents were outstanding, and he'd been protected by countless old antiques since he was very young. As Suyu spoke of these things, Baijan sunk into silence. Suyu laughed again. You've been dragging things out for so long, are you waiting for news? Waiting for the martial monarch to really be taken away by Zhouji, is that right? Baijan faintly raised a brow. Suyu laughed. Don't worry, the martial monarch is an idiot. To tell the truth, his intelligence isn't high. There's a high chance he's really been led away. Baijan raised a brow again. Suyu, you're very confident. Is it because you used Sun Moon Split the Heavens? Split the Heavens is indeed extraordinary, amazing. But you, Split the Heavens is too short. Baijan sighed with emotion. I originally thought you'd let the martial monarch deal with me, or you'd lure me into the depths of the primal chaos, into your world, but I discovered, you actually didn't do either. He was surprised. Aren't you too confident? With a smile, he said, confident enough to think you can really deal with me? Can't I? Suyu also laughed. Baijan, do you know what the biggest difference between me and you is? I'd like to hear the details. I'm a person, a bit shameless. If I can't deal with you, I'll run. Baijan was slightly startled. Suyu had already vanished from where he stood. Baijan's expression froze. It was Suyu who had forced him and sealed the lower realm. In the end, Suyu had chatted with him for a while, and Suyu had actually run away. What was this? Baijan's expression was slightly ugly. Soon, a portal suddenly appeared on his forehead, and he punched out. This punch seemed like a casual strike, but it bombarded thousands of miles. In the distance, the void exploded. Suyu's figure suddenly appeared. With some seriousness, he looked at Baijan. Suyu frowned and said, you want to pester me to death? Let's just talk it over. Do you really want to fight? Just talk it over? Do you really think this is a joke? Baijan's expression was slightly ugly. Suyu, in any case, you are the leader of a generation. Suyu grinned mischievously. Is that so? If you commit suicide, I can even call you father. Baijan, the education you received is that you are an emperor, and you should have the bearing of an emperor. But I've never learned the art of an emperor, I'm really sorry. What is bearing? I don't know. Baijan and these people were still traditional emperors. They were instilled with some ideals since they were young, and some habits couldn't be changed. The difference between a peasant and an aristocrat, face, this thing. So you really treated it like dog shit. When it was needed, it was used to decorate, but when it wasn't needed, what was the point? As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's figure disappeared again. Baijan looked coldly. You think you can run? Since you're here, then don't run. Chase! Baijan shouted. Changmei, Chongqing, and the others no longer had any flattering expressions. They all became incomparably serious and instantly disappeared. Suyu couldn't run, and Baijan had always locked onto Suyu. Run, you can't run. His human gate had always been locked onto Suyu. If Suyu wanted to escape, could it be that he wanted to go to the primal chaos, to his own world? Was that possible? Baijan walked on air, tearing the void with extreme speed. In an instant, he appeared in one direction, but Suyu still hadn't arrived. However, Suyu quickly changed direction and continued to escape. Baijan frowned. Since you sealed the lower realm, isn't it to fight to the death with me? Suyu, if you run again, I will go to the upper realm and kill your people. It wasn't that he couldn't go to the upper realm. If Suyu ran again, he would go kill Suyu's bare ones. Teeth grinned. Go. Baijan was stunned. Suyu chuckled. Go kill. My father, my master, my friends, they've all been hidden by me. The others, cough cough, they're all subordinates. I don't care if you kill subordinates. If you find my father and kill him, I'll surrender. Otherwise, you go kill them all. Just nice, I'll hide every day and kill your whole family. Haha, you're threatening me with this? What a joke. Suyu had a smug look. If you really can't kill them all, I'll go upstream to find Human Emperor and the others. I have nothing to worry about anyway. It's normal to run. Grandson, if you don't kill them, you're not Baijan. Idiot, you're still threatening me with this? Do you think I'm afraid of this? Baijan's expression was cold. So what you said, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of righteousness, was all fake? Of course not. Suyu laughed as he fled. This is called having a limit, taking care of the world. When I can't beat you, I'm poor, and I'll take care of myself. I'm good at studying, and I understand this sentence very well. If I can kill you, I'll do good to the world. If I can't, then I'll take care of myself. Is that so hard to understand? Study, read to live, don't read to death. Little Baijan, you're still too inexperienced. You've been ruined by old antique. Baijan laughed. Too inexperienced, Suyu, looks like you're really hard to deal with. Threats were useless. Baijan was actually thinking, if he really went to the upper realm to kill people, would Suyu not care? Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But it was just a thought. How could he leave now to kill those people, since Suyu was stuck in the lower realm? As soon as he finished, Suyu suddenly opened a Dead Souls passage and laughed. Little Baijan, goodbye. I'm going to the Dead Souls realm. Oh right, I've recorded the news of your betrayal. It looks like you'll soon become the enemy of the human race. Baijan's expression changed slightly. You want to leave? He suddenly punched. Not only that, but at the same time, a door suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was the door on Baijan's forehead. As soon as the human door appeared, Baijan shouted, seal. Boom, the human door guarded heaven and earth. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force permeated everywhere. The Dead Souls passage opened by Suyu was suddenly cut off. Suyu was stunned. Baijan said coldly, Suyu, do you really think that you're the smartest person in the world? Don't I know that you can open the Dead Souls realm? Suyu took a deep breath. It's over. I'm going to die. Baijan, I admit defeat. Does what I said before still count? I admit defeat. Let's coexist peacefully. You play your game, I play mine. What do you think? It's too late. Baijan flew through the air. His human door was indeed powerful. Suyu tried to open the Dead Souls realm passage again, but he really couldn't. Suyu took another deep breath. Don't, big brother Baijan. Let's talk this out. The infinite realms are so vast. If you really attack me, I'll have somewhere to run. It's not appropriate. Suyu's shamelessness had broken Baijan's bottom line. Perhaps Suyu was right. Compared to him, he was indeed not as shameless as him. In the blink of an eye, it was big brother Baijan. Baijan was indeed inferior to this kind of shamelessness. Suyu, you can try and see how long you can run. Right at this moment, a huge net suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Chongqing, Changmei, and the other Dao integration stage cultivators had woven a huge net in the sky. The net of rules, this huge net instantly fell towards Suyu. Changmei and the others also erupted their auras to the extreme. Before them, Baijan was chasing after them. Over here, these people didn't split up. Instead, they joined forces to surround Suyu. Evidently, they also knew that Suyu was difficult to deal with, so they didn't want to split up and be defeated one by one. You dare to bully me? Suyu frowned and shouted coldly. In the next moment, he slashed his saber toward the sky. Changmei and the others wore cold expressions. Just as they were about to block it, Baijian suddenly shouted, "Third from the left." Everyone's expressions changed. They quickly moved the huge net to the left. At this moment, Suyu's saber aura collapsed, and he himself appeared below the huge net. Suyu was instantly trapped and instantly retreated. He couldn't help but curse, "This is too much. You even have a commander. Can't we fight a fair fight? Can't we fight one-on-one? Baijian, you don't have any kingly bearing." Baijian looked at him coldly and quickly chased after him. At this point, Suyu was still talking about kingly bearing. Didn't he think it was shameless? Break! With a low shout, Baijian punched again. The void suddenly split apart, and the void split apart. It was as if space was being cut apart. On Suyu's side, in the blink of an eye, he felt like he was separated from the world around him. He sucked in another breath. What the hell? Aren't you the physical Tao? You're even playing with the spatial Tao? Everything is different when the physical body is strong. Baijian walked toward him step by step. I said, you don't understand the physical body. At this moment, Baijian's body suddenly flickered. Dots of light appeared. Each dot of light was flashing with light, and they were extremely powerful. Those were acupuncture points. And Suyu was suddenly shocked. You aren't human? That's not right, you actually have 720 physical acupuncture points. This was impossible, be it humans or Wan, they had 360 essence acupoints at most. Baijian was actually not human. He actually had 720 essence acupoints. At Suyu's level, it was impossible for him not to discover the hidden physical acupuncture points, and Suyu had seen the positions of Baijian's acupuncture points. He did not have any, so it was impossible to hide them, Baijian said indifferently, so, you can't imagine the power of the human ancestor. The so-called human race is only the human race in your eyes. Who said that a real human doesn't have 720 physical acupuncture points? Suyu's bare one's teeth said, damn, so you're saying that we're actually not of the same race? Although we all look the same, in reality, you're wearing human skin, a fake human. You're wrong. You're the fake human. Baijian's physical acupuncture points flickered. Each acupuncture point was a world. The light from his acupuncture points overflowed heaven and earth. From his acupuncture points, figures walked out one by one. They were all Baijian. Baijian said coldly, everyone says that one has talent, but humans don't. You're also wrong. People like you don't have it, but that doesn't mean we don't. Suyu, humans' talent is so powerful that you can't even imagine it. Don't think that just because you split open the sky, you're really omnipotent. In an instant, a Baijian appeared. He appeared instantly, he traveled through the void, and in the distance, Baijian's real body also teleported in an instant. The phantom Baijian disappeared, and the real Baijian appeared, smashing a fist at Suyu. Suyu retreated again. In the end, another phantom Baijian appeared. This time, this phantom Baijian actually knew a confinement technique. Baijian said lightly, one martial art technique for one aperture, one talent for one aperture. Suyu, you really don't understand humans. This time, Suyu was much more serious. One martial art technique for one aperture, this is what I heard a few years ago. I also know that I've done it before. One martial art technique for one aperture, but it's different from yours. Of course, because, do you count as a human? Baijian punched the void, but Suyu instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared. But at this moment, the human gate in the sky that suppressed heaven and earth suddenly shot out a beam of light, boom, the void was smashed, and on that door, Suyu's image instantly appeared. He turned into a breeze and hid in the surroundings. Baijian followed the direction of the projection on the door and punched again. There was a loud bang. Suyu fell out of the breeze state. Baijian was still indifferent. You always think that the path of the body is a martial artist, a boorish man who only knows how to punch and kick. You're right, I only know how to punch and kick, and that's what I'm best at. But it doesn't mean that I don't know other things, I'm just too lazy to use them. 720 acupoints, 720 martial arts techniques, 720 talents, and human gate lock. Baijan was not simply a path of the body, but a powerful multi-ability genius. Some blood seeped out of the corner of Suyu's mouth. With some seriousness, he said, "Good fellow, you're almost catching up to me. I only know a few thousand talents, and you know 720. Baijan, you're about to stand up." Suyu suddenly smiled. "Let's play, let's see who's better at it." In an instant, he turned into flames, and the star sea was burned dry. In an instant, the bottom of the sea was revealed, and Baijan sneered and punched. This punch summoned wind and rain, and a torrential rain fell, directly extinguishing the flames. He punched again, and water rushed toward heaven and earth, cutting through the void. Suyu quickly retreated. As soon as he left, the void where he was standing shattered. Those water currents felt more dangerous than sharp swords. Suyu bare one's teeth, so powerful. "Big brother Baijan, I admit defeat, what do you think?" "Shameless villain." Baijan snorted with some dissatisfaction. Suyu was not weak, but he did not fight head-on with him. This guy used all kinds of tricks to constantly avoid him. "Seal him!" Baijan shouted. In the sky, Long Eyebrows and the others quickly dropped a large net. It enveloped Suyu. This large net was very powerful. It was set up by 2 heavenly venerables, many heavenly kings, and more than 10 Dao integration stage cultivators. Baijan said coldly, "It was originally prepared to deal with a martial monarch, but since you insist, then I'll give it to you." "What are you saying?" Suyu suddenly smiled faintly. In the next moment, in the eyes of Long Eyebrows and the others, Suyu suddenly turned into Baijan. In an instant, he and Baijan were entangled, and in the blink of an eye, the two separated. Then Long Eyebrows and the others were shocked. "Who was Baijan?" Baijan shouted coldly, "Insignificant skill, human gate lock." As soon as he said this, the human gate trembled, and a golden light burst out toward Suyu. "Pretending to be me? Ridiculous." Long Eyebrows and the others were shocked, and they hurriedly set up a large net toward Suyu, but this Suyu instantly shouted angrily, "Bastard." As soon as he said this, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, tearing an illusory human gate in the void into pieces, and said angrily, "He is Suyu." And on the opposite side, Baijan, who had just controlled the human gate, well, he was Suyu. At this moment, he also shouted angrily, "Bastard, you dare to use camouflage?" Baijan was furious. 720 apertures suddenly burst out with a bright light, and on Suyu's side, 720 apertures also appeared in an instant. "If it's not real, do you think I can't fake it? What a joke. Is there anything in Baijan that I can't do?" This time, Long Eyebrows and the others were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't see through it. It was real, both of them were too strong, and they couldn't see through who was who. Without the divine gate, the human gate, and the earth gate, how could they distinguish the real from the fake? Who should they cover? If they made a mistake and covered the real, then the fake might take the opportunity to give the real a heavy blow. They mustn't make a mistake. Suyu was too cunning, and in the moment of his disguise, he actually took the initiative to affect the human gate. Long Eyebrows and the others really couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Baijan was furious. He didn't expect Suyu to be so shameless to actually disguise himself. The key was that Suyu really disguised himself, because Suyu had many means, he was strong, had many combat skills, and grasped many great Daos. When he disguised himself, there was almost no flaw. Of course, Baijan still had a way. In the next moment, he shouted, "Long Eyebrows, taste the 100 wines in the clouds." In the air, Long Eyebrows shook, and he quickly shouted, "This is real." Everyone hurriedly controlled the big net and covered Suyu. Suyu was shocked. "Right, I don't know the code words." In the next moment, he shouted, "Chongqing, lie down on the bed, and you and I will have a long talk." Chongqing was stunned. What the hell? But the others were also stunned. Could it be that this was the real one? They looked at Chongqing, and Chongqing's expression changed. When they looked again, the Suyu from before had disappeared, and he was entangled with Baijan again. The group almost vomited blood and anger. "It's over, they're together again, how can we tell now?" The group of people wrapped the big net of the great Tao of rules, but they didn't know who to cover. Zhen Baijan shouted angrily, cover him together. Sooner or later, they would be able to tell the real from the fake. But Suyu shouted angrily, no, he wants to borrow my strength to break the seal. If I join forces with him, once the seal is broken, all of you will be seriously injured. That made sense. At this moment, Long Eyebrows and the others hesitated again. Baijan was really about to explode. He didn't expect Suyu to be so shameless. His brow moved, and the human gate appeared again. Opposite him, Suyu's heaven gate appeared, and at this moment, it was exactly the same as the human gate. Suyu made the first move, shouting, "Show yourself." Above his heaven gate, Baijan's appearance appeared, but it quickly turned into Suyu's appearance. Suyu shouted angrily, "Show yourself." Idiot, he predicted that Baijan wouldn't tell his subordinates the functions of the human gate. What functions did it have? Didn't he have to make them up? Who would tell their subordinates everything about themselves? Wasn't that an idiot? Not to mention someone like Baijan. Sure enough, Long Eyebrows and the others were shocked. This was real, and the other side was fake. As for Jin Baijan, he really wanted to vomit blood. Yes, Suyu's guess was right. Long Eyebrows and the others didn't know the specific functions of the human gate. The next moment, Baijan shouted angrily, "I'm of the physical Tao. His body isn't as strong as mine. Suyu, let's fight with our bodies. If you're Baijan, don't you want to prove yourself?" It was impossible for the two of them to be no match for Chongqing and the others. However, the two of them had been fighting. With this huge net, it was easy for one side to fall into a passive position. Moreover, to Baijan, Chongqing and the others were his own people. If his own people attacked him, that was too much of a trap. He would vomit blood, Suyu cursed in his heart. That was true. His body wasn't as strong as this guy's. He could imitate or forge some of Baijan's talent skills and human gate, but there was no way to forge the strength of his body. If they really fought, Baijan's body was strong, and Suyu was definitely inferior to him. Of course, even if he lost, he wouldn't lose. Suyu shouted, "Suyu, you're courting death. You're just bluffing." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly charged at Baijan. In the process, an illusion appeared. Everyone only saw Jin Baijan's body being torn apart, and Jin Baijan was furious at this moment. His qi and blood erupted, instantly destroying the illusion. Suyu, shameless, he actually relied on creating an illusion to deceive Chongqing and the others. At this time, Baijan couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted, "All of you, retreat. Don't disturb me. This king will kill him personally." The existence of these people actually somewhat disturbed him. He might as well leave. However, Suyu shouted, "Don't fall for it." Above, Chongqing and the others were going crazy. What should they do? Should they return or not? Baijan was also extremely angry. He shouted, "Chongqing, 6,000 years ago, I told you that when I return, I will definitely surpass the ancient times. Retreat." Chongqing's expression changed. He shouted, "Retreat." In an instant, the group of people retreated. Seeing this, Suyu could only return to his original appearance. He sighed and said, "I can't fake this. You're really shameless. You're even more shameless than the ancient times. I'm disgusted. Sorry, I really can't say such disgusting words." Baijan was a little angry. "Suyu, is this all you dare to do?" Suyu was speechless. "You brought people to surround and kill me, and you still say that's all I dare to do? You double-standard dog, die a horrible death." Baijan punched out. Flames burned the sky. "I'll kill you first." As for Suyu, he started running again. He fled rapidly, screaming repeatedly, "Don't fight anymore. I admit defeat." The more Baijan chased, the more solemn he became. "What are you trying to do? Why do you keep stalling for time?" Suyu was stalling for time. Yes, he was now sure that Suyu was stalling for time. This guy was very strong. From the time he fought with him, he escaped very easily. It did not look like he was going to be killed by him at all. Suyu was stronger than expected, and Suyu suddenly stopped. His expression was solemn. He turned his head. "You actually saw through it." Baijan was shocked. Suyu quickly grinned. "F*ck your grandpa, you're really stupid. You actually only saw through it now. F*ck, I thought you saw through it from the beginning. F*ck, I'm dying of laughter. Suyu. An angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. Baijan realized that this guy, Su Yu, really did not deserve to die from anger. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, what a stupid Baijan. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You actually only said it now. Su Yu, why are you stalling for time? It's really funny. Su Yu laughed crazily. His laughter caused the surroundings to tremble. And Baijan's expression was already frighteningly ugly. Why did Su Yu keep stalling? In the lower realms, Su Yu fought Baijan. He barely fought them head-on, instead stalling for time. Why was he stalling? Because Su Yu needed some time. He needed time to perfect his plan. There were some things that plans could not keep up with, and he had to constantly change his plans. At this moment, the upper realms. Everyone's hearts were heavy. There seemed to be a great war in the lower realms, though they were not sure if it was. But at this moment, something happened in the upper realms. Suddenly, a storm stirred at the Tao source. In the next moment, the great Tao shook, the power of rules fluctuated, and the great Tao of the human sovereign rippled. In the blink of an eye, a scene that blotted out the sky appeared before everyone. It was Su Yu and Baijan. Su Yu, the gates of hell. In order to receive the human sovereign, you've truly gone mad. You didn't even hesitate to sacrifice the human sovereign and the others, you beasts. So, the fact that I brought people to kill those sinners this time must have made you feel sorry for me, right? Baijan, not really. If they died, then so be it. If they didn't die, how would they have received Yuqing and Pelong? How would they have expanded the crack in the gates of hell? If they didn't die, then others would. I just didn't expect you to want to unify the Myriad realms so soon. So, you, Baijan, are the greatest traitors. Baijan, you are too smart. Perhaps, from the very beginning, from the first tide, your people have been lurking in the shadows. As for you, you've only reached the pinnacle. Perhaps from the first tide flow onwards, your people have been killing people loyal to the human emperor. I think, perhaps I'm right. So, all the wars over the last 100,000 years have been caused by you. Countless humans have died in battle, countless ancient experts have died. It's all because of you. The ancestral teachings of the sinners are to not let King Wen and the others return. Perhaps there's another rule, to not let the human sovereign and the others return. In fact, the master of time might have been tricked by you. Baijan, Su Yu, you're too smart. Yes, it was just a few sentences. And these few short sentences seemed to have been cut. The image was a little blurry, and it was the kind that had been cut over and over again. It felt like a cut version. Baijan's words were too clever. Actually, this wasn't the right time to continue, but one must know how to edit. The giant image continued to appear in the sky above the Tao origin ground, which continued to play on a loop. At that instant, the entire upper realm fell silent. Impossible. Wu Ji and the others were stunned. This was impossible. This couldn't be true. It was impossible for His Majesty to do this. His killing of Su Yu in the lower bound seemed to have been projected to the upper bound. Perhaps it was Su Yu's doing, or perhaps it was something else. In these few short sentences, Baijan admitted that he was a traitor. He admitted that for the past 100,000 years, the war had actually been led by his people, and that they had been secretly killing the Renhuang's secret guards. Not only that, Baijan seemed to be colluding with the sinners. Not only was there collusion, but Baijan's meaning was that if these people died, then so be it. Killing these people was only to bring Pelong and Yuqing out. And these people seemed to be abandoned as well. At this moment, Wu Ji's expression completely changed. Yu Luo and Yu Zhao's expressions also changed. Before they had a chance to say anything, Wu Ji shouted coldly, "Don't move, do you want to die?" The instant the image appeared, Hong Yu and the others soon surrounded them. Around them, the Tao integration stage and heavenly monarchs were all in fear, unease, disbelief, and shock. Wu Ji looked toward the Tao origin ground, and his expression became more and more unsightly. Fake. It's all fake. That was what he said, but was it really fake? The real couldn't be fake, and the fake couldn't be real either. As for how Su Yu had projected these images, Wu Ji didn't know. It might have something to do with the river of time, or it might have something to do with the great Tao of the human emperor. This thing was a lower realm that Suyu had sealed himself. He had the initiative. Wu Ji didn't dare to believe this was real, and he didn't want to believe this was real. However, there was no what if, and there was no if. If it was real, they were all finished. Next to him, Shuang sighed and looked toward Yu Luo and the others. So, you and His Majesty are on the same side, and we may have been pawns from the beginning. We feel that you are pawns, and you may have been watching a joke all this time, right? There was a hint of self-mockery in his voice. His Majesty, why did he do this? Is this the result of us following him? Yu Luo's expression was ugly, and her brows furrowed slightly. Bai Zhan's words revealed many meanings, and of course, almost all of them were true. At this moment, Yu Luo said solemnly, everyone. His Majesty has His Majesty's goal, and this projection is only taken out of context. It didn't reveal the crux of His Majesty's actions. These words clearly meant that everything in the projection was real, but she felt that it didn't reveal the crux of the matter. When Yu Luo said this, Wu Ji laughed. All of this really came from His Majesty? As he laughed, he felt like crying. I still had one last ray of hope, that all of this was fake, but now, Yu Luo's words were telling him that all of this was real. That wasn't all. As the projection trembled, the eyes of Yu Qing and the others at the gates of hell flickered. Soon, one figure after another flew in their direction. Bai Zhan and Suyu had really started fighting. Bai Zhan had made his move. When he saw this, Wu Ji understood. So this really was the case. Bai Zhan was actually in cahoots with Yu Qing and the others. There were still countless unanswered questions, such as why Bai Zhan hadn't joined forces with the Hell King's bloodline, or what Bai Zhan was planning. Wu Ji didn't understand any of this. But now, he knew that he and the others were in fact abandoned pawns. Wu Ji sighed. So, Bai Zhan sent us here to find an opportunity to kill us and bring one or two more masters of the laws to the sinners? Is following him for so many years so worthless? Redmoon's expression was frosty. Kill them and retreat. Wu Ji was still spouting nonsense. Kill Yu Luo and the others and retreat, Wu Ji sighed. Retreat? Retreat where? To Human Lord Su and the others. Redmoon said in a low voice, we went the wrong way. We already made a mistake 6,000 years ago. Are we going to repeat it now? Bai Zhan had admitted it himself. Did he think he could say whatever he wanted just because he'd sealed off the lower realm when he killed Suyu in the lower realm? But in the end, Suyu had used some unknown method to project everything. What they didn't know was that Suyu had sealed off the lower realm himself. Bai Zhan had only come out because he'd been forced by Suyu to do so. Even if Bai Zhan hadn't said all this, Suyu could have fabricated a fake for him. What's more, Bai Zhan had also said a few things. All he needed to do was edit it a little. This wasn't the first time Suyu had done this. When Shan Shenwen killed Suyu at Starfall Mountain, the footage of the human realm had been edited. It was all Shan Shenwen's fault. From start to finish, Suyu's image was noble and righteous. Some things, the more you do, the more skilled you become. At this moment, on the human mountain, Wan's experts looked at the sky with a strange look in their eyes. Internal strife in the human race. Bai Zhan and Suyu had really started fighting. What shocked them even more was that Bai Zhan and the Jail King's bloodline were actually on the same side. 6,000 years ago, they actually didn't deal with Wan. This was unexpected. In other words, they were lucky to have survived all these years. On the side of Emperor Yu's residence, people were a little uneasy. Thankfully, it was Suyu who had caused such a scene in the Dao Essence. In other words, Suyu hadn't reached the point where he couldn't fight back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to transmit all of this up here. At this moment, the king of the state of Great Zhou and the others weren't paying attention to Wan. Instead, they were all looking at Wu Ji and the others. Wan Tianqing said in a low voice, Wu Ji and the others are in danger. Rescue? His Majesty probably wants to subdue them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially projected them. In that case, there was no need. Since the projection was up, it wasn't for them to see, but for Wu Ji and the others. The others didn't need to see this. King Zhou glanced over. Wu Ji's side had Yu Luo, Yu Xiao, and Lei Bao. Even Wu Ji and the others would have a hard time taking them down, not to mention the many experts of the sinners. two masters of the law. Once they joined the battle, it would be a huge problem, but it wouldn't be easy to rescue them. Once one side restrained them, it would also be a huge problem. King Zhou furrowed his brows. Usually, Suyu would instruct them in detail on how to respond and what to do. But this time, Suyu said very little. Why, how could they subdue one in such a situation? As for the fact that one's people had been captured, they were all on Suyu's side. Could it be that he wanted to reveal that their people had been captured? But at this time, was there any use? King Zhou's mind raced. What kind of result did His Majesty want? He didn't know. He really didn't know. King of Great Zhou quickly judged and shouted, Death Spirit King, Fat Ball, Tong Tian, quickly go and help. The three experts would go rescue them first. As for how one would choose, he didn't know. He would most likely stop them because this was one's only chance. King Zhou's head hurt, at this time, on Human Mountain. As the experts moved, Corona and the others' eyes lit up. Stop them. Quick, this is our only chance. The chance was here. This time, Suyu was really starting a three-way battle. They didn't expect that the result they waited for would really come. They waited for a change. Choosing to compromise before was the right choice. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago. As expected, Heavenly Ancient's decision was correct. And at this time, Heavenly Ancient's heart moved. He was about to say something when his expression changed. No, wait, what? Corona and the others couldn't believe it. You're still waiting? Celestial Venerable Huang said angrily. Are we waiting for them to rescue us? Once they join forces and defeat the Hell King's bloodline, our deaths will come. Heavenly Ancient frowned. Wait a moment. So you shouldn't have thought of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have projected himself. Don't act rashly, Celestial Venerable Huang shouted angrily. You've been scared out of your wits by Suyu. Heavenly Ancient, this is our only chance. If we miss this chance, we won't have any more. Bastard, Heavenly Ancient wanted to say more, but Celestial Venerable Huang shouted, kill our way out. If we don't want to die at the hands of Suyu, we have to cooperate with the Hell King's bloodline to kill these guys. This is our only chance. The Hell King's bloodline and Baijian's group haven't attacked us for many years. They probably have their own plans. Only Suyu wants to kill us. His conjecture was not wrong. At this moment, the other Celestial Venerables moved. Some looked towards the Divine Emperor Concubine and Heavenly Ancient. Heavenly Ancient frowned. Would Suyu create such a desperate situation and crisis for himself? But Suyu was entangled, and Martial Emperor seemed to have been drawn away. All of Suyu's strength was here. Then, where exactly did it go wrong? He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out either. Looking at the King of Great Zhou's panicked expression, he probably hadn't expected such an outcome. What's wrong? But now, there was no time for him to think. Celestial Venerable Yu and the others were very restless. Heavenly Ancient suspected that if he stopped them now, one might start an internal conflict. He was once again propped up against a bonfire. The Dao integration stage cultivators below were probably scared out of their wits. Now, they saw hope from their despair, and they shouted, kill our way out. There was still a chance to kill their way out now. Heavenly Ancient wanted to shout, don't rush, wait a little longer. Suyu wasn't that simple, but the crowd was surging, and he couldn't object. Before Heavenly Ancient could speak, Holy Marquis, who had been supporting him, said softly, kill our way out. Your Highness, if we wait any longer, something might happen. We finally have a chance. But, Heavenly Venerable Dao interrupted him. Heavenly Ancient, don't hesitate. If you hesitate now, do you want to be killed by Suyu? At this point, Heavenly Ancient frowned. There was no other way. If they continued to stop them, their morale would be completely shattered. Forget it. Heavenly Ancient sighed in his heart. It really wasn't that simple. Suyu wasn't the kind of person who would place himself in a death trap. He even suspected that the lower bound seal was Suyu's doing. The possibility of that was too high, but at this point, there was no other choice. Heavenly Ancient closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted, attack. Kill. They were to stop Suyu's side from going to help. Even if they did, they couldn't send many. After the Hell King's faction killed Wu Ji and the others, they would probably come to deal with Suyu's people. Although Heavenly Ancient said that, he still quickly transmitted his voice to the Celestial Venerables. Focus on holding them back. Don't kill them, otherwise, I'm afraid. Before he finished, Celestial Venerable Huang and the others quickly led their people out. They were speechless towards Heavenly Ancient. At this time, he was still so indecisive. Now, the chance had come. Wasn't this the chance we were waiting for? Heavenly Ancient was helpless and quickly transmitted to the Divine Emperor Consort. Consort, things aren't that simple. So you let you continue your Tao, knowing that it's going to be troublesome. Now, he even projected himself into the upper bound and started a full-scale war with the three sides. This isn't right. The Divine Emperor Consort was solemn as well. Yes, she was worried as well. But at this point, she couldn't control everyone and make them wait. I know. Be careful. Do as you said and hold them back. Let's see what happens to the sinners. And Suyu's sighed. The Divine Emperor Consort didn't say more. She quickly flew out and soon met with the people flying over. The Divine Emperor Consort said solemnly, then the three of you can go over. I think the others should just rest here. I have no intention of fighting with you. She also kept an eye on him. She didn't stop the Death Spirit Emperor and the others, nor could she stop them. But at this moment, she didn't want to fight with Suyu's side. She might as well hold them back for a while. As for the result, it was up to the heavens. On the other side, Celestial Venerable Huang and the others were quickly fighting with some of the human powerhouses. Down below, the Dao Integration Cultivators also rushed out to fight the human Dao Integration Cultivators. The Great Zhou King presided over the void and quickly mobilized his troops. His Majesty has been merciful to Wan and has never destroyed you. Now that you brought about your own destruction, even if the sinners and the rebels join forces, they won't be able to change anything. Humph. With a cold snort, Celestial Venerable Huang charged toward him. On Suyu's side, there were 13 Celestial Venerables and 1 Master of the Laws. Now that the Death Spirit Emperor, Fat Ball, and Skirich had left, there were only 11 Celestial Venerables left. On Wan's side, there were 9 Celestial Venerables and 1 Master of the Laws. The Divine Emperor Concubine blocked the South King and Wan Tianxing. Although they didn't fight, the other 9 had a chance to suppress them one-on-one. The Corona and Holy Marquis were powerful. On Suyu's side, the powerful Fat Ball had left, and the South King was facing off against the Master of the Laws. The remaining people would find it difficult to match the Holy Marquis and the Corona. The Chaotic Dragon could fight, but this guy was just a bystander. He and the 8-winged tiger could only hold back 2 Celestial Venerables. They didn't dare run, but they didn't go all out either. In an instant, Wan had the upper hand. Fortunately, Suyu's side also had Heavenly Kings and top existences. Marquis Lan Shan and Heavenly Fire were quite powerful. If they joined forces, they could restrain these Celestial Venerables. Although they didn't know what Suyu was planning, they could only do their best to stop Wan, deep within Chaotic Mountain. When Yuqing and the others sensed Wan's powerhouses charging out to block Suyu's side, they smiled. Their speed instantly increased. Yuqing shouted, "Yu Luo, hold them back. Don't let them get too far. Kill them." Wu Ji and the other Celestial Venerables, as well as some Heavenly Kings who had reached Dao Integration, could all be killed. Receiving 1 or 2 Masters of the Law wouldn't be a problem. Yuqing's speed was extremely fast, and the Dragon King laughed heartily. Suyu's side was finished. Suyu was also stupid to fight Baijian in the lower realms. Otherwise, Baijian might not have dealt with Suyu so quickly. 2 Masters of the Law, Yu Zhan, who was close to becoming a Master of the Law, and Celestial Venerable Mo. Even if Emperor Death and the others came, they wouldn't be enough for Suyu's side. With Skirich around, they arrived quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 people appeared in front of them. Yuqing looked at them coldly. "You want to stop me?" She instantly charged at Emperor Death. Yu Zhan automatically faced Fat Ball, and Celestial Venerable Mo and Skirich were entangled. Just as the Dragon King was about to attack, Yuqing shouted, "Palong, help Yu Luo and the others kill those people. We'll hold these guys back. This time, leave no one alive." Once they killed these people, they would have no problem welcoming the 3 Masters of the Law. Although Palong wanted to kill Suyu's people first, there was still a Master of the Law here, so it wasn't easy to kill them. Wu Ji's group, on the other hand, was much easier to kill. He didn't say much, just laughed, and tore through the air toward Wu Ji's group. On Wu Ji's side, the 6 celestial venerables were already fighting each other. Wu Ji against Yu Luo, Crimson Moon against Yu Xiao, and Blood Shadow against Lei Bao. Wu Ji was furious. He gritted his teeth. I knew you were up to no good, you ugly woman, but I didn't expect you to collude. Bastard, I'll kill you. Yu Luo wasn't weak. In fact, she was on par with him. However, she had been severely wounded by Emperor Wu's punch. Now, she was being beaten back by Wu Ji's frenzied attacks. Around them, the Heavenly Kings and Dao Integration Stage cultivators were filled with despair, grief, and rage. There were even some who gritted their teeth and charged toward the 3 of them. However, there were still people who stood on Yu Luo's side. Someone quickly shouted, everything's fake. It's all Suyu's doing. It wasn't His Majesty's intention. Stop them. 5 or 6 of the 20-odd Dao Integration Stage cultivators also charged out to stop those people from surrounding Yu Luo and the others. All of a sudden, the situation was thrown into complete chaos. The upper realm, which was originally just a standoff, was instantly thrown into chaos. Crimson Moon shouted, hurry up and kill them. Retreat. Palong was coming, they couldn't stop him, he was very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, Suyu's group had already mobilized 3 powerful cultivators to reinforce them. If more people came, it would be too late. If more people came, they would fall into a disadvantageous position on the Wan side. Things had clearly been going extremely smoothly. They should have been able to eliminate the 2 sides. Why did things suddenly change? Within the crowd, Marquis Jiannan's expression was also filled with despair. I had originally thought that even if His Majesty didn't get along with human leader Su, he would still fall out with human leader Su after destroying the Wan side and the Sinners tribe. Why did things turn out like this? The human race hasn't won yet. Must things turn out this way? He knew that Baijian might fall out with Suyu. However, in his eyes, that should wait until the final moment. He would deal with Suyu after dealing with the other problems. Not now. Your Majesty, Marquis Jiannan roared. In the next instant, his aura became more powerful. No, he's no longer the human leader, and he's no longer the 100-battle monarch of the human race. He's a traitor. He's a traitor to the human race. Slay the traitor. How much he revered Baijian in the past was how much he hated him now. He still worshipped Baijian, this was because Baijian was truly very powerful. He was also very charismatic in the past. Even when he was an enemy of Suyu, he still stood by Baijian. As long as Baijian's goal was to strengthen the human race, even if he felt that Suyu was not in the wrong. But the last time he met Suyu, he had said that there was no need to show mercy in battle. Both sides merely had a difference in ideals, but at this moment, it was no longer a difference in ideals. Baijian was a liar through and through, a traitor. His goal was not to strengthen the human race. Baijian's words had completely overturned everything. Baijian had long forgotten about the human race, and he had even secretly harmed the human race. At this moment, Marquis Jiannan was in complete despair. He had completely given up. Kill. Marquis Jiannan was also very powerful. He had long advanced to the Heavenly King realm, and he was stronger than Marquis Fire Cloud in the past. Although he had not reached the Heavenly Venerate level, the difference was not that great. With a thrust of his spear, he killed a Dao Integration cultivator who was obstructing them on the spot. Beside him, Marquis Nanchi also sighed softly. After going around in circles, we were wrong. It was somewhat sorrowful. Back then, when Suyu rescued them, they thought that no matter how strong Suyu was, he was still no match for Baijian. In the end, it did not take long for Baijian to reveal his true colors. He was the traitor. Instead, it was Suyu, who was actually the only hope of the human race. How ironic, of the few that were rescued, only Giant Axe and Shui Lan submitted to Suyu. As for Shui Lan, that was something that happened later. If it was just a projection, everyone might not have believed it. However, Yu Luo and the others were there to obstruct them, and Palong was charging over. At this time, they had no choice but to believe it. Baijian. At this moment, Wu Ji roared angrily. He punched Yu Luo, causing him to vomit blood and his body to explode. His aura instantly strengthened. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll go intercept Palong. You guys join forces, and kill these people. Even if we die, we have to kill them. Baijan. Bastard. The greater the hope, the greater the despair. In the past, for the sake of Baijan's plan, they abandoned everything and followed Baijan. They followed him all the way, suffering countless casualties. They even watched helplessly as some of their old comrades chose to fight and die in the heavens because of differences in ideals. They were guilty, however, they still felt that there was hope. Today's sacrifice was for a better tomorrow. But now, this illusion had been shattered. Wu Ji's aura instantly strengthened. He rapidly flew up into the sky and looked at Palong. With a resolute expression, he gnashed his teeth and said, Come and fight. In the distance, Palong looked at him with contempt. What a laughable fellow, he wasn't even a master of the laws and yet he dared to stop him. Could he even stop him? Then you should just die. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. In an instant, Palong charged at him. His wings flickered, and with a squelch, Wu Ji's spear snapped in half. A deep gash appeared on his chest. The disparity was too great, Wu Ji roared, his blood energy increasing by another 30%. With a roar, he punched out at Palong. Hold on a little longer, the people behind him had killed Yu Luo and the others. Even if they couldn't defeat Palong, they still had a chance to escape. Wu Ji roared, Kill them and retreat. Skyspan, take them away. Before, we were wrong. I must stop Palong. Stop fighting, find a chance to retreat. If they gathered together, Wan and the sinners might not dare to fight to the death. In the upper realms, the slaughter was turning the world upside down. In the lower realms, Suyu constantly fled, constantly entangled, and always had a smile on his face. When he sensed something, he sensed that the power of his great Tao was constantly being consumed. It wasn't him that was being consumed, but rather the battle in the upper realms had begun. The people who had fused with his world were being consumed. Suyu knew that a great battle had erupted. As expected, Wan had come out to stop him. That's fine too. Suyu smiled and looked at the distant Baijan. At this time, Suyu was slightly injured, but Baijan's expression was cold. He had chased Suyu all the way, but Suyu was incomparably crafty. Even if he had to pay a price, he wanted to shake off Baijan's pursuit. Suyu smiled. Baijan, it seems that the upper realms are fighting. Do you think your people will win, or mine? Baijan coldly said, You sealed the lower realms and made me your enemy. You brought about your own destruction. Was there even a need to guess? The Hell King bloodline had 2 masters of the laws. There was no need to guess. If he made a move, Wan would definitely appear to stop him. Since that was the case, he was sure to win. Suyu's side was fighting 3 sides by himself. That's true, but I want to go take a look, Suyu smiled. There's no point in fighting in the lower realms. Why not go to the upper realms and take a look? If your people really win, they can join forces to kill me. If they lose, then it'll be my people joining forces to kill you. Baijan's eyes flickered as he looked at Suyu. Have you forgotten that Evergreen and Longbrow can't interfere in our battle right now? However, once they went to the upper realms, they couldn't deal with Suyu. However, with the addition of 2 celestial venerables, they could deal with Suyu's subordinates. At this moment, Baijan really didn't understand Suyu. Was Suyu really not afraid? Baijan's eyes flickered. He said indifferently, Suyu, what are you looking forward to? What are you waiting for? Don't tell me, you think Monarch Wu will return soon? He said coldly, since Jier lured him away, Monarch Wu can forget about returning in a short time. I know, Monarch Wu is an idiot, he might even be lost. Suyu smiled and said, I just feel that with you and me fighting here, no one will cry for me even if I die, it's too pitiful. If I go up and die, there will be someone to cry for me, it's a little more blissful. Without waiting for Baijan to speak, Suyu smashed heaven and earth with a palm. The great Tao rules that he had previously sealed were extracted by him. In an instant, the upper realms and lower realms were connected again. Baijan's human gate could actually be sealed again. But at this moment, Baijan also couldn't figure out Suyu's path. After careful consideration, even if he really went to the upper realms, not only would his side not be weakened, but Evergreen and the others would also have a place to use their skills. what was Suyu planning? With such doubts, he didn't stop him. Since Suyu wanted to go, then he would accompany him. Having 2 more celestial venerables and many heavenly kings was also a good thing. Moreover, if he went up, he might have enough deterrence to deter Wu Ji and the others from listening to Suyu's nonsense. Thinking of this, Baijian didn't stop him. And when Suyu saw this, he burst into laughter. In an instant, he reached the endless void, where the entrance to the burying soul mountain was, and quickly rushed up. As for Baijian, he also quickly chased after him with his people. Almost in the blink of an eye, both sides entered the upper realms. A great battle was breaking out. Suddenly, a monstrous aura rose, and everyone was shocked. The next moment, another aura rose, and then Baijian's voice sounded, "Evergreen, Everbrow, go assist Yu Luo and the others." As soon as his words fell, Baijian's voice shook the heavens and earth. "Wu Ji, Hong Yu, what are you doing? Are you going to get involved with that traitor Suyu?" And in front, Suyu was fleeing rapidly. He coughed for a while, panting, and roared, "Kill! Today, kill and turn the world upside down, and fight to the death. On Baijian's side, I will risk my life to stop him. He is not human. Baijian, cough cough. Baijian and we are not of the same race." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. King of the Great Zhou and the others all looked in Suyu's direction. At this moment, Suyu was fleeing, and behind him, Baijian was chasing him. Evergreen and Everbrow, on the other hand, led their people and quickly flew toward Wu Ji's side. 2 heavenly venerables, several heavenly kings, and more than 10 Dao integration stage cultivators. In an instant, not only did Suyu's arrival not reverse anything, but it also made Baijian's side even more powerful. Once Wu Ji and the others were killed, another master of the laws would appear, and there would be no way to fight today's battle. Suyu, really lost? At this moment, Tiangu, who was in the rear, frowned slightly as he watched Suyu flee. He still had a vague feeling that something was wrong. But at this time, Suyu's side's defeat was already set in stone. How could he still turn the tables? At this time, Suyu roared, "Powerhouses of the Wan realms, help me kill the enemy. I've captured all your clansmen in the lower realms. If you don't help me, I'll die, and so will they." As soon as these words came out, Tiangu's heart trembled. The Holy Marquis and the others also paled. A moment later, the Holy Marquis raged, "Suyu, you demon, do you think you can get away with this? Even if you capture them, after this battle, you will lose. I, the Wan realms, still have my clansmen in the higher realms, but your human race will be exterminated." Suyu had captured his clansmen in the lower realms. Did this demon really not care about anything else? But at this time, how could they help Suyu? Suyu's side was clearly at a disadvantage, and Suyu acted without the slightest scruple. He might as well destroy them now. As for their clansmen, no one was willing to part with them, but the higher realms still had their inheritances. If they were truly destroyed, then they could only count on the people in the higher realms. Unless the higher realms were also destroyed, there would always be a choice. "You're really heartless." As Suyu fled, he roared, "Aren't you afraid that the higher realms will also be destroyed? Will Baijian let you go? Fools! Cooperate with me, and I'll leave some foundation for you." At this moment, no one paid attention to him. At this time, they could not be threatened by Suyu. As for the fleeing Suyu, as he ran, he watched and observed. There were a few ruthless Wan realms who were charging at the front. Wu Ji was about to die. His battle prowess erupted, and he burned his vitality. He was not weak, but unfortunately, he encountered an Palong. The Palong almost crushed him. If not for Wu Ji disregarding everything, he would have long been killed. How pitiful. But there was no sympathy. "He deserved to die. Who asked you to be blind?" In the back, Baijian kept frowning. Was there a need for Suyu to pretend to be pitiful? How could he be so pitiful? In the lower realms, although Baijian had injured him, to Suyu, it was only a small injury. Even at this moment, he still did not understand what Suyu was planning. As for Suyu, seeing that the situation was about right, his aura suddenly became stronger, and his voice became cold. "Is it about time? Kings of Great Zhou, listen up. Celestial Venerable Wan, kill half of them. Human Slaughtering Mountain Wan, kill all of them. Kings of Great Zhou and the others were stunned. What kind of joke was this? It was difficult to maintain the balance now. If they could kill, they would have done so long ago. As for Tiangu, his brows twitched violently, and he felt extremely uneasy. Suyu's indifferent voice rose again. Kill until one's expert agrees to help me destroy the sinners. Otherwise, continue killing. He said it as if it was true. Celestial Venerable Huang and the others almost laughed. Was Suyu going crazy from the blow? How could he say such words? Why should we help you? Who do you think you are? Merge. With a roar, Suyu unsealed all the great Tao power in his world. The Book of Time merged with heaven and earth. Except for the cover of the recipe, everything merged. At this moment, on Suyu's side, Queen South's aura suddenly grew stronger. Marquis Lan Shan reached the celestial venerable level, and so did Skyfire. Not only that, but King of Great Qin, Da Xiao of Goguryeo, all the experts that merged with Suyu's world experienced a sudden increase in strength. Princess Consort Qi reached the peak of celestial venerable and was on her way to becoming a master of the laws. It could even be said that she was a master of the laws in Suyu's world. But now, outside, she couldn't advance any further. In the blink of an eye, there were several more celestial venerables. Marquis Lan Shan and Skyfire became celestial venerables. Shui Lan and Marquis Giant Bamboo also possessed a bit of celestial venerable aura. Queen South even possessed the strength of a master of the laws. In Suyu's world, she had become a true master of the laws. As for the other unification Daos, they all experienced a great increase in strength. In an instant, the combat strength of Suyu's subordinates doubled, and that wasn't all. At this moment, a projection of heaven and earth covered Human Mountain. The divine imperial consort's expression changed dramatically. However, she didn't have time to stop it. The enormous projection instantly enveloped the entire Human Mountain. Boom! With a loud explosion, the vicinity of Human Mountain was covered by heaven and earth. In an instant, everyone's aura skyrocketed. In the rear, Baijian was shocked. How is this possible? How can your world invade the upper realms? When did Suyu's heaven and earth shift to this side? This wasn't just a projection of heaven and earth. In fact, it represented that Suyu's world was nearby. Logically speaking, his world could only exist in the primordial chaos. Suyu smiled foolishly. I forgot to tell you, Human Mountain is actually a mountain in the primordial chaos. Don't you know this? That can't be right. I remember someone told me on the first day that Human Mountain was a mountain that Monarch Wen and the others moved from the primordial chaos. This is also the primordial chaos. Suyu smiled foolishly. I've been moving every day these past few days. I'm exhausted. Don't you know? What a pity. Human Mountain is a good place. One actually chose Human Mountain as his territory. I really have to thank their 8 generations of ancestors. Human Mountain was really good. He liked Human Mountain so much. This was the primordial chaos mountain. No one knew about it? Suyu had an honest expression. Strange. How can we not know? Everyone knows that Human Mountain is chaotic mountain. Aren't you guys too stupid? Baijian cursed in his heart. We know, however, he was still shocked. The upper realms is the land where Human Emperor created the world. Under the collision of heaven and earth, it's impossible for you to invade the upper realms without any reaction from the land of Tao origin. He really knew a lot of things. As for Suyu, he was also very helpful. He nodded his head and smiled honestly. That's right, but the Human Emperor is a good person. When he saw how powerful my mortal master seal was, he could tell that I was the human master, so he didn't care. Don't you know? That Human Emperor is a good person? As long as the human race is good, he doesn't care about the great Tao. He even wanted to give it to me, but I didn't want it. I remember saying that too? Didn't I say that? Alright, Baijian didn't seem to know. The King of Great Zhou and the others knew. There would be a conflict. They were all heaven creators. Suyu even invaded Human Emperor's territory. How could there not be a conflict? But Human Emperor is a good person. I like to bully honest people. Achoo. At this moment, in the upper reaches of the River of Time, a shadow suddenly sneezed. The surroundings shook. What was going on? You are a supreme expert, the shadow muttered. I seem to have been scolded by someone. It's a dog. He took benefits from me and scolded me, more than once. He doesn't recognize me at all. That grandson invaded my dojo. I can't be bothered with him. I'll let him occupy it. After all, he knew that grandson was the one who didn't want the power of the great Tao that he gave him last time. Occupying the dojo. On account of my sister, I can't be bothered with him. I didn't even prepare to take the great Tao. I gave it to you directly. If you don't want it, then occupying the dojo is not a big deal. But why do I feel that not only is this grandson not grateful, but he seems to be scolding me for being stupid? *CK Your ancestors, is this something a human would do? There's a huge change, in the infinite worlds. The shadow murmured. Soon, he looked at Xingyu and murmured, is he really crippled? Crippled my ass, he even wanted to invade my dojo. Does he look like he's crippled? Why do I feel that my sister is lying to me? What exactly is going on in the infinite worlds? Until now, he was still confused and could not guess. Also, why did this grandson invade my dojo? The chaos world is so huge. You can set up your world anywhere you want. Why did you have to snatch mine? Is the territory I established more desirable? This was something that the human emperor could not understand. What is this grandson doing? Recently, there had been a lot of activity. Although he was used to being scammed, this grandson that he had never met would not scam him again, right? Covering human mountain with heaven and earth was what Suyu had been doing for the past few days. 7 days, each day, he would send out a strong practitioner. Every time a strong practitioner appeared and their auras fluctuated, it was time for Suyu to move heaven and earth. As for pressuring one and forcing one, he was bored out of his mind. He could kill them in one breath, and they would still tremble in fear. There was an advantage to this. Moving heaven and earth would cause quite a commotion, and it wouldn't be small. At this moment, when a celestial venerable appeared, no matter how big the commotion was, no one would sense it. Perhaps they would only think that it was caused by the celestial venerable's aura fluctuating. 7 days was enough for Suyu to move heaven and earth above human mountain. This was called moving in secret, and now, the harvest had come. The human mountain was originally a chaotic mountain, but the human mountain was considered a mountain in the human emperor's training ground. Ordinary people were not allowed to invade it, but Suyu had no problem with it. The main foundation of his great Tao was the human master seal, thus, the human emperor gave him the territory. Thus, today's scene occurred. Suyu's heaven and earth descended, covering human mountain. In that instant, everyone on Suyu's side, even those who hadn't merged with the Tao, had their strength greatly increase. Suyu gave them power, while Wan's power was instantly weakened. One weakened, the other strengthened. In an instant, the gap was completely widened. As for Suyu, his voice reverberated through the universe. With a cold tone, he shouted, "Kill! Kill until Wan takes the initiative to attack and kill the master of the law. Kill! Wipe out Wan's foundation in the higher worlds. Since he doesn't want the lower worlds, then he doesn't want the higher worlds either. Destroy Wan first." Suyu's voice shook the world. At this moment, his coldness was boundless. Dragon of Chaos, 8-winged tiger, delay for me and fish in troubled waters. King of Great Zhou, kill them. In the world, the expressions of the Dragon of Chaos and the 8-winged tiger changed. This grandson was really terrifying. Kill. The two chaotic ancient beasts exploded. With a rumble, Celestial Venerable Ming and Celestial Venerable Phoenix, who were fighting them. Celestial Venerable Ming was wrapped by the Dragon of Chaos tail. In the blink of an eye, Celestial Venerable Ming was torn to pieces. His body was torn into pieces. Just as the Sea of Will appeared, he was burned to ashes by the Chaos Dragon's dragon flame. Here, these people were all suppressed. The first Celestial Venerable was killed just like that, almost in an instant. The difference was too great. Celestial Venerable Ming wasn't strong in the first place. Furthermore, he had encountered the Dragon of Chaos, and his strength had been suppressed. At this point, no matter how stupid the chaotic dragon was, he knew that if he didn't go all out, he would die. If Suyu found out that he and the 8-winged tiger were just bystanders, he would really die. At this moment, at the back of the crowd, Tiangu felt relieved. He had guessed it. He didn't guess the specifics, but he guessed that Suyu must have prepared something. Sure enough, he never thought that he would lose. Everything he did was prepared. Celestial Venerable Ming was dead, that wasn't all. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Huang roared from afar. However, his opponent was the eight-winged tiger. At this moment, the eight-winged tiger had also gone berserk. Its 8 wings flapped furiously, tearing the void apart with each flap. At this time, the 8-winged tiger also went all out. Suyu, this fellow, was truly sinister. He couldn't afford to offend him, even if he was injured. He had to kill a Celestial Venerable. Even further away, Celestial Venerable Yu and the others were being beaten to the point of vomiting blood as they flew backward. A large number of Dao integration stage cultivators were quickly killed. The Great Qin King, who was decisive in killing, led Xiao Longgu and the others toward the human mountain, killing on sight. Massacre. The Great Qin King's spear danced in the air. At this moment, the Celestial Venerables and Heavenly Kings were blocked. No one was a match for the Great Qin King. One spear for one. One after another, they were killed in a suicidal manner. Tiangu's expression was one of sorrow. On the other side, the Divine Emperor concubine was blocked by King Nan alone. Not only that, but King Nan's aura was powerful, and he used his great Dao as a whip to whip the Divine Emperor concubine until she was covered in blood. Defeated, utterly defeated, cries and screams erupted across the entire human mountain. Despair, pain, wailing. Tiangu had already seen it. He saw Daxia of Goguryeo leading his people towards the celestial race's territory. The people of the lower bound were in Suyu's hands. Once the celestial race in the upper bound was destroyed, then the celestial race would be completely exterminated. Tiangu suddenly aged a lot, and his hair was turning gray. This was the first time he felt the danger of his race being exterminated. It was right in front of him, and his race was about to be exterminated. In the many battles he had with Suyu, he had never gained the upper hand, not even a little bit. Tiangu's back was hunched. I know. I should know. Unfortunately, I am not in charge of this world. I can't convince everyone with this one. With a sorrowful expression, he ignored the celestial venerables and the heavenly kings. He looked back and saw the Great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo slaughtering. These people had fought for 500 years and killed countless people. Why would they care about that? This was a war between races. Any race that was defeated would end up like this. And now, the human race had won. 500 years ago, when Wan killed his way into the human realm, he also plunged the people into misery and suffering. The common people were almost exterminated. A group of palace lords stood up, accepted the inheritance, and became eternal. They fought everywhere, killed everywhere, and protected the human realm. In the past 500 years, there had been endless battles and countless small battles. Too many people had died. The demon-subduing army of Daxia province had called back 5 times in a row because Daxia province had suffered heavy losses in the heavens, and countless experts had died in battle. Soldiers were scarce. All of this was very cruel. Today, they had won a great victory. Daxia of Goguryeo and the others were all generals, and they did not show any mercy. They killed until blood flowed like a river. There were only about 50 million people in the upper bound, and in the blink of an eye, their corpses were everywhere. Countless people were crying. With a sorrowful expression, Tiangu's voice resounded through the world. My celestial race has surrendered. Your Majesty, Emperor Yu, please give my celestial race a way out. Tiangu, thanks your Majesty. His knees could not go soft. 100,000 years after the ancient times, he had led the celestial race and fought the human race for 100,000 years. He had never felt such despair and pain as today. If the celestial race continued to fight, they would be exterminated. His knees could not go soft, but at this moment, he had to. With a rumble, Tiangu knelt to the ground and kowtowed in Suyu's direction. Emperor of the celestial race, Tiangu, has surrendered. I hope my emperor will grant my celestial race a way out. He had surrendered, regardless of whether he surrendered or not. At this moment, he kowtowed to the new emperor. This had never happened before in the ancient times. Suyu's indifferent voice rang out, go kill Palong, kill Yu Zhan, kill Yu Qing. Only those above Dao integration are allowed. Everyone else, continue to slaughter until they kill those people. If they can't, then slaughter them all. Kill them all, then slaughter the lower bound one. At this moment, Suyu's heart was incomparably ruthless. Go kill them. If you can't kill them, then I'll slaughter your people. The faster you kill, the more you can live. If you kill too slowly, then I'll slaughter them all. Killing the master of the laws was not so simple. Even if Suyu had many experts on his side, killing the master of the laws would still result in disastrous losses. At this moment, he had to borrow a knife to kill. No, he had to steal a knife to kill. He had to kill them. If he didn't, then his entire race would be exterminated. Ancient Sky's face was filled with sorrow. A moment later, he roared, "Kill! Kill the sinners! If you don't want to be exterminated, then follow me." Boom! Ancient Sky's aura erupted, approaching that of an Empyrean. In fact, it had already reached the level of an Empyrean. With a roar, he charged forward. "Don't stop me!" Suyu's voice reverberated through the air once more. "Let them go. It doesn't matter if they play tricks along the way." Suyu was as indifferent as ever. Even if these people turned around halfway, so what? At this moment, even if they couldn't exterminate the three sides, they could at least inflict heavy casualties. Soon, Suyu would be able to subdue them. One was his last chance. Suyu was also hesitating. Should he exterminate the three clans or not? If he exterminated them completely, he was afraid that the human emperor and the others wouldn't be able to stop Wan's madness. But if Ancient Sky and the others really turned around and attacked again, Suyu wouldn't give them any chance to live. At this moment, Ancient Sky, Empyrean Dao, Corona, Saint Marquis, and the Divine Emperor Concubine all abandoned their opponents. They didn't care about anything else as they charged into the distance. Saint Marquis and Corona's faces were filled with sorrow. "Perhaps, we should have listened to Ancient Sky from the start." Behind them, the slaughter continued. The humans were still slaughtering the one. Ancient Sky howled, "Faster! Faster! Faster!" Every second, a large number of people would be slaughtered. They still had to kill Yu Zhan and the others. If they couldn't kill them, then the 50 million people behind them would be slaughtered. Suyu would slaughter the lower realms. He could do it. Suyu was ruthless and dark. Everyone knew this. At this moment, Suyu stood in the void, looking at Baijan, who had stopped in his tracks. He said coolly, "Brother Baijan, you don't seem to be very smart. Since you know that I opened the sky, you, a person who hasn't opened the sky, are using your butt to compare with me?" Baijan's face was cold. Suyu was no longer smiling. At this moment, his face was filled with contempt, indifference, and disdain. "How many more cards do you have? Take them all out and let me see. People like you, even if you cooperate with the sinners, you won't have too few tricks up your sleeve. You won't not guard against them. Other than Zhouji, is there nothing else?" Baijan looked at him coldly. "You think you won?" Suyu smiled. "Many people told me that, and in the end, they were right. I really won. Thank you." In the next moment, Suyu's cold voice rang out again, "King Nan, King of Great Zhou, go, capture Evergreen and the others alive. I want to see them alive. I want to see them cut into 1,000 pieces in front of all the worlds in the universe. I don't want them to die too easily." "Yes, sir." With a shout, 5 or 6 supreme powerhouses quickly flew toward Chongqing and the others. Chongqing and Long Eyebrow's group had been flying toward Hell's Gate. At this moment, their expressions changed. King Nan. Not only King Nan, but also King Zhou, Blue Sky, and Wan Tiansheng. When Wan's people went to fight with the Hell King's bloodline, they had no opponents. At this moment, the situation had completely changed. Baijan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them in an instant. Divine light shone in his eyes. "You want to defeat me? Not enough. Not enough," these were Baijan's words. "Kill you, and everything will naturally end. After killing Suyu, everything would come to an end. If your world collapses, they will all die. Suyu, you actually let them merge into your world. This is the path to death. The faster you became stronger, the faster you would collapse. The core was only Suyu, kill Suyu, and everything would end." He shouted, "Yuqing, Palong, break away from your opponents and kill Suyu. Kill Suyu, and everything would end." He wouldn't need to waste any more energy. He shouted again, "Tiangu, as long as they wait a little longer, everything will end. Do you really want to be Suyu's pawns? Idiots." He won't dare to kill all of you. If he does, the human emperor and the others will be attacked by Wan's master of the laws. As soon as these words were spoken, Wan's people paused for a moment. But at this moment, Suyu waved his hand. In an instant, over 10 eternal powerhouses appeared and exploded, disappearing without a trace. Suyu's expression was cold, and he didn't say anything. One could give it a try. These dozen or so eternal experts were experts who had been left behind in the lower realms by the various clans. But now, they had been easily turned to ash by Suyu. Incomparably cold, he reached out and made a grasping motion, causing more eternal experts to appear in the void, which were crushed to pieces. Tiangu's eyes were red. He roared, "Sovereign Yu, we didn't hesitate. Kill them. What are you waiting for? Stop Palong. And Yuqing." Suyu was truly ruthless. Baijian spoke casually. Just wait a little longer, just a little longer, and Suyu would kill all the people of Wan. Baijian was just standing there and talking was easy for him. Suyu sneered, "Baijian, you are a heartless man, a beast without a race. Do you think the Wan's experts are the same? Although Wan is our human race's enemy, whether it's humans or Wan, it's all for the sake of their race. It's not as simple as survival. Baijian, you don't understand the human heart. You told them to wait, and they had to prepare for the extermination of their race. You, a heartless beast, are you worthy of competing with me in the human heart?" He reached out again, and a large number of sun and moon Wan appeared. Suyu's indifferent voice rose again, "Kill the eternal first, then kill the sun and moon. Tiangu, there won't always be a chance. Hurry up, or else, very soon, you may see the sun and moon all fall. Kill." Tiangu roared. In the next moment, a group of people rushed into Chaotic Mountain as fast as they could. On the other side, Palong had bitten Wu Ji in two. Its mouth was chewing on Wu Ji. At this moment, it revealed a slightly cold expression as it looked at Tiangu and the others. You, boom, as soon as he opened his mouth, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Heavenly Venerable Tao used his incomparably powerful strength to instantly rush in front of him. He self-destructed his great Tao, self-destructed his body, and self-destructed everything. In the last moment, he said with some sorrow, "Sorry. Sorry. Maybe I should have believed you from the start." He, Celestial Venerable Huang, and the others had all agreed to immediately stop Suyu's people. In the end, in just a short while, the Wan faced the danger of being exterminated. It was his fault, it was all his fault, since he had chosen Tiangu. He should have believed in Tiangu, not doubted him. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Tao was determined. He knew that Palong was difficult to deal with and that it would be very difficult to kill him. It would take a long time, and if it took too long, perhaps the Wan would be exterminated. Thus, the moment he rushed over, he had a thought. Maybe I should repent. The Battle of the Wan. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Tao's figure appeared, with some sorrow and helplessness. Actually, isn't it just the battle of the human race? Whether it's the celestial race, the god race, or the devil race, they're all one. It's just, like Baijian, one of them emerged, and they left the human race. In the end, the human race is still the strongest. This world was still the world of the human race. In the battle of the Great Tao, not to mention in the River of Time, the Wan had been defeated. Rumble, a violent explosion rang out. A top celestial venerable had self-destructed without any hesitation. The explosion shattered much of Palong's body. He hadn't expected that the people of the Wan, who had been so submissive when fighting with Suyu, would end up fighting him. He was the master of the laws, and Palong wasn't weak. In fact, he was even stronger than Yuqing. Yuqing was a 4th-grade expert, and strictly speaking, Palong was close to being a 3rd-grade expert. He was a top expert among 4th-grade experts, and he was close to being a 3rd-grade existence. However, enduring the self-destruction of a top celestial venerable was no small matter. In the blink of an eye, his injuries had worsened. But at this moment, the Divine Emperor concubine roared. With determination, she plucked the hairpin from her head and transformed it into a sword. Not only that, but the phantom image of the River of Time appeared in the void. The Divine Emperor concubine roared and raised her sword. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force of the Great Tao surged into her sword. She was drawing in the power of the laws. the power of the great Tao was forcefully extracted by her, as if she were trying to fish a golden goose. But why would she care about such things? She could only gamble and hope that Suyu would keep his promise. Even if they died in battle, he would give Wan a chance. The Divine Emperor concubine roared. Empyrean Corona glanced at the Divine Emperor concubine, her expression apologetic and sorrowful. Then, she looked back at the human mountain. Imperial concubine, if the God Emperor returns, tell him. I did my best. Corona smiled. In the next moment, a great sun appeared in the void. As this great sun appeared, Corona's voice echoed in all directions. Little brother, lend me the power of the moon. Sun and moon illuminate the universe. In the distance, Empyrean eclipse hadn't been able to escape the human mountain. This was because Suyu had said to kill some. Eclipse was one of those to be killed. At this moment, Empyrean eclipse struck out with all her strength, repelling the 8-winged tiger that was trying to kill her. She smiled bitterly. I still don't believe that we, who have dominated for 100,000 years, will be defeated just like that. I don't believe it, but I know that this is just a fantasy. In the next moment, a bright moon appeared, merging with the great sun in the sky. As the sun and moon merged, a monstrous power rose up. At this moment, this power really did possess the power of a master of the laws. Imperial concubine, lead my god race to a place to rest. The huge sun swallowed up the bright moon, and in the blink of an eye, its aura surged with madness and determination. In the blink of an eye, not long after celestial Dao self-detonation, and even as Palong roared in rage, the sun and moon merged together and appeared in front of him. Palong's expression changed. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The void around him had solidified. Boom, a monstrous explosion echoed out. This was far stronger than Empyrean Dao's self-destruction. A blinding light covered the entire area, radiating out in all directions. Some of the weaker ones closed their eyes and screamed. And in the center of the light, Palong screamed. This was the same as a master of the law self-destructing. With a loud boom, half of his body was blown to smithereens. At this moment, the divine imperial concubine's eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. Her sword drew upon the power of the great Tao and slashed down. Divine sword splits the heavens. Boom, the great sword fell. With a loud rumble, this sword illuminated 10,000 worlds. As it slashed down, chaotic mountain split apart. Everything was silent for a moment. The divine imperial concubine's hair, which had turned black, instantly turned white. And across from her, Palong, whose body had just been destroyed by the sun Corona's self-destruction, now had a bloody scar on his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief, confusion, and doubt. His giant mouth opened and he said in a daze, so strong, why don't you dare fight Suyu? He was at a loss. If they were so fierce, so strong, so amazing, why didn't they fight Suyu's side to the death? If they really went all out, not to mention destroying Suyu's side, they could kill 5 or 6 Empyreans on his side. You're so strong that you can even kill me, so why don't you dare kill Suyu? We can work together. Sun Corona and Lunar Eclipse, 2 Empyreans, could actually explode with the power of a master of the laws. The divine imperial concubine herself was the same. In that case, if you're not afraid of death, why listen to Suyu? He didn't understand. Tiangu and the others didn't say a word. Why? Because Suyu would never know what he had up his sleeves. Because you would never know where Suyu was waiting for you. But you, everything about you was out in the open. Kill you, there's hope. Kill Suyu, and there's only despair. The dragon progenitor's body gradually cracked and shattered. Then, with a hint of unwillingness in its eyes, it said, if you continue to kill me, more primordial chaos ancients will appear. They will soon come out. If they killed him here, all their power would be swallowed up by the gates of hell. They would receive the existences behind the gates of hell. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who died. Sun Corona and the others, Empyrean Dao, and a large number of powerhouses, more powerhouses would come out. This place wasn't far from the gates of hell. But at this moment, Suyu's cold voice rang out. I hope a few more will come, or else I'll be disappointed. I could clearly cover this place with my world and swallow everything you have, but I didn't. You'll always be so stupid. If I don't have more, how can I perfect my world? How can 1 or 2 be enough? Suyu's incomparably cold voice caused the Dragon King's heart to tremble. Suyu was ambitious, very ambitious. He wanted to attract more primal chaos ancient clans to appear, he wanted them to become nourishment for his world. Now, he didn't stop the gates of hell from absorbing them because there were too few. Suyu wanted more masters of the laws. Well done. Suyu's laughter rang out. The next moment, Suyu's voice rang out like a great bell. Heaven Supervisor, it's time to be more self-aware. Suyu's voice was incomparably loud. In his world, within the human master seal, the Heaven Supervisor suddenly opened his eyes. Suyu's voice rang out. Commit suicide, or merge all of your destiny into my world. Choose. Regardless of which one it was, the ancient fate would dissipate. The seal would also be removed. Almost there, many celestial venerables died. Wan's celestial venerables included Celestial Venerable Ming, Celestial Dao, Celestial Venerable Corona, and Celestial Venerable Yu. Among Baijian's subordinates, Wu Ji didn't seem to be dead. Suyu didn't care. Crimson Moon and Blood Shadow were rapidly dealing with Yu Xiao and Yu Luo. No matter what, apart from Evergreen and Long Eyebrow, it was useless even if the others advanced. Almost there, at this time it was time to undo the seal. As long as the number of enemies decreased, one wouldn't dare to act rashly, even if another master of the laws appeared. At this moment, within Suyu's world, the Heaven Supervisor's expression flickered. You're not going to kill me yourself? Are you qualified? Suyu's indifferent voice echoed out. You have two choices. Hurry up and merge into my world. I will accept the destiny, and I will also accept the grudges of the ancient times. If you don't merge, then I just need to undo the seal. The Heaven Supervisor sighed. After a moment of silence, he rapidly disintegrated himself. Torrents of destiny overflowed out from Suyu's world. At this moment, the group of ancient powerhouses suddenly felt a sense of dread. The sky was collapsing. No, it seemed as if something was missing, but also as if there wasn't. The river of time in the lower realms trembled. The human emperor Great Tao of the higher realms suddenly erupted with a powerful strength. It extracted some of the power from the river of time, the power of the seal that came from the ancient times could finally disappear. There was only a small distance in the river of time. Originally, it was covered by a thin membrane, but no one had discovered it. However, when an Empyrean tried to break their Tao, they would discover that they were being obstructed, but today, this thin membrane was slowly breaking apart. The human Emperor Great Tao was rapidly extracting the seal's power. The originally stable water of the long river began to rumble and flow. Originally, there had been a gap between the tributary and the main path. But now, the tributary and the main path began to fuse together. The seal that had sealed away the 10,000 worlds for 100,000 years was completely broken, and within Suyu's world, a massive amount of destiny was fusing into it. Suyu's world rapidly expanded. Within the world, the powerhouses that were still slaughtering each other suddenly sensed something. In the blink of an eye, someone's aura grew stronger. And from all directions, the auras of powerhouses began to fluctuate. The Great Axe Marquis was about to cut down Yu Luo and the others, but halfway there, his aura violently fluctuated. In the blink of an eye, a giant axe appeared in the void. The Great Axe Marquis was stunned. An Empyrean was in truth a master of the laws, but they hadn't completely grasped the Great Tao. Because there was no other way, at this time, the Great Axe Marquis was at a loss. He murmured, the Great Axe Tao, wasn't it controlled by the Axe Sovereign before? He was dead. The Great Axe Marquis suddenly understood. He felt a bit sad. The Axe Sovereign, one of the 36 human kings, had died. Otherwise, even if the seal had been broken, it wouldn't have had anything to do with him. Gritting his teeth, the Great Axe Marquis let out a roar in the next moment. In an instant, he merged with the heavens and earth. A powerful force of comprehension instantly spread throughout the Axe Tao. The entire Axe Tao was under his control. Bang, a monstrous aura surged. The Great Axe Marquis was the first to step into the Master of the Law's realm. In that moment, the destiny on Suyu's Master Seal skyrocketed. The river of time rippled as a massive amount of water was swallowed up by the Great Axe Marquis. His strength increased by a great deal. The Great Axe Marquis's aura skyrocketed. He laughed like a madman. He had broken through. He had officially stepped into the Master of the Law's realm. There was no time to mourn for the Axe Sovereign. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years. If he died, then so be it. If he didn't die, wouldn't I still have the chance to step into the Master of the Law's realm? Meanwhile, on the wand's side, Celestial Venerable Huang roared and his aura changed. Bang! An earthen giant appeared. On the wand's side, Celestial Venerable Huang was the first to step into the Master of the Law's realm. He was the first powerhouse of the wand to do so after breaking the seal. However, there was no movement from the immortal race Yuan sages. No one was surprised. After all, Yuan sages walked the immortal emperor great path, and the immortal emperor was still alive. In the next moment, a giant dragon and a phoenix began to roar. Both sides were about to advance. However, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. The dragon and phoenix races had also walked the same path. Now that they could advance, it meant that the Master of the Laws had fallen, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a Master of the Laws. On the other side, March had a sorrowful look on his face. 1 month didn't die. All around, a group of people stared at him, dumbfounded. That's your grandfather, how dare you say that? March was helpless and sorrowful. 2nd month, his father, had died. But the great path had been inherited by September. He, on the other hand, had actually walked the Tao of 1 month. But 1 month was still alive, so, he had no reaction. How sad, I can't become a Master of the Laws anymore. 1 month is still alive. Giant Axe had advanced, but he hadn't. Wasn't this sad? Moreover, he hadn't integrated with Suyu's world, so those who had integrated with Suyu's world had become stronger, but he hadn't either. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. In the distance, Suyu avoided 100 battles. He was also surprised. 1 month is still alive? What a pity, then there was no way for March to advance. This was truly a sorrowful matter. On the wand side, even the sacred marquis was about to advance. Once he succeeded, the wand side's sacred marquis, dragon, phoenix, desolate, and divine emperor concubine would all advance, except for the unlucky Yuan sage. Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage if there were 5 Masters of the Laws on my side? Besides Giant Axe, no one else could advance. The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt like he was at a disadvantage. Just as he was thinking about it, a rumbling sound came from his side. Hong Meng, yes, Hong Meng, who had just become a heavenly venerate not too long ago, suddenly felt his great Tao tremble. Yes, his Tao had been established by his Tao partner, who had died long ago. A heavenly venerate was a Master of the Laws. It had nothing to do with him having just advanced. A huge mountain floated above Hong Meng's body. At this moment, Hong Meng let out a sigh. After so many years, he had actually stepped into the Master of the Laws realm. Even further away, King Zhou had a complicated expression on his face. His aura surged as the 2 great Tao forces collided with each other. In an instant, his aura soared. King Zhou had officially ascended to the heavenly venerate realm, not just in terms of strength. At this moment, he had advanced as well. Suyu was surprised. This fellow really hadn't sealed his own cultivation. He really hadn't become a Master of the Laws yet, he had only reached it now. How strange, I always thought you sealed your own realm, just like the Divine Emperor concubine, but it turns out you didn't. On Suyu's side, a 3rd Master of the Laws had appeared. At this moment, Famine, Dragon, Phoenix, and Saint Marquis had appeared in the Wan region. On Suyu's side, only King Zhou, Great Axe, and Hong Meng had appeared. On the other side, Red Moon and the others were still fighting. Her aura suddenly surged as she rose to the Master of the Laws realm, and it wasn't just her. Blood Shadow was the same. Baijian knew a bit about the situation, so he also knew who could become Masters of the Laws after being unsealed. Those he had left behind to become heavenly venerates seemed to be walking a path no one else had taken. In the blink of an eye, Evergreen and Longbrow also advanced. In the midst of battle, Thunderstorm's power flickered. Heat advanced, Yuluo followed suit. Her great Tao of charm erupted. She'd advanced, however, Yu Zhao's expression changed slightly. He hadn't advanced, because he walked the great Tao of primal chaos. At this moment, he couldn't advance. Yu Luo walked the great Tao of primal chaos, but focused on the great Tao of charm. In the blink of an eye, Evergreen, Longbrow, Yu Luo, Thunderstorm, Red Moon, and Blood Shadow, a total of 6 powerhouses had advanced to the Master of the Laws realm. As for Wu Ji, who knew if he died? No one could see his shadow. On this side, 6 masters of the laws had been born. If Suyu and Wan's side were added, there were 7. In the blink of an eye, there were 13 masters of the laws. The power that had been accumulated for so many years erupted, and this wasn't the end. On the other side, Marquis Tianming suddenly sighed. There was a hint of helplessness and sorrow in his voice. It was true sorrow. No matter how I think about it, I can't even count myself anymore. The fated emperor has died. His aura was boiling. But he didn't seem too happy. The fated emperor was dead. He was actually dead. Tianming's sorrow was different from March. March should be secretly laughing that his grandfather was still alive. But the fated emperor was really gone. Tianming didn't know how the fated emperor died, but he was dead. This was a fact. Unless he changed his Tao, he couldn't advance now. Tianming couldn't be happy. Perhaps it was a good thing for him, but for the fated clan, even if Suyu went to bring back the human emperor, the fated clan would no longer have a fated emperor. This was the 14th master of the laws. Not far away, March was filled with envy. Your uncle is dead. How satisfying. F***ck your ancestors. Tianming's gaze was hostile. March didn't care. He's been gone for 100,000 years. You should have been prepared. Stop pretending. Fine, this was the truth. When those people disappeared, everyone thought they were dead. They had indeed made some preparations. Including when they really died, the great Tao trembled. They had actually been somewhat mentally prepared. But knowing that they were really dead was still a bit sad. The 14th master of the laws had appeared. It seemed to be the limit. Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian were Tao openers. They had the combat power of a celestial venerable, but they didn't have the ability to directly control the great Tao. They hadn't fully opened their Taos, so unsealing this time didn't help them. The Skirich Tao was special. It had to eat the door, so it didn't advance. Fat Ball also opened its own Tao, so it didn't advance. South King, Mist Mountain, and the others had fused with Suyu's world. Unsealing didn't affect them. Chaos Dragon and 8-Winged Tiger were the same. They walked the primal Chaos Tao. Their only hope was to go behind the door and break through, or kill Yu Qing and devour the primal Chaos Will. On Suyu's side, the experts who had fused with their Taos had all improved. Those who hadn't fused with their Taos, for celestial venerables had advanced after unsealing. One also had 4, as for Baijian's subordinates, aside from Yu Xiao and Wu Ji, the other 6 had all broken through. Clearly, Baijian had been prepared. He had even been planning who to keep. He had also prepared to unseal the Tao, but he had done so because he wanted his subordinates to break through. Suyu, on the other hand, had no choice. He would accept anyone who came to join him. Baijian might have long since killed those who had no hope of advancing, 14 masters of the laws, in addition to the divine imperial concubine, Baijian, Suyu, Wu Huang, Zhou Ji, Yu Qing, Pelong, Death Emperor, South Sky King. At this moment, there were more than 20 masters of the laws in the myriad worlds. 100,000 years of accumulation had blossomed today. Incomparably powerful aura swept through the world. Unfortunately, Pelong couldn't see it. In the instant everyone finished advancing, half of Pelong's body suddenly collapsed, exploded, and died. The Hell's Gate trembled violently. It seemed like another powerhouse wanted to come out. Even farther away, South Sky King suddenly cursed, "Idiot, can't you wait?" She cursed Suyu. Evergreen and Long Eyebrow hadn't been killed yet, so why did you unseal them? Wait a moment, she was about to bring people to kill them. They'd only just met. Damn, they'd both advanced. Wasn't Suyu trying to screw his mother over? Fine, even South Sky King wanted to be a mother. She was indeed angry. Suyu, you're too impulsive. Why don't you wait a moment? I'm about to die from anger because of Suyu. From a celestial sovereign to a master of the laws, the increase in combat strength was quite large. A master of the laws could fight several celestial sovereigns. What was she supposed to do? It wasn't impossible to kill them. But it would obviously cause even greater losses. Suyu had schemed, but hadn't he calculated this? Don't be impatient just because so many celestial sovereigns died in one city. Across from Suyu, Baijian laughed. You seem to have unsealed a bit early. All of a sudden, there were many more masters of the laws on his side. In this way, Suyu's advantage would be pulled down. Moreover, 5 masters of the laws had suddenly appeared on one city's side. Apart from the Yuan sages and the few who had died, the rest had all advanced. Would these people continue to listen to Suyu? 5 masters of the laws was enough to reverse the situation, wasn't Suyu worried? Idiot! Suyu suddenly cursed. Baijian was taken aback. Suyu then roared, Emperor Yu's decree, strip Evergreen, Changmei, Leibao, and the others of their ancient marquee positions. Weaken and deprive them of their providence. The human race's rebellion is unforgivable. Heaven and earth will punish them, and they will be plagued with bad luck. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Lightning flashed in the void, and within Suyu's world, the mortal Lord Seal trembled violently, an incomparably powerful force of providence swept toward them. In the distance, within the human sovereign path, a resonance erupted. A moment later, one could faintly hear someone say, agreed. Then, as if taking advantage of this opportunity, that person added, what the hell are you doing, depriving this and that every day? What the hell are you doing, you're making me very depressed. At this moment, along with the entanglement of Suyu's ancient providence, the honest human sovereign seemed to transmit a will. Stripping them of their marquee positions again, do you think my conferment is a joke? However, the human sovereign still agreed. Thus, a loud rumble resounded through the sky and earth, followed by the sound of something breaking. Evergreen and the others suddenly screamed as the great path recoiled. The power of the great path they had just grasped suddenly backfired on them. Boom, several people's bodies could not withstand the backlash and directly exploded. Suyu roared, quick, drag them into my world. Let them advance for the sake of getting rich. What was the point of merging with a heavenly venerate if they didn't advance? Only by merging with a master of the laws could they become rich. At this time, Baijian's expression darkened. He had never expected that Suyu would be colluding with the human emperor from a distance. Taking advantage of the moment these people advanced, he stripped away all their human providence. These people were different from the Hell King. It didn't matter if the Hell King was too strong. But they were different, they were humans to begin with, and had inherited a great deal of the human race's karmic luck. It could be said that their marquises were a boost to their strength, and also a boost to their talent. When Suyu stripped them of everything, these people would naturally be unlucky. And this was also within Suyu's calculations. Stripping away the Hell King's providence didn't have much of an impact on the Hell King and his bloodline. That was because the Hell King himself was terrifyingly powerful and strong enough to support his clan. It was only now that everyone realized how terrifying providence was. The Tao of providence was illusory and ephemeral. However, when Suyu devoured the bearer of the ancient providence, the heaven overseer Marquis, his providence became ridiculously strong. He completely suppressed Baijian's side. Unfortunately, Evergreen and the others all had marquee titles. At this time, if they weren't unlucky, who would be? Only then did the South King go wild with joy. Well done, my good son. Silence fell. Suyu's expression stiffened. Who are you calling? Suyu really wanted to say, I'm not your son. But he couldn't say it now. Nanwang couldn't respond. If he did, wouldn't that mean he was talking to him? If he didn't respond, no one would know who he was talking to. That was the principle, that was right, therefore, Suyu didn't pay attention. It would be bad if he did. Nanwang and the others couldn't care less. Nanwang just blurted it out without thinking too much. She was very excited. Suyu was reliable after all. Under the backlash of the laws, Chongqing and Changmei were severely injured. In the blink of an eye, Nanwang and the others roared and heavily injured them. The power of the laws dragged them toward Suyu. As for the other Dao integration masters, who cared about them? If they dared to come, they'd be killed. Chongqing and Changmei's expressions changed. They could no longer maintain their composure, they'd die. Baijian, on the other hand, kept his eyes on Suyu. On Wan's side, although there were 5 masters of the laws, they still didn't dare to resist. They were rapidly flying toward Yu Qing and Yu Zhan. On the other side, Celestial Venerable Mo of the demon race was also on the verge of advancing. However, he couldn't just sit around. He was surrounded by Marquis Heavenspan and didn't have the time to advance. Yu Qing was also anxious. He roared, Baijian. Baijian said he wanted to kill Suyu, but he didn't move. Even after Suyu unsealed everyone, he still didn't move. What was Baijian waiting for? If this continued, even if more experts appeared from the gates of hell, they'd be killed by Suyu and the others. At this moment, the gates of hell couldn't send out too many experts at once. With this kind of tactic, today's battle might be a battle of annihilation, Baijan sighed softly. He looked at Suyu and said calmly, Suyu, let's stop here. Suyu also looked at him and smiled. Are you trying to say that you still have a backup plan, but you don't want to use it against me, because you think it's a waste to use it against me? Suyu smiled and said, I see that you're hesitating, but it doesn't seem like you're in despair. Do you think that this trump card is very powerful, but using it on me is too much of a waste? Baijan frowned at him. Suyu continued to smile and said, how about, let me guess. Could it be that the human ancestor had left behind some backup plan, such as some secret guards, some descendants, some trump cards? In any case, it was very powerful? Is that so? Baijan frowned and said in a low voice, Suyu, I have to say, you're really very smart. Suyu smiled. Same old trick. It was normal for him to leave a backup plan for himself. Do you think the human ancestor will really count on you guys? It was clear that some arrangements had been made, not necessarily in the human race, but most likely in the giant race. Could it be that the giant tribe still has hidden experts? Baijan's aura rippled as he stared at Suyu gravely. Suyu continued, you, Baijan, have very high insight. According to my previous speculations, Zhouji's bloodline might be extremely thick. Since that's the case, you, Baijan, are also like that. Could it be Zhouji's mother? Suyu chuckled. Could it be that his mother is very powerful? That she's a powerhouse? That she's very fucking awesome? That she's your trump card? Could it be that she's been sealed? Could it be that she's also a master of the laws and can break the seal now? Suyu felt like he was cursing someone. In reality, he really was cursing someone. He was mocking Baijan. Why do you always put your hopes on others? Suyu laughed. Baijan, I'm becoming more and more disappointed in you. According to what they said back then, I still thought highly of you. Although your brain isn't that good, you're strong and you dare to fight and kill. Why are you so cowardly now? Why do you always want others to save you instead of you saving others? Baijan hadn't made a move yet. It was probably because he hadn't been able to take down Suyu after fighting Suyu. Now that Suyu had unsealed the heavens and earth, he'd grown a bit stronger. Baijan wasn't confident he could defeat Suyu. So, he was waiting. Suyu laughed. Are you happy that I've unsealed everyone? Is it because that giant wife of yours couldn't display the strength of a master of the laws before, but now she can? Is it because I've unsealed you've been waiting for her to come? This was his only guess. Before this, anyone with the strength of a master of the laws had been sealed away. As for Baijan's Dao partner, was she strong? Definitely not weak. Baijan's standards weren't low. Baijan gave Suyu a deep look, then said softly, Suyu, since you're so smart, why don't you guess whether you can win or not? Guess? Suyu laughed. Why should I guess? If your wife doesn't come, I'll kill Evergreen and Everbrow. Without two masters of the laws, you'll feel bad, won't you? With that, Suyu added coldly, South King, be careful. Don't let Baijan's wife sneak attack you. Everyone, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, a loud explosion rang out. For no reason at all, a giant appeared between heaven and earth. Baijan's eyes flickered. The giant looked valiant and heroic, his expression cold. As soon as he appeared, he wielded a spear and knocked South King back. Then, he instantly appeared beside Evergreen and Everbrow. Both of them were heavily injured. With lingering fear, Everbrow hurriedly greeted, Holy Mother. Trash. The woman snorted, then looked at Baijan with a slight frown. She didn't say anything, but looked at Suyu. Her cold face revealed a trace of emotion. Suyu, I know you. This battle ends here. You destroy your wand, but we still have use for the Hell King bloodline. Suyu sighed. It's true. After beating a man, a woman comes. After fighting 100 battles, a son comes first, and then a wife. Since when did Baijan, that trash, become a man who lives off women? Across from him, Baijan's expression changed. Suyu looked at the woman and said with a smile, you should thank me for unsealing you for being able to display such strength. You should have been suppressed and sealed before, right? The woman didn't deny it. She nodded. Before the human sovereign left, he sealed the Tao of all realms. In order to avoid being discovered, I didn't dare leave behind any backup plans. I've been waiting for this day. Suyu laughed. Then aren't you going to thank me? In order to thank me, why don't you kill Baijian? Suyu smiled. If you kill Baijian, kill Chongqing, Changmei, and Yu Luo, I promise to mind my own business. How about that? You're not afraid of me? The woman walked over step by step, shattering the void. King Nan's expression was unsightly. He lashed out with his whip, but the woman reached out and grabbed the whip. With a crunching sound, she crushed the whip into pieces. She looked at the South King and said indifferently, Yuziki, I'm not like these trash. You can deal with them, but you're still far from being able to deal with me. She was extremely powerful. It seemed like her physical body was powerful, like Baijian. At this moment, her 720 acupoints were overflowing with light. It felt like she was even stronger than Baijian. If Baijian was said to be stronger than 4th grade, or even weaker than 3rd grade, this woman gave Suyu the feeling that she had probably reached the level of a martial sovereign. As for the South King, even if Suyu strengthened his heaven and earth power, he might only be weaker than 4th grade. The gap between them was not small. The South King's expression was ugly. She had failed her mission. The mission that Suyu had given her was to get rid of Chongqing and Changmei. However, she did not do it, nor did she complete it. She was almost ambushed by this woman. The appearance of this woman caused Lei Bao's expression to change slightly. The next moment, Lei Bao suddenly struck back Hong Yu and quickly flew towards her. He said in a low voice, Lei Bao greets the Holy Mother. The woman nodded slightly and did not say anything. Baijian was silent for a moment, then said, kill Suyu, and everything will naturally end. He was indeed waiting. Now, the time had come. The woman ignored him and looked at Suyu again. She said calmly, do you think you can defeat me? Suyu smiled. Probably not. The woman nodded and walked towards Suyu again. She said in a clear voice, come over and gather together. I also want to see if human sovereign Su is prepared to kill all of us. At this moment, be it Yu Luo, Yu Zhan, or even Yu Qing, all forcefully attacked and bombarded their opponents, forcing them to retreat, wanting to gather at her side. It was also at this moment that the group of experts finally had some confidence. She was out. On the other side, King of State of Zhou's expression was slightly ugly. He suddenly asked, you are you? The woman suddenly looked at King of State of Zhou and frowned slightly. She nodded lightly. You know me? King of State of Zhou took a deep breath. I know a thing or two. When Baijian met you in the past. I also know a thing or two. However, I did not expect that you were also in a sealed state at that time. The woman nodded. Although I was sealed, I was able to move freely. The so-called no you should have been told to you by the soldier cavern, right? King of State of Zhou said coldly, you cannot escape from the soldier cavern and their deaths. Yes. You did not explain anything and did not need to. She said calmly, Baijian is a descendant of human ancestor. Why would he work for human sovereign? Isn't that normal? She was also a descendant of human ancestor. Of course, there were many descendants of human ancestor. For example, the surname Zhou could be traced back to human ancestor. After countless generations, human ancestor was not a bachelor. It was nothing for her and Baijian to be together as they had long surpassed the limit. At this moment, King of State of Zhou was a little angry and said coldly, even if Baijian was unwilling to work for human sovereign, everything he had was left behind by human sovereign. He has to return it. He took everything that human sovereign left behind for the human race and used it to deal with the human race. Baijian deserves to die and so do you. You laughed. Do you think that Suyu won't do the same? She looked at Suyu and smiled. Suyu, if you are willing to let it go, you can have whatever you want. What human sovereign can give you is something that human sovereign can't. Suyu fell into deep thought. A moment later, he said, really? Of course. Why don't you kill yourself for fun? Suyu said playfully, why don't you try? Yu was not angry and merely frowned slightly. What can you change by bringing back human sovereign? What can he give you? Maybe, he will only bring you disaster. The number of experts around her gradually increased. Lei Bao charged over swiftly. On the other side, Yu Luo and the rest all approached her. On Suyu's side, Baijian's aura had been locked onto Suyu, not giving Suyu a chance to intervene. Suyu smiled and looked at King of State of Zhou. You know her? Do you have a way to deal with her? King of State of Zhou had many things. Was it to deal with this woman? Then, what trump card did he have to deal with her? King of State of Zhou's expression changed slightly. A moment later, he said in a low voice, no. Martial Sovereign is a backup plan to deal with her. When Martial Sovereign was unsealed, Your Majesty saw that there was a layer of human sovereign's seal. Actually, that was the basis of my negotiation with Martial Sovereign. The result? There was no result. Martial Sovereign's seal was casually broken by Suyu. As for Suyu, he couldn't help but scold, so, you indeed hid it from me. You can unseal Martial Sovereign, right? King of State of Zhou said in a low voice, no, I have to make use of the opportunity. According to my calculations, Martial Sovereign and the rest will be unsealed along with this woman. At that time, this woman will be unsealed but Martial Sovereign can't. Martial Sovereign will definitely be devastated. If I help him unseal human sovereign, Martial Sovereign will probably help me deal with her. As he spoke, King of State of Zhou said in a low voice, Your Majesty, don't underestimate this woman. Baijian's change is related to her. She should be the one in charge of bringing back Ancestor. Baijian didn't exist during Ancestor's era. But this Yu might be a direct descendant of Ancestor. And King of State of Zhou might have spied on her during the last tide. He admitted that he was no match for her and could only think of ways to delay and wait for an opportunity. Suyu sighed, so complicated. King of State of Zhou, why didn't you tell me if you knew of her existence? King of State of Zhou wanted to say something but hesitated. I didn't know that you would unseal everyone so quickly. Suyu sighed, you always say half the things and hide the other half. You're not honest at all. You're very annoying, do you know that? King of State of Zhou hesitated for a moment but still said, she didn't give me such a strong feeling previously. Furthermore, after Martial Sovereign was unsealed, he felt that he had some confidence. Who knew that Suyu would let Martial Sovereign go so easily? Opposite him, Yu smiled, Suyu, I said that there's no need to fight to the end. Why don't we just let it go? Everything that I do actually has nothing to do with you, right? Yu smiled faintly, if you want to save Emperor, you can go yourself. If you want to be your Emperor, that's fine too. I won't stop you. I can even add a title for you. Wait. Suyu interrupted, what? You're adding a title for me? Don't the lineage of Ancestor have the qualifications? Yu smiled faintly, Ancestor is the foundation of the human race's strength. Suyu, you have to understand this logic. This is not something that the ancient royal court can represent. Suyu sucked in a breath, amazing. You're even more amazing than the ancient royal court, then why don't you kill Emperor? Why are you pretending to be 13? Suyu inhaled and exhaled, then laughed. You people, all hiding in the back like rats, trying to turn the tables every time. Last time, there was a Marquis of Ziyun who did the same thing, and then, oh, she was killed by me. What a pity. Yu's smile gradually faded, do you think that you can kill me too? Suyu thought about it and nodded, there's hope. She smiled, do you think that you're stronger than Emperor Wu? Not really, I'm more or less dead, and I'm still in my world. Suyu shrugged, if I could kill Emperor Wu, I would have killed him long ago. Then Suyu did not wait for her to continue asking, smiling, you're more or less the same as a Emperor Wu, the kind that's stronger in the 3rd class and weaker in the 2nd class. What about 100 battles, the kind that's stronger in the 4th class and weaker in the 3rd class? Suyu chuckled and said, they're all quite impressive. To be honest, it's not easy. But in this era, his surname is Su. The Su from Suyu. Suyu nagged, everyone thinks that I, Suyu, am only average in combat and not good at fighting, so I can only play tricks. In fact, it's not like that, I'm actually strongest in combat. Don't laugh. Suyu laughed, what are you all doing? Don't laugh, I'm best at killing. I have many tricks up my sleeves. You too, today, I'm going to test your abilities. Suyu smiled, let's do it. What are you all standing around for? As soon as Suyu said this, some of the experts left to guard the land all drew upon the dais. In that instant, Wan Tianxing drew upon the human path, Blue Sky drew upon the common people's path, March drew upon the body-forging path, and Bean Bun drew upon the illusory path. These heavenly kings, celestial venerables, and those who had yet to advance to master of the laws all drew upon the power of the dais. In an instant, waves of powerful power of the laws collapsed in Suyu's world, merging into Suyu's. Even the Fate Emperor and the others merged into it. Suyu's world expanded rapidly, spreading out in the blink of an eye, invading the land around Human Mountain and spreading towards you. Suyu muttered, do you feel it? I'm fleecing the Time Master, fleecing him like crazy. I hope he doesn't come back to kill me, otherwise, I'm dead for sure. Yu's expression changed slightly. Baijian didn't wait any longer. With a low grunt, he punched at Suyu. On the other side, Yu also flew towards Suyu at high speed. However, halfway there, Tian Ming, South King, Giant Axe, Death Spirit Emperor, Great Zhou King, Hong Yu, and Blood Shadow all flew over. On Wan's side, Tiangu's expression changed slightly. In the next instant, he shouted, stop Yuqing and Yuzhan. Emperor Yu, what you said before, is it still true? Yes. Suyu laughed. You, Tiangu, are still so wise at this time. Although I want to kill you, it's better to keep your promise. I'm not in a hurry to kill you. The 5 of you, finish off Yuqing and Yuzhan, and that's it. As for the others, you don't need to interfere. If you do, I won't be at ease. Tiangu didn't hesitate any longer. The 5 experts instantly appeared in front of Yuqing and Yuzhan. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Mo, without Marquis Tongtian's interference, had advanced. 5 against 3, the expressions of Yuqing and the others changed. Celestial Venerable Mo frowned slightly. Tiangu is different from before. Tiangu ignored him, there was no difference, it was still the same. Suyu would win. Intuition, Suyu licked his lips and avoided Baijian's attack. He laughed and said, not enough, not enough. I feel that I'm not strong enough. I haven't pulled enough wool. I want to gather all the power in me. Everyone, understand? Baijian's expression changed slightly. In the next instant, he couldn't help but shout, are you crazy? You want to believe him? Once you merge, you will become his vassal. As soon as he finished, Suyu spread through heaven and earth. At this moment, Yu and the others were already covered. The huge axe was still in a daze, while Marquis Tianming laughed bitterly. Your Majesty, we just advanced. As soon as he finished, the great Tao of heavens will broke. In the next instant, a powerful rule power swept over and connected with the great Tao of heavens will in Suyu's great Tao. Han Meng was also bare one's teeth, and he hadn't had his fun yet. He really didn't give us a chance to have fun. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Mountain's great Tao collapsed and merged with Suyu's world. Giant Axe was still in a daze, but he quickly understood. You want us to sever our Taos and merge with it? It's so complicated, I almost didn't understand. Fuck, fine, I understand now. Giant Axe's great Tao collapsed and merged with Suyu's world in the blink of an eye. The king of Great Zhou laughed bitterly. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Suyu. In an instant, his Tao of patience collapsed, and a large amount of rule power was extracted and merged with Suyu's world. Because of Suyu's words, these masters of the laws had all chosen to merge with the incomparably powerful master of the laws. Suyu's world didn't seem that perfect. Merging with Suyu's great Tao was still a bit weaker than the masters of the laws. In the crowd, Red Moon and Blood Shadow glanced at each other, a bit uneasy and shocked. These newly ascended masters of the laws didn't hesitate to sever their Taos and merge with Suyu's world. Weren't they afraid that if Suyu died, they'd all die as well? Yu's expression shifted, no longer as calm as before. You should know that his world has just been born, it's far less stable than the River of Time and the Great Tao of Necromancy. By doing this, you're placing all your hopes on him. Once he dies, you'll all die. He must be crazy. Even during the human sovereign era, it wasn't easy to sever the masters of the law's Taos. On Suyu's side, these newly ascended masters of the laws hadn't even experienced the power of the masters of the laws before they severed their daos. What kind of trust was this? Moreover, Suyu's world wasn't perfect. Even if these people all merged with Suyu's world and grew, it would be difficult for them to surpass their previous strength in a short period of time. Red Moon and Blood Shadow were also hesitant. They were worried, if everyone merged with Suyu's world and the masters of the laws were gone, then Suyu would be in danger. What should they do? They couldn't match these people. They were all masters of the laws, so they could put up a fight. They didn't understand why these people trusted Suyu so much, even though they knew Suyu wasn't an ordinary person. But ever since Suyu split open the world, he rarely fought. When he did, he didn't use his full strength. At this time, aside from a few, everyone else had merged with Suyu's world. Sovereign Necromancer hadn't merged with it. His Tao of Necromancy wasn't easy to handle. Once it was severed, he might die. Skyspan hadn't merged with it. Suyu wouldn't let him. The tea tree hadn't merged with it. She walked the Tao of Chaos, so it was useless even if she did. The rest had practically all merged with Suyu's world. Some couldn't find a suitable Tao, so they simply found a random one and merged with it. As for the others, including Featherball, they'd all merged with it. Featherball was actually quite reluctant to do so, but it believed that Suyu could be very powerful. Chaos Dragon and Eight-Winged Tiger were pale. Even the primal chaos beasts were a bit frightened. They'd just merge with it like that? The sky divides into 2 layers. Suyu laughed. In an instant, heaven and earth were split apart, 2 layers of heaven and earth. Aside from Suyu and 100 Battles, the King of Great Zhou and the others had all fallen into another layer of heaven. As for the King of Great Zhou, seeing Red Moon and Blood Shadow's hesitation, he transmitted, "This is your chance, your last chance. Otherwise, even if you attacked before, His Majesty wouldn't have accepted you. Right now, merging with the Tao is your only hope." Red Moon and Blood Shadow exchanged a glance. "We're masters of the laws. In ancient times, we were also human kings. Cultivating for countless years, becoming a master of the laws was too difficult. Now, should they merge with it?" As the two pondered, half a body flew over. In an instant, a great Tao collapsed and merged with heaven and earth. It found a random Tao and merged with the body. Wu Ji didn't say a word. He quickly sat down and said in horror, "Fuck, I almost died. Luckily, I can merge with it." Red Moon and the others looked at him blankly. Wu Ji didn't die, his great Tao had almost completely collapsed. This guy's merging with the Tao seemed a little perfunctory. Because his great Tao was almost broken, wasn't this a bit of a shortcut? Wu Ji saw them looking at him and smiled. "Everyone wants to beat me up. Although I'm seriously injured, I'm willing to help Emperor Yu." The King of Great Zhou and the others looked at him. He didn't look like a good person. This guy was merging with the Tao to save their lives. It wasn't to strengthen Suyu's strength. Of course, a Tao that was about to break still had a large amount of power of the laws. Red Moon and Blood Shadow struggled at this moment. They lacked understanding of Suyu. But at this moment, they had no choice. They gritted their teeth and broke their great Tao. Seeing this, 100 Battles shouted angrily, "Do you understand him? You broke your Tao for him?" Red Moon gritted his teeth. "No. But you betrayed the human race, you betrayed us. Back then, we trusted you and followed you. We believed you could lead us to defeat Wan and the sinners. You are our faith, our hero. But now, 100 Battles, you are a traitor. In order to kill a traitor like you, even if we die, we are willing." Red Moon didn't understand Suyu, it didn't matter. At this moment, her hatred for 100 Battles surpassed everything. If Suyu could kill him, everything would be fine. Red Moon gritted her teeth and said, "Your Majesty Emperor Yu, kill 100 Battles. As long as you kill him, we have no other requests. Emperor, you can punish us." They were wrong 6,000 years ago. Now, they could only hope that Suyu could kill 100 Battles and the others. Otherwise, this hatred would be difficult to dispel. 100 Battles was actually a traitor, and at this moment, Suyu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It shook heaven and earth, and his world began to radiate. Seeing this, Yu immediately shouted, "Retreat." They flew out in an instant. Suyu's world was expanding, causing their strength to be suppressed. Meanwhile, Suyu was growing stronger and stronger. Fighting Suyu here was asking for trouble, with so many masters of the laws fusing with Suyu's world. This was a terrifying matter. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all on Suyu's side. Get out? Suyu laughed and reached out. Suddenly, besides a few masters of the laws, everyone else beside you disappeared. They couldn't even stop him. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared in front of Suyu. Among them were some familiar faces. You're Xianxia? I saved you last time, and you even hung out with me for a few days. How can you curse me every day? Marquis Xianxia's expression changed. Boom, Suyu crushed him. The great Tao collapsed, and the power of the laws dissipated. His body died, and his Tao vanished. In an instant, he merged into Suyu's world. At this moment, Suyu's smile was brilliant. Misty Mountain, how could you do this to me? I hate ungrateful people. Didn't I save you? Boom, he crushed Misty Mountain. In the distance, you and the others fled, wanting to leave Suyu's world. Suyu ignored them and continued to call out names. Dark Shadow, you don't seem to have anything bad to say about me, Marquis Dark Shadow sighed. Emperor Yu. I've made a fool of myself. Do you know that Baijian is a traitor? I don't. Marquis Dark Shadow sighed. I don't believe he would betray me either. Perhaps, it's all Yu's fault, Suyu laughed. You're so stubborn. Just, die. Boom, he crushed Marquis Dark Shadow. In the distance, Yingguo and Steadfast's expressions changed. Marquis Steadfast wanted to fly out, but his expression was complicated. He didn't utter a word. In the next moment, Suyu reached out and grabbed a figure. Marquis Cloudwater. At this moment, Marquis Cloudwater was injured. She looked at Suyu and laughed at herself. Emperor Yu doesn't need to do anything. Below, General Yingguo couldn't help but shout, Your Majesty, she didn't do anything. She didn't do anything. Although Marquis Cloudwater lied to her, General Yingguo had the best relationship with her in the upper realm. They had known each other for many years. At this moment, seeing Dark Shadow killed and Yunshui captured, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Marquis Cloudwater didn't do anything during the chaos. He was affected by the battle and was heavily injured. After all, she wasn't familiar with Dark Shadow. He had always been mysterious. However, she used to look for Yunshui often. I should have given face to you, Yingguo, Suyu smiled and said, but I can't be soft-hearted at this time. Otherwise, anyone will dare to go against me. Boom, Suyu's hand covered the sky and instantly crushed Marquis Cloudwater. He had a cold smile on his face. At this moment, I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. If Yingguo is interested, you can go to the dead spirit's realm to look for him. If he's dead, the debt will be settled. Below, General Yingguo didn't say anything. As for Suyu, he slapped 8 other Dao integration stage super mighty figures to death with a single palm strike. Suyu chuckled. I can't be bothered to ask for the others' names. Troublesome. Nameless pawns, so what if they die? In the distance, Baijian turned back to look at Suyu with a cold expression. Suyu sneered, Do you think you can leave? This is my world. Return. He roared. In the next instant, a powerful power of law swept toward them. Yu and Baijian attacked instantly, one punch each. Boom, the power of laws were instantly destroyed. You can't. Leave. Lock. Trap. Unlucky. Boundless power of the great Tao engulfed the entire world. However, Baijian and Yu were indeed powerful. They attacked again and destroyed one power of the great Tao after another. Suyu's world was not complete yet. At this moment, Suyu laughed dryly. I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry. Everyone was speechless. You still care about this at a time like this? Stop them, Suyu smiled. At the end of the world, a huge seal suddenly appeared. Suyu roared. Baijian and Yu were shocked. They thought that Suyu was going to suppress them again. However, Suyu roared, Human Emperor, please lend me the power of the great Tao. Boom, the human lord seal extended, and a wave of human Tao fortune suddenly erupted from it. In the next instant, in the land of the Tao origin, the power of laws trembled in the half of the human emperor's great Tao. In the blink of an eye, it connected to Suyu's great Tao through the human lord seal. Agreed. Human Emperor's loud voice resounded again. This time, he wanted to add a few words. This was a rare opportunity. Today, this grandson had been borrowing his power. He still wanted to say a few words. In the end, Suyu roared, suppressing all other sounds. The great Tao trembled, instantly shattering that bit of will. Human Emperor could just be a tool. What was there to say? Today, I am the main character, F***ck. In the depths of the river of time, an angry curse resounded, shaking the surroundings. Soon, everything quieted down. The river of time trembled. Could it be that His Majesty was upset that the martial emperor died again? In any case, everyone was used to the river of time trembling. Today's trembling was especially violent. His Majesty had also cursed several times. As for why, who cares? Perhaps it was because of his pride. The human emperor was furious. Suyu, right? This time, I will really remember you. It wasn't easy for me to be guided by you. I just wanted to say a few words, but you, grandson, shattered my willpower in an instant. Are you still human? You said you wanted to borrow the power of the Tao field, so I borrowed it. You said you wanted to borrow the power of the Tao field, so I borrowed it. I almost borrowed your old life. Is this how you treat me? Human Emperor was furious. Bastard, this is too much. Do you think I am easy to bully? Or do you think you can do whatever you want when I am not here? Forget it. When I return, I will settle the score with you. Human Emperor thought in his heart. Martial Emperor, Suyu, these two fellows, he wanted to settle the score. The return was coming soon. If it was too far, a long time ago, even if Suyu wanted to borrow it, he would not be able to. But now, it was not too far away. He could just barely pass through some will. This also meant that this side would soon converge with the myriad worlds. What is he doing? Human Emperor thought. He did not understand, but he knew that today, the myriad worlds must have changed greatly. At this moment, in the upper realm, Human Emperor's great Tao power and Suyu's great Tao power were connected. Through the Human Emperor's seal, a monstrous power of the laws instantly suppressed the entire world. As for Suyu, he sucked in a deep breath. Not bad, a half-completed great Tao actually felt no weaker than his own great Tao that had been infused with countless laws. Now I want to say, Human Emperor, lend me your great Tao to fuse with. Forget it, I won't fuse with it. If I fused with it, Human Emperor might not be able to continue splitting open the heavens. His great Tao had only been opened for a short time. He was still formidable. As Suyu thought this, a smile appeared on his face. I knew Human Emperor would lend it to me. Moreover, he also knew that Human Emperor wasn't too far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to borrow it. This time, I'm strong enough, right? With so many masters of the laws fused with me and Human Emperor's great Tao power, if I still can't kill these people, I'll be letting everyone down. In the blink of an eye, Suyu disappeared from where he stood. Baijian and Yu's expressions changed. One used a fist, the other a spear. Together, they attacked the void. As soon as they attacked, their expressions changed again. It's not them, Suyu didn't want to deal with them, but it was too late. Here, their perception was weakened. Baijian and Yu exchanged a glance, then quickly left and flew into the distance. They had to leave Suyu's world. Suyu's power of the world was now at its peak. As soon as the two left. Boom, with a loud bang, Suyu punched through Longbrow's chest. Longbrow was already seriously injured from the backlash. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth. With some despair, he said with difficulty, I'm just serving different masters, I know. Suyu nodded in understanding. That's normal. In fact, I also need subordinates like you. For example, the Prince of Great Zhou, an old bootlicker who understands people's intentions. Ahem, I meant capable subjects. So, I don't blame you. You're Baijian and Yu's loyal subordinate. I understand you, really. He didn't blame Longbrow, serving different masters. Longbrow was right. It was just that his master was a little deceitful. However, people like Longbrow were actually loyal subjects of Baijian. Considering everything from Baijian's point of view, Suyu didn't think that he was wrong. It could only be said that their standpoints were different. Longbrow's long eyebrows trembled, and he revealed a smile. He spat out blood, and the power of the great Tao dissipated. However, he still smiled. Emperor Yu is magnanimous. My master, actually, in the past, wasn't bad, but, he experienced too few setbacks. He was deterred by the Holy Mother. My master doesn't die, and can still rise. Longbrow kept coughing up blood, and the power of the great Tao kept dispersing. With a smile, he forcibly turned his head to look in the direction where Baijan escaped. The next moment, he suddenly used all his strength and roared, "Baijan! You were born to fight. You fought 100 battles without a single defeat. If you don't fight, are you still 100 battles? You can only fight until the last moment. Only then will you be the king of 100 battles. The emperor of 100 battles." Boom, a loud sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The great Tao completely collapsed, and Longbrow's eyebrows broke. With a smile, he said, "I'm done. I'm satisfied. My master isn't inferior to Suyu. If he doesn't die from this defeat, he will definitely return to how he was in the beginning." His physical body was instantly torn into pieces, and it was devoured by Suyu's world. In front, the fleeing Baijan stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, some memories surfaced in his mind. "Your talent is outstanding, and you are invincible among your peers. In the future, you will definitely have a great future. I see that you fought 100 battles without a single defeat. If you become a human master, you will be called the king of 100 battles. You are the Longbrow Marquis? Not bad. Kid, you have a good eye. Of course, my eyebrows are too obvious. You are not bad, very good seedling. I admire you. Lord Longbrow Marquis, if I become a human master, will Lord Longbrow Marquis serve me?" "Ha ha ha, kid, it's good that you have this ambition. If you can really defeat the others and become the 9th human master. 9 is the extreme, and you will definitely be the strongest human master. At that time I will be your loyal subordinate, Longbrow." Memories surfaced. From that day onwards, there was one more person by his side. The Longbrow Marquis, he is my will. From that day onwards, Longbrow served him for 7,000 years, and he had never disobeyed, even if he submitted to the human ancestor. "I believe in your majesty. 9 is the extreme. Your majesty will definitely be the strongest existence." These words appeared in Baijan's mind. He was somewhat at a loss and somewhat shaken. "I just ran away. I didn't save Longbrow. I didn't save this elder who had served me for 7,000 years. And he, even at the moment of his death, he was still warning and admonishing me." Baijan's face twitched slightly. He wanted to cry, but suddenly, he didn't want to cry. "Have I really changed? Am I scared out of my wits? What are you standing there for? Quickly withdraw from this world." Beside him, Yu shouted angrily. "Why are you still standing there in a daze at a time like this?" In Suyu's world, with the human emperor's world covering it, their strength was greatly suppressed. Otherwise, if it was just Suyu's world alone, they really wouldn't be afraid. Baijan was somewhat stiff, and he quickly ran toward the edge. He glanced at Yu from the corner of his eye. In the past, you, who were unparalleled in my eyes, actually, also fled. The first time I saw you, I was intimidated. I felt that no one in the world was stronger than you, but now it seems that you're nothing more than this. You don't even dare to fight the Suyu from 6,000 years later. At this moment, some firm beliefs were suddenly shattered. You're nothing more than this. So what if you're the human ancestor? For 6,000 years, I firmly believed that you could win, firmly believed that you were invincible, but it turns out that you're not. And I've been a deserter for 6,000 years. No, I've rebelled. Baijan mocked himself in his heart. Longbrow was dead, and those who followed him were all dead. They believed in him, but he believed in others. It turns out that I'm really nothing. Boom, another loud explosion reverberated through the world. Your Majesty, run. Evergreen's final roar echoed through the world. Behind him, Suyu tore him apart. Evergreen exploded into pieces, the second master of the laws killed by Suyu. Baijan's eyes suddenly turned red. He wanted to turn around and fight, but Yu shouted angrily, "Run. Leave this world. If he dares come out, we'll kill him." The corner of Baijan's mouth twitched, but he didn't make a sound. He continued to flee. As he ran, he suddenly said, if you and I join forces, along with Evergreen and the others, we can fight him. Yes, if you didn't run, they could join forces. Even if Suyu borrowed strength, they could still fight. You shouted coldly, then between you and me, one of us might die. Cut the crap. If they die, they can still be nurtured. But if we die, who will bring the ancestor back? Oh, so that's what you're worried about. Baijan fell silent. It was too late to realize now. Evergreen and Longbrow had been killed. Too late. He reached out and grabbed Yu Luo, Lei Bao, and Yu Xiao behind him. Yu Luo had been pulling Yu Xiao all this time, so the celestial sovereign was still alive. Yu frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Yu Luo's smile quickly turned into despair. She transmitted, Your Majesty, let's go. I'll bring up the rear and delay him for a moment. Baijan smiled stiffly and suddenly transmitted his voice, 6,000 years ago, you were planted by me by you, right? Yu Luo's expression froze. She lowered her head and said nothing. Baijan laughed, I know, and because I know, I didn't say anything. Unfortunately, there's no point in saying this now. When we get out of here, run as far as you can. Baijan transmitted to Yu Luo. Run as far as you can, the farther the better. The endless void, the depths of the primal chaos, run as far as you can, the infinite worlds have become an Azura's battlefield. Your Majesty can win, Yu Luo was shaken. We'll see. Baijan didn't say anything else. We'll see, but I won't admit defeat so easily. Just like 6,000 years ago, before I met you. End of chapter 817. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.